One of the burning issues of the day was the question of black participation in the rebellion. Osborne Anderson wrote that several slaves joined them. Some were able to escape and melt back into the population, others pretended they were kidnapped. Those killed were secretly buried in a common grave, since it was vital to the South to maintain the lie that no slave wanted, or would fight for, freedom. The black abolitionist press took on directly the lies of the white media. The early boast of Judge Parker that not a slave or a free man of color had joined John Brown is contradicted by the fact that Colonel Washington's coachmen were found among the slain insurgents, and Virginia's Governor Wise, who knows much more than he publishes, has been ominously silent on this point of late, and the many slave owners who no longer dare sleep on the plantations, the many who have fled all the way to New York and may be seen any day on Broadway, and more than all, the selling off south within the next 6 months of nearly all the slaves from Jefferson and the adjoining counties in Virginia. For 125 years history has been rewritten to make us think John Brown was mad and his men were misguided fanatics. Why? Because nothing is more subversive to imperialist law and racist order than the idea that white and black people, oppressor and oppressed, could share a common humanity based on revolutionary ideals. It undermines the whole structure of white supremacy built so carefully in every white American youth from the time he or she first learns to play cowboys and Indians. John Brown was far from mad. Frederick Douglass, the greatest and most influential black abolitionist of the day, disagreed with Brown often and heartily, but defended his comrade in a famous essay, Captain John Brown Not Insane. Not only is it true that Brown's whole movement proves him perfectly sane and free from merely vengeful passion, but he has struck the bottom of the philosophy which underlies the abolitionist movement. He has attacked slavery with the very weapons precisely adapted to bring it to the death. Moral considerations have long been exhausted upon slaveholders. It is vain to reason with them. 100 years later, another great black leader, and one of the leading anti-imperialists of our century, agreed. If a white person wants to help our cause, ask him what he thinks of John Brown. Do you know what Brown did? He went to war. Malcolm X. Far from being mad, John Brown and his men represented the revolutionary ideals and practices that flourish in times of change. For their age like this one was a revolutionary time. Then as now, revolutionaries were slandered by the ruling powers as fanatics and criminals. Then as now, white people who fought in solidarity with the black struggle were seen as traitors. Then as now, revolutionaries are humankind's future. This is why we honor them. We are here to celebrate a life, not a death. John Brown is most famous for his martyrdom. After an unsuccessful raid on a federal arsenal in slave Virginia, he and his small band of abolitionists were convicted of treason and hanged. The courage with which Brown faced his death, the humanity with which he defended the rights of African people, and the eloquence with which he attacked slavery inspired people around the world including Henry David Thoreau, Harriet Tubman, and Victor Hugo. The Union soldiers who defeated the South in the Civil War carried his name into battle with the song, John Brown's Body. But it is important to remember that Brown's defeat at Harper's Ferry came after years of successful struggle. Brown lived and worked with black people, when most whites, even abolitionists, were racist. In New England, his League of Guiladets defended the Underground Railway from bounty hunters tracking runaway slaves. In the Adirondacks he organized a farming community for freed Africans. In Boston he raised money for the Free Staters fighting to keep Kansas from becoming a slave state. When they were attacked by border ruffians, Brown smuggled a wagon filled with guns into Kansas and joined the fight himself. John Brown was a man of action. His midnight assassination of 5 pro-slavery thugs in the Swamp of the Swan horrified many abolitionists but turned the tide in Kansas. Captain Brown led the Free State guerrillas to victory at Black Jack and Osawatomie. Disguised as a surveyor, he penetrated enemy camps to spy. Twice he led raids into Missouri to steal slaves. With a price on his head, he traveled to Niagara, New York, and helped write an abolitionist constitution. Recruiting in secret throughout the North, he raised men and money for a daring raid into Virginia that he hoped would inspire abolitionists everywhere to action. Brown's followers included educated free blacks, escaped slaves, social reformers, free thinkers, and Quakers. The most influential abolitionists of the day, including Frederick Douglass, Harriet Tubman, and Gerrit Smith, knew of and supported his plan, though Douglass feared it was doomed to failure. Douglass was right. Brown was wounded and captured, his men brutally murdered. But the raid on Harper's Ferry terrified the South and made the Civil War inevitable. Church bells rang all across the North the day he was hanged. Let us remember John Brown today, not only for the courage with which he faced his death, but for the ingenuity, audacity, and principle with which he led the abolitionist cause. Brown was far more than just a martyr. He was a seasoned, successful, and celebrated anti-slavery warrior who fought many battles, and lost only one. 7.2. The meaning of John Brown, Mumia Abu-Jamal, and all political prisoners. A panel discussion organized by Jericho Movement and Resistance in Brooklyn, December 3, 1999. Saifi Yabukari, hello. My name is Saifi Yabukari. I'm the national co-chair of the Jericho Movement. The Jericho Movement was founded on March 27, 1998, to win amnesty and freedom for all political prisoners inside the U.S. We recognize that the U.S. government does not recognize the existence of political prisoners inside this country. All around the world, they're talking about human rights violations and freeing political prisoners in all the other countries. But when asked about whether political prisoners exist in this country, they answer an unequivocal no. We know different. And a lot of other people of other countries around the world, who have supported people like Leonard Peltier, Geronimo G. Jaga, Angela Davis, and others over the years, recognize the existence of political prisoners inside this country. It is our responsibility, those of us who are involved in struggle in this country, to make sure to educate people about the fact that U.S. political prisoners exist. Some of our political prisoners have been in prison for over 30 years. And one of the things that I say often is that we have a tendency to go to trials and support them while they're on trial. But as soon as the trial's over and they're sent off to the institutions, within a year or two that they're even there, they may be forgotten. Some of our political prisoners have not gotten visits in years. We have one in Pennsylvania who is dead, who died in prison, and the vast majority of the community doesn't even know he's dead. His name still appears on some lists as Thomas Water, out of Pennsylvania, who was one of the Philadelphia Five. And how many of you knew this? It is because we have a tendency not to keep up with our political prisoners. We have known for years that if our political prisoners are left in a vacuum, and if people don't keep up with them, if they don't get visits, they fall prey to the system itself. The main reason the system gives these long sentences is so that they can break the political prisoners their morale, their consciousness, their will to struggle. Finally, they put them in a position where the state can even kill them. Thomas Water, in Pennsylvania, is dead. Underscore 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 underscore. This is the transcript of a panel organized by the National Jericho Movement on December 4, 1999, at Manhattan's Brecht Forum, to commemorate the anniversaries of John Brown's hanging and the assassination of Black Panther Party leaders Fred Hampton and Mark Clark. Linking those historic anniversaries with the campaigns to free Mumia Abu-Jamal and all political prisoners, the event brought together a distinguished grouping of speakers to discuss the state of repression and resistance past, present, and future. Their remarks are presented here, in their complete and unabridged form. This transcript was subsequently published in booklet form by National Jericho, co-published by Resistance in Brooklyn. There are 4 components of the Jericho movement. 1 is to educate people about the existence of political prisoners in this country. 2 is to form a Jericho Legal Defense Fund so that political prisoners can have legal representation, not just during the trial period but throughout their incarceration period. Once inside prison, many of our political prisoners get set up, like New York's Robert Seth Hayes recently did. In his case, this happened so that he could not be eligible for parole at a time when they knew he was fighting his parole denial. They set him up and gave him a year in the hole. And so when he goes in now, he's in a special housing unit that's totally locked down, 23.5 hours a day. Right here in the state of New York. Legal defense is necessary every step of the way while they're incarcerated. Sometimes, just to get educational programs that all other prisoners routinely get, the political prisoners have to fight in the courts. The third aspect of the Jericho movement is our medical project, for the medical needs of all political prisoners. Right now, at least 3 of the political prisoners across the country are dealing with serious medical issues. We sent out a notice about Albert Na Washington, who was recently diagnosed with serious cancer, and what was happening with him. Right now he's in a wheelchair. He's now being given necessary medical care. But he had gotten to the point where he had no feeling on the left side of his body. He could not walk without the aid of crutches, and he was in pain constantly, till his leg numbed out. We did a letter writing campaign. We notified people. And now he's in the hospital, in a wheelchair, but he's had an MRI and he's getting the medical care he has needed. Thomas Manning needed hip replacement surgery for years. And it took a campaign, a concerted effort on the part of lawyers and people who knew about his situation, to make sure he got moved and finally got the hip replacement surgery he needed. Now he's undergoing physical therapy. We recently found out that Seth Hayes was sick. No one knew why. And finally he was able to get care, and they found out he's diabetic. The same with Muchalo Shakur. Some may remember Muchalo's eye problems, which were eventually diagnosed as glaucoma. The medical project is very much needed. Dr. Barbara Zeller is heading that up. One of our panelists today is the head of the Jericho Legal Defense Fund. The fourth aspect of Jericho is the amnesty campaign. And that amnesty campaign is not just about one political prisoner, it's about all the political prisoners. If we're clear about the fact that the US government has waged war on our communities and we're involved in a war of liberation, then what happens is not about court and parole. For our political prisoners to be freed, we need an amnesty campaign. If they say we have made a difference and there's no war going on here, then free our political prisoners. Deal with amnesty. An amnesty campaign cannot just happen on a federal level, because a lot of our political prisoners are held on a state level. There has been no organization recently that's been dealing with all these issues, affecting all the political prisoners. These issues we're dealing with affect political prisoners across the board, across the gamut. One other thing we in the Jericho movement understand is that sometimes political prisoners get to prison when they've been involved in organizations. The organizations on the street, on the ground, that they were from organizations to support them in many cases just don't exist any longer. But the political prisoners are still there. So we have to deal with this. We have to deal with a unified effort around the issue of freedom and amnesty for all our political prisoners. And that's what the Jericho movement is all about. This is our first forum that the Jericho movement has done on the national level, since we came into being on March 27 at the March on Washington. That demonstration was to let the US know, to serve notice, that there's a new commitment to the freedom of our political prisoners. And this is our first forum, because we have been in the midst of building, consolidating, and getting the job done that we started to do to make these things a reality. Mumia Abu Jamal had a new death warrant signed on October 13, 1999, and the date for execution was set for December 2. We looked at the archives, and we found, but wait, let me go back a minute. When Mumia had his first death warrant signed in 1995, they set his execution date for August 17, 1995. We found that August 17 was in fact the birth date of Marcus Garvey. And so, around the African world there was outcry that you can't do this. You can't use the date of the birth of one of our heroes to assassinate, to martyr, to execute another one of them. And there was a major coming together of people to not just stop the execution of Mumia, but to say you can't slap us in the face with an execution on August 17th. And it didn't happen. That death warrant was stayed. When they signed the new warrant, they really picked another date, a date that was not only important for the African community, but also important for our allies. December 2, 1999, was the 140th commemoration of the lynching, the murder, of radical abolitionist John Brown. How many people know John Brown? The black community sure knows John Brown. Because I remember the first ditty I ever heard was John Brown's body lies a-mouldering in his grave and his truth is marching on. That's the first time I heard the name John Brown, when I was just a child. Then, as we grew up, we learned what happened at Harper's Ferry, what happened in Virginia, what happened in terms of a white activist who didn't just talk of freeing the slaves, but who actually led people to take up arms in defense of the slaves, fighting the slave system. And so we said, December 2nd? It can't be. 2 days following December 2, December 4, 1999 was the 30th anniversary of the murder of 2 Black Panthers, Fred Hampton and Mark Clark. When the state moved off December 2nd, and Mumia got another stay of execution, we in the Jericho movement decided that this was a date we had to do something on. We've decided to put together this forum on John Brown, Mumia Abu-Jamal, and all political prisoners. There is a connection between all of this. Our panelists today are Gilda Sherrod Ali, our lead attorney. She's the acting attorney of Jericho Legal Defense Fund. Laura Whitehorn, former political prisoner, after doing, how many years, Laura? Meg Starr of Resistance in Brooklyn, who's also organizing John Brown 2000, a conference around John Brown and what we can do today in the spirit of John Brown. Ilambe Brath, the people's historian, host of WBAI Radio's Afrikaleidoscope. Rosemary Mealy, activist and former Black Panther Party member. Meg Starr, Resistance in Brooklyn, my collective, wanted to do something to commemorate the 200th birthday of John Brown in May this year, and when we were putting together our ideas about it, one of the things that motivated us was a story from the Puerto Rican independence movement. The Puerto Rican movement had a minor revolution in the 1950s which was actually rather major, and over 5,000 people went to jail. Almost none of us know about these events here in the US, but the Jayaway Rebellion is a significant part of contemporary Puerto Rican resistance history. The longest held of those 5,000 political prisoners were the 5 nationalists, and most of us do know at least some of their names: Lolita Lebron, Rafael Cancel Miranda, Oscar Collazo, Irvin Flores, and Andres Figueroa. That they were joined by 5,000 other folk on the island, some of them doing fairly lengthy time, a lot of people don't know. In the wreckage of the movement that fell apart after that revolution was over, and as the intense repression and jailing was occurring, 2 leaders emerged who were, coincidentally, married to each other: Juan Antonio Carretjer and Consula Lee Carretjer. One of the first things that the Carretjers started doing was an annual commemoration of the 1950s Jayaway Rebellion. These commemorations started with the 2 of them going to the mountain town of Jayaway, putting some flowers on the graves of the martyrs who were buried there. Eventually, the annual events became a rallying point, as the independence movement re-emerged in the 1970s and grew strong again. When we claim history for ourselves, and don't let the powers that be lie about it, we claim it as a point of consciousness for ourselves and a rallying point for the movement. That's why we wanted to rescue John Brown in the 200th year of his birth. Over the last couple of years, RNB has been holding events at the time of John Brown's birthday. At each one of those events, we've taken one of the white anti-imperialist political prisoners and we've commemorated their life, putting it in a historical context, making the connections with John Brown and his life. We've done this as a way of claiming our prisoners at this current time period, showing that they come out of a particular movement context, and showing that we can educate about them in new ways. We've focused thus far on David Gilbert and Marilyn Buck, 2 anti-Vietnam War activists who were involved with Students for a Democratic Society and who became anti-racist allies of the Black Liberation Army. There are two ways that John Brown is seen in history that are incorrect. One of the ways they take away our power is to lie to us about history. A common caricature is to see John Brown as this fanatic who was just crazed, who went out on his own and did stuff. This, I think, is the worst interpretation of Brown's life. The other way people often see him is as this lone, very brave, guy who was sort of ahead of his times. Neither of these two interpretations is really true. When I was in college, I just adored the white abolitionists, fighting against slavery. Every course I took, I made it a point to try to turn the course around so I could do all my research, and write all my papers, about the Grimke sisters and all those folks. It wasn't until I got out of college and I got to New York City, and heard from leaders of the Black Liberation Movement and the white anti-imperialist movement, that I realized that the white abolitionist movement of the 1800s was an outgrowth of the black movement of that time. The abolitionists were profoundly influenced and related to the very real war that black people were waging for their own liberation. Despite all my studies at a top university, I didn't realize this basic fact until after I got out of college. That's just one example of how racist, bourgeois historians take us away from the truth of what's going on. If you look at John Brown in the context of the black movement of that time, he was one brave soldier out of many brave soldiers. Some of the steps that he took may have been tactical errors, but they were part of an ongoing war that was being waged. Yes, he was one of the martyrs of that movement, but there were many unsung martyrs of that movement. We all know of Harriet Tubman, and the uprisings around the Underground Railroad, and undoubtedly Tubman was more successful at clandestinity than John Brown. But we must understand, as they themselves understood, that they were all part of this larger war, in which Brown becomes one brave soldier among many. Brown should be significant to us not because he was one great white man, but because he saw what the black movement's overall strategy was, and he wanted to participate in it. He wasn't diverging from it, he wasn't going off on his own, he wasn't telling the black movement, well, you're really doing things the wrong way, and we should be doing things some this other way. Brown wanted to participate, in the most serious way possible, in the larger freedom struggle. I'd be glad to answer more questions on John Brown from a historical point of view, but I really wanted to talk a little bit about being white allies right now, about how we draw together white allies in this current period of time. How do we make a more significant mark in what's happening now with imperialism at this moment in time? How can we best support the struggles of the oppressed nations within the U.S., and outside of U.S. borders, at this moment in history? One of the things I've been thinking about in that context is that Mumia has triggered an amazing international movement, both by the quality of his resistance on death row and by the quality of his life. I think one of our tasks is to make people aware of what he represents as an individual, but beyond being an individual, as a part of an oppressed nation with a real history of struggle. When you look at Mumia, he was a brilliant teenager and a minister of communications for the Black Panther Party before he was even in his 20s. Then, there was a lull in the movement, and Mumia starts working for a newspaper that's fairly mainstream, and he's very successful really. Nevertheless, he can't stop teaching from the traditional sense of the word. He can't stop teaching, he has to write about the incredible corruption of the Philadelphia police at that time, even though that was dangerous to do. He has to teach about what's going on with MOVE. He can't leave his people behind him, and he must have known at some point that he was going to face consequences for that. He knew that there would be consequences for him, as well as his family, and those consequences could change his life. When you listen to tapes of Fred Hampton's speeches, you can understand that that man knew that he could face consequences. Hampton saying that whatever consequences he faced, he was part of a movement that went beyond the consequences, and that his strength could also go beyond. As an individual you think you want to protect yourself, but if you think of yourself as part of this incredible movement, you can go beyond certain kinds of things. And Mumia has gone beyond these things in his life. His revolutionary character, I think, is what draws people to him. Here he is on death row, yet he never makes a statement that is just personal. His statements are about himself, but they are also always teaching about the entire world of oppressed peoples. He never doesn't do that. I think that this is one of the key reasons why he has motivated so many people to want to work on his case. When you look at the white community in particular, we have the white radicals, white revolutionaries who want to be allies of the black movement and movements around the world right now. We have a responsibility to take his case and make the people who are moved by Mumia understand they're not just moved because he's a victim of tremendous insults, which he is. He's a victim in a certain sense of the word, but also he's incredibly strong, and part of a larger movement. The strength of the Black Liberation Movement is exemplified by the soldier, this one soldier who's on death row right now. We have to challenge people to see the strength of that entire movement. And in a very specific way, I want to challenge people to build the Jericho movement as part of building our work around Mumia. This is something that the political prisoners themselves have been talking about. There's a concern from one of the anti-imperialist prisoners and one of the Black Liberation Movement prisoners, from David Gilbert and Herman Bell, that we make these links. They sent out a call, along with many political prisoners under the banner of the Jericho movement, urging people to say that this is the year, 2000 to 2001, for all campaigns around political prisoners to have a focus on Mumia, because his life is at stake. There have been calls from people like Native American political prisoner Standing Deer, who's got bad health and has been in prison for 25 years, who have said that what's important right now is that Mumia might lose his life. And if the community of political prisoners is prioritizing Mumia in a certain way right now, I think we on the outside should also, while at the same time remembering all the political prisoners and remembering that he comes from a movement. The Black Liberation Movement, the new African independence movement, has the major number of political prisoners held in the U.S. dozens and dozens and dozens who have been jailed for many years. There are the Native American prisoners, and white anti-imperialists, and still some Puerto Rican prisoners of war, in spite of the great victories of this fall when 11 of them were released. We must remember all this in the building of Jericho. If one looks around for the unified strategies of the Black radical movement at this time, Jericho is a unified strategy. We need to try to draw people into an understanding of that. Yet we also need the help of people, whether or not they're going to understand the full revolutionary context of the political prisoners and the power of the Black movement. We still need to get something from them. Sometimes I think we get very oversimplified. We want only the people with the full radical commitment, we don't reach out to everybody. We have to reach out to everybody on their level. I met a revolutionary white clandestine member of the African National Congress during the period of the rise of the South African Liberation Movement in the 1980s, just before they won power. And one of the things he talked about was splitting the white community. They weren't trying to just get revolutionary white people over to the ANC. They were also trying to neutralize white people and to split communities where there were people they were never going to win over. They did, for example, manage to persuade a lot of white people in South Africa that they didn't want to join the army, that they didn't want to go into the black communities and fight in there. Some of the reasons white people resisted the South African Defense Forces were for self-preservation and self-interest, not for good, principled, anti-racist reasons. But we have to be able to reach out, to have a multi-level strategy, where we're working on many different levels to free the prisoners. Not everybody has to agree with everything to be involved in some level of these efforts. As white revolutionaries, we've got to argue for a broad, historical picture that understands the need for militant action. But we also have to have levels that we argue for that are not so militant, but mass. We must say, simply, no one can be a responsible anti-death penalty advocate without doing something around Mumia this year. There are simple levels as well as broad levels. These are some of our considerations. When we're trying to fight white supremacy, we believe it has to be a dialogue between white activists and people of color activists all the time. Because I don't think white people can fight white supremacy on their own. We've been brought up and educated in a tremendously white supremacist system, and white privileges are part of our everyday lives no matter how we resist them. We have to keep that dialogue open and keep being aware of the things that affect us. That's why I call on white people to look at strategy, building Jericho in a certain kind of context. We have friends, for example, who have done some great work in the race traitor movement, talking about abolishing the concept of whiteness. They've also been doing commemorations of John Brown, though from a somewhat more academic viewpoint. Well, Race Traitor wrote a paper in 1999 in which they had questions for the Mumia movement, such as how is the Mumia movement reinforcing whiteness, and why isn't the Mumia movement doing this and that? The thing is, for the most part Race Traitor hasn't been working in the Mumia movement, or in the movement to free all US political prisoners. Yes, it's important to raise questions about strategy, and to talk within a movement about strategy and tactics. But to stand on the outside, as white activists looking in at an effort that has been led by the black movement, this is what reinforces white supremacy. We may not be where we want to be around the movement to free political prisoners in this country, but we've got to look at certain realities. The 1998 Jericho rally itself was the biggest demonstration for a generation around the general issue of U.S. political prisoners. The freedom this year of the 11 Puerto Rican prisoners wasn't under the terms they would have liked, but it was a major triumph of the movement. It empowered people in Puerto Rico to continue their resistance and win, at this moment, another strategic victory around Vieques. Clinton's recent announcement that he is not going to bomb Vieques is only because of the unity on the part of the Puerto Rican people. We know that the minute something changes, the US could continue bombing, but there is still a victory in this period. We've had some victories, and we have some strengths. And I'm just in admiration of the level of unity in the black movement that's led to some of these victories and strengths. I'm hoping we can look at these often obscured realities, and recognize them at the moment they're happening. That's what will give us the power to go on, to form respectful alliances and to do our necessary work. By working for and with the liberations movements, we can break through our feelings of disempowerment that are developed by bourgeois society, the feelings of invisibility of the power of the black community that's fostered by bourgeois society. We have to break through it, to see how it's affecting our daily activism, and rebuild our own movements stronger than ever. Gilda Sherrod Ali, I am the acting director of the Jericho Legal Defense Fund and also the co-chair of the Criminal Justice Conference of the National Conference of Black Lawyers. I want to talk about the legal challenges that we face in this movement. I read a quote by one of the political prisoners, who indicated that, and I'm going to loosely quote him, that any movement which does not revere and support its political prisoners and prisoners of war is a sham movement. And I agree with that wholeheartedly. Because the people who are incarcerated, jailed, in captivity, in the U.S. penitentiaries and state penitentiaries across the country, are people who have never given up the idea of a free and just society, be they anti-imperialists, Puerto Rican nationalists, African nationalists. I want to talk a little bit about some of the legal challenges that are faced by our heroes and heroes and why there is this absolute necessity, not only for Jericho, but for the Jericho Legal Defense Fund. Because there is nothing worse than to have one of our brothers or sisters in prison serving 80 years like Marilyn Buck and Mutulu Shakur received 80 years imprisonment. And while they're there, they're confronted with a legal issue, they have to do the work themselves. They have to do their own paperwork. You know about this. So what are we doing out here? Benefiting, really? Because there wouldn't have been any civil rights without the Black Power movement. That's a fact, benefiting from their sacrifice, and not giving them the support and energy that they deserve and need. The Jericho Legal Defense Fund is necessary to provide legal assistance, for those who need it. I just work pro bono, and there are lawyers who work without a fee, pro bono. Some lawyers need some compensation, we need to provide the compensation to them. It is also needed to pay legal expenses, travel expenses where necessary, and travel expenses can be huge because they scatter political prisoners all across the country, and not only that, but they move them constantly. We need to raise the issue nationally, and consistently, about political prisoners and prisoners of war. So how does legal defense raise the issue? Whenever you are litigating any issue, you get a heightened degree of publicity. It happens all the time, and though it does not happen as much with political prisoners' cases, it still does happen, and we can make it happen even more. The Jericho Legal Defense Fund is necessary, now and in the foreseeable future. Why do I say that? I say that, in part, based on the correspondence that I receive from political prisoners/POWs, such as Marilyn Buck. She's one of the 2 political prisoners who serve on the board of Jericho Legal Defense Fund. The other is Sundiata Akali. Marilyn Buck indicated in her correspondence to me that she disagreed with one of the statements about defining what a political prisoner is, because we were talking about just those that exist right now. Marilyn Buck said, "Oh, no, no, no. This thing has to be an ongoing entity. Given the nature of the ongoing state of the Union, and the ever-rising up vision of resistance and liberation struggle, there will be more political prisoners. When you know that the battle is an ongoing one, you have to prove that something's going to be around to give that assistance. Legal challenges that are presented to political prisoners are very, very unique. You heard Safiya say it, and it's true. The US does not recognize political prisoners and POWs inside its borders. Now how can they get away with that? They get away with that because the people who are imprisoned for their political beliefs and political activities are there because they were charged with a violation of a state or federal crime. They went to trial, were found guilty of those charges, and so the US says, they're just common criminals in jail, they're not political prisoners. They broke the law. So that's how they get away with it. They create this fiction. Political prisoners don't get treated the same way other criminals do. Take my word for it, I know from my representation of political prisoners, the US doesn't treat them the same way. They treat them very distinctly. And it is highly, highly, highly oppressive. I want you to think now, everybody in here, just take a minute to think about this. What state of mind would you be in, if you were kept in solitary confinement, locked in a room, only let out for an hour day, year after year, after your 15th and 16th and 17th and 18th year on end? What state of mind would be you in? Could you be as strong as Russell Maroon Shoatz? That's the question. And that is why we have to come to the aid of our political prisoners and POWs. They are treated differently. They are kept, not only in solitary confinement, but housed in the most secure and maximum units in the country. Many of our political prisoners have been held for many years in Marion, Illinois, or in Florence, Colorado, in MDX, a maximum prison inside a maximum prison. It's a control center, a behavior modification center. The US government is involved in behavior modification, and they do it to political prisoners and POWs. They are moved constantly from one institution to another, particularly when a political prisoner/POW becomes involved in organizing from within the institution, or becomes a legal assistant to other prisoners inside of the institution, or even begins legal actions on his or her own behalf. The prison gets wind of it, and right away, for administrative reasons, they find a way to transfer them. They can transfer them within a facility, or from one facility to another. Political prisoners are specially monitored by the Bureau of Prisons in Washington, D.C., at a central monitoring unit. If you're a political prisoner/POW, the warden of the prison where you are cannot authorize your move. Your move is authorized from Washington. They give them this different treatment, but they say, oh no, you're not a political prisoner. When they're moved, it's disruptive. It is terribly, terribly disruptive. It has a disruptive effect on the political prisoners/POWs, and on their legal advisors, and their families. Once again, the prisoner becomes separated from their family and their supporters. It takes sometimes a week before people know where they are and can catch up with them. Their mail gets interrupted, it has to be rerouted. Their magazines have to be rerouted. Their property gets separated from them. And when their property gets separated from them, their legal papers get separated from them. If you're in the middle of litigation, you've got to chase down your client's legal papers. I know when I was working on a case with Dr. Muchalushakur, it was just a horror story, when we had to chase his papers down. His moves took him from Atlanta to Springfield, Missouri. Then his papers were shipped someplace else. It was not even Atlanta or Springfield, so it was really a horror story. The contacts made within a prison by a political prisoner/POW are disrupted when there is a move. They have contacts that they make. Imagine if you moved around a lot as a kid, or moved around a lot, now as an adult, you make contacts in your community, where you live. When you move, those contacts get disrupted. When they are moved, the lawyer has to go through a situation of re-establishing connections with the people in the prison. Now it's not easy dealing with these people, I'm going to tell you. You have to deal with their legal staff, you've got to deal with their lawyers, you've got to deal with any number of counselors who are supposed to be working with your client. Laura is laughing, because some counselors work only in the daytime, other counselors work only at night. And another counselor comes in only on the weekends. And you have this whole plethora of people, none of whom seem to know who the other one is. When your client gets moved, you've got to deal with a whole new group, some of whom are almost human, and some of whom haven't got a clue as to how to be nice, even on a good day. So it becomes even more of a challenge just to connect with your client, to keep your client's paperwork intact, and to make sure that you and your client can communicate while you're litigating the case. When political prisoners/POWs are moved from one institution to another, they are kept in segregation, called segregated housing units or SHUs, or what I like to call the box. Because that's what it is, it's a little box. I mean, they can barely lay out. If you're really tall, like some of them are, you can barely stretch out from end to end inside this little cramped cell that they put you in. And you are totally segregated. They take you out twice a week for a shower. They let you run around in an enclosed area for an hour a day, if they give you that, an enclosed area for recreation purposes. This is not outside. This is enclosed inside the prison. This is also supposed to be where you go so they can do a medical exam of you and a psychological, and they have to run some other tests and they have to do this and that. It's just a lot of BS to keep a man or woman separated from the population until they decide whether they're going to put them in population or keep them in isolation. Every time a political prisoner/POW is moved, they are moved into a SHU. They don't just go right into population in new prison. That doesn't happen. And if you are a lawyer advocating for your client, you've got to be on top of that, otherwise they'll keep your client in that SHU for months. When they're in the SHU, they have limited or no phone contact. The lawyer may be able to have some phone contact, but they don't have any phone contact with anybody else. No phone contact. Everything is monitored, and as a lawyer you really have to stay on top of that. And it takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of effort, and it takes a lot of work. And oftentimes, just a phone call or a letter won't work. You've got to send a certain kind of letter to let them know that if they don't do something real quick you're going to sue them in court, and have the papers ready to sue them in court. Don't just have an empty threat out there. Be ready. So that when what is supposed to happen doesn't happen, you file it in court, and all of a sudden they say, "Oh, we were going to do that. We were going to do that, we were going to move him. Ms. Ali, you didn't have to sue us. But you didn't move him by the deadline date." You have to be ready, and that takes time and that takes commitment on the behalf of the attorneys who do this. While they're in the SHU, political prisoners who are not supposed to be monitored illegally often have their legal connection violated, their private attorney/client mail is often accidentally opened. Their telephone calls are monitored, and they're not supposed to be monitored. You get into the habit, when you're talking to your client, of saying if there's anybody else on this line that's listening to this phone call, they better not use anything we say or we will have to sue them in court. Monitoring calls between attorney and client violates basic attorney/client privilege. In addition to these obvious challenges that I have just told you, when you start litigating the case, when you start trying to prove your client's case, you see all the differences in how political prisoners and other prisoners are treated. For the ordinary person who's in prison for a social crime, it might be quite easy to begin litigation. Even if it's difficult, you don't have to jump through the hurdles and hoops that you would as a political prisoner. I'm going to give you an example, then I'll stop after this. I'm one of the attorneys, along with Carl Franklin, who's working on Rule 78 for Robert Seth Hayes. This is a petition challenging the parole board's decision to deny him parole. In order to make that denial, the board used some things that were outside their guidelines. Well, we cite some really good case law that's on point in terms of Seth's case. In fact, one of the cases that we cite in his petition is a case involving the parole board talking about the political affiliation of the prisoner. And it talks about something to do with the Republican Party versus the Democratic Party. When, in the case of this precedent, the person was denied parole after a brief discussion of their political affiliation, the courts found that that was enough to grant that prisoner a de novo hearing, a new hearing before a judge independent of the parole board. That conversation was egregious enough, talking about somebody's political beliefs. With a political prisoner, that would not be enough. I'm telling you flat out. We argued the political belief issue for Seth, plus other stuff, truly egregious stuff. And we haven't heard anything from the court. It's been almost 2 months. I'm very optimistic, but when we're arguing a case for a political prisoner, we have to say not only that they used this information about his political beliefs to deny him parole, but a whole bunch of other stuff. They don't use the same standard, so we have to work harder. We need more help, greater access to materials, to assistance. We need more money, we need more researchers, we need more assistance to help our political prisoners. And until we get that more, we're not going to be able to do all the things we need to do. So I'm glad that you are here. I hope that more people will support the Jericho movement, and also support the Jericho Legal Defense Fund, so that we can provide this more for the political prisoners/POWs. If we don't do this for them, they're not going to get what they deserve, they're not going to get the kind of help that they need. It would be truly a wrongful act for us to continue to have our political prisoners working on their own behalf trying to litigate these cases. Even though some of them are really good in terms of their abilities to learn new stuff about the legalities and the law, they're not lawyers. And those of us who are lawyers, and some of us are pretty good lawyers, if we're going to do this, we need to make sacrifices. Like my grandmother always said, you don't gain anything in life without sacrifice. You can't imagine going from point A to point B without making some sacrifice. So, we want to make this sacrifice, but we need everybody to make some sacrifices and support the Jericho Legal Defense Fund and the Jericho movement. Laura Whitehorn, I'm really glad to be here, and I mean that on a lot of different levels. I want to thank the people who do the Jericho work, I've got to tell you, because when we first got the word that Jericho was going to happen, the idea first came from Jalil Muntakim, a new African political prisoner. And anyone who's been in the anti-imperialist movement or the Black liberation movement for a lot of years knows that Jalil has had a lot of good ideas over the years, and some of them have been taken up and some of them haven't. I remember in 1979, when he came up with the idea of a petition to the UN saying that the situation of black people in the US is a human rights violation in and of itself, not just because of slavery. The petition would note that the West has never made up for that, and also note the oppression that exists right up to today. That petition was taken up a few days before Assata Shakur was liberated. When the Jericho idea was taken up too, we all celebrated. Until the fact that there are political prisoners in this country is recognized by every progressive person and then on into the communities, the government is never going to say a word or do a thing. I could give examples of all the things that Gilda said, because it's all true and it all happened to me, it happened to my comrades. I want to tell just one thing that just happened to me a couple of days ago. I was on the train riding to my sister's house for Thanksgiving. She lives in New Jersey and I was with my girlfriend. And all of a sudden she heard me go huh, and she said what happened. I looked out the window and saw these cages outside. I thought it was a prison. And as we're looking, as the train is pulling away, it was a kennel. I said, yeah, that's right, that's what you feel like when you're in one of those cages, when you're in the hole. I was held in solitary confinement for a year, and that's the kind of place I had to exercise. We used to go out there and bark, kidding around, ha. Everything Gilda said is true. I want to talk about 3 things, and I will be brief. I was really happy to be asked to speak today because Fred Hampton and John Brown and Mumia and all the rest of the political prisoners are my heroes. First I want to talk about Fred Hampton a little bit. And I guess the context for talking about Fred Hampton is to talk about the 1960s. In prison, I was in a very tight collective of women political prisoners, most recently with Marilyn Buck and Linda Evans, Carmen Valentin, Dulcia Pagan, and Lucy and Alicia Rodriguez. And we all came out of the 60s. We had a certain language together, and as I got out I realized we speak a language about the 60s that is probably spoken by some people in this room and not by others. What we talk about, when we're talking about the 60s, is not just about the level of demonstrations, important as they were. We're not just talking about the Black Panther Party as a mass movement that captured the imagination and the passion and the aspirations of thousands and thousands of people in this country, important as that was. We're not just talking about the anti-war movement, and the fact that young people in this country said, for a variety of reasons, no. We're not going to allow our government to do this to the people of another country. All of those things are part of the 60s. When I talk about the 60s, what I'm talking about is the fact that it was the high tide of national liberation around the world. All of those things that we saw in the 60s were an expression of that. Underneath it all, what that period meant was that all the injustices that we have grown up with and that we still see today that I hated as a kid even though I didn't really understand them, those things could be changed. People around the world, oppressed nations, were wising up and overthrowing colonialist regimes. That's what was happening in the 1960s, and it was a very significant change in the nature of the world. It meant that the imperialists, the colonialists, the ruling class, whatever you want to call them, couldn't hold on to their properties and their nations of people. It meant that there was something called People's War, which was put into effect not only in Vietnam, but in nations in Africa and in Latin America. Finally, to someone like me, to someone who had grown up just dissatisfied with the nature of this country, and particularly disliking racism, it became clear that there were people out there fighting for change. For some reason, I can't explain it, but as a little kid before I knew anything about anything, I just hated that what I saw in front of me was lies, that we lived in a democratic system, and then I would go into Harlem and see that people in Harlem didn't have the same opportunities that people in white communities had. It was just as plain as that. So all of a sudden, to me and to other people around the world, there was this strategy and there was something happening that was changing things. Instead of just thinking, we've got to fight racism, we've got to fight racism forever and ever and ever, all of a sudden there was this strategy that could actually overturn the system that produced racism. That's what the Panthers were a part of, to me. My own relationship to the whole thing, to the murder of Fred Hampton, was very personal because he was the person who organized me to go from being kind of a liberal to being a revolutionary. In study groups that I was part of with the Panthers in Chicago, he heard things that I was saying which he took a step further. Fred said to me, "You know, you're not going to like this because it's going to mean a big change in your life, but I think you really mean what you're saying. You've got to become a revolutionary, and not just a progressive, good-hearted person." And I took that seriously. He inspired me, and the Panthers inspired me and hundreds of other people. Marilyn Buck could sit here and tell you a very similar thing. For her it wasn't Chicago, it was California. Linda Evans could tell you a similar thing, it wasn't Chicago, it was Michigan. For Susan Rosenberg, a similar thing, she was 10 years younger than me, but it happened to her here in New York. And I think that this is true for all the anti-imperialist political prisoners. The Ohio 7, Tommy Manning and Ray Levasseur could tell you a similar thing coming out of the Army. To me, that's the continuity between the fact that we're commemorating the 30th anniversary of the assassinations of Fred Hampton and Mark Clark, and we're celebrating political prisoners, because that's where we come from. There was a sense of power that was available if people were willing to sacrifice and struggle and fight to take it. There was a sense of fury at the government, because when Fred was murdered, some things became clear. People would remember, if anyone has had the chance to see the movie The Murder of Fred Hampton. I used to say to friends of mine who weren't in the movement, the FBI is watching us. They're infiltrating. This guy who came to a meeting the other day, I can't tell you why, but I know he's an agent. This thing is happening, my phone is tapped. My parents would say, right, yeah. And there are UFOs arriving from Mars, too. But 20 years later it's all out on paper, it all was happening. When Fred was killed, everybody knew immediately that he had been set up. We knew that it wasn't just the Chicago police that set him up. It was the FBI, and sure enough, after months and months, it was finally exposed that the FBI had put an informant and an agent into Fred's security circle. On the very night that Fred was killed, he was kind of drugged, and couldn't get up out of the bed. His Kool-Aid had been drugged by this FBI agent William O'Neill, who later killed himself after admitting his involvement. I'm going to say something now that, if my lawyer were here, she'd probably kill me. When Fred Hampton was killed, I wasn't in Chicago anymore, I was in Weatherman. I was in Cleveland, and it was the first time that I tried to engage in active armed struggle, because I was so infuriated. Once again, Malcolm X had been killed, that's how I saw it. Once again, someone who was a leader, you can't tell just from tapes of Fred speaking. You would go to a church on the west side of Chicago. The church would be packed, wall-to-wall people, and it wasn't the left, it wasn't students, it was the entire black community. There'd be a bunch of young white people and a bunch of Puerto Rican people too. In Chicago, there were Puerto Rican gangs and black gangs, and the Puerto Rican gangs became united with the Young Lords Party and the black gangs became united with the Black Panther Party. That's one of the reasons the police were so terrified. And Fred would open his mouth and you could see on everyone's face that he was saying things that all of us had felt in our hearts and in our guts. He was articulating them. I can say this as an anti-racist white person, for the black people there, it must have been even more true. Fred was 21, maybe 22 years old. He had been a leader since he was in high school right outside of Chicago. That's just who he was. When he was killed, I just said, they killed Malcolm X again. Fred's assassination made me understand on a deeper level what this government is capable of and what it's going to take to win justice. What were people really asking for? The Black Panthers were asking for a basic program of land, independence, freedom, bread, food, housing. You know, basic democratic rights. What it took to put them down was murders and assassinations and putting people in prison. On the other hand, the Panthers held out that hope that I was talking about before, the hope of taking power. That's why we still say to each other power to the people when we leave a message on each other's phone machines. And it still does mean something. I agree with what Meg said in the beginning about Mumia. The government trying to murder Mumia is not so different from the government that murdered Malcolm X and Fred Hampton. We couldn't stop it the other times. We couldn't stop them from murdering Martin Luther King. But this time we've got a lot of lead time, and we've got to do whatever we can to stop them from murdering Mumia. One last thing, I just want to say that, even though I maxed out of prison, I'm still on parole. Go figure. I never went to the parole board, but somehow I ended up on parole. I did all of my time, and I had good days, under the law that folks used to be tried under before 1987. I had loads of good days accumulated, that I would lose every time I would get in trouble, then I would get them back. But despite all that, I'm not allowed to speak to Linda or Marilyn or Susan or David Gilbert or Sundiata Akalai or Mutala or anyone. I do know, once you've been in prison with people and in clandestinity with people, you kind of know what they're thinking even if they don't tell you. I know that they send their solidarity, and that they say, "Free Mumia. Free all political prisoners." When Gilda said that Marilyn Buck said that there were going to be more political prisoners, she really knows that because Marilyn was in prison first in 1972 or 73. She was arrested in California for buying 2 boxes of ammunition, just some little bullets which were for the Black Panther Party. It wasn't like cop killer bullets or dum-dums. Yet she went to prison, and she got 10 years. She was given a furlough, because in those days people were allowed out. When she was in prison, she was there with Asada. And she was in prison with Lolita Lebron, who was one of the 5 Puerto Rican nationalists that Meg was talking about in the beginning. When Marilyn went on a furlough, she didn't go back to prison, so they considered that an escape. And what she did then wasn't to hightail it out of the country and go find a place to live a life of ease. She came right back into the struggle. Which is how she ended up being arrested the same day I was in 1985. Marilyn was in prison when there were a handful of women political prisoners, and then she was in prison again when there were a lot more women political prisoners. She knows from her own experience that there are political prisoners from different struggles and different years. And the struggle continues. Ilambe Brath, it's a great pleasure to be once again at the Brecht Forum, this time with the Jericho movement to deal with the question of John Brown, Mumia, Fred Hampton, and all political prisoners. I wanted to piggyback on what Gilda said before about Marilyn Buck. Given the nature of the ongoing struggle, there's going to be a lot more political prisoners. I testified for Mutulu in his case. I was there when Mutulu and Marilyn got their time. And I think one of the things that we really need in this movement is some time to be able to document what people say. If the people who we're trying to attract could have just heard both Mutulu and Marilyn as they stood before the judge, with the fine spirit to talk about what they believed in and why they felt no shame for what they were charged with having done. They were ready to go on into prison. Of course, I can't repeat it verbatim. One of the things we need to do is go back and get some of those transcripts and print them out so people can see the kind of character that the political prisoners we're talking about have. When people see that, they'd have to ask themselves what they would have done in that particular case. The fact is, when you start to look at what happened 140 years ago with John Brown, we should lay down the paradigm for what African peoples expected of European people in the society, and the kind of person you'd have to be in order to show that you should be anti-imperialist and anti-racist. Because John Brown was not alone. He took some of his sons with him. For a man to give up his sons, to get his sons involved and then see them die, it shows the tremendous commitment of that particular person. That's the reason why, when people say John Brown, many black people who happen to be nationalists get up and salute. They realize what he was all about. If you look at what the Village Voice did a couple of weeks ago on their cover, in a photorealism painting of Mumia on a gurney, you see them really trying to project a mindset of acceptance of Mumia being killed. To me, in a certain way, although Peter Noel, who I understand had something to do with that cover, said yesterday that it was for the shock value, I think that it's just as slimy as TV commentator Sam Donaldson. Sam Donaldson is more outright trying to say that Mumia should die. That was kind of the artist's suggestion, projecting the killing of Mumia as acceptable for most people. As if that's a foregone conclusion, that it was going to happen. We have to be able to discern those nuances that people put out, claiming they're doing something for us while really at the same time trying to undermine us in our efforts for our people. We talk about COINTELPRO, and we go back to when J. Edgar Hoover first started out with Marcus Garvey, the first case. Look at the way that Hoover set that case up before there was even a Federal Bureau of Investigation, just a Bureau of Investigation at that time. It was a classic COINTEL program that again, as Laura pointed out, we're shocked and we say these people are diabolical, when, in reality, we know all along this is what they want to do. In the case of Fred Hampton and Mark Clark, which took place 30 years ago, we heard all the sordid details. The fact is that, later on, they can still take Fred Hampton, Jr., and frame him up for causing a fire that torched a Korean shop during the Rodney King uprisings. Fred Hampton, Jr. is carrying on his father's role, not just in trying to organize the gangs as he was doing in Chicago, but also struggling in prison under false charges. I know yesterday they had a big party in Chicago for Sister Acua Njeri, Fred Hampton's widow, and I think it's fantastic that you can be witness to a horror that took place 30 years ago, and still engage in struggle. Then they take away your son, and put him away, and you continue to struggle on. What I'm saying is that there's a particular type of character, that people who are committed to liberation find themselves unable to restrain, and they might become a political prisoner. Although we don't want more political prisoners, we want to have more political victories, and the fact is that we can't worry about imprisonment if we intend to live out the action of liberation. We have now the demand for reparations. There are some who are trying to put on the indigenous African population the idea that they are responsible for slavery themselves. That Africans engaged in slavery organizing, which is a lie. The Africans didn't have penitentiaries. Penitentiaries are something you see in Europe. One of the ways they finally got rid of prisoners in Europe was to send them off to penal colonies, like the US or New Zealand or Australia. All of these places became penal colonies, and even in this particular place the U.S. a lot of people were sent over here. The Africans, while they did take political prisoners, would usually put them in some kind of indentured servitude, or they would even initiate them into their own ethnic group and have them carry on the traditions of that particular ethnicity. They didn't have any problem with letting some of those people be sent away, because they had no idea what was happening on the other side of the Atlantic. That's not to actually apologize, to give a defense that would be just total. But you do have to realize, in all kinds of struggle, that there are class dimensions. That's what people have to learn today, the fact that class is inextricably intertwined with race. That's one of the things that actually makes a difference in the Black liberation movement. More and more people have understood that it's not simply just racial, there's a class dynamic that starts to give you a new perspective on who your friends are and who your enemies are. And that's one of the things that the Panthers came to acknowledge and were able to make a lot of people around them understand. I don't know if anyone saw what happened yesterday with this young man, Johnson, an 18-year-old that was just getting convicted in Staten Island for killing a policeman. He was convicted of killing a policeman last year when he was 17, and the policeman was black. Johnson has a striking resemblance to Mumia, these long dreads, he looks like Mumia. You had to see the media orchestrate this thing. There were all these white cops from Staten Island, and a black mother, who of course is mourning for her son who got killed. But there's this lasting impression in your mind, and a transfer of identification of this guy, and how one cop said, because he was 17 years old when he committed the crime, we couldn't convict him of first degree, they got him on second degree, which means he'll get 25 to life. One cop was saying about the cop that was killed, our dear brother, and this guy should be getting the death penalty. So the idea is sent out again, that these guys who kill cops or are convicted of killing cops need to get the death penalty. Exactly as Sam Donaldson was arguing. We have a tremendous responsibility. You realize that the US is the biggest death penalty advocate and practitioner. George Bush is riding high with a whole lot of money behind him to put him into the executive mansion. And you can only imagine if he has about 500 people on death row in Texas, he's actually doing more than Ann Richards. Ann Richards was no slouch either. George Bush's theme was that he'd actually killed more people than Ann Richards. That was his campaign. There's a build-up of people moving into position to concretize these death camps, which is what these prisons have come to be. The US at the World Trade Organization argues against China. The rest of them were forced to take a position against China, because China was supposed to be using slave labor. China is a society of 1 billion people. How many people there are actually involved with this particular slave labor? And what about the United States? The United States has the fastest growing prison industry, not just incarcerating people for political crimes, but for any crimes. Many of the crimes people are doing are also political, from a social point of view. For a lot of these crimes, people are being framed up. If you look at what's going on in New York State, and you get into the Rockefeller laws, a lot of people who are in prison and get a record should never have been there in the first place. In many cases, if it weren't for race, they wouldn't be in there. There's a subliminal feeling, by a lot of people who have never been in prison, that anyone who's ever been in prison deserved to be there. After all, they got convicted. They don't look at the machinations of the trial, of the jury selection. They don't look at how the judges are put into position to be hanging judges. Szabo should never have been on Mumia's trial. We had heard about him. When we first went out to see this guy, it looked like we were looking at a movie. It was out of a movie of down south. This Judge Szabo came out of central casting. So we know that the deck is stacked. The fact is that at this particular time in history, we are seeing that people are trying to get organized. Who was there, 80 years after the first general strike in this country, that took place in Seattle, with 60,000 workers who walked off? We were going to go in there and shake them up and embarrass them, and make sure the WTO delegates couldn't get in there. We actually put the question of world trade in a place where no one had even thought about, and now people are thinking about it. Of course, the first globalization was slavery. That was a very successful enterprise, enslaving one group of people and misappropriating lands from another group of people, a group of people who showed their charity. Carlos Cook used to say that the African and the Indian were both victims of their own charity. A lot of these societies had legends that one day, over the horizon, were going to come a strange group of people. They argued over whether they should kill them on the beach. There was a big debate, and, of course, the radical people lost out. Therein lies the rub. A lot of people fell into imperialism and colonialism. The fact is, we do have a situation where we have to make our people realize that there's a war going on. 20 years ago, we were arguing that the New York State prison system was the biggest housing project for blacks and Latinos. This is not new stuff people are talking about. But now, more people are saying it. People are saying, we know about this prison industrial complex. We're talking about fascism. We saw this case the other day. Stephen Johnson, a graffiti painter who was on WLIB radio, on the Khalid Muhammad show, said he was going to make this painting that replicated Chris Afili's Madonna. Chris Afili was the Nigerian painter based in London that caused the whole controversy with the Sensation show. What Stephen Johnson has done is to take a picture of Giuliani's head, and put it on his painting, and today to raise money for housing works he was going to charge $1 a person to throw elephant dung on Giuliani. He had some elephant dung, and a glove to use. The next day, the New York City police broke into his house, downloaded things off of his computer, took everything they could get out of there including some brass knuckles he had up on a wall, and charged him with having a weapon. I'm telling you what's happening right now in New York City. They got a judge to sign a search warrant, but what kind of law are we coming to? When we talked about fascism before, people thought we were outrageous. Fascism doesn't have to come like it came in Europe. This is a unique society. And, of course, within a unique society there will be new ways to deal with this thing. A couple of weeks ago, Clinton was surrounded by all of these Republicans and Democrats, all of them agreeing on the new Latin American relations in banking. They all agree that this is a good thing. Isn't Clinton the same guy we were trying to lynch over his sexual proclivities? They're all smiling together, because this is something they realize is the business of America, global trade, and utilizing slave labor all over the world. They're the ones who are actually creating the systems that have other people brutalizing their own people in order for them to get into the game. What we have now is a unipolar world, with the US at the top. Of course, you have these slight skirmishes within it, within the European allies, but for the most part we're looking at a very dangerous situation. I just wanted to close out in saying, the Native American people feel that the Europeans who came here, though under the aristocrats and landowners, didn't come from a democratic society and didn't use the word democracy. They learned about democracy from the Iroquois, the Great Law of Peace. Benjamin Franklin and Jefferson, all the laws from the Great Law of Peace showed them how to set up the United States of America. So Europeans didn't just steal the land, they even stole the governing principles that were already here at that time. You really see how callous these people are who govern society. At the same time that they were saying we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by the Creator, with certain inalienable rights, among them life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, George Washington had 400 slaves on his cotton plantation in Mt. Vernon. Thomas Jefferson had slaves at his plantation in Monticello, Virginia. Benjamin Franklin was arguing that he didn't want the sons of Guinea being born anymore in this country, because they were darkening the country too much. Already the native population was too tawny. Some of the Europeans, such as Swedes and Germans, were too swarthy and could not be compared to Englishmen. So there were these kinds of dynamics. For them to go outside and talk about the paradigm of democracy and freedom is the biggest joke in the world. Because we don't have an education about what really happened to us, we go along with it. We're taught to say that Columbus discovered America and we can't pass kindergarten if we say something different. In reality, it was the Indians that discovered Columbus on the beach. We have a mandate. When we start talking about the Jericho movement, and we start talking about a person like Jalil who is a brilliant theoretician. We used to go up to Green Haven prison a lot, when both Jalil and Robert Seth Hayes were there. When you sit down and talk with Seth, he is so calm even though he's done all that time. You would not believe the spirit of the people who have been convicted as political prisoners. The people who cry the most are the real criminals who should be in jail. As Richard Pryor said, they need some penitentiaries for some of these people because some of them are just out here, off the hook. But the political prisoners, the people who can make a decisive change, have decided to make that contribution in Jericho. That's why you have the new African Liberation Front. These kinds of things are coming up because there's no more division between those people inside who were incarcerated, they're still a part of this movement. They are not alienated, they're not disrespected. They have the highest respect. When someone comes out from inside, people listen. Because they're speaking from experience of what they've undergone, being totally under control of the state. We have to take ourselves a little more seriously. We're going to have to figure out how to make this movement grow bigger, because we're going into the year 2000. The state has already established what it's going to do. And they know they're going to have a big fight. If they'd done what they said they were going to do on Thursday, December 2nd, a lot of this country would have been in smoke. A lot of people are very serious about different ways they want to act and respond. They know that if what they were dealing with was embarrassing in Seattle, try killing Mumia. We have to consolidate our movement to be much stronger than it is now, because we're fighting against a very formidable enemy and one that is not taking any prisoners, no pun intended. Peace. Saifi Yabakari, in the very beginning of the major work around Mumia, the political prisoners started art and writings against the death penalty. Political prisoners unite to save Mumia. They sent out their writings and their artwork, and it was out on tour across the country, raising awareness about Mumia's condition. One of the things over the years that has been done by the political prisoners, who are in terrible conditions themselves, has been to push us to focus work around Mumia. I know, I was working on the New York 3 case, was one of the few working on it, and I literally got a waiver from them to start working on Mumia's case before there got to be as much work being done on it. People must recognize that Mumia's case is not just about Mumia, it's about all political prisoners. And it's not just about the political prisoners, it's about those of us who are involved in political work in general. If the government of the US is allowed to get away with using the death penalty as a means of political repression, then that's the way it's going to go for all of us. If they can continue to keep political prisoners isolated from their communities, they're going to do that. And if they can keep the idea of political action, of people being involved in a revolutionary struggle, out of the minds of people, they'll do that by keeping political prisoners in prison and by using the death penalty for political repression too. That's the message we have to get out here. This is why John Brown is important. He took political action in the form of militant action. You can't just talk about revolution, you can't just talk about what needs to be done, you've got to take the steps to make sure it happens. This is also why Mumia is so important. One of the things that people say all the time is, how come you can't just write about it, use the pen? Why do you have to deal with armed struggle? If nothing else, we've learned from Mumia's case, from Mumia as a revolutionary journalist. He was a major threat because he did not take a back step. He worked to expose and educate people about what was going on. Frank Rizzo said about him, "You're the kind of journalist that creates a problem. Be careful that this does not come back to haunt you." And it haunted him. On the night the incident occurred, he was there and he became a target because he was on the scene, and they wanted to find a way to silence Mumia. If we're not careful, if we don't champion the issue of political prisoners/POWs and don't build a movement that recognizes the contributions of these people and the fact that they're in there because of the work they've done, then they'll try to silence us all. Not just because of the ideas are threatening enough, but because many of the political prisoners acted on their ideas. They were willing to put their lives on the line, to open the doors that many of us don't even realize were opened by the work of political prisoners/POWs. That's why this forum is on the meaning of John Brown, Mumia, and all political prisoners. Sally O'Brien, when we talk about political prisoners and the fact that there will be new political prisoners, we can see that in Seattle there were about 1,000 people arrested. I just a minute ago spoke with someone in Seattle who got back from 2 days outside the prison where they're still holding people, where some 500 people still haven't spoken to a lawyer. They haven't had phone calls out. Some of them are sick and they're not getting their medication. So the woman I spoke with urged people to please call or fax or write the mayor of Seattle, who 2 days ago invited people to go down for a peaceful demonstration and then he arrested them. Those people are still in jail, and we must demand that the mayor let them go, and let doctors and lawyers in. Matt Meyer, what are we thinking of doing at the John Brown 2000 conference, and what are the next steps for the Mumia movement, beyond the next day and the next time to go to Philly? What are the panelists' thoughts about linking Mumia and the Jericho movement? What are the strategies and tactics that need to be employed in this next period for all political prisoners? Meg, the John Brown 2000 conference is going to be at Hunter College, from May 12 through 14, and we need to have a lot of dialogue, workshops, and events there. There will also be an action at the U.S. Supreme Court building on February 28 that will include civil disobedience and direct action, in terms of linking the issue of legal lynching, the death penalty, and Mumia's case. There are also plans with South African poet and former political prisoner Dennis Brutus for a show of U.S. political prisoner posters and other art for Mumia, that will open at South Africa's notorious Robben Island, where Mandela and so many others were held. The idea here is to continue pushing Mumia work internationally, to broaden the international issue of Mumia's case. Saifi, yeah, I know that there's going to be a meeting of black legislators in Pennsylvania, and we'll be putting Mumia on the agenda, trying to pass a resolution in the Philadelphia legislature, calling for a new trial. Then there's going to be a major conference to try to pull together people who are doing the work around Mumia. In order to save Mumia's life, it's going to take a bunch of people from many different places. We have to broaden the basis for this work. We have to get the religious community out en masse. We have to get some people in the corporate world who are straddling the fence. We have to get the teachers. We have to get all of those people involved. Folks should call the Mumia hotline to keep up on these activities. There are also local Jericho committees. The one in New York meets at the Center for Constitutional Rights, on several Thursday evenings a month. They're working very hard, focusing on the 9 political prisoners held in New York State. They try to keep visits with them, to make sure they get what they need, and to begin to build a base around the amnesty question. Here now is our final panelist, author, activist, and former Black Panther Party member Rosemary Mealy. Rosemary Mealy, good afternoon, brothers and sisters. It was a cold winter day in December, and we were driving through the Pennsylvania Turnpike, on through Ohio. The mountains were forlorn, lonely. I remember we stopped, in a little gray Saab, and we couldn't get any attendants to wait on us because we were a black and white team, somewhere in the western hills of Pennsylvania. Our car was the type of car, some of you remember, that in order for it to move swiftly you had to mix the oil with the gas. Remember that? So we were able to coast on for a while, but the atmosphere in the car was one of great sadness and trepidation. Finally, after what seemed like endless hours, we arrived in Chicago. Everybody was to meet in this church. I remember when we got there, it seemed like there were thousands and thousands of people. To this day, I don't know exactly the number. There were the embraces of meeting comrades, but there was also a sadness and stillness hanging over us, as we assembled to march. When we finally began to march the lonely path of those Chicago streets, to the little house, we walked inside and we saw the blood spattered all over the room. We saw the bed where they lay. That was the bed where Fred Hampton had been murdered. I remember returning back to Philadelphia. Before that I had lived in a resistance commune of white folks and black folks. It was unusual during this period. John Brown's photo hung in the rooms of the house that we lived in, and in the basement a printing press pumped out leaflets 24 hours a day. It was a resistance commune. Some of you may know of that. If you don't, our history will tell you. This was a commune of what the Black Panther Party called the White Mother Radicals, the White Mother Country Radicals. They were our backup and support in the Black Panther Party. When I came back from Chicago, the imprints of those bullet holes forever remained in my mind. Whatever apprehensions I may have had of becoming a Black Panther were dispelled. I immediately joined the Black Panther Party. When Safiya asked me to talk today, we spoke briefly about what caused us to go into the party. Mumia went into the party because he had been brutalized and beaten, and I guess Safiya's experience is similar. For me, for many of us, it was the violence of the police that forced us to make that ultimate commitment. And I think it is the violence of the police today, as we observe the Battle of Seattle, that will force many of us, especially young whites, to make even more of a commitment now. It wasn't anarchists that brought down the WDO. It was the unity, the mass struggle of the millions of people who converged on Seattle with an agenda that clearly was an agenda to bring down the WDO. It was the behind-the-scenes meetings of workers, particularly workers of color, those meetings we don't know about, that were not broadcast except on WBAI, where you heard many of those voices. It was the inside goings-on of the African delegation struggling, trying to figure out in which direction they should move and go. When history is written, it will not be the anarchists who brought down the WDO. Mind you, I have nothing against anarchism except I don't want to be ruled by it, in the same way that I don't want to be ruled by a police state. Brothers and sisters, as we enter into the new millennium, we have a wonderful opportunity to bring together and to reminisce on the deeds of John Brown, the deeds of Fred Hampton, but also, somehow, the ancestors always place it right before us. Right in our hands, this past week in Seattle, we have the deeds and lessons to learn from the importance of organization, multinational organization. We must clearly understanding the necessity of looking at globalism from the perspective of those who are most hurt and those who are most affected by globalization, the masses of working and oppressed peoples around the world. Today, as we reflect, we would hope that we can use the energy of the battles of Seattle to extend into New York, to Philadelphia, all over this country. We would hope that those battles will be linked to our calling and demanding an end to one of the most inhumane things that can happen to human beings, when their life is taken away from them, when they're murdered by the state. We must meet and organize and discuss its study and practice combined that still allows us to figure out, in traditional Marxist terms, where we go from here. But let us also hope. We're in a crucial period in our history. They are clearly showing us at what level they will go to disrupt. In Seattle, you see, they weren't prepared for our resistance. They clearly were not prepared for that. They underestimated the hostility and the sentiment and the feelings of people all over this world. Next time, mind you, they will be prepared. They're preparing right now to arrest the homeless. Harper's Ferry, West Virginia, Chicago, New York, Seattle. You know, we still say it, same struggle, same fight. Freemomia. Participant, I've heard that now the police chiefs of all America's major cities, along with the military intelligence via the FBI/CIA, will be working together. It's really like creeping fascism. So we're going to have big battles in the future. Also, what of the situation at control units in Florence, Colorado, and at Pelican Bay in California? Safi, yes, political prisoners are being held indefinitely in Florence. One of our longest held, Ruchel Magee, who became political while institutionalized, has been held in Pelican Bay. They are maximum security institutions, and I think they get a lot of playtime in terms of people knowing about them. But there are maximum security institutions all across the country. Every state now has its own form of Florence and Pelican Bay and other institutions like that. New York's is called Southport. Southport is right now on 24-hour lockdown, and it's where Robert Seth Hayes was. When they created Southport, 4 or 5 years ago, it was a regular institution. Then they decided to make it a New York version of the Maxi. Seth Hayes, it's ironic, was the last prisoner sent out of Southport before it became the Maxi Max. And now he's back in. He was working in the law library then. And now he's back in. Participant, I understand in a hellhole like Pelican Bay, I always tend to believe that any prisoner would have all his legal rights to an attorney denied. Do you know about any prisoners in Pelican Bay? Are they given some kind of token? Safi, you could be in Rikers Island right there in Queens, and if you don't have support on the outside, you may have your legal rights denied. The conditions that can happen to you in Pelican Bay can happen to you right there on Rikers Island. In Atlanta, where Mutulu Shakur and Ray Levasseur are right now, the same conditions apply. 3 people in a cell, inmates sleeping on the floor, you've got this happening all over. So to single out Pelican Bay because no one was in touch with prisoners at other places would be wrong. Don't get caught with the hype that it's only happening in those 2 prisons, just because those are the names you hear. Laura, Pelican Bay did get somewhat exposed because there was a big lawsuit against it. The thing that is so amazing is that once folks looked at the situation, once it was in the spotlight and in front of a judge, you knew that they were going to say something about it. I think what's really important about all the control units is that, once they're in place, the nature of daily life in the general population of prison also changes. It's sort of like what we've been talking about regarding repression. As soon as COINTELPRO came into being through the FBI, you found local police departments getting more into counterinsurgency. It raises the level of repression everywhere. A lot of the things they do are experimental, so when special rules get put out for control units, they then may change the rules in general population to match. That's why what Safiya is saying is so important, because the nature of life in most prisons across the country has moved so far to the right. People probably know this, but in most prisons there are no programs, people can't go to college. The number of books you're allowed to have has been cut down. And when you talk about access to lawyers or law libraries, if you're not a lawyer and you don't have a LexisNexis, you don't know what case you're looking for. The way they have it set up makes it impossible. It's set up so that they can say the prisoners have legal rights, but when it comes down to actual practice, those rights do not exist at all. When Florence just opened, we thought that those people would be there forever. Just like we thought about the Lexington High Security Unit for women. And I think that sometimes what's important about having people move against those high points of repression when they come into being, is that it forces the government to know that people are watching. One of the reasons some of the political prisoners were able to get out of Florence, was that the more political prisoners that were there, the harder it was for the government. The attention and the campaigns and the letters made a difference. As much as we know that there are lots of political prisoners who have languished in prison for 20 years or more without visits, without letters, as Safiya was saying in the beginning, there are also social prisoners who are doing life sentences who would kill for a tenth of the mail we got. The prison population as a whole is cut off. It's a nation within the US. It has different laws, it has different customs, everything is different. It is a silenced population. For me, one of the reasons why I say to people, look, I just got out of prison. Use me. Bring me to your class. Bring me to your church. I'll talk about prison. Because even if those people aren't going to be the people who do very much for political prisoners, number one, they should know about political prisoners because it exposes the nature of the government. When I sit and tell my experiences, people are horrified. They may not like what I did, they may not like armed struggle, they may not like anti-imperialism, but they still think there should be some level of protection of people's rights. Secondly, I'm a link to those women inside who were stolen from their communities, sent away for longer and longer periods of time, and who don't have a voice. That's just one other reason why political prisoner work is so important. Rosemary, I would like to just talk to the brother participant briefly. You raised the terminology of creeping fascism. I think the best way to understand fascism as we are experiencing it today is to look at the prison industrial complex. That's the pinnacle. The prison industrial complex is one of the clearest examples of fascism because, first, the control nature of it and, secondly, the global connection that it has to everything else in the world. Look at the importation of prisons to Latin America, or to Africa. In fact, when you look at who is controlling these prisons, you'll see a whole plan where prisons are a part of private capital investment. So when you talk about fascism, it's here. Ilambe said it's not creeping, it's galloping fascism. It's consumed us. Those of us who are working around the issue of political prisoners and the death penalty, I think we can use the example of the prison industrial complex as the clearest example of the fact that fascism, in the contemporary sense, does exist. It's one aspect of how fascism displays itself in US society today. Prisons are like a consolidation of capital, and corporations can now invest in the prison industrial complex. Ilambe, you can rest assured that whenever they organize these police all over the country, that New York City Police Commissioner Howard Safir will be there. Safir has one of the longest records as far as police subterfuge. He will play a major role in anything they do. He didn't want people to see his real history, for folks to see who he really was. He's an intelligence agent. Rosemary, we've got to look at the way the NYPD is a part of an international complex that's training police all over the world. In Italy, they have contracts. In Latin America, in Haiti. In our work, we have to be able to show our community and the people that we're working with those kinds of links. As Ilambe said, it's not just limited to here. These contracts, and relationships, who's going to bid to train a terroristic, anti-people force in South Africa, or anywhere in the world? There are organized bounty hunters. There was a bounty placed on Asada Shakar's head. All you have to do is go on the internet and look at the bounty hunter organizations. In our organizing work around apartheid in South Africa, we would identify the corporations that were in South Africa and we would target those corporations for sanctions. We have to begin to do the same thing, now around the prison industrial complex and the manifestations of it internationally. Participant, I came in late and don't know if you've already talked about the various companies of medical, healthcare products, pharmaceuticals, etc., who have a captured population in prison, that they can try anything out on. Horrible stuff has been done in the prisons. I used to be a social worker at Hotel Hospital many years ago, and we had a man who was hospitalized there and I could never get to the bottom of it. He was a prison guard, and I had a sense that this guy had sort of tried to blow the whistle on what was going on. He was so paranoid about everything, and I suspected that someone had doused him with LSD or whatever else, to make him look insane. A lot of what he said, however, made a lot of sense, and I wondered if you had much experience with people who ended up not in prison but in psychiatric hospitals. It happens a lot in Russia and in other countries. Safi, yeah, we didn't discuss the medical aspect because this day's panel is basically connecting the movements around those issues of John Brown, Mumia, and all political prisoners. Certainly one of those things that we discussed in the midst of this program with the Brecht Forum is our next program here. This is not the end, but the beginning of a round of forums that the Jericho movement will organize around all these issues. Participant, is Mumia's brother active in his case? Safi, yeah, no. The reason I say no to that is because Mumia's brother is an issue in the case, but the case is not whether or not Mumia's family or Mumia's sister or brother or whoever is doing this work. Our struggle is not to get his family involved. Certainly his sisters and his daughters and his wife and his children are involved. But the struggle around Mumia's case is to get a new trial and to get him off of death row. The persons we're struggling with are not the families who are not doing what they're supposed to do, or not doing what we think they're supposed to do. We're struggling against the state who is out to execute him. I'm not saying this to say your question isn't a legitimate one. I'm saying that right now, on this day, time, and place, our struggle for Mumia has to focus on getting a new trial, before we can talk about witnesses. Once we get a new trial, then we'll decide who takes the stand. Because we will win the battle of stopping the execution. Participant, Laura, could you speak briefly about Marilyn Buck's situation? I understand that she's now in a 3-person to a cell situation. That's a very distressing situation to be in. Laura, women's prison is different than men's prison. In men's prison, open violence is used as the threat and the way of controlling people. There are no holds barred. If anyone ever watched the documentaries about Marion, you can see it. They come in armed to move you from one cell to another. In women's prisons, they don't do it quite that way, although the threat of violence is always there. They will use violence in a second if they feel they need to. But they're not as scared of us, the way they're scared of men. In the years I was in the prison, I would have to say that those guards were more afraid of me than I was of them. Because they didn't understand me. How could somebody be basically so cheerful about doing all this time? First, I was not ashamed of what I had done, I was proud of it. Secondly, they had heard that this little person was a scary terrorist, but they weren't afraid of me or us physically in quite the same way as men. Any of those guards were 3 times my size, and in a second they could probably have subdued me. The threat of sexual violence is much more an issue. What this means is that they do things to women prisoners that they are afraid to do to men. Not to say that men's prisons aren't overcrowded. In Dublin, California, the last prison I was in, where Marilyn is, the cells were built for 1 person. There are now 3 or 4 women living, not just staying, it's not temporary living in those cells. The cell that Marilyn is in now, the way I live too, the way Linda Evans lives, you have literally 1 foot 12 inches of space between your bed and the other bed. There is 1 double bunk bed and 1 cot, and there is 1 foot of space in between the two. Then there are these little lockers that are as high as a table, they're like half of a high school gym locker. Then there's the sink and the toilet, and that's the cell. Now, if you're in county jail for a few months waiting trial and you live that way, it's one thing. If you're living your life in there, which is what they plan for Maryland if we don't do something about it, you have absolutely no space. You have no place to write, and as people know, Marilyn has a leg injury, so it's hard for her to sit on a bed. I'm sorry, but at our age, you know, my back hurts when I sit on a bed and write. And Marilyn is going to school. She's getting her degree, and she's studying psychology, and trying to do that kind of school work on a cot with nothing to write on. It's hideous. Gilda, when women go to prison, women do hard time. By that I mean, and this is for all women prisoners, most women don't have anybody who visits them. Husbands forget that they're husbands. The boyfriend takes a hike. If you don't have a mother or a sister who brings your children there to see you, you get cut off from your children. You don't get mail. Like Laura said, there are women in prison who would die to get 1/10 of the mail that some political prisoners do get. Many women prisoners don't get phone calls. Women do hard time. When men go to prison, girlfriends usually stick around, for 5 or 6 years anyway. There are wives who bring the kids and show that somebody is there for them. But for women, most women are doing lonely time in prison, and it's very, very difficult. That whole piece about women in prison needs a whole lot more working attention. Participant, since Meyer received a temporary stay of execution, is he still on what they call phase 2? Safi ya, no, he's not in phase 2 right now. Once he got the stay of execution, he was moved back into regular death row. But he's still on death row. Phase 2 is when all his property was taken from him. He was only allowed visits from his immediate family and his attorney. Now he's back in the regular phase, where he can read all the time, and he can make phone calls. I think yesterday he was on a radio station, doing an interview. And he's back doing his regular work, writing his commentaries and everything else he was doing before. He's also getting visits again. I just wanted to say that this time, when he came off of phase 2, he said that he wanted to see his reverent supporters, the people who have done the work around him. All other times, he's been told who to visit. The visits were from dignitaries. But now he's asked those of us who are coming to visit him to bring somebody with them who he would not ordinarily have a chance to visit. So my visit comes up soon, and I'll be trying to determine who to take with me, so he can, no, not you. We'll do a lottery. Laura, I just wanted to say one additional thing about Seattle. One thing I've noticed is that right away, the same old comments were coming from a lot of white leftists. This is who I heard it from, so I'm not going to say it came from anyone else. Folks say that the people who broke the windows brought the repression down on everyone else. When we're talking about unity here, I think we do have to have some principles. Yes, we want people to support political prisoners. I say to people, you don't have to agree with what I did, but you've got to support political prisoners. In the case of Seattle, we're talking about cops who were vamping on the people. We can't blame those who broke some windows. The WDO was stopped from holding their meeting. They finally had to do their business in 24-hour sessions, because they couldn't get into their meetings during regular business hours. This wasn't because of a few people who broke the windows, it was because of a movement that the cops were sent to repress. As someone who has always been committed to armed struggle, I know that people will always accuse those who take the most steps forward of bringing down repression. I think everyone on this panel has said it one way or another today: if you're going to fight the US government, if you're going to fight against colonialism, they're not going to sit by and say okay. You're going to be faced with repression. If a movement isn't ready to face this, we should go back to the quote of Frederick Douglass: you don't get anything without plowing up the soil. Power concedes nothing without a demand. 7.3. John Brown 2000, U.S. political prisoner/prisoner of war writings on the 200th birthday of John Brown and Nat Turner. Jericho Movement Resistance in Brooklyn 2000. Underscore 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 underscore. The next selection of writings by 21 U.S. political prisoners was assembled for the John Brown 2000 conference in May of that year that brought together anti-racists and anti-imperialists from around the country. Resistance in Brooklyn and the Jericho Movement, then a new coalition calling for the freedom of all political prisoners, published these materials in a booklet edited by Matt Meyer and Paulette Dowtuil, and was distributed both during and after the conference. 7.3.a Alliance building in the next period. Sundiata Akali. What we're really talking about here is whites building alliances with people of color. I can't speak for all people of color, but for the black masses, the main problem is racism, the worldwide system of white supremacy at home and abroad, headed by U.S. imperialism. Whites are the main beneficiaries of racism. So the real struggle against racism involves whites giving up the special benefits they derive from racial oppression of people of color, in exchange for joining the rest of humanity in building a better world for all people that we all want. The key to whites building alliances with the black masses is to put and keep the issue of racism, the worldwide system of white domination, suppression, and exploitation of people of color, on the front burner, and to fight against racism in all its manifestations at home and abroad. White alliances with people of color will be more effective in the next period if whites 1. Recognize that barriers that exist between whites and people of color stem primarily from each side's long history of being on opposite ends of the effect of racism. 2. Since whites are from the side exercising racial domination and privilege, both people of color and whites have to take precautions that these tendencies don't reproduce themselves in alliances. 3. Talk, communicate, exchange views frankly, and consult with people of color and their representatives to come up with the best way to form and maintain alliances. Also consult with people of color early on when their participation is needed. 4. Follow the lead of people of color and their representatives on issues of main concern to them, or leave it alone. 5. Focus more on organizing in the white community as opposed to preferring to organize in communities of color unless invited in. 6. Give preference to direct action over rallies, self-defense over nonviolence, and thinking globally, acting locally. 7.3.b A life lived deliberately, and the spiritual grandchildren of John Brown. Mumia Abu Jamal. I feel privileged to address your chosen theme, not because I'm some kind of avatar, but because a life lived deliberately has been the example of people I admire and respect, such as Malcolm X, Dr. Huey P. Newton, founder of the Black Panther Party, like Ramona Africa, who survived the hellish bombing by police of May 13, 1985, or the Move 9, committed rebels now encaged for up to 100 years in Pennsylvania hell holes despite their innocence, solely for their adherence to the teachings of John. Africa. These people, although of quite diverse beliefs, ideologies, and lifestyles, shared something in common: a commitment to revolution and a determination to live that commitment deliberately in the face of staggering state repression. No doubt some of you are disconcerted by my use of the term revolution. It's telling that people who claim with pride to be proud Americans would disclaim the very process that made such a nationality possible, even if it was a bourgeois revolution. Why was it right for people to revolt against the British because of taxation without representation, and somehow wrong for truly unrepresented Africans in America to revolt against America? For any oppressed people, revolution, according to the Declaration of Independence, is a right. Malcolm X, although now widely acclaimed as a black nationalist martyr, was vilified at the time of his assassination by Time magazine as an unashamed demagogue who was a disaster to the civil rights movement. The New York Times would describe him as a twisted man who used his brains and oratorical skills for an evil purpose. Today, there are schools named for him, and recently a postage stamp was even issued in his honor. Dr. Huey P. Newton, Ph.D., founded the Black Panther Party in October of 1966 and created one of the most militant, principled organizations American blacks had ever seen. J. Edgar Hoover of the FBI targeted the party, using every foul and underhanded method they could conceive of to neutralize the group, which they described as the number one threat to national security. Underscore 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 underscore. This is the transcript of a 13-minute audio tape played at the commencement ceremony at Evergreen State College, a small liberal arts school in Olympia, Washington, on June 11, 1999, attended by 8,000. Mummia's address followed months of student campaigning aimed at spotlighting his case, furiously countered by the Fraternal Order of Police and the Pennsylvania Attorney General. Maureen Faulkner, widow of the police officer Mumia is alleged to have killed, attended as a protest, but the college rejected her demand to speak. 1 year later, Mumia would similarly address the commencement ceremony at Antioch University, as well as the graduation ceremony at Brooklyn Friends High School. Sister Ramona Africa of the MOVE organization survived one of the most remarkable bombings in American history, one where Philadelphia police massacred 11 men, women, and children living in the MOVE house and destroyed some 61 homes in the vicinity. She did 7 years in the state prison on riot charges, came out, and began doing all she could to spread the teachings of John Africa, the teachings of revolution, and to free her imprisoned brothers and sisters of MOVE from their repressive century in hellish prison cells. These people dared to dissent, dared to speak out, dared to reject the status quo by becoming rebels against it. They lived, and some of them continue to live, lives of deliberate will, of willed resistance to a system that is killing us. Remember them. Honor their highest moments. Learn from them. Are these not lives lived deliberately? This system's greatest fear has been that folks like you, young people, people who have begun to critically examine the world around them, some perhaps for the first time, people who have yet to have the spark of life snuffed out, will do just that, learn from those lives, be inspired, and then live lives of opposition to the deadening status quo. Let me give you an example. A young woman walks into a courtroom, one situated in the cradle of American democracy, that's Philadelphia, to do some research for a law class. This woman, who dreams of becoming a lawyer, sits down and watches the court proceedings and is stunned by what she sees. She sees defendants prevented from defending themselves, manhandled in court, and cops lying on the stand with abandon. She sees the judge as nothing more than an administrator of injustice and sees U.S. law as an illusion. Her mind reels, as she says to herself, "They can't do that," as her eyes see them doing whatever they want to. Well, that young woman is now known as Ramona Africa, who lived her life deliberately after attending several sessions of the MOVE trial in Philadelphia. After that farce, she knew she could never be a part of the legal system that allowed it, and she found more truth in the teachings of John Africa than she ever could in the law books, which promised a kind of justice that was foreign to the courtrooms she had seen. The contrast between America's lofty promises and the truth of its legal repression inspired her to be a revolutionary, one that America has tried to bomb into oblivion. What is the difference between Ramona Africa and you? Absolutely nothing, except she made that choice. Similarly, Huey Newton studied U.S. law with close attention when he was a student at Merritt Junior College in West Oakland, California. His studies convinced him that the laws must be changed, and the famous Black Panther Party 10-point program and platform prove, then and now, that serious problems still face the nation's black communities, such as all the predominantly white juries still sending blacks to prison, and cops still treating black life as a cheap commodity. Witness the recent Bronx execution of Ghanaian immigrant Amadou Diallo, where cops fired 41 shots at an unarmed man in the doorway of his own apartment building. Huey, at least in his earlier years, lived his life deliberately and set the mark as a revolutionary. What was the difference between Huey Newton and you? Absolutely nothing, except he made the choice. Each of the MOVE 9, including the late Merle Africa, who died under somewhat questionable circumstances after 19 years into an unjust prison sentence, members of the MOVE organization whose trial initially attracted the attention of a young law student named Ramona decades ago, each was a person who came to question their lives as lived in the system. Some were U.S. Marines, some were petty criminals, some were carpenters, but all came to the point of questioning the status quo, deeply, honestly, and completely irrevocably. One by one, they turned their back on a system that they knew couldn't care less if they lived or died, and joined a revolution after being exposed to the stirring teachings of John Africa. They individually chose to live life deliberately and joined MOVE. And although they are individuals, Delbert Africa, Janet Africa, Phil Africa, Janine Africa, Chucky Africa, Mike Africa, Debbie Africa, and Eddie Africa, they are also united as MOVE members, united in heart and soul. What's the difference between the MOVE 9 and you? Absolutely nothing, except they made the choice. Now, unless I miss my guess, Evergreen is not a predominantly black institution, and my choices heretofore given may seem somewhat strange to too many of you, for far too many of you may identify yourselves by the fictional label of white. In truth, as I'm sure many of you know, race is a social construct. That said, it is still a social reality formed by our histories and our cultures. For those of you still bound by such realities, however, I have some names for you, like John Brown, like Dr. Alan Berkman, Susan Rosenberg, Sue Africa, Marilyn Buck. Each of these people are or were known in America as white. They are all people I know of, who I admire, love, and respect. They all are or were revolutionaries. John Brown's courageous band's attack on Harper's Ferry was one deeply religious man's strike against the hated slavery system, and was indeed considered one of the opening salvos of the U.S. Civil War. Dr. Alan Berkman, Susan Rosenberg, and Marilyn Buck were all anti-imperialists who fought to free black revolutionary Assata Shakur from an unjust and cruel bondage. They are the spiritual grandsons and granddaughters of John Brown. Dr. Alan Berkman, Marilyn Buck, and Susan Rosenberg were treated like virtual traitors to white supremacy and thrown into American dungeons. Buck and Rosenberg remain so imprisoned today. They lived lives deliberately and chose liberation as their goals, understanding that our freedom is interconnected. They chose the hard road of revolution, yet they chose. And but for that choice, they are just like each of you seated here tonight, people who saw the evils of the system and resolved to fight it. Period. Now, the name Sue Africa may not be known to you. She's what you may call white. Yet when she joined the MOVE organization, the system attacked her bitterly for what was seen as a betrayal of her white-skinned privilege. On May 13, 1985, she lost her only son because the Philadelphia police bombed the house she was living in. She served over a decade in prison, where the guards vilely taunted her in the hours and days after the bombing. When she came out, she went right to work to rebuild the MOVE organization in Philadelphia. She lives her life deliberately by promoting John Africa's revolution each and every day. Except for that choice, she's just like you. Now, some of you are sure to be wondering, well, if this guy's gig is with revolutionaries, why is he saying this to us? The answer, of course, is why not? Okay, I know you ain't supposed to answer a question with a question, but do I expect you guys and gals who've just received your degrees to chuck it all for so nebulous a concept as revolution? Nope. I ain't that dumb. The great historians Will and Ariel Durant teach us that history in the large is the conflict of minorities. The majority applauds the victor and supplies the human material of social experiment. Now, I take that to mean that social movements are begun by relatively small numbers of people who, as catalysts, inspire, provoke, and move larger numbers to see and share their vision. Social movements can then become social forces that expand our perspectives, open up new social possibilities, and create the consciousness for change. To begin this process, we must first sense that, 1. The status quo is wrong, and, 2. The existing order is not amenable to real, meaningful, and substantive transformation. Out of the many here assembled, it is the heart of he or she that I seek, who looks at a life of vapid materialism, of capitalist excess, and finds it simply intolerable. It may be 100 of you, or 50, or even 10, or even one of you who makes that choice. I'm here to honor and applaud that choice, and to warn you that, though the suffering may indeed be great, it is nothing to the joy of doing the right thing. Malcolm, Dr. Huey P. Newton, Ramona Africa, The Move 9, Dr. Alan Berkman, Susan Rosenberg, John Brown, Susan Africa, Marilyn Buck, Geronimo G. Jaga, Leonard Peltier, Angela Davis, and others, all of them people just like you, felt compelled to change the conditions they found intolerable. I urge you to join that noble tradition. I thank you all, and I wish you well. On the move. Long live John Africa. From Death Row, this is Mumia Abu Jamal. 7.3.c. Long live Revolution. On the move from the Move 9. Janine Africa, Minister of Education, for the Move 9 prisoners. I want to give thanks to all of you here at this conference and let you know that we appreciate all that you have done in this fight for justice. With all that we of Move have been through for telling the truth, confronting this corrupt system, we know the courage it takes to go against this established criminal. So to all of you who have taken that step, we say thank you and keep up the hard work. It's taken a long time and lots of examples of persecution for all of us to get to this point. It started with the crystallized examples of enslavement, and I'm not just talking about the enslavement of Africans, the Chinese, the Irish Protestants, the early Christians, the American Indians, and many people all over the world have been and still are being enslaved by some government. The American Indians are still imprisoned on reservations in this country just because they are Indians. Then we have the examples of the Black Panthers, the SLA, Martin Luther King and his freedom fighters, Mumia and Move, not to mention the poor people that are being beat, locked up and killed by the police daily just because they are poor, black, Puerto Rican or in some other category that those running this government don't respect. We've had these examples for a millennium and it's past time for something to be done about it. Which is why you all are here at this conference, to put an end to the crimes of this system. We've all been informing people for a long time, the MOVE organization has been putting out the truth to people for over 30 years. So it's not like people don't know what's going on or are confused about the conditions of the world. The only thing holding up justice now is that the people don't want to get involved and do something. Politicians don't feel they have to stop doing the people wrong, don't see that they have to stop arrogantly slapping us in the face with their crimes or answer to the people for their lawlessness. It's good to have these conferences, but it's time to take this out to the criminals and let them know that we are serious about stopping crime, let them know that we are serious about getting our freedom. If you don't, it will be another millennium of bloody persecution from this system. These officials let us know every day that they are serious about hurting us with every unjust beating, jailing and murder of people, so we've got to let them know that we are just as serious about stopping them. And as John Africa has shown MOVE, we do have the power to confront this system and win. People might as well take a stand against this corruption because the system is oppressing and killing you, your children, your grandchildren, whether you fight or not. These prisons ain't filled with just revolutionaries. These prisons are overcrowded with the men, women, and children of people who believe in this government, people who pay taxes, vote, and go to war for this country. There are people in prison who criticize people for going against this government and still think judges are honest. So you see, it's no escaping this disease by being quiet and going along with the program, it's affecting everybody. So if people truly want to be free and not just live in the illusion of freedom, then we are going to have to fight for it. It's no getting around it. We've talked enough, it's time to put our talks into action. I'm not telling people to take a stand like MOVE or to do anything they feel they aren't prepared to do. I'm saying it's time to do something. It's time to put these officials on the hot seat. People can flood the television and radio stations with different officials' names and the wrongs they have done or the lives they have ruined. People can go to the public speaking events these politicians have and make them speak to whatever issue it is that they are ignoring. You've got to find ways to embarrass these officials publicly and make them see that if they don't do what they are supposed to do, they will lose their position, which means money. That's what hurts them, that money, that's their God, and they will do anything to get and keep it. We have to stop letting these judges lock up people for half their lives, for life, for crimes they didn't commit, or in some cases for crimes that aren't nowhere as bad as the crimes rich people commit and get away with. People need to be at those court cases showing those judges and district attorneys that they are being watched by people demanding justice. And if you don't get it, expose the case in any way you can. I know it may not sound like much to some of you, but you'd be surprised at how effective these things are. My point is that it's time to do. And whatever it is that people can do, they've got to be serious about it and committed to it. And don't think it's going to be fast. This fight is a long one. Look at us, the Move 9 have been fighting in prison righteously since 1978. And we're still fighting and going to keep fighting till the day we are no longer on this earth. Long live revolution forever. This my message to all of you today. If you want to truly get justice and see some justice in this millennium, it's going to take action. And the only way this action is going to be effective is with unity. You've got to leave your prejudices behind you. No more judging a person by his color or so-called status. John Africa teaches us that prejudice is the system's training that was devised to cause conflict and keep dissension amongst the people so that we would be too busy fighting amongst ourselves and not have the energy or the direction to fight against the real enemy, this system. Justice ain't a black thing, justice is for all life. So if you want justice, you have to unite and don't let the system divert you from your aim against prejudice. That's why this system can't stop move. Because of John Africa we are one family, united, our aim is revolution, our target this system, and nothing can deter us from this. So be unified and stay unified. The power of truth is final. Long live revolution. On the move. 7.3.d. Need for total revolution. Fill Africa. The need for all oppressed people to begin to move out on activities designed to eliminate this system is a must. By now folks should realize they cannot buy their way into the system or buy their way to so-called freedom from it. Folks must be willing to take a stand. Folks must become demanding in dealing with this system. People got the right to demand true freedom, people got the right to demand justice, folks got the right to demand that a government that claims to represent them lives up to that responsibility of taking care of their needs. People got the right to demand that this government work for them. Ain't that what they pay their taxes for? What folks fought wars for? These politicians/government is supposed to work for the people, not the people working for these rich-ass racist politicians. Government officials are public servants employed by the people to work for the people, but you see these government officials have flipped the script on the people and have turned things around on people to where they have made slaves of those they claim to work for. It's why the few have it all and control the many. Instead of this rotten system spending hundreds of billions on space programs, folks must demand these bastards spend that money on building free housing for their citizens, and if they refuse, then folks need to revolt against them. Folks need to demand that these politicians who be spending all them trillions of dollars on the military, spend that money on making sure everyone has food to eat in this country. Folks must demand this of this government that claims to represent them, and if these politicians refuse, folks should revolt against them by stopping their support of the system in every way. People have to make this government be for the people or get rid of it through total revolution, and that means to stop supporting this system on all levels. If folks' religions don't push for demanding from this system what folks know is right, then people must stop supporting them religions. If the schools don't teach the truth about how corrupt and racist this system is, if the schools this system forces you to send your kids to don't teach the truth about all the crimes this system committed and still commits against the poor and those of color, then stop supporting those schools by refusing to send your children to those schools. If the president of this country is supposed to be working for you but makes far more than you, then demand that you get paid the same as he does. What I'm saying ain't crazy, it's the truth. What is crazy, is for people to continue to allow this system to enslave, imprison, murder them by willfully submitting to this insanity without rebelling against it. Long live John Africa's revolution, and down with this rotten reform world system. The bottom line is, for there to be true, meaningful change, one must be willing to fight as hard for it, in fact harder for it, than those who fight to hold you down do. If people do not build the courage to rebel against the conditions they complain about, then their complaints will always fall on the deaf ears of the system. Folks must become as aggressive in the battle for righteousness as the wicked are in their push for oppression. There are more black elected officials now than ever before, but if they have positions just to try to hold on to them, just to say they got 'em, instead of using those positions to fight the system with, they may as well not have those positions at all. So once elected, they must be pressed to do right by the people, or the people need to stop supporting them. This ain't no game we are playing in this struggle. It is a matter of freedom or death. Those who are putting their lives on the line day in and day out, those who are in prison for putting their lives on the line in battle to make a righteous change for all must be supported, must never be forgotten, and those elected officials who do not help in this cause should not be supported. Folks must put those elected officials on the spot to do what they were elected to do, and not just let them ego trip and see out once those positions are gotten. This system responds to one thing: pressure, so we must continue to come up with ways and ideas to keep as much pressure on this system as possible at all times. People are a powerful force when we are all as one in unity. That is the key for success for all oppressed people's unity. It is what more than anything else must be worked on as the solution to the problems we all face in the times ahead of us. In unity we can be that stampede, the cowboys of this system will be trampled as we move towards freedom. In unity we can be that force that knocks down any dam built up against us by those who would oppress the will to be free. In unity we can build those crime-free communities, nations we all talk about, that are free of racism and hate that destroys so many right now. Unity can force those politicians to bend to the will of the people. Unity is the aim we all should set as our goal to help make a change as we move into these times ahead of us in struggle. On the move. Free the Move 9. Free Mumia Abu Jamal. Free all political prisoners. Long live John Africa's revolution, and down with this rotten reform system. 6.3.e. Expressions of solidarity. Oscar Lopez Rivera. Compañeros. Thank you for all the support you have given to the Puerto Rican political prisoners. We have witnessed the fruits of your energies with the excarceration of 11 compañeros. Today, thanks to the support they received, they are at home, sharing with loved ones and establishing new roots. During the Christmas season I heard from many peace, justice, and freedom-loving people from different parts of Europe and the US. For those of us who are in the gulags, such expressions of solidarity are very important. For the Puerto Ricans, the issue of Vieques is foremost in our minds and hearts. The governor of Puerto Rico accepted the White House's offer. By doing so, the movement of a united Puerto Rico in support of Vieques has been split. That's exactly what the politicians in Washington and the Pentagon wanted. But the majority of the Puerto Rican people have openly stated they want the Navy out of Vieques, and the politicians and the Pentagon can't eradicate such a reality. The acts of civil disobedience will continue. So we can anticipate massive arrests and imprisonment. The government can do that and more. But what Washington and the Pentagon can't do is stop us from continuing struggling until not a bomb or bullet is fired again anywhere in Vieques. Take good care and let's continue struggling for a world of peace, freedom, and justice. 7.3.f. To the John Brown 2000 Conference. Herman Bell. Greetings and solidarity to one and all. We give particular thanks to the memory of John Brown for his unselfish contribution to the abolitionist movement and the uplift of humanity. As a small child I remember the name John Brown was fondly spoken of in many black households. His name was and continues to be well respected by blacks who know their history and by people in general who feel inspired by his deeds. In this regard let us give thanks and live up to the sacrifices and expectations of those who came before us. We honor John Brown's legacy by convening this conference in his name so that we might gather our strength and resolve to advance the very ideals that he and so many others before us set out to achieve. I feel honored by this opportunity to participate in this conference, the purpose for which is to build alliances. There are two kinds of alliances. One is alliance of convenience, which is largely based upon mutual interest of limited duration. The other is based upon commitment, mutual respect, and common principles and is far more lasting. Clearly, this conference was convened in the spirit of the latter sense rather than the former. The cover letter requesting my contribution asked, "Where do you see our movement headed in this next period?" Over the years I have asked myself many times, do we really have a movement in this country? Others may differ in their assessment, but I don't think we do. We have a large progressive community in this country, and I believe what's most needed now is that we organize into a national political movement. We witness political actions out there all the time, but for the most part they are based upon temporary alliances where one group agrees to support the political actions organized by another and vice versa, which partly explains why the same faces appear and reappear at these events. This is not bad within itself because righteous political actions deserve support. This recurrent tendency, however, seems to suggest a reluctance or inability to reach beyond our immediate political circles. Lately, though, I feel heartened by what is a new tendency that is growing, an increased activism from our young people. I see larger contingents of them at political events, and I read about conferences and activities that they themselves have organized. Their opposition to Proposition 21 in California, which proposed to lock juveniles in adult prisons, is one example. Just recently a sizable contingent of them participated in civil disobedience with adults against the WDO meetings in Seattle, Washington. The relatively recent Million Youth March and Critical Resistance Conference are further examples of our young people taking on more responsibility for their lives and their future. Yet, given these various expressions of support and solidarity by these groups and organizations, why is it that little or nothing has been done in the way of organizing them into a national movement? Fortunately, the Jericho movement picked up some of the slack and took steps consistent with an emerging national movement in the absence of a real one. But they were just steps, and far more needs to be done in this regard. It seems to me that a national movement should advocate a select number of well-defined issues that are flexible enough to change as new conditions and circumstances dictate. To call itself progressive is not enough. To declare who we are and what we are about and stand against and seek to inaugurate ought to be a fundamental requirement of a movement. In this regard, Jericho was correct to call on national support for PP/POWs at the demonstration it held in Washington, D.C., in '98. Jericho also played a key organizing role in the Critical Resistance Conference in Berkeley, California, and is now involved with convening this important John Brown 2000 conference. In 1997 or thereabout, Comrade Jalil Muntakim suggested that we, the progressive community, organize a Poor People's Convention. I thought the suggestion had a great merit for a number of reasons. He thought that the widest range of groups, organizations, and special interest people ought to be involved, representatives of the poor, progressive labor unions, welfare mothers, gays, anti-death penalty and prison expansionists, etc. Once convened, he said the delegates should hammer out a national agenda and organize to carry it out. From this he suggested that a national movement could be formed. An intriguing idea. My point here is that we need to take decisive steps to organize and consolidate a national movement. The time is now. We simply have to organize the structure, develop the resources, and hammer out the agenda. Furthermore, while on the subject of agenda, I strongly urge this conference to organize a national amnesty campaign for USPP/POWs. Practically all of us are doing life sentences with no foreseeable release by the parole boards. We all are considerably older now, and some of us are in poor health. Aside from the fact that such a campaign is the right thing to do, it has the potential of revealing to the world much of what goes on in the US that goes largely unreported. I believe this can be done, and I feel confident that the progressive international community would support it once it got underway. Given all the national and international support we have successfully organized in support of Mumia, we can successfully organize this campaign as well. Finally, I would also urge that we work more closely with community-based groups and help them explore new ways to better educate and organize their respective communities. Working with people is what we do, and I think we can be far more creative in this regard. For example, these community groups could organize local events with local participation in mind. And once gathered, encourage them to talk. Also ask well thought out questions. Learn what they are interested in and would like to do. We organizers should consider what they have to say, rather than rely solely on our own ideas. And when possible, implement those ideas in the form of programs. As regards to education, organization, and recruitment, our future is tied to programs to an extent perhaps greater than we currently realize. When we think of catastrophic change, where the old is replaced by the new, this is when the organized forces of resistance fully implement their pre-developed programs, because they then have the administrative capacity and resources to put them into effect. We need to consider new ways to connect with people, and I think developing programs designed to help them help themselves, programs that provide useful services to them, is an important first step. For example, consider what we can do to improve healthcare services. And services that can improve the quality of life for our elders. What about daycare/child care programs? And what about developing creative ways to help our people feed themselves, and programs that focus on the needs of our young people, on the needs of young mothers, parenting skills, job training, etc. We need to become more involved with the day-to-day life of the people as a way to help them better organize themselves. It's a great idea to create a pamphlet from the various ideas sent to this conference. I look forward to reading it. True freedom is seized and is never granted. 7.3.g. John Brown rises. Marilyn Buck. On the 200th anniversary of John Brown's birth, I would like to propose that we imagine who John Brown would be were his bones to rise up from the grave today and stand present. Likely, old JB would reincarnate as a woman picking up where he left off, or rather had fallen short in his ideological development. Radical as he was a man of his times. He did not give much thought to women as equals. With the exception of Harriet Tubman, that is. She gave him no choice. So old JB would answer to John Ed perhaps. She would still be of European heritage, white-skinned, but she would be a liberation-minded political activist. Instead of slave catcher brutality and the murder of African slaves, she would be outraged at the police murders, brutality, and imprisonment of the descendants of slaves, conquered and colonized Native and Latin Americans, as well as Asians and Pacific Islanders, anyone who cannot or would not pass for white. She would have reviewed history and know that despite the Civil War, Black Reconstruction, the anti-lynching campaign, civil rights, Black Power, and new African independence movements, there is still no equality, no justice, and no peace. Global imperialism with its white supremacist culture and social contracts prevail, more brazen and bloodthirsty than ever. A lot yet to be done. Johnette would be at the protests and the marches. She would join with longtime radicals and activists as well as young folks her age against police brutality, call for cancellation of the foreign debt and reparations to all those peoples and nations raped and pillaged by the nation-state of which she is inescapably a citizen. She would support NCOBRA, Native Americans, as well as the Vietnamese who are asking where are the reparations that were agreed to by the US and never paid. Johnette would march with women and continue to chip away at the dominant male political leadership paradigm. She would have gone to Seattle and would have thought back to her former JB life in Kansas, looking for historical parallels. In Kansas, John had led a guerrilla campaign against the legalized extension of slavery to the Midwestern states. Seattle, Johnette would see as one in a series of global mass actions to hold back the further legalization of global capital's rape, pillage, and dismembering of entire nations, the former colonies as well as U.S. internal colonies and the national working classes and reserve armies of labor, a postmodern enslavement with pre-modern dehumanization and dispossession. The anti-WTO actions in Seattle were quite successful logistically. The transnational corporate plantation summit was effectively disrupted. It is always important to disrupt lines of communication in the enemy's camp. A glimpse of possibility. But Johnette would have considered the debate about violence as somewhat of a red herring. If one wants to effect serious, liberatory social, economic and political change, one must expect that the state will protect and enforce its true interests, not the people's, even white people's interests. She was not shocked by the militarized police response, "There are no gentlemen's agreements." Not by the poor white slave catchers for the rich white agribusiness gentlemen, not by the Indian killers and 49 ERS, not by the Pinkerton guards in labor struggles, nor by the Navy at the Port Chicago explosion. And certainly not around the world. Bombing wars and CIA assassinations. And here assassinations and incarcerations for those who dared to challenge the state's agenda or its right to exist as the US of A, no matter whether through civil disobedience like Martin Luther King, Jr., or militant self-determination like Malcolm X and Nat Turner, an Arlington cemetery full of assassinations and political prisoners who died in detention or of capital punishment. Johnette might flash back and remember the snapping of her John Brown's neck. She would see before her eyes her comrades swinging from the rope at Harper's Ferry and feel mortified that their names were not as well known as hers. There had not been equality, even in death. Damn white supremacy. She would wonder, since she was thinking about actions and demonstrations, had there been a means of retreat in order to have lived to struggle another day? Had it been an error not to have awaited Sis. Harriet Tubman's arrival before the raid? After all, Harriet was a keen strategist and tactician. She was fearless and clear that her troops were precious, not to be squandered. Freedom. Do not turn away from it. To do so extracts a heavy price. Johnette would have heard of Assata Shakur and read her poem, Carry on the Tradition, and known that she as a white woman had much to learn and that she too must carry on the tradition of fighting white supremacy in the heart of global imperialism. At Seattle, Johnette would have advanced, hand in hand, with other young folks who had learned from the struggles of their elders, some of whom were still present, still strong. The young white comrades, radical, internationalist and anti-racist, are those not afraid to challenge their white privilege. They are clear that their interests lie not in white supremacy and capitalism but in alliance with their Black, Latino, Native, and Asian Pacific Islander comrades. Like Johnette, they know the system must change. There is no liberation, justice, freedom from fear for some working peoples. They attack the corporations with creativity and an understanding of the power of the state. Together, these young comrades and Johnette are concerned that many in the white left, be they environmentalists, labor activists, feminists, anarchists, had not fought to include oppressed peoples from inside the U.S. Betida Martinez, in her article, Where Was the Color in Seattle, estimated that, including foreign national activists from former and neocolonial nations, only about 5% of the entire protest was of African, Asian, Latin American, or indigenous heritage. Sis. Martinez, among other comrades, explored why people of color didn't come out from an oppressed people's point of view of marginalization, alienation, and the results, in Johnette's words, of white supremacy. The issue is on the table. Along with these conscious comrades she had connected with, Johnette would change the question for white activists: why was the relationship of the WDO and global imperialism to oppressed peoples inside the US not significantly addressed? Why do white activists support people's struggles against imperialist cannibalization worldwide, but overlook or ignore the same atrocities and conditions inside the US, environmental racism, super-exploitative labor of women, men, and youth, wholesale incarceration of a whole generation of labor and culture, postmodern slavery and genocide? Such conditions are not the fault of the targets and victims. It is the responsibility of white activists to stop the U.S. government from its devastation inside the U.S. or outside its borders. Johnette would be engaged in organizing against the death penalty and to free Mumia Abu-Jamal alongside the growing number of activists from their communities, hip-hoppers and anti-racist punks, radical rappers, salseros, and rockers. She would join the upsurge of resistance and refusal in the face of the increasingly militarized police state. The sights are set on liberation. And they know that there can be no liberation or justice or peace where there is white supremacy, where there is exclusion due to hierarchy, nation, race, class, or gender. Jeanette and her comrades bring a legacy of courage and creativity. She would be happy to feel the winds of change even in the stultifying swamp of injustice. Again, in this life she would experience the possibilities of liberation inherent in challenging oppression and in preserving the planet for all peoples and their future generations. She would not be afraid to fight for that future. She might well repeat a slogan she heard from some old Black Panthers, "You're either a part of the problem or part of the solution." And with some of that old John Brown fire in her eyes, she might ask, "Which side are you on?" 7.3.H. Toward building the future's history. Bill Dunn. For people who aspire to make revolution, assessment and reassessment of their route, vehicle, and destination is always desirable. Under the conditions that presently confront the movement for the most equitable social reality in which all people will have the greatest possible freedom to develop their full human potential, our movement, such analysis is a much needed necessity. In this morning of a new millennium, we, the people, are confronted by a new world order of rampant capitalism. Owned and operated by a tiny global elite that recognizes no boundaries to its appropriation of even greater riches and power at the expense of the earth and its people, this instrument of exploitation and oppression is rolling back many of the social, political, and economic gains paid for in sacrifice and blood by previous centuries' revolutionaries. This new incarnation of imperial capital represents an enemy adaptation to past revolutionary theory and practice such that we are losing ground. Hence, it demands of our assessment and reassessment synthesis of the lessons of the past with new and innovative thinking that is the product of our unique times and circumstances toward evolution of our movement. Evolution of our movement requires that we cling to an ineffective past. Effectiveness demands that we progress to building new structures with new techniques on the foundations previously laid rather than merely rearranging stones already in place with obsolescent methods. It also demands that moribund and declining forms be allowed to wither and die away rather than being artificially sustained on political life support. Given our view of the future a few paces down the road from where yesterday's praxis was vibrant and growing, we can and must replace it with a revitalized vision of where we want to go, the path from here to there, and the means by which we can travel it. It is not sufficient to be merely anti this or that or even anti every depredation of the ruling class and its agencies of oppression. Nor is it enough to favor reform or even radical change regarding this or that issue or even every injustice wrought by an unjust system. All that leaves us treating symptoms without attacking the disease. Even if we could eliminate the symptoms, the disease would remain to cause new symptoms and leave the body politic weakened and thus prey to parasitic infection by other sicknesses like fascism. Imperial capital and its class system is the disease of which our revolutionary medicine, the social technology we evolve, must cure humanity. It is a system of socialized production but private ownership. Control of all major elements of social and individual life is concentrated in unaccountable financial centers distant from the overwhelming majority of people in all relevant ways. It institutionalizes an exploitative and oppressive hierarchy in which a small majority claiming ownership of production and the means thereof obscenely squanders the social wealth. The large majority constituting the society that produces the wealth is effectively disenfranchised and left to wallow in the insecurity and privation of an artificially dog-eat-dog paradigm. Its symptoms manifest themselves through the action of its ruling class, which afflicts the society with armed agencies of repression, infects class sisterin and brethren of its opposing class with division and competition, and engages in many other abusive tactics to suppress the social immune response of revolution. We know the disease. And as much as we may elaborate on, lament, or even quell the symptoms, we also know they will continue to crop up in one form or another until we cure the disease. The cure for imperial capital and its new world order won't come a hand or a foot at a time. History and the increasing integration of the world's people humanity tells us that anything short of a complete, systemic cure will leave disease agents lurking to reinfect any part of the organism temporarily liberated from symptoms. For the same reason, the cure is also a socialist one that eliminates sick labor and property relationships and the sick social and political relationships spawned from that material base. Hence, We need an all-people's revolutionary movement that recognizes the human collective and knows no boundaries of gender, race, nation, sect, or other division that depreciate humanity's essential and overwhelming commonality. That doesn't mean that humanity is a monolith, that we all are or have to be the same, but instead that our differences are inconsequential in comparison to our similarities in nature and needs. And it means that human diversity should not become or remain fault lines between people. Like the tiny amounts of alloying elements that make iron into steel amenable to many uses, our diversity is a strength that can be integrated into a unified movement rather than a gaggle of competitive identities that elevate superficial, minor, and artificial differences into rigid barriers through which only distrust and enmity leak. The ruling class is not impeded by such boundaries, indeed, it uses them as instruments of control of its victims, us. So how do we build such a movement? Collective formation immediately presents itself. Our side of the barricade is, at present, plagued by atomization, lack of resources, and dependence on the exploitative and oppressive system we would overthrow. Activists are, for the most part, forced by circumstances to live in scattered, isolated situations wherein they must organize the resources of both subsistence and struggle around and despite selling their labor to the system. That requires an inordinate amount of time that could be more productively used in furtherance of revolution. It also cedes most of the surplus value of our labor to the purpose of exploiting and oppressing class at the expense of our own. Living and working individually is expensive. It prevents us from taking advantage of economies of scale. It makes getting together for political work costly in time and travel and communication and missed contacts, and risky due to the heavier surveillance of transportation and communication infrastructures by the forces of repression. It ties us to disparate places and jobs and schedules not of our making. It puts us under greater scrutiny whereby absences from those places, jobs, and schedules will be noticed. And it denies us access to means of production that, in addition to paying the bills, would aid in positive practice. Collectives also diminish the level of scrutiny on their members. Who outside a collective, for example, could certainly say that a member was not toiling in the back room or on an innocuous errand for the enterprise at a time in question? Who within a collective would? Going or coming are minimized and can be done less visibly. And many other material and financial transactions are facilitated and or shielded from outside eyes by a collective structure, especially with creative use of tax and various registrations and reporting laws. These benefits will be particularly important when the apparatus of repression responds to our movement's increasing effectiveness by criminalization and otherwise attacking legitimate activity. Collectives not only allow their participants to support themselves, they also give people control of the tools of the trade by which they do so, means of production that can be pressed into progressive work rather than lying idle under the control of some capitalist when not in use. A truck, for instance, might not only carry people, equipment, supplies to and from a job site, it might do the same for a rally, demonstration, or other event/action. The improved position to render mutual aid applies not only internally, but externally as well, collectives having greater material and personal means to support other forms of organizing, both traditional and experimental, etc. The advantages of collectivity are many and manifest. Perhaps most importantly, collectives will allow us to prefigure the society we would create as we work towards its realization. We all have been raised in and socially conditioned by an exploitative and oppressive society in which predation on a grand scale is lauded as virtue. As much as we individually may have transcended that programming, we lack the skills of socialism. Developing them includes learning how to handle the obviously material relationships, but also learning how to relate to each other in comradely, non-authoritarian, and non-alienating ways that still allow accomplishment of needful knowledge too frequently lacking at present. Better to teach ourselves these skills from the bottom, with myriad collective efforts where the occasional dissolution is a relatively minor loss that is the price of knowledge and may be recouped elsewhere. Better that than to plan to impose inadequately tested theory on a large scale where failure would be a cosmic catastrophe that might take generations to repair. Further, the collectives we build and the community of collectives they form would provide working models to validate our theory and practice of social transformation and attract the people we must if we are to make revolution. Establishing collectives is not the end of this strategy. It is merely a step in constructing an alternative socio-economic base from and with which to effectively fight the status quo, to wage revolutionary class war. The collectives will generate a full array of exchange and mutual aid links. That will facilitate internal satisfaction of the movement's needs so it will be more independent of manipulation, freeze-outs, crises, upheavals, and pressure within the enemy system. Collectivists' mobility will also ensure cross-fertilization, integration, communication, security, and personal component to the external relationships that will stimulate development and improve capacity to resist. As the alternative socio-economic base expands, collectives will merge into one another's areas and functions and increasingly squeeze out enemy institutions that previously controlled those areas and functions. De facto free zones will emerge. The free zones can follow the same trajectory regionally and globally that collectives and their community of communities follow locally. Assessment and reassessment of our movement's course based on hard analysis of the current situation is particularly appropriate at this juncture. No common vision of revolutionary theory, practice, and ends appears evident. Verily, identity and simple issue politics appear ascendant with class struggle relegated to relatively minor, afterthought importance. No political unified field theory that ties these and other disparate elements together into a cohesive movement is apparent, leaving our movement at best a collection of allies in sub-strategic struggles. The currently main or dominant organizational focus seems to be on race and nationalism, to the extent of suggesting white racism is the primary source of the need for revolution and nationalism the primary indeed, only strategy for making that revolution. Neither is accurate. The class contradiction is the base source of the multitudinous forms of exploitation and oppression that necessitate revolution. Resolution of that contradiction demands not separate and separatist struggle by people who are and aspire to be no more than fellow travelers in tactical maneuvers. It requires the aforementioned all-peoples movement that addresses and integrates all of those disparate elements into an effective revolutionary strategy, a house united. Race is not an inescapable division of humanity into factual subspecies. Race is an artificial construct created by the ruling class to pit the class brethren and sisterin of its opposing class against one another and thus divide and well rule them. That the oppressor class has succeeded only too well in erecting that division is evident by the extent to which racial consciousness, racism and notions of racial supremacy have come to pervade the extant society. However, that and the need to resist all forms of racial oppression do not negate the facts that greater differences exist within racial groups than are necessarily found across racial lines, that class comrades of all races have much more in common than at odds, and that arbitrary definitions of race fail especially at the margins. In order to successfully resist overthrow ruling class hegemony, domination, exploitation and oppression, we need an all-peoples movement that works to erase those competitive divisions and recognize, implement, and take advantage of that class commonality in a positive praxis. Race is not class. The class contradiction is firmly rooted in the material world. Though it plays out in many ways, it is essentially defined by the appropriation by a small minority of exploiters and oppressors of the social wealth created by the large majority of people who are left to subsist by selling their labor. Through that relationship, control of material resources and socio-political influence are privatized, redistributed upward and concentrated at the top of a social hierarchy. That power is strategically used to advance the interest of the minority class through a variety of tactics, of which racial division is but one. The exploitation and oppression resulting from this socio-economic contradiction is what makes revolution necessary. While members of what are identified as different racial groups may be disproportionately represented on the sides and subdivisions of this class structure, no such group is the exclusive constituency of any of them. Even if the ruling class were exclusively white, white people are not exclusively or majoritively ruling class. Hence, the class divide is an economic, social, and political one that afflicts all groups defined by things other than the determinants of class, even if the hierarchy and its attendant disparities afflict some more than others. Class privilege is not race privilege. Mistaking race for class also leads to misinterpreting rights as privileges and mistaking class privilege for white privilege. Being free from the abuses we recognize as racism is not a privilege, it is a human right, whether incidentally or deliberately observed or violated. That white people generally are relatively freer from exploitation and oppression than non-white people generally reflects only less violation of their human rights. And none outside the upper echelons of the bourgeoisie is proof against the total disrespect of his or her human rights by the ruling class and its state apparatus that is inflicted on the most oppressed members of society. Class privilege enters at the point at which people usurp greater access to the social wealth than would be theirs in the egalitarian society we would create. If human rights in that society do not include lesser levels of such access currently labeled privilege, then we need to work on our definition of human rights and/or our social vision. Most whites do not have the above class privilege and some non-whites enjoy it. Of course there are disparities, privilege or not, in the condition of the most oppressed will of course improve the most toward and until the erasure of any divergence from economic, social, and political parity. Race is not nation. None of the groups described as racial is so monolithic as to constitute a nation in the usual sense, whether in geographically contiguous areas or across isolated enclaves. That sense itself is problematic, judging from the frequently arbitrary and artificial boundaries drawn as definitions of nations and the upheavals that have resulted from them. Asserting that races are so homogeneous as to constitute nations denies reality and is a form of invidious stereotyping. Moreover, the very notion of nation is fluid. Nations have risen and fallen and been reconstituted as different nations or parts thereof. Hence, there is no absolute white nation, black nation, Latino nation, native nation, Asian nation, queer nation, etc. While there may be areas populated by people of similar physical characteristics whose right to administer their own affairs has been abrogated by imperialism, that does not necessarily make them nations. Nor is there any reason people not sharing such characteristics cannot share the geography or administration of an area. Verily, it must be possible because they already do in many areas. Nationalism is not the best way forward, despite the great sacrifice, exemplary commitment and heroic accomplishment laid down in furtherance of nationalist struggles. Their gains have been illusory and they have failed to realize the full potential of revolutionary struggle. In most cases, the nations that have thrown off the physical shackles of occupation and autocratic imperialism have fallen victim to the financial and pseudo-democratic exploitation and oppression of the New World Order's neo-imperialism. The transnational capitalist hierarchy has proven more adept at adapting to, coopting, and diverting nationalist struggles than our side of the barricade has at evolving a new, effective praxis in a dynamic revolutionary movement to carry those gains forward. That was impossible to foretell at the high tide of national revolutions, when imperialist regimes were falling like leaves in what appeared to be the autumn of imperial capital, notwithstanding history's evidence of nationalism dangers. But hindsight can be 20/20ths and should tell us that the strategy of 2-3 many Vietnams is flawed unless some of those Vietnams are in the imperialist centers and all of their practitioners recognize that capitalism's new world order can't be rolled up only from the edges, can't be defeated without a global revolutionary movement. Nation-states are not the paradigm for global revolution. They imply that there are inherent, significant, unbridgeable differences between humans. They further imply that unfettered association of all groups of humans would damage some of the groups. Intrinsic to that implication is the assumption that either the damaged or damaging groups are inferior or otherwise by nature and thus irremediably bad. Even taking both the implications and the assumption as valid, nation-states are no solution, as is obvious from even a cursory analysis. Such states are not protected or prevented from exploitation and oppression, either internal or external. And there is no good agreement that either the implication or the assumption is, in fact, valid. Verily they are inconsistent with revolutionary principles based on contrary evidence. Another implication of nation-states is that capitalist competition rather than socialist cooperation is the best system of intergroup interaction, also inconsistent with revolutionary principles. Nor is there anything inherent in nationalism that makes it socialist. With a nation-state as the primary if not only goal, bourgeois pseudo-democracy, autocracy, monarchy, theocracy, and even fascism are acceptable systems of intragroup interactions. Moreover, imperialism's use of nation-states as prisons in which groups of people and their labor power can be locked for competitive exploitation and police suppression of resistance movements while imperial capital recognizes no national boundaries in pursuit of its interests exposes nationalism as anti-popular and an impediment to real freedom. Hence, a revolutionary movement must seek to break down the boundary walls of nationalism rather than build them up. Self-determination is not an absolute. Self-determination is a fine slogan, but what does it mean as a goal? In an increasingly global society, it is increasingly necessary to organize the utilization of the world's resources and distribution of its wealth into a sustainable system that serves the needs of all the world's people. Present international law, to the extent it can, given its subordination to imperial power and basis in capitalist ideology, encroaches on self-determination to take some small steps in that direction. But nations of absolute national self-determination and sovereignty render it largely ineffective. And some countries' self-determination is others' subjugation. A global revolutionary movement would make local and regional autonomy the norm and protect localities and regions from exploitation and oppression through real democratic centralism. In a rational society, group self-determination is necessarily subject to the constraints of the community of groups as they seek to maximize their freedom by democratically balancing competing interests, just as individual freedom is subject to community constraints. In a revolutionary society, such constraints result in greater freedom for all, which is the point. Looking at a strategy of revolution through racial nationalism also raises additional concerns of practicality and principle, particularly with respect to what are described as internal colonies. Advocating and practicing the formation of racially segregated organizations whose goals are intrinsically different and competitive, if not antagonist, cannot benefit the movement. Trying to stifle the attendant divergence by creating a racial hierarchy is inconsistent with revolutionary principles. And nationalism-based organizations leave many people out in the cold by demanding of them an unmakeable choice. Geographically separated and culturally diverse enclaves of racial majorities economically dependent on the surrounding areas cannot become viable nations. Advocating the formation of such nations sets us up for failure. Where a racial group seeks to overcome the difficulties of a nation enclave by asserting a claim to territory in which it is a minority, the disenfranchisement and/or forcible expulsion of the majority requisite to the minority's national supremacy is ethically illegitimate. Further, launching such a struggle would pit a poor and oppressed minority against a more wealthy majority whose members it would be unable to significantly subvert in a contest the former could not win. Organizing towards one or more such overtly anti-democratic national goals can only alienate a substantial portion of the population that would otherwise be attracted to our revolutionary movement. Since the idea of a race-based nation is inherently racially supremacist, pursuing such goals not only engenders and hardens racial attitudes, it encourages the growth of competitive and negative ones. The U.S. ruling class has demonstrated the efficacy of creating false identity with itself in the mind of many of the exploited and oppressed, especially its tools among them, and using that fallacy to foment and fuel racial divisions that facilitate its social control. Pursuing racial separatist solutions plays into that tactic and inhibits us in creating consciousness of the real identity that exists between the class comrades of all races and the revolutionary action that could and must grow from it. We don't consign all of these potential comrades to enemy status because they are unconscious of the class contradiction. We should be willing to work with them similarly in creating revolutionary consciousness of racial oppression. Launching one or more such racial nationalist separatist struggles would more than likely elicit a racist reaction, given their underlying assumptions. That reaction would transcend the area of national struggle and lead to pogrom-like atrocities against people of the separatists' racial group. They would have no choice in practicality or principle but to resist, and principle would demand that progressive, revolutionary, and anti-racist forces of all races join them in that resistance in the spirit of mutual aid. Such an unequal struggle would more likely result in the destruction of the revolutionary movement and strengthening of fascism, if not the hatching of an outright fascist regime, than victory. Making the progressive forces strong enough to be the victors cannot be accomplished by balkanizing them, and especially by segregating the most oppressed and therefore most radical segment of the class from the larger movement. Rather, it requires unifying them in an all-people's movement that leaves the ruling class and its lackeys, lickspittles, minions, and henchpeople the poorer minority. Of course, none of this means that racism, homophobia, genderism, poverty, and the many other issues that have given rise to various identities or have otherwise become the defining foci for people's resistance to imperial capital do not warrant serious struggle. No movement can hope to make real revolution if internally afflicted with and/or unconcerned about the exploitation and oppression represented by those fronts of the class war. Nor can we hope to attract enough people to a movement that does not take an unequivocal and active stand against such violations of human rights external to itself but nevertheless existing within the society in which we must work. It does mean, however, that we must predicate our program on the application of revolutionary principles to an accurate and pragmatic analysis of our unique times and circumstances. We must also learn to distinguish between people within our movement and the truly free society we would create, the enemy, and the oppressive social order it enforces, and the vast bulk of the people who presently subsist between these poles. Only thus can we avoid rejection of our revolutionary vision because we brought it to people the wrong way. On the basis thereof, we must prioritize the theory and practice of class war and an all-people's revolutionary struggle to win it. That is what will solve the problems we confront, even if through protracted struggle, rather than merely demonstrate fealty to the proper positions. If our assessment and reassessment brings us to these conclusions and motivates action thereon, it has done more than well. 7.3.I. The struggle continues. Russell Maroon Shotes. I wholeheartedly support the John Brown 2000 conference. It is fitting that, during the 200th anniversary of John Brown's birth and Nat Turner's 200th birthday, like-minded people would assemble to struggle on how we should honor them by continuing the struggle that they both gave their lives for. We have our own John Browns and Nat Turners, white anti-imperialists like Marilyn Buck, David Gilbert, the Ohio Seven, Linda Evans, Larry Giddings, Bill Dunn and others, as well as Saifi Yabukari, Black Liberation Army combatants, New African Liberation Front Qatar, Assata Shakur, and many, many more. All tried and tested veterans. But like John Brown and Nat Turner, we must never rest until we get the job done, or until death surprises us in our work. Can anyone imagine either John Brown or Nat Turner giving up their struggle to destroy slavery? We must also make a supreme effort to reach out to others who are struggling to stop this monster. We have to broaden our base to include all of those in various communities and organizations who cannot stomach racism, capitalist/imperialist domination and exploitation, cultural destruction and suppression, national oppression, environmental destruction, and all of the other ills that the millions daily try to combat in their own ways. We must network, network, network. Not just here in this country, but globally. All the time we must recognize that we don't have all of the answers neatly wrapped up in any one of our collective ideological belief systems. If we can go out and make a serious effort to meet others with open minds, it shouldn't take long to identify common problems that are all in some way connected. From there we can decide when and how to best attack our problem: concentration, accuracy, timing, and speed. I'm encouraged by the upsurge amongst the youth over the last few years. Though they are not sure as to what all needs to be done, they still have grabbed the torch. Let's network more with them, our common destinies are entwined. 7.3.j. Loving to be / struggling to be free. Veronza Bowers. A strong, virtuous, and industrious young man. Sat contemplative and absorbed at the side of a lake. Strong body, humble in spirit. With the stillness of the water reflecting the serenity of his thoughts. Thoughts of a harvest. Soon to be gathered. Thoughts of a gratefulness. For communal trading and sharing. Thoughts of our children. Our dedicated and nurturing wives. Thoughts of our loving parents. Instructing and giving advice. Thoughts of our people. Our beautiful, beautiful, beautiful people. Loving to understand and loving to be understood. Loving to help others and loving those who help them. Loving to love and loving to be loved. Loving the freedom of others and longing to be free themselves. Then suddenly and imperceptibly. Dreams transmitted to nightmares. Tranquility to havoc. Communal serenity to chaos. And freedom to an inhumane forced servitude. The likes of which were never known. Before or after. Treacherously were we snatched from the place of our birth. By a man with a plan. Calculating our laborious worth. Captured, shackled, brought, sold, and traded. By an avaricious incompetent, inhuman, untenable, and hatred. We been denigrated, debilitated, depreciated, and niggerated. We been desired, denied, deprived, as well as separated. We been brutalized, terrorized, dehumanized, and victimized. Then utilized, vilified, and irrevocably criminalized. We've struggled, fought. Been ridiculed, massacred and died. In mutinies, rebellions, protests. And even freedom rides. Despised as thieves, yet we continue to be stolen from. Demeaned as murderers, yet we continue to be slaughtered. Incarcerated as insurgents, we must continue to struggle. We must still love to understand, and love to be understood. We must still love to help others, and love those who help us. We must still love to love, and love to be loved in return. We must still love the freedom of others. And struggle to be free ourselves. Veronza Bowers, his daughter, and grandchildren. Illegally imprisoned. Having been in prison since 1973, Veronza Bowers is one of the longest-held political prisoners in the world. After serving his full 30-year term, he was scheduled for mandatory release on April 7, 2004. Under pressure from the Fraternal Order of Police, the U.S. Parole Commission blocked this mandatory release. He has been illegally held ever since. See pages 768-9 for more information about this ongoing travesty of justice. 7.3.k. Alliance building, looking forward, looking back. Linda Evans. The need to build anti-racist alliances is not at all abstract. Today police are on the rampage in the streets of New York, Louisville, and in Angola and Pelican Bay prisons. In order to stop killer cops and win community control of the police, it's urgent that we build the strongest alliances possible between white anti-racist and the black and Latino communities where police kill with impunity. Yet such alliances are increasingly rare. How can effective alliances be built between white anti-racists and activists from communities of color? Some alliances may be built first on individual actions and relationships. In these, most basic is a determination to fight every incidence of racism that we encounter, both institutional and interpersonal. This may be as commonplace as challenging racist language or characterizations whenever they occur in conversations, advertising, or media. A good example of this is the struggle led by the Native Americans against athletic teams' racist names and mascots. It doesn't take long to write a letter to the editor or an email to the public relations department of a product employing racist advertising. Perhaps even more important is confronting racism in employment policies where you work or go to school, or in interpersonal conversations. This may be the first step an individual can take in becoming a dependable ally to people of color in your immediate workplace or neighborhood. Make the fight against racism your own. Besides exposing and criticizing racism, you can take positive action to impede its development. Anti-racist training and political self-education are a good way to start. In prison, for example, racial and national hostilities are encouraged as a means of preventing prisoner unity. For a short period of time, prisoners at F.C.I. Dublin organized a council against racism. We were disbanded by the prison before we could achieve some short-term goals like directly intervening to resolve conflicts. However, we did accomplish some short-term goals like ensuring the translation of most institutional forms, medical appointments and prisoner orientation sessions into Spanish. We also organized a multicultural festival where women prisoners from many different countries performed their nation's music, poetry, and dance. Experiencing other cultures and supporting each other's performances markedly lessened racial tension, though the effect was regrettably transitory. But most of us wanted to organize beyond individual anti-racism, to confront institutionalized white supremacy. The next step may be to offer your solidarity by contacting organizations where people of color are addressing issues that affect their communities: killer cops/police brutality, environmental racism, gentrification, workfare/welfare cuts, prison. Very often white organizations try to recruit people of color as members, as a way to diversify or better represent the community as a whole. This approach ignores the fact that white-dominated structures leave little power for people of color. Years ago in Austin, a group of white women recognized that our efforts to include Black and Chicana women in feminist activities were inevitably mechanistic, even tokenistic, because these women of color did not choose to belong to white-dominated feminist organizations. We were anti-racist and believed that the women's movement needed to fight for the demands of Black women and Chicanas. They were involved in organizing for the survival of their community, specifically against gentrification and the invasion of white-owned real estate development. In Austin, this invasion had been spearheaded by the takeover of a community lakeside park for national jet-propelled speedboat competitions. The destruction of the park had brought an invasion of reckless drunk drivers, property destruction, and finally a serious hit-and-run injury of a young Chicana. The Black Citizens Task Force and the Brown Berets formed an alliance to stop the boat races. We approached them, pledging to organize white opposition to boat racism and gentrification. The Black Citizens Task Force and Brown Berets were rightfully dubious of our commitment and political perseverance. There had been little contact or solidarity from the white community since the civil rights movement. Gradually we built trust amongst us through our day-to-day practice confrontations with white racists, skirmishes with cops, arrests, organizing broad support to attend city council meetings. Fighting for survival of their community was the first priority of Black and Chicana women. Our experience has many parallels in today's struggles: the fight for survival of ethnic studies and bilingual education, against redlining and agribusiness takeovers of Black-owned farms in the South, support of Native American land and fishing rights. Organizing direct support for the demands of communities of color is a way white activists can fight their own tendencies to dominate decision-making. We can fight white supremacy and arrogance in our own practice by relinquishing control. Another form of organizational alliance building takes place in campaigns with a broad, single-issue focus. White anti-racists working in the AIDS movement, for example, struggle for funds to be directed to Black, Native American, Latino and Pacific Islander organizations, so they can decide how best to utilize those resources. Only a very few AIDS activists on the outside have advocated for HIV+ prisoners or prisoners with AIDS, though this is another important way to fight the white-centeredness of the AIDS movement. Prisoners with AIDS have urgent needs: compassionate release for terminal illnesses, consistent access to new treatments and quality medical care, programming opportunities equal to those of other prisoners, political and material support for peer education programs. Responding to the ongoing needs of HIV+ prisoners and their families, political prisoners have founded AIDS Education and Support, another form of alliance building inside. At FCI Dublin, we initiated the process of forming PLACE by discussing the idea with Black, Native American, and Latina women, approaching individuals and their organizations, the Black Cultural Workshop, Four Winds Group and Latina Club. PLACE was a joint effort from its beginning. Its existence represented an important alliance between the diverse communities here. We made consistent efforts to fight racial divisions, translating all our literature and programs into Spanish, co-sponsoring women's health fairs with Black History Month committees, and training women of different ethnic backgrounds to be spokespeople. We directed proceeds from our Prisoners Fight AIDS walkathons to organizations that focused on the most oppressed and underserved people with AIDS: women, a hospice in the Black community, drug addicts, and queers of color, in addition to contributing to a camp for children with AIDS. In this way, PLACE also built an alliance with the communities outside. Resources and money are often the issue that break alliances apart. White supremacy in our society means that white activists in general have more access to money and resources than our comrades from communities of color. Part of the success of any alliance depends on a commitment to share these resources. Many political relationships have been built specifically to facilitate the acquisition and transfer of resources: solidarity campaigns providing material aid, fundraising specifically to finance travel for people of color to national demonstrations or conferences is central to facilitating their participation and should not be limited to just a specific number of scholarships. When these solidarity efforts also organize political action, a transformation occurs. Individuals go beyond simply making a donation and are radicalized by joining the resistance struggle. In alliances between white people and people of color, leadership is also an important dynamic. In the John Brown Anti-Klan Committee, we believed that following the leadership of Black revolutionaries and organizations was the way we could be most effective in fighting white supremacy. We recognized that the people who experience racism most directly are the most knowledgeable about how to best oppose it, and that any action taken by white people fighting the KKK, for example, could well have repercussions that would affect the Black community. We built consistent, respectful lines of communication with the Black Citizens Task Force and the Brown Berets, to ensure that they could contribute meaningfully to our planning process, or veto actions if they felt they were inappropriate or endangered their communities. They, in turn, often asked for us to fulfill specific responsibilities or to organize support in the white community for their campaigns. We learned another lesson about self-determination because of the dynamic between local and national Black organizations. JBASI nationally was directly responsible to the New African Peoples Organization, a revolutionary nationalist organization that was struggling for land and independence as the concrete expression of self-determination for the Black nation. In Austin, the Black Citizens Task Force did not identify their organization as either revolutionary or nationalist. They organized primarily around immediate needs of the local Black community. Members of the Austin chapter of JBASI initially felt conflicted by these ideological differences, but to intervene in these political differences would have been racist and inappropriate. What was primary was our commitment to anti-racist organizing. We soon realized that NAPO's leadership complemented and broadened the perspective of the daily work we did with the BCTF. For example, NAPO's revolutionary political perspective aided us in relating the local struggle against killer cops and the KKK, and for a civilian review board, to nationwide campaigns. Similarly today, developing relationships with local activists in national Black networks like NAPO, NCOBRA, or the Black Radical Congress can allow white anti-racists in local communities to contribute to national campaigns and strategies. As long as its common goals are kept primary, an alliance benefits from political discussion and struggle. For example, many of us in JBASI were lesbians. We confronted anti-gay attitudes among comrades in the BCTF and Brown Berets, as we did in the rest of society. Based in the overriding commitment to our work together, mutual respect enabled us to criticize and struggle with each other in ways that ultimately strengthened our alliance rather than destroying it. Following the leadership of the Black, Puerto Rican, Native American, Mexican Chicano organizations does not mean being passive or waiting for direction. A mock lynching occurred just outside East Austin. A black-faced effigy was shot up and hung from a tree, with white supremacist literature scattered nearby. The Black and Chicano communities were prepared for self-defense, but decided not to directly confront the incident. For their white allies, this mock lynching was one more indication that the Ku Klux Klan's paramilitary operations were expanding. We planned out a campaign to oppose and expose the Klan's growth in Texas, consulting with BCTF and Brown Berets as we implemented each step. The KKK was actively recruiting using community access TV facilities, starting up a chapter of the NOP, using free advertising offered by an alternative community newspaper, publicizing the paramilitary training that they conducted on national grasslands. We confronted them directly and consistently, making arguments against their access to community resources, threatening a boycott and picket line against the newspaper if they ran the NOP ads, holding demonstrations outside TV and radio stations where the Klan was interviewed, going door to door with a petition to shut down all their paramilitary training camps. We talked to hundreds of people face to face about the Klan, killer cops, and manifestations of white supremacy internationally in Palestine and South Africa. J-Bassi was initiating these anti-racist campaigns, but prioritized and maintained communications with NAPO and our Black and Chicano comrades locally. Our own initiatives to fight white supremacy strengthened the alliances we were building with communities of color, both in Austin, statewide, and nationally. Our resistance to today's white supremacy must be creative and consistent. It's crucial to keep up the pressure to win community control of the police, to stop the murders of people of color by killer cops. The freedom fighters of the Black Liberation Army and Black Panther Party were the first to target police in defense of black communities across the U.S. Campaigns against killer cops and police brutality should include demands to free Mumia Abu-Jamal and other POWs and political prisoners. The fight for prisoners' human rights exposes the genocidal and white supremacist aspects of mass imprisonment, criminalization of whole communities and especially young people of color, the destruction of families via mass incarceration, the racially selective death penalty and war against drugs. White prison activists can be more effective by building direct relationships with organizations of prisoners' families and other grassroots prison reform efforts based in communities of color. We must never forget that tens of thousands of white supremacists are active in armed paramilitary organizations. They pose a clear and very present danger and must be exposed and confronted. Activists in the anti-globalization movement should self-consciously build alliances both internationally and locally by working on issues that affect people of color. Their communities have been devastated by economic restructuring, whether through cutbacks in welfare, lost jobs because of runaway shops, homelessness, or cutbacks in public education and health care. It's crucial that we build alliances that connect all these issues, in addition to confronting racist attitudes and institutional practices. Making these alliances a priority will strengthen our ability to effectively fight supremacy and ultimately to build a revolutionary resistance movement. 7.3.L. Mixed, like you, mixed, like me. Larry Giddings. As we embark into the 21st, Christian calendar, century, we are confronted with immense social and cultural upheaval. The very foundations of political and social analysis evolved from our many origins are called into question. History/her story/our story is in great flux. From an industrial age, to an age of science and technology, and now we are firmly in the tide of the information age. The numbers of competing histories of social evolution are multiplying rather than diminishing. The truthfulness, or accuracy, of a number of histories are not questioned by many. Designing a history to meet philosophical, political, religious goals has become easier, rather than more difficult. It is this titanic struggle to define histories, which marks the battleground of the present. The study of DNA has fairly well demythologized the belief in racial difference. Race is a non-starter. Human beings, regardless of hair, eye, or skin variation, belong to the same race, Homo sapiens sapien. The transplanting of organs, hearts, livers, kidneys, corneas, etc. amongst people of all hues has punctuated the DNA research with a solid exclamation point. Nationalism, described by many as a liberatory activity, has deteriorated to tribalism throughout much of the world. The breakup of Yugoslavia into its tribal/ethnic parts as separate nation-states, and numerous, previously, socialist republics, are firm examples of tribalism as the basis of conflict. Post-colonial Africa continues to be driven by tribal/ethnic conflict exacerbated by the colonial experience. Tribal and ethnic conflict disguised as nationalist movements and civil class war are reflected around the globe. They are a human condition. Defining a people, a tribe, and its evolution and relations with other tribes is the goal of all history. What is a white person? Is it someone with a light, pale skin color? Or is it someone with blue eyes? Are they defined by national origin? Were they born in a particular country? As we all know, no definition suffices. Just as there is no single definition of a black person. These appellations are social-political in nature and not merely descriptions of skin tone and hair, etc. The gene pools of the European, Asian, and African continents have mixed for untold millennia. Tribal differentiation can and does occur with great rapidity. Cultural diversity occurs even more quickly. The Irish of North America are culturally different from those who remained in Ireland. The examples are endless. I, as an individual, do not pretend to represent any group, ethnic, genetic, social, or otherwise. My study of histories and human geography of genetic drift causes me to recognize origins from across the human landscape. There is no mythology strong enough to make me white. Confronting reality, revealing truths, should be what history is about. For myself, historian and cultural analyst Jan Carew has been a great example. While politically acknowledged as a Black Caribbean scholar, he celebrates his diverse ethnic origins. That self-knowledge must be the foundation of my personal journey into the 21st century. How others define themselves, I cannot say. To build a new and hopefully better world, I work to allow others to define themselves. I will struggle to expand an understanding of the breadth of human history. Our history did not begin a few hundred years ago, or even a few thousand. The world includes more than Europe, more than Africa, more than the Americas. The future will not be defined by one ethnic enclave or a single individual. For myself, the building of a movement that recognizes the multiplicity of ethnic social genetic origins at work in each of us is a constant refrain. As economic globalism explodes alongside information exchange, so must any social movement globalize for any hope of survival. Indigenous nations have recognized this, from Papua New Guinea to Zapatistas of Chiapas, Mexico. Confronting domination, economic, class, or otherwise, will require an even greater grasp of history. I hope to see this evolve in the years ahead. John Brown is someone I view as willing to step across the perceived boundaries of race and class, to create a country without chattel slavery. We, too, can step across boundaries, define who we are, and create an inclusive culture of struggle. 7.3.m. Some lessons from the 1960s. David Gilbert. The movement of the 1960s showed the potential for positive response from whites to the rise of national liberation struggles, along with a desire for a more humane and cooperative society. It is true that this response came first from elite students, the children of the petty bourgeoisie and professionals. These sectors felt more secure in their privilege and felt less immediately threatened by advances for black people than did the poorer sectors of whites. Also, students and intellectuals are frequently the group that early on, albeit subjectively, responds to emerging contradictions in a given society. The movement was a real reflection of the objective advance of national liberation and the need to transform U.S. society. As the war in Vietnam dragged on, increasing numbers of working-class youth became involved in the movement. This fledgling success and glimmer of potential of the 60s also provided some historical lessons that we have not done nearly enough to analyze and codify. The movement involved more than the traditional unrest of students. Broader cultural identification played a major role in generating a larger youth movement. First and foremost, it was the impact of black culture, with its more humane values of social consciousness, emotional expressiveness, and sense of community, primarily through the genesis of rock and roll. The cultural rebellion also importantly involved an opening of sexual expression that challenged the prevailing straitjacket of repression. Paradoxically, to the grim realities we've come to understand, at that time drugs were seen as liberation from repressive control and the promotion of anti-authoritarianism. Civil rights and anti-war activity among whites started mainly on the campuses, and the student movement was a spearhead for political consciousness throughout the 60s. Most white working-class youth were initially indifferent, if not downright hostile, to these initial stirrings. But over the years there were increasing cultural links that laid the basis for a broader movement. Underscore 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 underscore. David writes, the following is from the concluding section of my 1991 pamphlet, Looking at the White Working Class Historically, published by the Cooperative Distribution Service, with comments from J. Sakai. The purpose of this section was to assess the 1960s in order to draw out lessons about the potential and terms for future anti-racist organizing among white people. Today, we obviously are not in a period of rapid victories for national liberation struggles. It's not even clear precisely what forms of struggle and strategies will lead to revolutionary, humane social change. But the oppression and resistance of people of color both in the Third World and within the U.S. is still the fundamental social reality. Finding fruitful ways to organize white people against racism continues to be our critical and central responsibility. Looking at the White Working Class Historically was subsequently published in pamphlet form by Abraham Guillen Press/Arm the Spirit, and is currently available through AK Press. For example, white working-class youths who dropped out of the daily work grind and were often into drugs, gravitated to communities near campuses. Anti-draft counseling offices brought many into more direct, political contact with the movement. The burgeoning of community colleges meant that more working-class youth were themselves students. By the late 1960s, the growing disenchantment and anger about the war in Vietnam provided a unifying focus and sense of identity for all the disaffected. When soldiers in Vietnam started to turn against the war, that added a new dimension to the movement, as well as significantly deepening its class composition. The main base for the anti-imperialist movement of the 60s was a social movement of youth, heavily impacted and in many ways generated by black culture. As the movement developed, it involved increasing numbers of working-class youth, who played a major role in the movement's growth and heightened militancy. This extension showed the ability of culture to be a bridge to deepening the class base of a social movement, the increasing ways the draft, in the context of a bloody and losing war, made the interests of some working-class people intersect with those of national liberation, and the contagious effect of victorious revolutions and liberatory vision. The New Left did have an intelligent strategy for extending the movement and deepening its class base, but abandoned it at the very moment it was achieving stunning success. The revolutionary youth movement strategy called for the extension of what had started as a primarily elite student base to a broader, particularly working class, youth base by doing more work around the draft, with GIs, in community colleges, and among youth in working class neighborhoods. The movement, still heavily male supremacist, had little sense of the role of women and often lapsed into very negative sexist posturing. However, even here, the freedom, energy, and rhetoric of the movement provided a new opening for women's liberation. Women active in the civil rights movement and in SDS provided a major impetus for the new wave of feminism that emerged in 1967. Unfortunately, the reaction of men within the movement was so sexist that it led to what has become an ongoing and destructive stasis that pits anti-imperialism and women's liberation against each other. But RYM did offer a vision extending the movement to involve broader working-class sectors without losing the political focus on anti-war, anti-racism, and militancy. Large numbers of working-class youth did get involved in the movement. At the high point, millions took to the streets in the wake of the 1971 invasion of Cambodia and the killing of students at Kent State. This movement was of course not magically free of racism, as painfully illustrated by the failure to make issue of the killing of black students at Jackson State and of Chicano anti-war activists in Los Angeles. But it was a movement that could, with political leadership, have strong anti-imperialist potential. SDS, which correctly formulated the RYM strategy in December 1968, was already splintered apart by May 1971. The dissolution of SDS shortly before the triumph of its strategy was not simply a question of stupidity or even just a matter of the pervasive power of opportunism. The student movement had reached a crisis in 1968 because its very successes had moved it from simply shocking the moral consciousness of America to realizing it was in fundamental opposition to the most powerful and ruthless ruling class ever. The murderous attacks on the black movements we supported drove the point home graphically at the same time that the dictates of solidarity urgently pressed us to qualitatively raise our level of struggle. The movement went into a crisis in 1968 because it came face to face with the terrifying reality of imperialism's power. RYM was a creative and realistic strategy to extend the base and power of the movement, although it needed to be joined by an equally strong politics of women's liberation. But for all of its value as a transitional strategy, RYM was of course in itself nowhere near an adequate basis for overthrowing bourgeois power. So, looking for immediate answers in the crisis, the left floundered on the perennial dilemma in white supremacist society. The majority looked for a magic solution to the problem of power by mythologizing the white working class as revolutionary. In reality, this position meant a retreat into white supremacy and away from confronting imperialism. The minority tried to maintain purity around racism and the war by seeing ourselves as exceptional whites, separated from any social base. In reality, this position meant abandoning responsibility for building a movement that could sustain militant struggle against imperialism. While a youth movement in itself can't be sufficient, the promising success of RYM within its realm does suggest some lessons. 1. The role culture can play in building cross-class movements. 2. The value of looking for potential points of intersection of interests of whites with the advance of national liberation, e.g., a. costs of imperialist wars, GIs, the draft, taxes, social priorities, b. situations of common oppression where there is third world leadership, and c. situations where a vision of a revolutionary alternative can be most readily perceived. 3. The likelihood that social movements can play more of a role in involving white working people in a progressive struggle than traditional, direct forms of class organizing. The social movements, though youth, lesbian, gay, AIDS, anti-war, and anti-nuclear, ecology, and potentially around housing, health, and education, have typically had a middle-class leadership and a primarily middle-class base. While the women's movement is usually labeled as a social movement because it is not one of the traditional struggles for state power, it should be more appropriately grouped with national liberation and class as responding to one of the three most fundamental structures of oppression. No movement can be revolutionary and successful without paying full attention to national liberation, class content, and the liberation of women. After the collapse of the anti-war and youth movements in the 70s, the women's movement provided the most sustained and extensive impetus for social change within white America. Like the social movements, the leadership and main active base was middle class. With the ebbing of the radical women's liberation tendency that identified with national liberation, the apparent leadership of contemporary feminism has a more pronounced middle-class character at the same time that many more working-class women, while eschewing the name feminism, have actively adopted and adapted the goals and struggles of the movement. We would argue that the women's movement and the social movements, to be revolutionary, must relate to racism, national liberation, and third world leadership. But we should add that, as with the youth movement, each should be looking for ways to extend its base into the working class on an anti-racist and pro-women's liberation basis. The lesbian gay AIDS movement has been of particular urgency, militancy, and importance in this period. The struggle around AIDS has pushed the radical sector toward the need to ally with third world and poor white communities impacted by intravenous drugs and poor health care. The AIDS movement has also provided leadership in breaking through the sterile conservative versus liberal definition of political debate. ACT UP and others have provided an excellent example of mobilization and empowerment from below for self-help while at the same time demanding a redistribution of social resources to meet these social needs. Peace, ecology, the homeless, healthcare, education all speak to important pieces that express the inhumanity and ineffectiveness of the whole system. Of course these movements have been, almost by definition, reformist. But that doesn't mean that they have to be under all circumstances, example a deeper crisis in imperialism where it has less cushion from which to offer reforms, a situation where revolutionary alternatives are strong enough to be tangible, a political leadership that pushes these movements to ally with national liberation, promote women's liberation, and deepen their class base, while at the same time drawing out the connections among the different social movements into a more coherent and overall critique of the whole system. Under such circumstances and leadership, the social movements could not only involve far more white working class people in anti-systemic struggles, but would also serve to redefine and revitalize class issues and class struggle itself. Lessons from the 60s certainly don't offer a blueprint for the 90s, which are a very different decade. Clearly we are not now in a period of progressive social upheaval. Economic dislocation, at least initially, provides fertile ground for white supremacist organizing. National liberation struggles are not at this point achieving a clear path to socialism. What is certain is that there will be changes, and, at points, crises. We can't afford to repeat the old errors of once again floundering on the dilemma of either joining the working class's white supremacy or of abandoning our responsibility to organize a broader movement. While there is no blueprint, the basis for a real starting point is an analysis of actual historical experience. In sum, revolutionaries must be realistic about the history of white supremacy, the impact of material wealth and dominance, and the mushrooming of job and status differentials among workers, both nationally and internationally. There is nothing approximating the Marxist revolutionary proletariat within white America. At the same time, the distinction between those who control the means of production and those who live by the sale of labor power has not been completely obliterated. A system of white supremacy that was historically constructed can be historically deconstructed. A key factor for whites is the tangibility of a revolutionary alternative as opposed to the more immediate relative privileges that imperialism has had to offer. In this regard we have no map for what the future will bring. The experience of the 60s does offer some possible lessons for when the system is under stress. 1. Anti-imperialist politics are more important than initial class composition. 2. Culture, especially with ties to third world people, can be an important force for building progressive cross-class movements. 3. In seeking to extend such movements, revolutionaries should look for intersection points of white working class interests with the advance of national liberation, such as the draft. 4. Women's liberation must play a central role in all movements we build. 5. The various social movements, if we can fight for an alliance with the national liberation and the presence of women's politics and leadership, can be important arenas for extending the base to include working class people, mutually redefining class and social issues, and making the connections to an overall anti-systemic perspective. 7.3.n. For John Brown's 200th birthday, 3 haiku. David Gilbert, May 9, 2000. Cynosure. John Brown's our North Star. We know of no perfection. Only caring and struggle. Embrace. Whites embrace all humanity. By fighting racism. Our politics, in 17 syllables. Love for the people. Means non-stop struggle against imperialism. 7.3.n. Unity of humanity. Bashir Hamid. Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim. I am not a statement writer, but I do support the need for building alliances against the reactionary forces aligned against those of us seeking the betterment and unity of humanity. Those of us who are nationalists or former nationalists were never into any anti-white nonsense. There are white revolutionaries currently languishing in prisons throughout this country that have sacrificed their lives in the cause of the Black liberation movement. I would like to thank everyone for their efforts on our behalf. I trust this letter is taken in the spirit that it is sent, which is for us to reflect upon principles and standards that we all should hold dear and be ever vigilant and cognizant of, and that we all stand on. In struggle, Bashir. 7.3.0 Reparations. Jalil Muntakim. Greetings. If there is one thing I would like to see come out of the John Brown 2000 conference, it is the building of a reparations movement for the slavery of Africans. I believe it is important for progressives and anti-imperialists in the U.S. to take an active position in the fight for reparations for African slavery. A forward position on this issue in solidarity with New Africans Initiative will ultimately raise the issue onto the national debate. It will force America to face the failure to apologize for slavery and make amends, and further expose economic disparity, white privilege, and the need to challenge continuing racist practices. So out of the conference I hope a resolution is made on this extremely important issue in the next century. Of course the fight for the release of PP/POWs must be highlighted. Until next time. Struggle straight ahead, Jalil. 7.3.p About our commonalities. Wo Pashai Twi Mondo Ian Wilanga. I joined the Omaha chapter of the Black Panther Party in 1969 and was in the party in 1970 at the time of my arrest. I joined because I admired the work the party was doing in standing up for African people against European supremacist-based police arrogance, and because I wanted to be a part of something, whether standing up against police attacks against the African community, feeding African children, exposing the anti-African nature of the U.S. political/economic system, or and otherwise through and by which African people were moving forward under our own leadership and for our own collective interests. Though my involvement in this work made me a target for what would turn out to be almost 30 years of false imprisonment thus far, I am proud to have been a Panther and grateful for what the experience did for my growth as an African person. For a time, our chapter ran what we named the Vivian Strong Liberation School for Children, where I taught political education and Black history. In teaching this history of African people, I was limited in the information and insight I could relate to the young children by my inadequate knowledge of the history of our people beyond the space and time boundaries of the United States of America. It wasn't until some time after I had been locked up that I would become familiar with Joseph Ben Jacques, John Henrik Clark, Drusilla Houston, Yvonne van Sertima, Cheek and Tatiop, and other such African scholars and thinkers and their crucial research on the many aspects of the history of African people. I wish I would have had the knowledge and insights gained from these scholars when I was teaching the African children back in the day. I wish I would have been able to instill in them more than Black pride and give them more than a sense of some Black nationalism. As is now well known, there was conflict between the Black Panther Party national leadership and Maulana Karenga's U.S. organization. U.S. characterized us as being some kind of slaves to the dead Europeans Marx and Lenin, et al. The party called U.S. and other cultural nationalist groups pork-chop nationalists and ridiculed their African dress and talk and so forth as being little more than style, lacking substance. However accurate these characterizations might have been or how off base, we know what the conflict led to: the FBI's capitalizing on this crack in our movement to assist in the transforming of it into a virtual chasm. We know that people died behind this friction. There are other things we know, that European cops have returned to the pre-Black Panther mindset whereby they feel no hesitance to treat African people as they feel like. Abner Luama, Amadou Diallo, and Taisha Miller are but a tiny few of many examples of this. We know that the Nacral has, for many African girls and women, been replaced by chemically straightened hair and blonde wigs and so forth, that the relative popularity of traditional African garments has given way to an obsession with trendy clothes with the names of European men affixed to them: Tommy Hilfiger, Calvin Klein, et al. We know that Black pride has come to be overshadowed by the prevalence of Jerry Springer people, males and females who have learned to enjoy being publicly ridiculed and debased for the entertainment of TV audiences. In other words, much of the progress that we, as African people, made during the Black liberation movement has eroded. What we Africans in this country need now is what we needed back in the day of clenched fists and black berets: a strong sense of our African selves, a knowledge and understanding of our Pan-African history, traditional cultures, and values, and an instituting of programs and systems by which we can operate according to traditional African values, in contexts that are political, economic, social, and so forth. In the process of this kind of collective and individual rediscovery, we will not only cure the psychic ailments we have contracted from materialism/individualism/European supremacism-driven US culture, but will be enabled to see how much we have in common with the indigenous people of this country, including both the so-called Indians and Mexicanos/Chicano. Respectfully, I would submit that this rediscovery of the collective self is one needed as much by these populations as it is by Africans. And this commonality I speak of is not merely the obvious one that of having a shared enemy, the European supremacist system. It is, more importantly, a matter of shared traditional values and outlooks. When we people of color study and grasp an understanding of our respective histories, we uncover the facts that we were, respectively, communal in our relations, that we viewed life holistically, that we saw Earth as our Creator's dominion and that we were its caretakers, etc. As we learn about our commonalities, it will be much easier for us to work together. It will be easier for us to see that the imprisonment of Leonard Peltier is part of the same repression as is the imprisonment of Panthers, that the Indian names and mascots of sports teams are symptomatic of the same European supremacist arrogance as was the creation of Little Black Sambo in the past or Budweiser's Hwa-Sup commercial in the present, that our fighting each other over politically generated economic crumbs plays into the hands of those in whose interest it is to keep us in conflict with each other and blind to the efficacy of our allying with each other. 7.3.Q. To the John Brown 2000 Conference. John Lawman. My friends, I'd like to begin by sending all you good folks attending this John Brown 2000 Conference, as well as everyone else who will be part of the ongoing work from this conference, a very warm and red salute. It goes without saying I'd much rather be there with you. But besides us political prisoners, there should be significant numbers of people this conference can reach and influence. In this my 16th year of captivity, I'm not going to presume to tell any of you how and where our movement should go. I will share some of my reflections, analysis, and practice on John Brown and our work ahead. As a white person, for many long years I viewed John Brown as a fine upstanding American. Within the anti-imperialist and anti-racist movement and especially among my closest Ohio 7/United Freedom Front comrades, John Brown has always been seen as an admirable figure to be learned from. He not only said the right things, but took bold and militant action on his beliefs. He took up the cause of freedom, by becoming a freedom fighter. Of course, the mid-19th century United States, the pre-Civil War times of John Brown, was a world apart from our life today. It's an obvious truism that reality is constantly changing and things must be seen in context of their own conditions, time, and place. Looking back as recently as 10 to 20 years ago, we have seen momentous and significant changes in the world. Any understanding of the struggles facing us today have to be rooted in the realities of the present. As many changes as we have seen since the 1980s, let alone the drastic differences from John Brown's 1850s, a central reality of America remains in effect. The oppression and exploitation of African people has been a fundamental feature, almost since the beginning of European colonization, of America. The principal forms of oppression that black people have faced have changed over time. In John Brown's day the fundamental issue was actual slavery, human bondage. In the 135 years since the defeat of the Confederate slave states in the Civil War, advances and improvements have been made. Yet today everyone, except maybe a crude white supremacist, would agree that African people still face injustice and oppression throughout life in the U.S. Historically and presently black people are not the only victims of oppression and injustice in America. The list is ugly and long and includes the genocide and land theft committed against Native people, class and economic inequality and the oppression of the landless and poor, political, social, and economic oppression of women, a long list of exploited and discriminated against immigrants as well as the historical and ongoing exploitation and oppression of Mexicans and other Latinos, the 100-year colonization of Puerto Rico, etc. Such injustice has been and remains part of the basic fabric of U.S. reality. Nonetheless, the racism and discrimination against, and the inequality and hyper-exploitation of, Black people are a historic and ongoing reality that influences and affects just about everything else in America. This is true on a societal and personal level and affects us in economic, social, and political areas of life. This certainly remains a key issue in the anti-imperialist and revolutionary struggles and, I would argue, in every struggle for social and economic justice. As a young man, John Brown witnessed and examined life around him. He came to an understanding and position, as a human being and as a white man, on the most cutting and conflicting issue in America then, slavery of Africans. He became an abolitionist. He educated others and worked in the Underground Railroad. In time he came to understand that a more active struggle had to be waged by the anti-slavery movement and particularly by white abolitionists. John Brown stepped forward and took up arms to free slaves and to combat the slave-owning forces. He supported the efforts of Africans and he organized whites and blacks as guerrilla fighters. Historically, John Brown came to be seen as a noble and outstanding figure in the anti-slavery movement, but often during his life, the more established white forces in the abolitionist movement were critical of him and shied away from him. John Brown not only criticized the shortcomings of moderate white abolitionists, but simultaneously directly acted to liberate black slaves. Throughout recent times, the 1960s, 70s, 80s, and 90s, we too have had to examine and take positions on the most crucial issues. A central contradiction throughout U.S. history has been the oppression of African people in this land. From slavery to sharecropping, lynching, Jim Crow laws, rural and urban poverty and ghetto living, last hired first fired, to the present-day realities of hugely disproportionate numbers of blacks in poverty, prison, and death row, African people, not only individually but as a group, as a nation, a colonized nation existing within the borders of the USA, face economic, social, and political oppression. The manifestation of the oppression has changed over time, but the reality has not. Any revolutionary or anti-imperialist movement must recognize this core contradiction of America. Any fundamental change, particularly any truly liberating vision of a just, humane and free future, is impossible without a resolution of the oppression of the African nation within America. This struggle remains central to all struggle for revolutionary change in the U.S. Personally, I don't believe we will ever have revolutionary change in America until the African nation is liberated. Conversely, I don't see any liberation of the African nation without an actual social and political revolution in the U.S. Saying this does not mean that there are no other crucial or pressing contradictions within America. I certainly think that there are. I recognize the class contradiction as the principal issue that affects people of all nations and genders within the U.S. But without recognizing that there is a captive black nation and its right to self-determination, we will not be able to mobilize all the necessary forces that we will need to end imperialism and bring about a new revolutionary future. I think we, white revolutionary forces, must continue to affirm our full support for the liberation of the African nation. The term that best captures this for me is proletarian internationalism. The revolutionary proletarian class provides international support for the just liberation struggle of the primary colonized nation within the United States. U.S. imperialism not only holds the African nation in bondage, but also Puerto Rico and Native American nations. U.S. imperialism is also the same system that exploits poorly paid workers here, even while exporting more and more jobs to other countries where even lower wages and harsher exploitation exist. It's the same system that allows the destruction of our environment, usually for corporate super profits. Meanwhile, the government in Washington uses its superpower to bully countries and to act like the world cop for the likes of the WTO and transnational corporations. These are all interrelated struggles, all contradictions within America that cry out for our attention and work. So I'm not saying it's a question of only working to further the struggle of the African nation, but we must see the core connection that this struggle has to the others. I do not believe that every black group or campaign has to be supported. What should be done, particularly by white revolutionary forces, is to extend constant support to the overall revolutionary black struggle. Based on our particular ideology, communist, anarchist, etc., we may work more closely with different African forces and organizations. The African community has the right and duty to bring forth its own leaders and formations, and as revolutionaries within America we will all link together as we feel most appropriate. As for what the post-imperialist revolutionary America will look like, it clearly is too early to say. The people through struggle will bring about this new positive future. Whether we have one unified revolutionary state, a confederation of allies, a more rearranged geographic map, or a regional or world revolutionary alliance is all yet to be decided. In fact, the struggle we are now in and those battles yet to come, particularly those that demonstrate how fully white revolutionary forces join with the struggles of African and other oppressed nations, will have a major influence on how unified we will be after our victory. Just as John Brown fought alongside Africans for the freeing of black slaves, I urge people to fight with the African nation, to overthrow imperialism and clear the way for oppressed nations to exercise self-determination and for the exploited working class to exercise political power. Our anti-racist, anti-imperialist, and revolutionary formations should be unashamed and clear about what we fight for, as well as against. We should be principled and brave. Certainly John Brown, who not only fought himself, but who also brought his family and sons to battle, can guide us in this. Further, I would urge us to be willing and positively oriented to work with other revolutionary and progressive forces. We should maintain our position and line but try to work with other genuine forces. I truly believe our focus should primarily be on the enemy, not on differences among allies. As political prisoners in the U.S., we, communist, revolutionary nationalists, anarchists, anti-imperialists, have years of experience in working closely together. We do this out of necessity, solidarity, comradeship, and because it makes sense. Likewise, we have had years of good working relations with outside formations of anarchists, Trotskyists, environmentalists, feminists, and others, as well as our more closely identified allies, revolutionary nationalists, communists, Maoists, and anti-imperialists. In recent years, some of our most consistent support, including regular material support, has come from the anarchist ABC Federation and to a lesser degree from the Partisan Defense Committee. I raise this matter to demonstrate that principled working relations among left forces are possible, useful, and often very necessary. As a final point, I do want to say that line and principle are very important. To me it seems impossible to gain a thorough understanding and analysis without utilizing the revolutionary scientific tool of dialectical and historical materialism, the tools of Marxism-Leninism. Without a worked-out political position, we won't be able to grow much or usefully lead and participate in struggles. Without firm revolutionary principles and the willingness and ability to stand on them, we won't even last long. It's also a fact, because of our line and principles, that we won't be able to work in every coalition or campaign, nor should we try to. This also is part of revolutionary struggle, finding those allies and issues that we grow from and advance on. Reaching out, educating, listening, seeking principled unity both on a tactical and hopefully, at least with some others, on a strategic level, should guide our practice. In closing, and as one practical way to act on much of what I've discussed, I urge everyone to put more work into the battle to free Mumia Abu Jamal. The government is deadly intent on killing this brother. It is heartening to see the movement and momentum to free Mumia, but until this death sentence is off his head and he is free back on the streets, we cannot relax our efforts. This African man, lifelong political activist and longtime political prisoner, must not be allowed to die by the hands of the racist imperialist USA. This battle can be won. He can be freed, and we should all do even more now to set him free. Freedom is a constant struggle. 7.3.R. John Brown 2000. Ray-Luc Levasseur. A day after his capture, John Brown was questioned by several slavery-supporting politicians. His responses are instructive. He said he'd answer no questions about others who participated in or supported their attack on the U.S. Armory at Harper's Ferry, West Virginia. John Brown refused to cooperate with the enemy. He said it takes secrecy to succeed in guerrilla operations. John Brown understood the importance of clandestinity. He said they intended to appropriate weapons from the U.S. Armory, and take the property of slave owners. John Brown believed in arming and funding revolutionary forces through expropriation. He said that his troops received no wages for their services. John Brown and his comrades were not motivated by personal nor material gain. He said their objective was to free the slaves. John Brown respected the rights of black people that a racist U.S. Supreme Court ruled had no rights that whites were bound to respect. He said, "I feel no consciousness of guilt." John Brown made clear that the principle upon which he based his actions was to aid those suffering a great wrong against them. A great wrong against humanity. John Brown did not need a document of international law to define for him what is a crime against humanity. He was a man of principle who educated, organized, and carried out guerrilla operations to the best of his abilities. He was a leader by example. John Brown was both a model and a military leader. He was a winter soldier, not one to limit his commitment to when the political sun was shining, blessing him with the absolutely correct time, place, and conditions to act forcefully against slavery. He was a white abolitionist who could have stayed home behind a white curtain, but instead made the supreme sacrifice on behalf of black liberation. A year before the Harper's Ferry raid, John Brown and comrades adopted a constitution which they intended to serve as a basis for governing the land they had liberated. This constitution defined slavery as perpetual imprisonment and hopeless servitude and called for its absolute extermination. It was their view that there was no course leading from bondage to freedom that did not necessitate the complete destruction of the slave system. The execution of John Brown and his comrades from the Harper's Ferry raid was a collaborative effort between the United States government and the state of West Virginia. Both governments defended the system of slavery. It wasn't until 3 years after their execution that President Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation. But this proclamation only freed slaves in those southern states that were in open rebellion against the federal government and exempted those that weren't. It also allowed individual slaveholders who did not support the Confederacy to keep their slaves. Lincoln wasn't a man of principle, he was a racist opportunist. Slavery wasn't abolished until 1865 when the 13th Amendment was ratified. The intellectual architects of this amendment had the racist foresight to exclude prisoners from this amendment, thereby paving the way for millions of blacks to be locked into perpetual imprisonment and hopeless servitude of American penitentiaries, chain gangs and jails. In 1868, President Andrew Johnson re-enfranchised Confederate rebels, former slave owners, and politicians, issuing them a full pardon and amnesty. Concurrent with this, black people were being disenfranchised through an apartheid-like system of laws called Black Codes, withdrawal of federal support for black Reconstruction, and the terror of the Ku Klux Klan. These are the consequences of the federal government's victory in the Civil War. Had John Brown been able to continue marching on from Harper's Ferry, armed former slaves would have decided and defined their terms for land and liberty. Prior to my early 20s, my knowledge of American history was minimal and distorted. I barely knew of John Brown, and what I was told was that he was badly in need of a psychiatrist. It was something I read by Malcolm X that got me looking deeper into the life of John Brown. Malcolm, speaking to the issue of what role is there for whites in the black liberation struggle, said, "Look to John Brown for what is to be done." So I did. What I found was a person totally committed to freeing those held in bondage, by any means necessary. Those who owned and operated the bondage system were his enemies. They were enemies of humanity. He sought neither white skin refuge nor privilege. Nor would he allow his commitment to wither before the racist indifference of a white majority. He didn't sit on his hands while people suffered and died for the profit of others. The principle that all should be free guided his political and military choices. What I have taken from the life of John Brown and admire of Malcolm X is that if you're for real about revolution, then be a stand-up person of principle, willing to organize among your own, challenge the opposition and make sacrifices. In terms of moving the freedom train forward, this need hasn't changed in the 200 years since John Brown's birth. Where do I see the anti-imperialist movement headed in this period? Toward irrelevance unless it's able to recruit. The same is true of any political movement. To recruit, we need to put into practice our commitment to serve the people. To serve the people, we need to respond to their needs. Their survival, their empowerment, their future. We can talk loud and long, wielding the most political of lines, but few will listen and join unless we accomplish tasks, build solid organizations and blueprint an attainable alternative to capitalism. We are against imperialism and against racism. Wouldn't it be useful to outline what we are for and how we intend to get it? The problems and needs are great: police brutality and killer cops, jails and prisons, violence against women, environmental destruction, substandard housing and homelessness, inadequate health care, drug and alcohol abuse, unemployment and unorganized workers, poverty and racism are its many manifestations. Think globally and act locally. I was struck by the many local activists participating in the World Trade Organization protest in Seattle, Washington. They came from villages and cities as far away as Central America and Southeast Asia. They added a substantive credibility and spirit to the resistance. Yet who had heard of them before Seattle? The people in their neighborhoods and workplaces and communities is who. That's the credibility they brought with them. However, while we respect and admire their commitment, we too often do not emulate their example by organizing locally among our own people. Our willingness and ability to organize locally determines our ability to build alliances with other movements. We must be able to bring something substantive to other movements, whether they be across town or halfway around the world. What can be more substantive than people mobilized for work and action more from the heart than obligation? While ideology lays the foundation of a revolutionary movement, it's organized people in small and large numbers that move it forward, like John Brown. It's time to get moving. 7.3.s. Honoring the people's struggle. Leonard Peltier. I am happy to address the conference being held here today because I feel that what you are doing is very important and meaningful. I don't know how to end racism, and I do not know where or why imperialism started. I do not have all of the solutions and answers to the many problems we must solve. But, I know enough to know that the most important weapon we hold is the ability to come together and break the pattern of division that conquerors use to maintain their power. That is what you are doing today, and I congratulate you. But, we must remember what we are up against: ruthless and power-hungry forces, like the FBI and police, the CIA, multinational corporations, rich politicians, and rich individuals who view the world as their chess game and our lives as pieces to be manipulated for their gains. This frightening realization should be enough to make our differences seem petty and our need to unite an essential tool for survival. It should also remind us that the struggle to end imperialism and racism must be carried out every day of our lives. Leonard Peltier and other political prisoners and P.O.W.S. at Marion Prison, 1977. Front row: L.R., Armando Miramon, Rafael Cancel Miranda, Leonard Peltier. Back row: L.R., Herman Bell, Stephen Kessler, James Buffalo Parker, Shahid Muhammad Faris. Racism has long been used by imperialists to make other people do their dirty work, to refocus the hate and frustration felt by those they already oppress toward others whom they still need to conquer, and they have been very effective in doing it. Just look and examine how they do it today. The media portrays people of color and youth as criminals to be feared. They lock up 2 million of us, meanwhile the police can get away with shooting people in the street with no repercussions. Laws are being passed that strip away all of our rights, and the public is tightening their own noose with each vote, with each misplaced fear. Those of the public who know better because they have lived under imperialism, colonialism, and racism need forums where they can tell their stories and let people know that there is more to reality than what the media and politicians tell them. We must build strong coalitions to stop imperialism in very specific ways. We must recognize what imperialism is, how it uses racism, and we must recognize the many forms it takes, from prisons, police abuse, and poverty at home, to slave labor, low-intensity warfare, and CIA abuses abroad. It is the most horrible thing to stand on the land that you know is your home and be treated as an outcast, an enemy, and an outsider, and what is worse, to watch your people disappear. When you go home from this conference, please continue to carry out the message and do the work in your own communities. I encourage you to carry on your struggles and I thank you for your dedication and commitment. In the spirit of Crazy Horse. Gworthy Elos. 7.3.t. Reflections on John Brown. Susan Rosenberg. John Brown believed that the tree of liberty must be watered with the blood of tyrants. John Brown believed that there was no greater sin than slavery, and he wanted full equality between whites and blacks. John Brown believed that it would take war to overthrow the tyranny of slavery, and John Brown started one. When the 54th Massachusetts Regiment, the all-black fighting force in the Union Army, marched into Charleston with thousands and thousands of fugitive slaves following the liberating army of General Sherman, the song that rang out through the city was John Brown's Body. At the time of his life and then death, he was judged by those in whose cause he fought to be an avenging angel. Recently there has been a whole spate of books about John Brown, as people try to deconstruct him and deconstruct what and why race relations are what they are today, searching for answers. Having read these newest accounts and being deeply involved in the discussion of white supremacy and anti-racist responsibility, I am struck again and again by how John Brown is like the acid test. Because how he is deconstructed is very much defined by the ideological eyes doing the deconstruction. The whole thing in the simplest of terms is whether John Brown was a crazy, fanatical, religious lunatic, or a sane man obsessed and driven by insane inhumanity and barbaric cruelty. Having said that, one's position on John Brown's role and view of his importance is a question of one's ideas about race, let me say mine. I don't think John Brown was crazy. For the last year I have been involved in teaching African American history in an adult continuing education program for women in prison. As a result of this incredible experience, I have had the occasion to relook at the 19th century of American history and to the institution of slavery and the movement for abolition. For me there is an irony in this, because John Brown has been a figure of enormous example to me for my life. In fact, I could say that my exposure to an examination of John Brown by Professor Shenton at Columbia University in 1975 is in no small part what led me to become a founding member of the John Brown Anti-Klan Committee in the late 1970s and early 1980s, and then to where I am today. So, having prefaced with all that, I thought I'd submit to this conference a small meditation on John Brown, and how I see him today. Why such a contested historical figure could possibly hold relevance now, in the 21st century, is because his actions took place at the moment when objective and subjective conditions came together and combined in the bloodiest civil conflict to end the systematic practice of human bondage. And it was his very action that helped to create that moment. John Brown was not a prominent member of the organized abolitionist movement, nor well known for a long time. But his early experience of being witness to the brutal whipping of a slave boy left an indelible impression that he would continue to reference throughout his life. He was always a man of action, and he was an active conductor on the Underground Railroad despite the financial strains it put on him. He attended abolition meetings in Ohio and occasionally contributed to abolitionist newspapers. But the decade of the 1850s brought the conflicts of slavery closer to the inevitable clash. As a result of the Compromise of 1850, the Fugitive Slave Law went into effect and the struggle over free state versus slave state intensified. The Supreme Court said a black man had no rights that a white man was bound to respect, and the movement for abolition grew. And John Brown's revulsion for the system grew, as did his radicalism. One important thing to see from John Brown's raid at Harper's Ferry is that he was not alone. He was not totally isolated, and he certainly was never the object of ridicule or scorn by anyone within the vast span of views that existed within abolition. In fact, Nat Turner, Denmark Vesey, and David Walker had all come before. He wanted to end slavery, he believed it would take armed rebellion, he organized support from a small number and was rejected by others, and he went ahead with his plans anyway. Harper's Ferry announced to the white power structure that there were abolitionists both black and white who would fight and die to end slavery. The fear he struck in their hearts was the harbinger of their secession. As Frederick Douglass said, John Brown was willing to die for black freedom, while others were willing to live for it. And his passionate commitment to that end was in its starkest truth a practice that rarely rises to the surface of our collective consciousness: no one is free until everyone is free. He was hanged by the very state that less than 4 years later was forced into fighting on the same side he represented. I think John Brown was extraordinary, but I think the times were extraordinary too. When over 100 years later in the 1960s the anti-imperialist left reclaimed John Brown, when the black nationalist movement redefined him as a hero and ally, it was important because it was an attempt to link the emerging politics with a thread from the past, however slender, not unlike when the post-civil rights black movement reclaimed the historical past and forced open the thick walls of white supremacist scholarship and rewrote the history of African Americans. And so I bring this meditation to the present. I think we, who are in prison for essentially the politics of solidarity and against white supremacy, are akin to John Brown. But I think those times were so different that beyond the generalization it goes no further. I think that we hope that first, there was a greater history of anti-racist whites, and second, that, inspired by our own example, others in a much larger way would respond to the conditions and oppose white supremacist violence as we did. Were we crazy to want to prosecute an armed resistance to the injustices in our society, however well cloaked they were? I don't think so. But I do think that the metaphor used by many black historians to describe the black freedom struggle as a mighty river is useful here. The river that flowed then was ever deepening with the blood and sacrifice and work and struggle of thousands and thousands of oppressed people. The range of ideas and methods were all bound together and part of the same forward-moving flow. But 100 years later, without the deeper springs of radical thought and action from which to flow from, we could only be but a small stream. And yet, there is nothing that would make me want to be elsewhere. In the study of this history, I have found that the drama of life is in both victory and defeat. John Brown was defeated and victorious in the same breath. And in that he was unique, but what goes alongside him were all the other efforts and struggles, and they too are part of the picture, as are we. 6.3.v. 3 Poems of Na Abdul Qayyum. Na Washington, New African Prisoner of War. In Memoriam, February 28, 1941, April 28, 2000. The struggle continues. 7.3.v. 3 Poems of Na Abdul Qayyum. Na Washington, New African Prisoner of War. In Memoriam, February 28, 1941 to April 28, 2000. Black is a political condition, a state of oppression and consciousness, a nation seeking to become, a people who hope. Liberation is freedom from oppression, freedom to define, to determine one's destiny, free from despair, a slave to hope. Army is a politically armed unit, to defend and preserve. After it achieves liberation for those who hope. By way of introduction. Who are you, I am asked. If I give a name, it only tells what I am called. Having had many names, it still does not say who or what I am. To the oppressed I am the angel of deliverance. To the oppressor I am the angel of destruction. So who I am depends on who you are. Time. If I seem overly concerned with time, it is because moments are the sum of what we call life. Minutes that are oh so few. Hours that we let slip away. Days that hasten into a future we can't predict. Weeks we count but can't count on. Years that pass and become our past. And all that is left is now. So let us live in these moments. While we've got the time. What can I say to you not? It is impossible to express how much you mean to so many people. It is not enough to speak of your kindness. It is not enough to speak of your gentle strength. You have given so much to our struggle. The few material goods that you possessed in this world, you have shared with generous warmth. You have taught many people, and touched many more. Asada Shakur. I was born on a stormy February day in an apartment on Sugar Hill in New York City. My mother said if I had been born a girl she would have named me Gale because of the gale force winds blowing outside. The world was at war and nature was raging. I am a child of the storm. I am the second born and the first to survive. The pattern was set and has been consistent ever since. Na Washington died of liver cancer at the Regional Medical Unit at Coxsackie Prison in the early morning hours on April 28, 2000. He is buried in a family plot near Mt. Vernon, New York. His headstone was designed by his dear friends Chango and Saifi Yabukari. It reads, "In death we escape to freedom." Only the poems on these pages appeared in the John Brown 2000 booklet. All else is excerpted from the book All Power to the People, a memorial tribute to Na, published jointly by Solidarity and Arm the Spirit in 2002, and distributed by Kerspli Badeb. 7.4. The Jericho Movement. Amnesty and freedom for all political prisoners. National Jericho Movement. 2000. The Jericho Movement grew out of a call by political prisoner Jalil Muntakim for a national march on the White House during spring break of 1998. The call was made in October of 1996 through the Provisional Government, Republic of New Africa, and the New African Liberation Front, but the organizers decided to use this opportunity to jumpstart a much-needed movement to build a national support organization for political prisoners in general. Jericho 98, which was the collective work of over 50 organizations, defense committees and groups, 64 Jericho organizing committees, Students for Jericho, succeeded in making the issue of recognition and amnesty for U.S. held political prisoners and prisoners of war a national one, with its successful demonstration and rally at the White House. The organizers who made up the Jericho organizing committees were/are just as diverse as the demonstrators who came from all across the United States, crossing the spectrum from the El Barrio Defense Committee representing Alvaro Hernandez, a Mexican political prisoner, the Earth First/Animal Liberation Front, of which former political prisoner Rod Coronado is a member, Pro Libertad, and the National Committee to Free Puerto Rican Political Prisoners and PAUS, which supports the Puerto Rican nationalists, Out of Control, which supports the women political prisoners, to the Sundiata Akali Freedom Campaign, the International Concerned Family and Friends of Mumia Abu Jamal, the Lincoln Justice Committee working for the freedom of Mondo Longa and Ed Poindexter, National Refuse and Resist, and the Not on the Guest List Coalition. Besides the march on the White House itself, rallies were held in major cities across the country and in Canada. The 1998 demonstration was just the beginning of a whole new commitment to supporting these political prisoners and demanding recognition and amnesty for them. There are hundreds of people who went to prison as a result of their work on the street against oppressive conditions like indecent housing, inadequate and non-existent medical care, lack of quality education, police brutality and murder, and for independence and liberation. These people belong to organizations like the Black Panther Party, La Raza Unida, FALN, Los Macheros, North American Anti-Imperialist Movements, May 19, the Plowshares Peace Movement, American Indian Movement, the Black Liberation Army, etc., and were incarcerated because of their political beliefs and acts in support of and/or in defense of freedom. The mission of the Jericho Movement. The issue of whether or not political prisoners and prisoners of war exist inside the borders of the United States of America is one that the government of the United States has successfully been able to refute. They have been able to deny the existence of political prisoners and prisoners of war because we have not taken the battle to them and forced them to address this issue. Over the last 30 years, the numbers of political prisoners and prisoners of war languishing within the prisons of the United States of America has grown to enormous and geometric proportions as the struggle for liberation and independence has intensified. While we have consistently contended that we are involved in a liberation struggle, our approach to winning the freedom of our political prisoners and prisoners of war has not supported our claim. It has also enabled the government of the United States, through its varied police agencies, to criminalize these political prisoners and prisoners of war, try them in their courts, and sentence them to mammoth sentences. It is the mission of the Jericho movement to raise this issue to the height where the United States will no longer be able to deny the existence of our political prisoners and, by so doing, change the playing field. We have vacillated too long. On the one hand, we say we have political prisoners and prisoners of war, and on the other hand we have not forged a comprehensive approach to freeing them. The mission of Jericho is to bring this issue out into the open and push for the public recognition of the existence of political prisoners and prisoners of war inside the United States. The United States recognizes that if they acknowledge that political prisoners and prisoners of war exist, they implicitly recognize the existence of liberation struggles going on inside this country, because political prisoners and prisoners of war don't come out of a vacuum but are the results of political struggles. We all know that war is politics with bloodshed. There are 4 principal issues that the Jericho movement has decided to address. 1. Building the amnesty campaign. A big part of this work is locating political prisoners, compiling dossiers on them, and building the case for amnesty. 2. Continuing the educational campaign about the existence of political prisoners inside the USA. 3. Establishing the Jericho Legal Defense Fund, including organizing lawyers and law students to provide legal defense for political prisoners. 4. Establishing the Jericho Medical Project to fight for adequate and quality medical care for political prisoners. People can help by doing one or many of the following. 1. Organize speaking engagements about political prisoners in your church, school, community. 2. Volunteer to work on one of the projects of the Jericho movement. 3. Organize a Jericho committee in your area, or get in touch with one of these existing chapters. 4. Make a financial contribution to Jericho. 5. Write to a political prisoner and tell them what you're doing. Political prisoners do not come out of a vacuum, but out of the struggles of a people to be free. 7.5. Picking up the work, healthcare in prison. A conversation with Dr. Barbara Zeller. 2008. Barbara Zeller, I started getting into the work because I was a physician who was supporting political prisoners in the late 1970s and early 1980s. I was part of the movement where there were grand jury resistors and some of the early Puerto Rican nationalist political prisoners, and the Black Panther political prisoners. Prisoners' health issues just came up, and I was seen to be a person that they could trust. I was often asked to see people or talk to people in those early years. Both my husband, Dr. Alan Berkman, and I learned of the need for medical assistance for the American Indian movement during a solidarity event in New York City in 1973. People came from Wounded Knee, raising support and money around the country. One AIM representative said that what they really needed was medical people, because Wounded Knee was still under siege. Alan and I had just graduated from medical school 2 years earlier, and we immediately left after this event for Rapid City, South Dakota. We went with as many medical supplies as we could gather in a couple of days. We collected supplies from hospitals and from the community clinic that we were working in at the time. In those days, there were a lot more free and community-based clinics. By the time we arrived, Wounded Knee was completely under siege by the U.S. government, and they were preventing any material aid from getting into the reservation. So we had to walk overland for about 30 miles, surrounded by small tanks and armored personnel carriers. It took us 2 days, and we got lost, but finally after a great deal of anxiety we managed to get onto the reservation at dawn, under the cover of darkness and dense tree cover. Almost immediately we were needed to help a woman who was in labor. I volunteered, but the husband wanted a real doctor, which meant a man. The woman in labor was unfortunately having trouble and was in the second stage of labor. After a number of hours, Alan said that the woman's condition was getting dangerous, and she needed to be hospitalized. It was a very tense situation, because the Native American activists knew that if the husband went along to the hospital, he would be arrested as an AIM leader. She might even be arrested. But there just wasn't any equipment to help the situation. Eventually, we all were able to get an ambulance to take her to the Rapid City Hospital and she delivered a healthy baby, but he was arrested. Alan stayed at Wounded Knee for some time and testified at the official hearings about the conditions inside the reservation. It was really one of the first times that there was, in our experience, a high level of medical solidarity needed and successfully delivered. But it was also a time when we could see firsthand the militarized U.S. response to resistance. This was war going on. When the Chicago-based Puerto Rican activists were arrested in the early 1980s, I was living in Chicago at the time. I saw one of the gentlemen who they thought had appendicitis, and the care in prison was just so poor. I saw Adolfo Pagan at one point as well. The Attica prison uprising, too, saw many people hurt and injured and tortured. And while I wasn't really involved in the Attica rebellion, Alan had been, as one of the healthcare people, and he ended up testifying to the terrible conditions that the prisoners faced. Alan was called in again, after Sikau Odinga was tortured following his capture at the time of the 1981 Brinks robbery. Alan testified about Sikau's medical condition, and the fact that he had been burned and had his head put into the toilet and other conditions of outright torture at the time of his arrest. Sikau had abdominal injuries that were very extreme, he was really severely injured. It became important that people both got a reliable medical opinion about their condition and also had someone who could testify if there was a legal case. Matt Meyer, not too much later in the decade, 6 white activists were jailed as part of the resistance conspiracy case, one of whom was Alan. While in prison, Alan himself started getting quite sick. Could you talk a bit about this? Barbara Zeller, as you know, there are general issues for any prisoner who is ill. Health issues are never a priority for prison officials, and they're also used to further intimidate and frighten people who are trying to resist. In Alan's case, when he self-diagnosed the cancer, there had to be campaigns at every step of his care, including court hearings to get him what he needed. All medical procedures were done with Alan shackled to the bed, even though he was too weak to move. He was shackled during surgery when he was under anesthesia. The state's desire to hype up the security came first, with no interest in any kind of humane medical care. It took the movement constantly advocating for him to get through. At some point, he was actually asked for political information when he was very ill, with the indication that things would go easier for him if he talked. But Alan could barely breathe and was paralyzed after the results of the chemotherapy. I've heard it said a few times that Alan would have died if not for the fact that he and his wife were themselves medical doctors. Barbara Zeller, I think that was absolutely true. Alan first identified the cancer as a lump and advocated for somebody to do something about it and find out what it was. When he was finally diagnosed, and getting chemotherapy in the prison ward of DC General Hospital, they didn't have any of the medicinal agents that help protect your white blood count and reduce your infection risk. So he felt he got a fever and felt that he was going into what is called septic shock. He was getting weaker and weaker and was locked alone with nobody seeing him. He was pretty sure he was dying, so he bit the 4-line with his teeth because if your 4-line occludes it automatically starts beeping. Finally, the medical staff responded. So that was one instance he did get by because of his own ability to understand his condition and the equipment around him. Septic shock has an almost 50% mortality rate under the best circumstances, and if you're not treated it's really almost 100% mortality. In addition to that incident, Alan went into shock more than once. The second time, one of his lawyers happened to be visiting, called me immediately. I honestly don't know how I did it, but I got in a car, walked up to the prison ward at 2 a.m., and just said, "I'm Dr. Zeller and I need to get in." And for whatever reason, they let me in. It wasn't visiting hours, and they must have known that I wasn't just visiting as a doctor, but I was able to stay through the night until we could make sure that the right people were called and Alan could get the treatment he needed. I don't think that Alan would have survived if he didn't have the wherewithal to understand what was going on with him at every point. It's a horrible truth, with a happy ending, but so many of these cases don't have that. It worries me so much about everyone else. Let's fast forward to 1998, and the founding of the National Jericho Amnesty Movement. Jericho founder Safiya Bukhari was very concerned with the question of medical care for political prisoners. Barbara Zeller, yes, Safiya was very aware and concerned because so much of this work had been taken care of in a piecemeal fashion for so long. Safiya had such a great heart and a great understanding of all aspects of the prisoner experience. Jericho had a medical component from the beginning, and they knew that they would be doing advocacy work the whole time, while I, and others, could do prison visits as medical personnel. For people who had been in prison for a long time, for over 20 or 30 years, there is a particular physical vulnerability that one faces. Safiya was on front lines, getting all the phone calls from practically every political prisoner that existed. It was part of her conception of Jericho from the beginning that we'd need to have a built-in component of emergency medical response. There was a particular sense of tragedy around the case of New York 3/Black Liberation Army political prisoner Na Washington. His cancer was diagnosed so late and at a point where there was no cure and very little possibility of help. The idea that Na would die in prison was, of course, heartbreaking for Safiya and for all of us. Today, there are still so many instances of poor care and life-threatening medical neglect. Political prisoners do fight for and advocate for themselves, but poor medical treatment in prisons is such a systematic issue. I've been seeing black political prisoner Robert Seth Hayes, who is getting terrible care or lack of care for a serious case of diabetes and hepatitis C. And there are many cases like that. For the coming period, I think that one of the urgent tasks is to continue to work with medical groups to see if we can get a broader network of doctors involved. We must have a core of doctors and medical people who are willing to do pro bono work, and go into prisons to serve as advocates for political prisoners. In this case, it's also an instance where the political prisoner movement can help fight for better health care for all prisoners. Section 8. Critical resistance and the prisoner rights movement. There has always been a creative tension between those working exclusively around freedom for political prisoners and those working with politicized social prisoners or for prisoner rights in general. Critical Resistance emerged in 1998 as a national organization dedicated to prison abolition, but with clear support of the work around political prisoners and with inclusion of so-called social prisoners as well. This section includes some commentary from political prisoners at the time of the first Critical Resistance Conference and a new interview with activist Linda Thurston on the eve of the Critical Resistance 10th Anniversary Conference. 8.1. Criminalization of Poverty in Capitalist America. Jalil Muntaqim. 1996. An anonymous poet in the 1700s wrote about crime: "The law will punish a man or woman who steals the goose from the hillside, but lets the greater robber loose who steals the hillside from the goose." When talking about the greater robber, it seemed particularly appropriate in the midst of the biggest financial rip-off in the history of this country to think about the billions of dollars the savings and loan criminals stole and about how most of them have gotten away with it. I thought about the complete insanity of how this country defines crimes in society. If you steal $5, you're a thief, but if you steal $5 million, you're a financier. 30% of the wealth of this country is controlled by 0.5% of the people. 80% of the wealth is controlled by 10% of the people. I think that is a crime. In the dictionary, the word crime means an act which is against the law. Crime applies particularly to an act that breaks a law that has been made for public good. Crime in one country, the dictionary continued, may be entirely overlooked by the law in another country or may not apply at all in a different historical period. That was interesting. What that really said was that concepts of crime are not eternal. The very nature of crime is socio-psychological and defined by time and place and those who have the power to make definitions, by those who write dictionaries, so to speak. The more I thought about that and about those who write the laws, or at least define what law is, the more profound it became. I believe we all will agree that the United States is a nation of criminals. From its inception as a settler nation, exiled British criminals stole the land and lives from Native Americans and Africans. They justified their actions with making and defining the law of the land, for example defining Africans as 3/5 of a man during slavery. Hence the power to define is an awesome power. It is the power of propaganda. It is the ability to manipulate our ideas, to limit our agenda, to mold how we see, and to shape what we look at. It is the power to interpret the picture we see when we look at the world for the American people in general, and New Africans, in particular. It is the power to place the picture we see when we look at the world. It is the power to place a frame around the picture, to define where it begins and ends. It is, in fact, the power to define where our vision begins and ends, the power to create our collective consciousness. Underscore 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 underscore. Reprinted from Schooling the Generations in the Politics of Prisons, edited by Chino Soul. That kind of social propaganda is not only tremendously powerful, but it is also mostly invisible. We can't fight what we don't see. Most people accept the images and definitions that we have been taught as true, neutral, self-evident, and for always, so that the power to paint the future, to define what is right and wrong, what is lawful and what is criminal, is really the power to win the battle for our minds. And to win it without ever having to fight it? Simply said, it is hard to fight an enemy who has an outpost in our minds. This indicates the need for revolutionary nationalists to develop a national agitation propaganda mechanism. Specifically, nationalists need a single national publication and organ that represents the unified development of NIAM to which each formation and organization contributes and supports its distribution. The social dynamics of crime. Though some may question, as did Marx, the system's fairness in applying its rules, today most people don't question the basis of the system itself. That is, people don't question the relationship between those who own and those who don't. Though many people vote every 4 years on who governs, they never vote on and rarely question what governs. People don't challenge the legitimacy of the system, they accept it. The exception, of course, is when the oppressed rebel in insurrections. But usually we don't step outside of the frame around the picture. We don't disconnect the dots. Émile Durkheim argued that crime is normal and necessary social behavior. According to Durkheim, the inevitability of crime is linked to the differences within a society. Since people are so different from one another and employ such a variety of methods and forms of behavior to meet their needs, it is not surprising that some will resort to criminality. Thus, as long as human differences exist, crime is inevitable and one of the fundamental conditions of social life. In this regard, the conservatives' view echoes the sentiment in as much as they seek to establish a genetic trait that explains criminal behavior. They argue, if liberals have trouble with the idea that people's genes influence their chances of committing crimes, conservatives have trouble with the idea that poverty causes crime. Conservatives do not deny that the poor commit more crimes than the rich. But instead of assuming that poverty causes crime, conservatives usually assume that poverty and crime have a common cause, namely the deficient character or misguided values of the poor. Concomitantly, the neoliberals are essentially giving credence to the conservatives' position as it pertains to the underclass. For instance, sociologist William J. Wilson purports, the liberal perspectives on the ghetto underclass has become less persuasive and convincing in public discourse principally because many of those who represent traditional liberal views on social issues have been reluctant to discuss openly or, in some instances, even to acknowledge the sharp increase in social pathologies in ghetto communities. Needless to say, such ideas as that genetic traits are the cause of crime set a dangerous precedent. Trying to discern the social pathologies of the underclass harbors views that purport the wholesale contamination of entire communities. However, if one were to advocate that criminal behavior, especially of the poor, is either caused by genetic traits and/or born of social pathologies, then indisputably, it must be espoused that much of America suffers from these same causes. In the March 12, 1993, issue of the Wall Street Journal, an article entitled "Common Criminals Just About Everyone Violates Some Laws, Even Model Citizens," byline by Stephen J. Adler and Wade Lambert, stated, "We are a nation of lawbreakers. We exaggerate tax-deductible expenses, lie to customs officials, bet on card games and sports events, disregard jury notices, drive while intoxicated and hire illegal child care workers." The last of these was recently the crime of the moment, and Janet Reno wouldn't have been in the position to be confirmed unanimously as Attorney General yesterday if Zoe Baird had obeyed the much-flouted immigration and tax laws. But the crime of the moment could have been something else, and next time probably will be. This is because nearly all people violate some laws, and many people run afoul of dozens without ever being considered, or considering themselves, criminals. When we look at downtown urban centers, when we look at the lines of humanity waiting for food or a bed at the missions, if we look at the faces of people living in cardboard boxes on the streets of the cities, we must know that a crime has been committed. When we look at the faces of the dispossessed people, we see faces that look like people who lived in California when it was part of Mexico. In Miami we see faces of people whose great-great-grandparents were abducted and brought here from Africa. In America, in the 1990s, as was the case in England in the 1800s, it is a crime to be poor. The poorer you are, the more criminal you are. If you are so poor that you have no place to live, and you live on the pavement or sleep in a car or in a park, you have committed a crime. It's against the law to sleep on the streets or in a park. If we have no home, it's against the law to sleep anywhere. Walter I. Tratner in From Poor Law to Welfare State, A History of Social Welfare in America makes the following observation in opposition to government policies that sought to dismantle all benefit programs for working-age people except perhaps for unemployment insurance. Indeed, others argued that structural changes in the economy and the erosion in anti-poverty programs were the causes of the problem, and that a strengthening, not dismantling, of the welfare state was essential in order to solve it. Such was the theme of Michael Harrington's The New American Poverty, a depressing sequel pronouncement, "The poor are still there." They are poor, however, said Harrington, not because of any personal shortcomings or decisions on their part, but because of changes in the international economy, especially the deindustrialization of America, and the way in which they have been treated, or mistreated here at home. They are the uprooted and the homeless, products of deinstitutionalization, cuts in welfare programs, shortages in low-rent housing, and other social and economic forces over which they have no control, undocumented aliens who have become the new sweatshop laborers, unemployed blue-collar workers victimized by the disappearance of steady and relatively well-paying manufacturing jobs in the smokestack industries as a result of technological advances and global competition, white-collar workers who lost their jobs due to reorganization schemes in the name of efficiency, plant closings, or moves to new locations in the so-called Sun Belt, hopeless, uneducated, and untrained young blacks unable to get and hold jobs, families headed by poor, unmarried women, uprooted farmers and farm laborers hurt by the elimination of the subsistence farm and the agricultural depression, and millions of others in unskilled, unsteady, low-wage, dead-end benefitless jobs in the service sector of the economy, cooks in fast food restaurants, dishwashers and chambermaids in hotels and motels, janitors and cleaning women in schools, hospitals, nursing homes, and the like. Harrington and others demand that the government spend billions of dollars on social programs to meet the needs of these rejects of society. When the government fails to be responsible to its citizens and ignores the social dynamics of poverty, people are generally forced to seek illegitimate means to eke out an existence. In this case, it is a question of national oppression, whereby the imperialist government maintains exploitative relationships with new Africans, Native Americans, Chicanos, and Asians. Too many of these rejects of society are caught in the vicious web of the criminal justice system. But the real criminals are those who create the socio-economic conditions that perpetuate impoverishment. The real criminal is the colonial government itself. It then becomes necessary to assess the pathology of the capitalist and social policy makers that make crime big business and deflect culpability of their criminal behavior. Crime is big business. The political decisions of the bankers are decisions about who will be poor. Corporate decisions made in the late 50s to remove industry from communities of color were about who would be unemployed. Decisions by developers and bankers about redevelopment are decisions about who will be homeless. Such decisions affect everyone, but people have no say in the matter. Generally people, especially the poor, have no say in most social and economic decisions that affect their lives. Somehow that is not part of the democratic method of government, and because people have no say in the process, creating homelessness is not criminal, but being homeless is. Runaway plants and plant closures are legal, but vagrancy is a crime. Tratner says. Meanwhile, the plight of the nation's hungry and homeless worsened. In November 1984, in a pastoral letter on Catholic social thinking and the U.S. economy, American Roman Catholic bishops had called poverty in America a social and moral scandal that must not be ignored, and stated that works of charity cannot and should not have to substitute for humane public policy. A little more than a year later, the Physicians' Task Force on Hunger in America reported on a 2-year nationwide study it had conducted and concluded that, despite 58 continuous months of economic expansion, hunger was more widespread and serious than at any time in the 15 years, largely, in its words, because of governmental failure. Hunger and homelessness are deliberately imposed socio-economic conditions that disenfranchise large numbers of the American population. This is especially significant when consideration is given to the method and means by which the malfeasance of the powers that be operate to ensure that such conditions stay the same. Thus such pathology ensures the rich get richer, while the poor get prison and early death. Max Weber has argued that society is structured to function in a specific way to ensure its existence, that the social structure is subject to the mechanics of government, and that governing is all important above and beyond the immediate needs of the people. Weber held that social stratification depends on the distribution of 3 resources: wealth, power, and prestige. Thus, in our society, wealthy business owners often gain power by contributing to political campaigns and earn prestige by making large donations to charity or to the arts. In other cases, however, the 3 are not linked. For example, in our society an individual acquires less prestige than someone who acquires comparable wealth by legitimate means. Artists, the clergy, and others may enjoy prestige but not wealth. On occasion people with few economic resources and little social prestige, bureaucrats, for instance, exercise considerable power. Weber held that because stratification is multidimensional, the formation of groups depends on which interests or identities people choose to emphasize. In capitalist societies, for example, ethnic and national identifications have proved more important than economic or class identification. We are able to determine the social and racial implications of certain classes, then, having a vested interest in crime. It can be argued that because an elite class of criminals is in charge, they commit capital crimes, crimes against society and humanity. The jails are overflowing, but that doesn't seem to help because the real criminals aren't in jail. They're in the boardrooms and in the White House. They are the social policy makers that run this country. And today, they are increasing social repression by building more prisons, creating harsher legal sanctions, and becoming ever more heedless to the social implications of poverty as an impetus to committing crime. Under their misleadership, over 5 million people are homeless, 37 million have no health insurance, 30 million are illiterate, 30 million more are functionally illiterate, 1 million are incarcerated, and 60 million live in poverty and are struggling day to day. But contrast a tiny fraction of the population controls enormous wealth. The median net worth of the top 1% of households is 22 times greater than the median net worth of the remaining 99% of outstanding stocks and shares. The wealth of the richest 5% of the population increased by 37% from 1977 to 1988. The wealth of the richest 1% increased by 74.2%. At the same time, the number of people in poverty increased by 1/3. In this case, crime does pay. The U.S. Justice Department's Bureau of Justice Statistics announced on July 15, 1990, the federal, state, and local governments spent $61 billion for civil and criminal justice in 1988, a 34% increase since 1985. Other findings in the report were that federal, state, local governments spent $248 per capita, $114 for police, $78 for corrections, $54 for judicial and legal services, and $2 for other items. Almost half of the nation's justice spending was for police protection. Corrections accounted for almost 1/3 of justice costs. Spending for corrections grew the most during that period, by 65%. Since 1979, state spending for prison construction increased 593% in actual dollars. That's some 2.6 times the rate of spending to operate prison facilities. In October of 1988, the nation's civil and criminal justice system employed 1.6 million persons, and the total October payroll for them was almost $3.7 billion. Crime is big business in America. Annually, the laws are changed to ensure profitability in the industry of crime. Social conditions that serve to maintain levels of poverty, feed the industry of crime, also put stress on the social stratifications of society. Given the fact that America is a nation of criminals, as elucidated in the Wall Street Journal article, social conflict is inevitable. It then becomes a matter of identifying the real culprits of crime and seeking the means to have them become accountable for their criminal behavior. This may very well include the redistribution of their wealth and the reorganization of the social contract between the government and the governed. In response to the stratification outlined above, it requires revolutionary nationalist and socialist efforts to formulate a national political agenda and policy that will challenge the prevailing social contract between the oppressed and the oppressor nation. This means revolutionary nationalists and socialists must have a clear and concise mass line and political program that identifies and explains the nature of poor people's oppression, and how they are to be organized to confront their oppression. Bibliography. Hacker, Andrew. Two nations, black and white, separate, hostile, unequal. New York, Ballantine Books, 1992. Jenks, Christopher. Rethinking Social Policy, Race, Poverty, and the Underclass. New York, HarperCollins, 1992. Time Magazine. Lock him up, outrage over crime has America talking tough. February 7, 1994. Tratner, Walter I. From Poor Law to Welfare State, A History of Social Welfare in America, New York, Free Press, 1989. 8.2. The Prison Industrial Complex and the Global Economy. Eve Goldberg and Linda Evans. 1998. Over 1.8 million people are currently behind bars in the United States. This represents the highest per capita incarceration rate in the history of the world. In 1995 alone, 150 new U.S. prisons were built and filled. This monumental commitment to lock up a sizable percentage of the population is an integral part of the globalization of capital. Several strands converged at the end of the Cold War, changing relations between labor and capital on an international scale: domestic economic decline, racism, the U.S. role as policeman of the world, and growth of the international drug economy in creating a booming prison industrial complex. And the prison industrial complex is rapidly becoming an essential component of the U.S. economy. underscore 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 underscore. This document was originally published as a pamphlet in 1998 by the Ajit Press. It was subsequently republished by a number of organizations, including both Kerspli Badeb Publishing and PM Press. Prisons are big business. Like the military-industrial complex, the prison-industrial complex is an interweaving of private business and government interests. Its twofold purpose is profit and social control. Its public rationale is the fight against crime. Not so long ago, communism was the enemy, and communists were demonized as a way of justifying gargantuan military expenditures. Now, fear of crime and the demonization of criminals serve a similar ideological purpose, to justify the use of tax dollars for the repression and incarceration of a growing percentage of our population. The omnipresent media blitz about serial killers, missing children, and random violence feeds our fear. In reality, however, most of the criminals we lock up are poor people who commit nonviolent crimes out of economic need. Violence occurs in less than 14% of all reported crime, and injuries occur in just 3%. In California, the top 3 charges for those entering prison are possession of a controlled substance, possession of a controlled substance for sale, and robbery. Violent crimes like murder, rape, manslaughter, and kidnapping don't even make the top 10. Like fear of communism during the Cold War, fear of crime is a great selling tool for a dubious product. As with the building and maintenance of weapons and armies, the building and maintenance of prisons are big business. Investment houses, construction companies, architects, and support services such as food, medical, transportation and furniture, all stand to profit by prison expansion. A burgeoning specialty item industry sells fencing, handcuffs, drug detectors, protective vests, and other security devices to prisons. As the Cold War winds down and the crime war heats up, defense industry giants like Westinghouse are retooling and lobbying Washington for their share of the domestic law enforcement market. Night enforcer goggles used in the Gulf War, electronic hot wire fencing, and other equipment once used by the military, are now being marketed to the criminal justice system. Communication companies like AT&T, Sprint, and MCI are getting into the act as well, gouging prisoners with exorbitant phone calling rates, often 6 times the normal long-distance charge. Smaller firms like Correctional Communications Corp., dedicated solely to the prison phone business, provide computerized prison phone systems, fully equipped for systematic surveillance. They win government contracts by offering to kick back some of the profits to the government agency awarding the contract. These companies are reaping huge profits at the expense of prisoners and their families. Prisoners are often effectively cut off from communication due to the excessive cost of phone calls. One of the fastest growing sectors of the prison industrial complex is private corrections companies. Investment firm Smith Barney is a part owner of a prison in Florida. American Express and General Electric have invested in private prison construction in Oklahoma and Tennessee. Correctional Corporation of America, one of the largest private prison owners, already operates internationally, with more than 48 facilities in 11 states, Puerto Rico, the United Kingdom, and Australia. Under contract by government to run jails and prisons and paid a fixed sum per prisoner, the profit motive mandates that these firms operate as cheaply and efficiently as possible. This means lower wages for staff, no unions, and fewer services for prisoners. Private contracts also mean less public scrutiny. Prison owners are raking in billions by cutting corners, which harms prisoners. Substandard diets, extreme overcrowding, and abuses by poorly trained personnel have all been documented and can be expected in these institutions, which are unabashedly about making money. Prisons are also a leading rural growth industry. With traditional agriculture being pushed aside by agribusiness, many rural American communities are facing hard times. Economically depressed areas are falling over each other to secure a prison facility of their own. Prisons are seen as a source of jobs in construction, local vendors, and prison staff, as well as a source of tax revenues. An average prison has a staff of several hundred employees and an annual payroll of several $1 million. Like any industry, the prison economy needs raw materials. In this case, the raw materials are prisoners. The prison industrial complex can grow only if more and more people are incarcerated, even if crime rates drop. 3 strikes and mandatory minimums are 2 examples of the legal superstructure quickly being put in place to guarantee that the prison population will grow and grow and grow. Labor and the flight of capital. The growth of the prison industrial complex is inextricably tied to the fortunes of labor. Ever since the onset of the Reagan-Bush years in 1980, workers in the United States have been under siege. Aggressive union busting, corporate deregulation, and especially the flight of capital in search of cheaper labor markets have been crucial factors in the downward plight of American workers. One wave of capital flight occurred in the 1970s. Manufacturing such as textiles in the Northeast moved south to South Carolina, Tennessee, Alabama, non-union states where wages were low. During the 1980s, many more industries closed up shop, moving on to the more competitive atmospheres of Mexico, Brazil, or Taiwan, where wages were a mere fraction of those in the US, and environmental, health, and safety standards were much lower. Most seriously hurt by these plant closures and layoffs were African Americans and other semi-skilled workers in urban centers who lost their decent-paying industrial jobs. Into the gaping economic hole left by the exodus of jobs from US cities has rushed another economy, the drug economy. The war on drugs. The war on drugs, launched by President Reagan in the mid-80s, has been fought on interlocking international and domestic fronts. At the international level, the war on drugs has been both a cynical cover-up of US government involvement in the drug trade, as well as justification for US military intervention and control in the Third World. Over the last 50 years, the primary goal of US foreign policy has been to fight communism and protect corporate interests. To this end, the US government has, with regularity, formed strategic alliances with drug dealers throughout the world. At the conclusion of World War II, the OSS allied itself with heroin traders on the docks of Marseille in an effort to wrest power away from communist dock workers. During the Vietnam War, the CIA aided the heroin-producing Hmong tribesmen in the Golden Triangle area. In return for cooperation with the U.S. government's war against the Viet Cong and other national liberation forces, the CIA flew local heroin out of Southeast Asia and into America. It's no accident that heroin addiction in the U.S. rose exponentially in the 1960s. Nor is it an accident that cocaine began to proliferate in the United States during the 1980s. Central America is the strategic halfway point for air travel between Colombia and the United States. The Contra War against Sandinista Nicaragua, as well as the war against the National Liberation Forces in El Salvador, was largely about control of this critical area. When Congress cut off support for the Contras, Oliver North and friends found other ways to fund the Contra resupply operations, in part through drug dealing. Planes loaded with arms for the Contras took off from the southern United States, offloaded their weapons on private landing strips in Honduras, then loaded up with cocaine for the return trip. A 1996 exposé by the San Jose Mercury News documented CIA involvement in a Nicaraguan drug ring that poured thousands of kilos of cocaine into Los Angeles's African American neighborhoods in the 1980s. Drug boss Danilo Blandon, now an informant for the DEA, acknowledged under oath the drugs for weapons deals with the CIA-sponsored Contras. U.S. military presence in Central and Latin America has not stopped drug traffic. But it has influenced aspects of the drug trade and is a powerful force of social control in the region. U.S. military intervention, whether in propping up dictators or squashing peasant uprisings, now operates under cover of the righteous war against drugs and narco-terrorism. In Mexico, for example, U.S. military aid supposedly earmarked for the drug war is being used to arm Mexican troops in the southern part of the country. The drug trade, however, is all in the north. the drug war money is being used primarily to fight against the Zapatista rebels in the southern state of Chiapas who are demanding land reform and economic policy changes that are diametrically opposed to the transnational corporate agenda. In the Colombian jungles of Cartagena de Cara, coca has become the only viable commercial crop. In 1996, 30,000 farmers blocked roads and airstrips to prevent crop spraying from aircraft. The Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia, one of the oldest guerrilla organizations in Latin America, held 60 government soldiers hostage for 9 months, demanding that the military leave the jungle, that social services be increased, and that alternative crops be made available to farmers. And given the notorious involvement of Colombia's highest officials with the powerful drug cartels, it is not surprising that most U.S. drug war military aid actually goes to fighting the guerrillas. One result of the international war on drugs has been the internationalization of the U.S. prison population. For the most part, it is the low-level mules carrying drugs into this country who are captured and incarcerated in ever-increasing numbers. At least 25% of inmates in the federal prison system today will be subject to deportation when their sentences are completed. Here at home, the war on drugs has been a war on poor people. Particularly poor, urban, African American men and women. It's well documented that police enforcement of the new, harsh drug laws have been focused on low-level dealers in communities of color. Arrests of African Americans have been about 5 times higher than arrests of whites, although whites and African Americans use drugs at about the same rate. And African Americans have been imprisoned in numbers even more disproportionate than their relative arrest rates. It is estimated that in 1994, on any given day, 1 out of every 128 U.S. adults was incarcerated, while 1 out of every 17 African American adult males was incarcerated. The differential in sentencing for powder and crack cocaine is one glaring example of institutionalized racism. About 90% of crack arrests are of African Americans, while 75% of powder cocaine arrests are of whites. Under federal law, it takes only 5 grams of crack cocaine to trigger a 5-year mandatory minimum sentence. But it takes 500 grams of powder cocaine 100 times as much to trigger the same sentence. This flagrant injustice was highlighted by a 1996 nationwide federal prison rebellion when Congress refused to enact changes in sentencing laws that would equalize penalties. Statistics show that police repression and mass incarceration are not curbing the drug trade. Dealers are forced to move, turf is reshuffled, already vulnerable families are broken up. But the demand for drugs still exists, as do huge profits for high-level dealers in this $50 billion international industry. From one point of view, the war on drugs can actually be seen as a preemptive strike, the state's repressive apparatus working overtime. Put poor people away before they get angry. Incarcerate those at the bottom, the helpless, the hopeless, before they demand change. What drugs don't damage the war on drugs and mass imprisonment will surely destroy. The crackdown on drugs has not stopped drug use. But it has taken thousands of unemployed young men and women off the streets. And it has created a mushrooming prison population. Prison labor. An American worker who once upon a time made $8/hour loses his job when the company relocates to Thailand, where workers are paid only $2 per day. Unemployed, and alienated from a society indifferent to his needs, he becomes involved in the drug economy or some other outlawed means of survival. He is arrested, put in prison, and put to work. His new salary, 22 cents/hour. From worker, to unemployed, to criminal, to convict laborer, the cycle has come full circle. And the only victor is big business. For private business, prison labor is like a pot of gold. No strikes. No union organizing. No unemployment insurance or workers' compensation to pay. No language problem, as in a foreign country. New Leviathan prisons are being built with thousands of eerie acres of factories inside the walls. Prisoners do data entry for Chevron, make telephone reservations for TWA, raise hogs, shovel manure, make circuit boards, limousines, waterbeds, and lingerie for Victoria's Secret. All at a fraction of the cost of free labor. Prisoners can be forced to work for pennies because they have no rights. Even the 14th Amendment to the Constitution, which abolished slavery, excludes prisoners from its protections. And more, prisons are charging inmates for basic necessities from medical care, to toilet paper, to use of the law library. Many states are now charging room and board. Berks County Jail in Pennsylvania is charging inmates $10 per day to be there. California has similar legislation pending. So, while government cannot actually require inmates to work at private industry jobs for less than minimum wage, necessity forces them to do so. Some prison enterprises are state-run. Inmates working at Unicor make recycled furniture and work 40 hours a week for about $40 per month. The Oregon Prison Industries produces a line of Prison Blues blue jeans. An ad in their catalog shows a handsome prison inmate saying, "I say we should make bell-bottoms. They say I've been in here too long." Bizarre, but true. The promotional tags on the clothes themselves actually tout their operation as rehabilitation and job training for prisoners, who of course would never be able to find work in the garment industry upon release. Prison industries are often directly competing with private industry. Small furniture manufacturers around the country complain that they are being driven out of business by Unicor, which pays 23 cents/hour and has the inside track on government contracts. In another case, U.S. Technologies sold its electronics plant in Austin, Texas, leaving its 150 workers unemployed. 6 weeks later, the electronics plant reopened in a nearby prison. Welcome to the New World Order. The proliferation of prisons in the United States is one piece of a puzzle called the globalization of capital. Since the end of the Cold War, capitalism has gone on an international business offensive. No longer impeded by an alternative socialist economy or the threat of national liberation movements supported by the Soviet Union or China, transnational corporations see the world as their oyster. Agencies such as the World Trade Organization, World Bank, and the International Monetary Fund, bolstered by agreements like NAFTA and GATT, are putting more and more power into the hands of transnational corporations by putting the squeeze on national governments. The primary mechanism of control is debt. For decades, developing countries have depended on foreign loans, resulting in increasing vulnerability to the transnational corporate strategy for the global economy. Access to international credit and aid is given only if governments agree to certain conditions known as structural adjustment. In a nutshell, structural adjustment requires cuts in social services, privatization of state-run industry, repeal of agreements with labor about working conditions and minimum wage, conversion of multi-use farmlands into cash crop agriculture for export, and the dismantling of trade laws that protect local economies. Under structural adjustment, police and military expenditures are the only government spending that is encouraged. The sovereignty of nations is compromised when, as in the case of Vietnam, trade sanctions are threatened unless the government allows Camel cigarettes to litter the countryside with billboards, or promises to spend millions in the U.S. orchestrated crackdown on drugs. The basic transnational corporate philosophy is this: the world is a single market, natural resources are to be exploited, people are consumers, anything that hinders profit is to be rooted out and destroyed. The results of this philosophy in action are that while economies are growing, so is poverty, so is ecological destruction, so are sweatshops and child labor. Across the globe, wages are plummeting, indigenous people are being forced off their lands, rivers are becoming industrial dumping grounds, and forests are being obliterated. Massive regional starvation and World Bank riots are becoming more frequent throughout the Third World. All over the world, more and more people are being forced into illegal activity for their own survival as traditional cultures and social structures are destroyed. Inevitably, crime and imprisonment rates are on the rise. And the United States law enforcement establishment is in the forefront, domestically and internationally, in providing state-of-the-art repression. Within the United States, structural adjustment takes the form of welfare and social service cuts, continued massive military spending, and skyrocketing prison spending. Walk through any poor urban neighborhood, school systems are crumbling and after-school programs, libraries, parks, and drug treatment centers are closed. But you will see more police stations and more cops. Often, the only social service available to poor young people is jail. The dismantling of social programs and the growing dominance of the right-wing agenda in U.S. politics have been made possible, at least in part, by the successful repression of the civil rights and liberation movements of the 1960s and 70s. Many of the leaders, Martin Luther King, Jr., Malcolm X, Fred Hampton, and many others, were assassinated. Others, like Geronimo G. Jagaprat, Leonard Peltier, and Mumia Abu-Jamal, have been locked up. Over 150 political leaders from the Black liberation struggle, the Puerto Rican independence movement, and other resistance efforts are still in prison. Many are serving sentences ranging from 40 to 90 years. Oppressed communities have been robbed of radical political leadership that might have led an opposition movement. We are reaping the results. The number of people in U.S. prisons has more than tripled in the past 17 years, from 500,000 in 1980 to 1.8 million in 1997. Today, more than 5 million people are behind bars, on parole, probation, or under other supervision by the criminal justice system. The state of California now spends more on prisons than on higher education, and over the past decade has built 19 prisons and only one branch university. Add to this, the fact that increasing numbers of women are being locked up. Between 1980 and 1994, the number of women in prison increased fivefold, and women now make up the fastest growing segment of the prison population. Most of these women are mothers, leaving future generations growing up in foster homes or on the streets. Welcome to the New World Order. What is to be done? Prisons are not reducing crime, but they are fracturing already vulnerable families and communities. Poor people of color are being locked up in grossly disproportionate numbers, primarily for nonviolent crimes. But Americans are not feeling safer. As criminals become scapegoats for our floundering economy and our deteriorating social structure, even the guise of rehabilitation is quickly disappearing from our penal philosophy. After all, rehabilitate for what? To go back into an economy that has no jobs? To go back into a community that has no hope? As education and other prison programs are cut back, or in most cases eliminated altogether, prisons are becoming vast, overcrowded holding tanks. Or worse, factories behind bars. And, prison labor is undercutting wages, something that hurts all working and poor Americans. It's a situation that can only occur because organized labor is divided and weak and has not kept step with organized capital. While capital has globalized, labor has not. While the transnationals truly are fashioning our planet into a global village, there is still little communication or cooperation between workers around the world. Only an internationally linked labor movement can effectively challenge the power of the transnational corporations. There have been some wonderful, shining instances of international worker solidarity. In the early 1980s, 3M workers in South Africa walked out in support of striking 3M workers in New Jersey. Recently, longshore workers in Denmark, Spain, Sweden, and several other countries closed down ports around the world in solidarity with striking Liverpool dockers. The company was forced to negotiate. When Renault closed its plant in Belgium, 100,000 demonstrated in Brussels, pressuring the French and Belgian governments to condemn the plant closure and compel its reopening. Here in the US, there is a glimmer of hope as the AFL-CIO has voted in some new, more progressive leadership. We'll see how that shapes up and whether the last 50 years of anti-communist, bread and butter American unionism is really a thing of the past. What is certain is that resistance to the transnational corporate agenda is growing around the globe. In 1996, the people of Bougainville, a small New Guinea island, organized a secessionist rebellion, protesting the dislocations and ecological destruction caused by corporate mining on the island. When the government hired mercenaries from South Africa to train local troops in counterinsurgency warfare, the army rebelled, threw out the mercenaries, and deposed the prime minister. A one-day general strike shut down Haiti in January 1997. Strikers demanded the suspension of negotiations between the Prime Minister and the International Monetary Fund/World Bank. They protested the austerity measures imposed by the IMF and WB, which would mean laying off 7,000 government workers, and the privatization of the electric and telephone companies. In Nigeria, the Ogoni people conducted a protracted 8-year struggle against Shell oil. Acid rain and hundreds of oil spills and gas flares were turning the once fertile countryside into a near wasteland. Their peaceful demonstrations, election boycotts, and pleas for international solidarity were met with violent government repression and the eventual execution of Ogoni writer and leader Ken Saro-Wiwa. In France, a month-long general strike united millions of workers who protested privatization, a government worker pay freeze, and cutbacks in social services. Telephone, airline, power, postal, education, healthcare, and metal workers all joined together, bringing business to a standstill. The right-wing Chirac government was forced to make minor concessions before being voted out for a new socialist administration. At the Oak Park Heights Correctional Facility in Minnesota, 150 prisoners went on strike in March 1997, demanding to be paid the minimum wage. Although they lost a litigation battle to attain this right, their strike gained attention and support from several local labor unions. Just as the prison industrial complex is becoming increasingly central to the growth of the U.S. economy, prisoners are a crucial part of building effective opposition to the transnational corporate agenda. Because of their enforced invisibility, powerlessness, and isolation, it's far too common for prisoners to be left out of the equation of international solidarity. Yet, opposing the expansion of the prison industrial complex, and supporting the rights and basic humanity of prisoners, may be the only way we can stave off the consolidation of a police state that represses us all, where you or a friend or family member may yourself end up behind bars. Clearly, the only alternative that will match the power of global capital is an internationalization of human solidarity. Because, truly, we are all in this together. International solidarity is not an act of charity. It is an act of unity between allies fighting on different terrains toward the same objective. The foremost of these objectives is to aid the development of humanity to the highest level possible. Samora Machel, leader of Frelimo, first president of Mozambique. 8.3. Capitalism and Crisis, Creating a Jailhouse Nation. David Gilbert. 2001. Book review, Christian Parenti, Lockdown America, Police and Prisons in the Age of Crisis. By the time I was captured in 1981, the prologue to a life sentence, I had 20 years of movement experience both above and underground under my belt. So I thought I had a good understanding of the race and class basis of prisons. But once actually inside that reality, I was stunned by just how thoroughly racist the criminal justice system is, and also by the incessant petty hassles of humiliation and degradation. As political prisoner Mumia Abu-Jamal aptly noted in Live from Death Row, there is a profound horror, in the day-to-day banal occurrences, second-by-second assault on the soul. The 1980s became the intense midpoint of an unprecedented explosion of imprisonment. Since 1972, the number of inmates in this country, on any given day, has multiplied sixfold to the 2 million human beings behind bars today. Another 4 million are being supervised on parole or probation. The U.S. is the world leader in both death sentences and incarcerations. With just 5% of the world's population, we hold 25% of the prisoners. The qualitative political change has been just as stark as the numbers. No politician who hopes to get elected can risk a charge of being soft on crime. Literally thousands of new repressive laws have been passed, and law and order has become the battering ram for a broader right-wing offensive. The political importance of criminal justice is, as we say in prison, obvious to a duck. underscore 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 underscore. Originally published in Monthly Review 52, number 10, March 2001, this review was subsequently reprinted in No Surrender, Writings from an Anti-Imperialist Political Prisoner. What is far from obvious, in fact purposely obscured, are the real reasons for these dramatic and ultimately very damaging developments. It certainly isn't a rational response to crime. Consider just a couple of the many telling but rarely mentioned facts. Western Europe and Japan, with about 1/7 our incarceration rate, maintain lower levels of violent crime. Throughout 20 years of mushrooming imprisonment here, U.S. crime rates continued to climb. The marked decline in violent offenses didn't start until 1993, along with the fall in unemployment and the lower percent of males in the high-risk 15 to 24-year-old age group. Wholesale repression and incarceration are emphatically not real solutions. However, the political role of these themes makes them burning issues for everyone concerned about social change. Christian Parenti's Lockdown America is an analytical gem, with many sparkling facets on key developments from the advent of computerized, nationwide police files to tower guards shooting down unarmed inmates in California. This book does not take on the complex questions of the causes and cures for crime. Instead, its forte is laying bare the driving forces behind the burgeoning of the criminal justice system. Parenti's starting point might seem far removed from police and prisons, but it proves compelling. It is the serious structural crisis of U.S. and world capitalism that emerged in the late 1960s. To put Parenti's much fuller account into a nutshell, the very success of the post-Second World War glory days of capitalist growth proved to be its undoing. The extraordinary investment opportunities in rebuilding the war-ravaged economies of Europe and Japan resulted in highly productive competitors for U.S. industry. These developments ushered in a period of chronic overproduction, in which capitalism tends to produce more goods and services than can be profitably sold. Source: www.radicalgraphics.org. At the same time, capital was hit with political changes within the U.S. The examples of civil rights and anti-war activism inspired growing worker militancy, which resulted in rising labor costs, and a new environmental movement, which led to expensive pollution controls. To summarize a complex international and domestic crunch by how it reads on capital's bottom line, average profit rates fell from a peak of almost 10% in 1965 to a low of 4.5% in 1974. And there was no prospect for a cyclical upswing out of this pit. Parenti describes two major phases of capital's counteroffensive. The first was the withering attack on radical movements and insurgent communities, including a counterintelligence program resulting, among other things, in the murders of some 30 members of the Black Panther Party. The real motive behind the law and order rallying cry is deftly revealed with a quote from the diary of President Nixon's Chief of Staff H.R. Haldeman. Emphasized that you have to face the fact that the whole problem is really the blacks. The key is to devise a system that recognizes this while not appearing to. The second stage entailed the sweeping economic restructuring that was kicked off by England's Prime Minister Thatcher in 1979. It became the heart of the Reagan Revolution here and is still going strong today. Here's how Thatcher's chief economic advisor, Alan Budd, put it. Rising unemployment was a very desirable way of reducing the strength of the working classes. What was engineered in Marxist terms was a crisis in capitalism which recreated a reserve army of labor, and has allowed capitalists to make high profits ever since. This opening salvo was followed by a raft of measures that could best be summarized as successively gutting the Great Society and New Deal social compacts, leaving labor in a weak bargaining position even in subsequent economic expansions. These changes severely hurt the inner cities. First, capital, now more globally mobile, shifted some manufacturing to low-wage countries and regions within the U.S., eliminating many of the jobs that had provided at least a measure of stability for blacks and Latinos. The new, poorly paid service jobs more likely went to immigrant workers, who could be intimidated with the threat of deportation. From the point of view of capitalist production, people in the ghettos and barrios became surplus population or social junk. At the same time, these stressed communities, with a history of militancy, were potentially social dynamite, a serious threat located near the city center, headquarters of the most profitable sectors of the new economy such as finance, insurance, real estate, and communications. Parenti sees the core of the anti-crime crusade as rooted in capital's acute need to control and contain the ghettos and barrios and to create cordon sanitarios around the central business districts. Second, capital's campaign to wrest away many of the last generation's gains for U.S. workers posed a pressing political problem, the need to deflect rising frustration and anger away from the rulers. To do so, they recharged their trusted trope, race spoken through the code of crime and welfare. In short, there is a complete correlation over the past 20 years between the greatest ever recorded shift of wealth from the poor to the rich and our skyrocketing prison population. The dual needs of containment and scapegoating are clearly expressed in the racial character of American justice. For example, African Americans are 13% of the illegal drug users but 74% of drug prisoners. Overall, the ratio of black to white incarcerations is 7-1. The U.S. now imprisons black males at 4 times the rate of South Africa under apartheid. Lockdown America describes key aspects of the spectacular expansion of repressive powers over the period, in a writing style that combines analytical clarity with striking examples. Below are some of the areas covered. Police Special Weapons and Tactics Teams. Los Angeles created the first SWAT team in 1966. There are 30,000 such units today. SWAT serve as the vanguard of militarizing the police, with weapons such as assault rifles, armored vehicles, attack dogs, and helicopters, all too often accompanied by a commando mentality that makes all Black and Latino people the enemy. While providing some grisly examples of overkill, Parenti emphasizes the broader function of intimidating entire communities. Anti-crime legislation. Lockdown America's look at just a few provisions of recent federal laws, just a tiny sampling of the spate of state and federal acts, presents a breathtaking cascade of authoritarian measures that greatly expand police powers and stiffen penalties. The criminalization of immigration. Parenti calls the new level of cooperation among various law enforcement agencies, and at times the military, at the U.S. Mexican border the most aggressive and totalizing police enforcement regime the country has ever seen. The racism is patent to anyone who has gone through an immigration checkpoint. Those with white skin are waved right through while those with brown skin are routinely stopped. The formidable increase in detentions, with people often held under the most wretched conditions, can't begin to stanch the flow of immigration, itself driven by the economic forces of globalization. But the palpable threat of deportation is a powerful cudgel against labor organizing and complaints, while these victims of transnational capital are blamed for the loss of U.S. jobs. So, politicians get easy scapegoats, employers get docile labor. Quality of life. The newest chapter in policing is the highly touted quality of life and zero-tolerance campaigns. In theory, the thorough crackdowns on minor offenses such as graffiti, open beer cans, and unpaid traffic tickets will nab potential felons and create a climate of compliance with the law. In practice, there have been increased complaints of police brutality as well as widespread ensnaring of young people of color into the justice system. The experiences of abuse and arrest are themselves strong predictors of future felonies. Thus these programs may well generate more crime in the long run, but they are very useful for creating a comfort zone for the higher echelons working in the central business districts. Each of the above policies leads to more people behind bars. Parenti provides a quality chapter on the growing prison industrial complex. With about $40 billion per year being spent on building and running prisons, and over 500,000 full-time corrections employees, crime definitely pays for some sectors. Perhaps the most chilling example is the California Correctional Officers Union. It has become the state's second biggest lobbyist and spends millions on election campaigns. It was the driving force behind 3 strikes and over 1,000 other anti-crime measures passed in California since the late 1980s. But Parenti wisely avoids economic reductionism. Corrections budgets are nowhere near those for the military-industrial complex and don't play the same strategic role of subsidizing research for high-tech industries. Also, despite the impressive initial spurt of the for-profit sectors of private prisons and corporate use of convict labor, these are still a small fraction of the corrections complex and face major constraints to continued growth. While the pockets of pork-driven prosperity assert some influence, such vested interests are secondary to the needs and strategies of a ruling class responding to structural crisis. While not attempting a detailed description of prison life, Lockdown America spotlights some of its more unsettling aspects, such as gang rivalries and rape. In addition to the horrible direct violence involved, the ever-present dangers and antagonisms prevent inmates from uniting against oppressive conditions, which in turn fuel more frustration and internal violence. The very chaos the institutions create is then used to justify bigger budgets and more repression. The flagship of these trends is the proliferation of supermax prisons and special housing units. The rationale is that these are needed for super predators, but in practice they are also used against organizers, rebels, and jailhouse lawyers. These prisons within prisons are characterized by 23-hour-a-day lock UPS, intense electronic surveillance, almost no social interaction or programs, and brutal reprisals against defiant inmates. One couldn't consciously design conditions better suited for fostering mental illness and antisocial, violent behavior. A lot more could be added about the damage being done: severe HIV and hepatitis C epidemics, the high percentage of women prisoners whose problems started with sexual or physical abuse on the outside and who are then placed under the complete domination of male guards, the impact of sentences on convicts' children, who thereby become 5 times more likely than their peers to eventually land in jail. At the same time, correctional programs that greatly reduce recidivism, most notably college education, are being dismantled behind the propaganda myth that our prisons are country clubs. Meanwhile, the police keep sweeping more young people, whether for quality of life misdemeanors or nonviolent drug offenses, into a corrections system primed for chewing up human beings and spitting out violent parolees. While counterproductive, in the long run, against crime, this approach serves capital well. The key, in my view, is the political role of racial scapegoating. Parenti articulates it well. As economic contradictions deepen, the racialized class other, the immigrant, the urban mendicant, the cheats, the dark-skinned, the thieves, and predators looms larger than ever in the minds of the economically besieged middle and working classes. The corporate system will not and cannot profitably accommodate the needs of the poor and working majority, necessarily turn to crime baiting and racially coded demonology as a way of inciting, mobilizing, and diverting legitimate political anxieties toward irrelevant enemies. The U.S. today is criminalizing an ever-widening range of social problems. The government would rather militarize the police and build prisons than provide quality education, good-paying jobs, and a sound public health response to drug abuse. These trends, while ineffective on crime, serve to aggrandize police power. Even more importantly, the law and order mania has become an essential political arena of struggle for the left. Conceding the weight of public opinion to the bandwagon of racial scapegoating would only build the momentum and power of the grand-scale criminals who rule over all of us. 8.4. Prison abolition, political prisoners, and the building of critical resistance, an interview with Linda Thurston. 2008. Matt Meyer, you have a long history of working not just for political prisoners, but for the rights and freedom of prisoners in general, as well as for prison abolition. What motivated you to get involved in this work? Linda Thurston, in the very beginning it was extremely personal. My first memory in my entire life is of police showing up at my front door and taking my father away when I was 4. I remember being very upset that the grown-ups weren't acting the way grown-ups usually act. I was upset that these unidentified, unknown, large, loud, white men were taking Daddy away. But I had also been freaked out because Daddy had been hitting Mommy. I was in this situation where my parents were arguing and the police dealt with it by dragging Dad away. Everyone was in pain, with screaming, yelling, and chaos. It was instinctively clear to me at this point that something was desperately wrong. This was not a solution to anything. I think that every single time during my life, when I was working with prisoners, all these issues came up again. I would remember what it felt like and think about the children. It wasn't at that moment that I committed myself to working with prisoners or even to being an activist. I didn't come from an activist family in the sense of people having a political analysis, although we did things in the community and with the local church. But it framed my thinking about imprisonment and police for the rest of my life. When I was in junior high school, I started doing work through my church with what was euphemistically called the Children's Center in Providence, Rhode Island. It was basically a maximum security prison for kids, with such horrendous and repressive policies that it was later shut down. It was very interesting to be the same age as those kids, the same look as those kids, the same neighborhood as those kids, the same language as those kids, and be acutely aware that there but for the powers that be go. Even before I knew how badly the kids were being treated and abused, the entire situation seemed wrong to me. The next significant moment in my political development regarding prisons was as a college student, running the Black Theater Group as a Harvard undergraduate. The group was called the Black Community and Student Theater, but given that this was Harvard, many folks had unfortunately forgotten the community piece of it. I remember sitting in a board meeting when a letter came in from one of the prisoner organizations asking if we would please come out and do a play for the prisoners. The entire group swung their heads in my direction, because I was already involved in some political activity on campus. They knew that I'd be interested in doing it. We took a play out to the prison, and I remember being profoundly affected by that experience. I actually ended up working with the prisoner self-help groups at Walpole Prison outside of Boston, helping with issues involving prisoner mistreatment, use of pepper spray, tear gas, and such. Coming of age in the late 1970s and 1980s, paying attention to these issues, it was hard not to notice that at one moment there were 300,000 prisoners in America, and a moment later there are 500,000. Just a few years later, there were 1 million prisoners in America, and today there are 2 million people locked up in America. My lifetime has been the period of time when the United States has used prisons as its solution to everything. You've worked with a number of the key regional and national organizations in this field. Would you share some of those experiences? Linda Thurston, when I became the director of the New England Criminal Justice Program of the Quaker-based American Friends Service Committee, one of the big issues was a tendency to lock up any prisoners who spoke out on any issues in solitary confinement, sometimes for years. These were clear cases of political repression, locking people up not because they posed any threats but because they were willing to fight for their rights, even as prisoners. Many folks whom I worked with then may not have landed in prison because of political activities, but they certainly got politicized once in prison. Partly because I was in Boston, where there was a very strong anti-apartheid movement and a very strong Central American solidarity movement, I learned about many people doing time because of refusal to cooperate with federal grand jury investigations. At the Red Bookstore in Cambridge, I remember meeting some people like Tommy Manning and John Lahman of the Ohio 7 case who are still political prisoners to this day. Kazi Turi, now out of prison and the national co-chair of the Jericho Amnesty Movement, was around in those days, along with his brother, Arnie King, who is also still doing time despite an incredible record of community support and work. I think there are some regional cultural differences that have shaped people's political development differently. In New York City, for example, most of the political prisoners came directly out of the local Black Panther Party. But in Boston and later in Philadelphia, with the case of MOVE and the MOVE 9, I had a different framework. While I was working for AFSC, I began to learn more about political prisoners through my own writing and radio projects. As an AFSC staff person, I was involved in the 200 Years of Penitentiary project, recognizing Philadelphia's Walnut Street Jail as the first prison in the USA. The campaign was a way of doing prison abolition work in the 1980s, and I got to dress up in my Sunday best and speak to all the Quaker groups, and Methodists, and Presbyterians, and United Church folks. From there, I got to work with the National Interreligious Task Force on Criminal Justice. Those networks, with people like Episcopal Minister S. Michael Yasutek building bridges between social and political prisoners, helped create lasting relationships and commitments. Fast forward some years, to the early 1990s, and I ended up working with Amnesty International USA on death penalty issues. I actually had, from the beginning, some very real issues with Amnesty International. In part, this was because Amnesty refused to name Nelson Mandela, or any number of other people, as political prisoners. I didn't understand at that moment the human rights movement's nuanced differences in definition regarding political prisoners, prisoners of war, and prisoners of conscience. Nor did I understand how amazingly egg-headedly legalistic and academistic the whole human rights framework could be. But at that particular moment, between 1994 and 1995, executions in the USA had almost doubled in 1 year. It seemed important to do that work with those resources, but it was one of the most frustrating experiences of my life. Amnesty is an organization that grows out of the Cold War mentality. They began as a group that issued bulletins on behalf of prisoners of conscience, one prisoner from the West and one from the Soviet Union, trying to embarrass those governments by bombarding them with letters. While I was there, we did begin trying to get Amnesty to pay attention to the case of Black Panther death row inmate Mumia Abu-Jamal. But I could not stay at Amnesty for long. The job I had at the Center for Constitutional Rights was coordinator of the Ella Baker Student Program, which I used to refer to as my job of training little baby radical lawyers. These were young people whom we would recruit from various law schools who thought that they wanted to be movement lawyers. Whatever issues they were eventually going to work on, it was crucial that they get an education in the history and the current way of looking at the role of prisons in society and the reality of political prisoners. I remember bringing in Attica Prison Rebellion survivor and Representative Big Black to talk to these law students after we'd shown them the film Attica. It was a strong way of educating and radicalizing people who could have a direct effect on the lives of prisoners. What were and are some of the issues involved in building bridges between the people who do work around political prisoners and those who work around the prison industrial complex or prison abolition? Linda Thurston: I think there are people who come out of a political context, who make many assumptions about categories such as social prisoners. Some people who work on political prisoner cases have, in a general theoretical sense, the idea that prisons themselves are bad, but also that prisons are where bad folks are. If you stole something, you're a thief. If you killed somebody, you're a murderer. And that is what you are, that is who you are, and that is all you are. I really have a problem with that idea, maybe coming from my spirituality or maybe just my common sense political analysis. Nobody is only one thing, and no one is only as bad as the worst thing they ever did. If that were true, we'd all be in big trouble because we're all human. Some people who won't do work around social prisoners or politicized social prisoners have this perspective, and many people who do work with the general prison population do it purely from a social service perspective and aren't interested in working on political prisoner issues. The key is to see the connections between these struggles and not to pit them against one another. We've got lots of work ahead of us. It also has now gotten way more complicated because more and more political prisoners are spending vast, unbelievable amounts of time in prison and not getting out. Political prisoners are dying in prison, so the issue becomes more urgent, as vastly increased numbers of people are being sent to prison for long periods of time. In countries where the concept of political prisoner is recognized as a legal category, there may still be human rights problems and justice issues, but the complications and divisions tend to be easier to deal with. It is agreed that there are political prisoners, and it is agreed that there are major problems in the prison industrial complex. Here in the US, an urgent task of the current political moment is for folks doing political prisoner support work to recognize the broader context of the PIC. One place where we've seen this take place is around the case of Mumia Abu Jamal. Mumia's case has brought so many people from different political movements and perspectives together. In general, though, with all the cases, we need to make more opportunities for all kinds of interaction and discussion. Not to be naive, but these dialogues between those of us doing basically similar work are an urgent necessity. We've got to find greater ways to work together. You've been active, since the beginning, in the development of critical resistance, which in some ways tries to present a new framework about how to do some of this work. And you continue to help bridge the gap between work around prison abolition and around political prisoners. Could you describe the current national scene, around the time of the 10th anniversary of CR, and discuss how things have changed, and how they've stayed the same? Linda Thurston, it may be a new framework and a new concept in this current iteration, but the notion of prison abolition is much older than the 1998 founding conference of CR. I actually didn't get involved in CR until after that initial national conference in Oakland, but I did attend the conference. There were many folks at the first critical resistance gathering who were overjoyed that people were talking about prison abolition again. We didn't know that over 1,000 people would show up, with energy to build local and regional chapters. We clearly hit upon a moment when people were ready to work on issues involving the role of prisons in U.S. life. One issue that we've been dealing with, and need to continue to deal with, is the role of people who have been most impacted by the prison industrial complex. Our organizations can't just be made up of people who want to work on an issue. It has to include people who did time, people whose family members have done time. These folks must be in the leadership of the movement and the leadership of the struggle, because in many ways they can best understand and convey the complexities of the system on a local and national level. As we all need to step up and become active when that's needed, we also need to learn to step back and take leadership from the folk who haven't been in leadership. Some of us older folks need to learn that in regard to the youth, too. Another thing that's fairly unique about CR, in my experience, is the way in which the regional organizations reflect the national program as well as the specific political context in a given region of the country. We've been weaving a sort of web between the local networks and the national group. There's also a great deal of attention in CR given to political education. Far too often in our movements, we don't find out where people are coming from. If somebody shows up for a meeting, we're so glad that they're there, we'll just give them some things to do and tell them when and where to go for the next meeting. But CR really works to build community. I feel very connected to the local folks in the organization, even though I work more with the national. We are in a situation where someone can put a call out and say, "Yo, the sister who was at the meeting last night, her kid just got arrested. Can any of you get to court?" And people do it. It reminds me of working with the groups in Boston when I was younger, that sense of community, of family, of connectedness. That feeling also comes up when I get emails from different political prisoner support groups saying, "So and so on the inside is sick. We've got to jump in here and deal with this." I guess I've come full circle after all these years, realizing that we need the political analysis, we need the political education, we need the strategizing, we need more bodies, and we need resources. But we also damn sure better remember that we're human beings and we need to support one another on all levels or we're not going to make it. Sometimes our failure is as simple as calling a meeting at dinner time and not having so much as a pitcher of water at the table. If we're going to survive, if we're going to succeed, if we're going to win, if we're going to free folks, we've got to get better at doing the human piece of building movement by building community. Section 9. At war, the U.S. government's illegal and ongoing war against the Black liberation movement. As the extremes of racism, repression, and imprisonment continue to hit the Black community with particular might, the movement for survival and fight back has taken many forms. This section, in addition to an interview with Asada Shakur, several writings by Jericho founder, San Francisco 8 member, and political prisoner Jalil Muntakim, and some Jericho documents, also takes up the call to understand the continuing nature of the counterintelligence program of advanced assassination. The transcripts of the Washington, D.C., hearing convened by then Congresswoman Cynthia McKinney and former Black Panther leader Kathleen Cleaver make up an important part of this section. 9.1. An interview with Assata Shakur, Meg Starr, and Matt Meyer. 1991. At one time labeled the most dangerous woman in America, Assata Shakur is an uncompromising, broad-minded revolutionary, critical thinker and a clear representation of modern-day resistance. Assata was one of the primary targets of the FBI's counterinsurgency operation, COINTELPRO. On May 2, 1973, Assata, Sundiata Acoli, and Zaid Malik Shakur were attacked by state troopers on the New Jersey Turnpike. The ambush led to the murder of Zaid and the severe wounding and capture of Assata. Though Sundiata was able to escape capture at the time, he was later arrested and is currently one of our longest-held combatants. After spending 6 years in prison, Assata was liberated by New African and anti-imperialist forces in 1979. She received political asylum from the Cuban government and resides there today. A memorable hero of revolutionary struggle, Assata documented the horrendous episode of her encounter with the U.S. government, experiences with the Black Panther Party and coming of age in America in her book Assata. Having survived COINTELPRO, Assata remains grounded in liberatory principles. As a warrior, teacher, and thinker, Assata brings over 20 years of experience to struggle. Her revolutionary outlook and analysis should be heard, discussed, and critiqued. Underscore 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 underscore. This interview first appeared in the spring/summer and fall 1992 issues of Crossroad, the newsletter of Spear and Shield Publications. Meg Starr, you mentioned you were working on a book, could you tell me something about it? Assata Shakur, the book is essentially about the ideological development of the Black Liberation Movement, the relationship between the Black Liberation Movement in the United States and world revolutionary movements. It deals, in some parts, with changes in Eastern Europe in passing. It also explores some ideas I am currently dealing with in terms of things I think are important for Africans living in the United States to think about. These are just some ideas I want to fill out. I am trying to write the book in a way that does not say, these are the answers, this is the answer I'm trying to just deal with, this is what I'm thinking at the moment. Hopefully, that will grow. But, these are some things to throw out for people to reflect on and to give me some feedback on. I'm trying to write in a non-arrogant, non-absolutist way, and I think that's important right now for people interested in making ideological input, to develop a style of writing and a style of work that is contra-arrogant. I think arrogance is one of the things that has really stifled the world revolutionary movement and really hindered communication between people. Ms., as you're doing that, I'm sure you are thinking a lot about the 60s and 70s. Do you have any things that you feel were particular lessons? And I know you don't want to put this in dogmatic terms, but any particular lessons from the 60s and 70s that you've been thinking about? Assata, well, I think all of us have learned many lessons from the 60s and 70s. Those years for me were my political education, my political period of growth and development, the beginning of my political growth and development. I think that one of the things that I learned, or think I learned, is that it's not important so much who directs, who is in the vanguard, it's that people work together wherever they are, whether they're in a union, whether they're in a block committee, whether they're working in a political organization, whatever place they are, to do work, to become active, to become aware, to increase the level of activity rather than to concentrate on being the vanguard, on trying to lead a movement. A lot of times people who were trying to lead didn't know where they were going. Leadership has to be, in the new sense of leadership, a collective process, and the concept of vanguard has to be collectivized, has to be put in the context of the 1990s and approaching 2000, because people come from many different concepts of freedom. The point is for us to sit down and make some kind of agreement on some basic things and understand that what is going to be freedom to me, is not necessarily going to be freedom for you. Self-determination must be a very important part of what we're talking about when we talk about political organization, political activity. That has to be underlined, because everybody doesn't have the same dream. So, there has to be room for everybody to attempt to move toward that dream, as long as that dream does not include oppressing other people, exploiting other people. When I was young, my political development was being shaped by the Black movement in a lot of different ways. One of the terms that's come up from the 60s and 70s, in talking about the leadership of the Black movement, within the movements in the United States, that it had a role in radicalizing lots of other parts of the movement. I wonder how you see that the leading role of the Black movement? Asida, well, I think it's logical, and I also think it's correct that the people that are most oppressed, in any given country, should have a great deal to say about the direction that a movement must take, should take, etc. Logically, the most oppressed people should have a great deal of influence in what happens. If that doesn't happen, then what you have is a very elitist, racist movement. So, if the Black Liberation Movement, the movement for Puerto Rican independence, the movement of oppressed people in general, the movement for the liberation of the indigenous people, if these movements are not in first focus, are not up front in the movement as a whole, then something is wrong. I think that necessarily the working class movement has to deal with the most oppressed workers, workers who are dealing with an oppression that is much greater. Those workers must be heard. Those workers must have some kind of role in leadership of the movement as a whole. Because without that you have a distortion, you have something that does not reflect the reality. It just disintegrates into something that is arrogant, racist, and Eurocentric. I think that for too many years the ideological input into the movement has been Eurocentric. The ideas and the revolutionary examples of third world people have been ignored, minimalized. The contributions of so many revolutionary people have just been overlooked by the European movement, by the white left in the United States. This has not been studied with any seriousness. That trend must be changed. I think that for a revolutionary ideology to evolve, that is truly scientific in nature, it must come from the experience not of Europe, but from all of the world, the experience of Africans, the experiences of Asians, Latin Americans, and of Europeans. But it must reflect a body of knowledge that comes from the whole world and a theory of history that is based on the experiences of the whole world, not just Europe. That is one of the errors that must be corrected at this time. The bankrupt kind of ideology, the kind of stagnation that has been coming out of the European experience, for the last years, shows that something else must be developed. The most oppressed people in the world right now are Africans, Asians, and Latin Americans. So, the ideological input of Africans, Asians, and Latin Americans is not only important, it is essential. It's necessary because imperialism has reached such a state it's really difficult to separate racism from imperialism, Eurocentrism from imperialism, because they're connected. Perpetuating an ideology that is Eurocentric is also perpetuating an ideological imperialism. So, in order to destroy imperialism, there must be an ideological movement from the people who are victimized by imperialism. This is not to say that other experiences are not important and not to say the contributions of European revolutionaries Marx, Engels, Lenin are not valid, not important. You don't throw them out. But that must be expanded. A science, to be a science, cannot be stagnant, it has to grow. If it does not grow, then it becomes a dogma. A science must be something that is constantly expanding, constantly growing, and one of the problems has been that there has been no systematic way in which socialist theory could grow because the dogmatism has just dominated for years the ideological and, in many ways, practical aspects of the left. That has to be rethought, and those tendencies have to be thrown out the window, because they don't help and they've done a lot to hinder people's freedom. Meyer, I guess from that, we were wondering if you could speak generally about what you think the role now of North Americans or European Americans are within the revolutionary process. What can European Americans do to be a positive part of the process? Asida, well, I think that one thing that needs to be done is education. People really need to educate themselves and to educate other people to communicate with others, to make use of the tremendous amount of technology that is in the hands of white North Americans. People have access to computers, have access to videos, have access to all kinds of technology that needs to be exploited. I mean, the ideas that some revolutionary people have had to organize people has been prehistoric reality. Somebody has an idea that to organize people is with a leaflet. You go up to somebody and hand them a leaflet and the leaflet says "Workers of the World Unite." This is 1991, going into 1992. You have so many more things at your disposal now. What needs to be done is to use those things to organize in a creative way, to organize other white people, in some cases black people. But, I think the principal task of white revolutionaries is to organize white people and to struggle against racism, not only in terms of institutional forms but in terms of struggling against one's own racism. I think it is dishonest to say that white people living in a racist society, receiving racist education with racist teachers and often with racist parents, reading racist books, looking at racist television, etc., are not affected by racism. Everybody living in a racist society is affected by racism. White people have to deal with racism on two planes. 1, on a political level, and 2, on a personal level. And that's a lifelong battle for one who's seriously interested in struggling against racism. In the same way that black people, who are affected by racism, have to struggle constantly with the feelings of inferiority, which are inflicted by the society on an overall basis, and that's a constant struggle. White people have to struggle against racism in its institutional forms and all of its forms. The struggle against racism and the struggle for a new society is one that is a lifelong process. It has to take many forms. It has many aspects. Obviously, most white people in the United States are not going to feel outraged by extreme poverty. Some will, but the majority won't. Most will become involved in issues that are related to the environment, women, etc., so coming from there, whether it's the environment, whether it's women, and relating that to an international system of imperialism, understanding the underlying roots, and understanding that in order to struggle against any form of oppression, one has to go to the source. One must look at the whole system, and it's not just the United States. It's not just the military-industrial complex, it's a system of international imperialism that is causing the destruction of the environment, that is causing the oppression of women, that is causing so many ills, that is causing racism, that is causing people to starve in Africa, that is causing people to be tortured in El Salvador. It is an international system that must be struggled against. I think that one of the things people who struggle need to be real conscious of right now is that revolutionary movement needs to be internationalized at a much higher level. People really need to do networking, to touch base, not just in their neighborhood, in their city, not just in their state or country, but at an international level. People who are concerned about the environment need to deal on an international level. People who are struggling to liberate political prisoners should organize on an international level, because this is the only way we're gonna win. What we're struggling against is an international system of imperialism, and those imperialists are organizing very effectively internationally. So, in order to struggle against that, and to be effective, we've got to make outreach, to not have an exclusionary type of mentality when it comes to approaching other people, but to have an inclusionary type of outreach. Come in, let's get together, what can we agree on, what can we work together on? That has got to go from being just a general idea to a skill that's a well-tooled, well-developed skill. You know, One of the things white folk who have been struggling against racism on both a political and personal level have confronted is contradictions or confusions about what real solidarity means. Solidarity, collaboration, oppressed movements, and then this whole concept about what intervention can mean for white folk with all that technology and all these material resources. Will you speak on the concepts of solidarity and intervention, define them and say what you think true avenues for that could be? Asida, okay, I think one of the fundamental things needed for solidarity is respect. The respect of other people's culture, other people's ideas, and respect for self-determination. Going back to the experience of Eastern Europe, on one hand you had Stalinists and the Stalinist model, and in some ways, some very real ways, the Soviet Union lent real help to third world people who were struggling. In other ways they fell short of that. Many of the Eastern European countries, with the exception of those having a school, really showed no true internationalism in the sense of, say, a Cuba. Even though Cubans are generally a people who share what they have, Cuba is an underdeveloped country. The sense of imperialism in Cuba is much more highly developed than in any of the European countries. One of the fatal errors of that process was to consider solidarity as simply going to the UN and voting with the Soviet Union and not much more. It did not include personal sacrifices, it did not include a much more serious commitment to the liberation of third world people. And so you have European workers who did not really feel a sense of solidarity with workers in the third world, but felt a material kind of envy for workers in England, France, and the United States. Workers who shared those kinds of values, though we want color TVs, and did not really perceive that the reason why the lifestyle of some workers, and I have to emphasize some workers, in the developed countries was at a higher level was because those countries were directly involved in sucking the blood of third world workers, third world people. Only a country that is involved in this kind of behavior can give some workers a higher standard of living. Solidarity in the sense of many European countries was lip service, was a few gestures, but was not a real gut self-sacrificing solidarity with third world people. You find a situation now where you have people all throughout Eastern Europe volunteering to go live in South Africa. You have a situation where Europeans are attacking third world people all over Europe and Eastern Europe, too. Eastern Europe, Western Europe, there is this wave of racism that didn't just come out of nowhere. It is there because there was no real struggle raised against it. There was no real ideological process that took place on any real, in-depth level. So, solidarity meant one thing very superficial. And in addition to that, there was chauvinism. A kind of we have the answers and all y'all savages gotta listen to us, 'cause we got Marx and Engels and we know all the answers. And you can make a revolution just the way we think you should make it, and you can just repeat what we say. And if you say anything different from what we say, you're a revisionist. There's this kind of totally arrogant refusal to listen to anybody else, to learn from the experiences of anybody else, to appreciate the struggle or the culture of anybody else. And I'm not absolutizing because there was some effort in the socialist bloc to struggle against racist ideas, to struggle against Eurocentricity, but it was not adequate in dealing with the reality of the third world. And you had people, from Che Guevara to Nkrumah, who were completely ignored. I mean, nobody studied what Fidel was saying, and Fidel made critical remarks about what was happening in Europe dating back to 1968 or before. But nobody listened. He was like, our boy in Havana, the revolutionary with the gun, rather than anyone who had any ideological input into the world revolutionary movement. The same thing happened all over the world, whether it was with Ho Chi Minh or whoever. The ideological contributions were minimized. Therefore, the doubts and the problems raised in reference to the third world were minimized. No real solutions, in terms of how do third world countries free themselves, were looked at. So it was just this kind of chauvinistic outlook that the white left all over the world has been historically guilty of, must take the weight for, and must try to rectify by studying, listening, and learning from third world people. They must recognize that logically, the most oppressed people must have a leadership role in any revolutionary process. I mean, that is logical, that is historically valid, and I think that is historically necessary. I don't know if I answered your question. You did. Intervention. Asita, intervention can take place, armed intervention, ideological. Intervention is a broad term. If you talk about intervention in terms of the role of the white left in the United States, if that's the context we're using. Yeah. Absolutely. Asita, what people really have to think about is the work, and the content of that work. And if the content of the work is anti-racist, anti-arrogant, anti-imperialist, then I think that's the important part. I think the most important thing is to commit to an ideology and work style that's not arrogant and is anti-imperialist, anti-racist, anti-sexist, etc., etc., etc. Speaking of anti-sexist, we have a couple of questions relating to women. How were you empowered as a woman leader in the movement, and what things did you find empowering for yourself? What were some of your experiences with the Black movement? And here in Cuba, how have you seen women involved in those movements? Asita, well, actually, to tell you the truth, I don't feel empowered. I feel that I'm a woman who struggles in a society that is sexist, in a movement that is sexist, and that is an ongoing struggle. I feel that any leadership role that I have played, or may play in the future, has to do with the work I do and the historical role I will play. I tend to believe leadership should depend on one's ability, one's work. Period. And that too often, people, men and women, are hung up on the leadership question. I think we should be more hung up on the work question. What is the quality of my work? But, I think in terms of the women question, women need to be struggled with, to be respected as equals, to be respected as human beings. Women need to struggle to eliminate any phase, all phases, of sexism in the movement and in the society as a whole. I don't think that you can eliminate sexism without eliminating, again, the roots of sexism, without building institutions that permit men and women to have non-sexist relationships. At this time, women are in a hell of a fix. The whole world is experiencing a crisis between men and women. The old way of relationships, the old division of work, men working in the field, women working in the home, is no longer valid. That is no longer real. Men and women have to find new ways to deal with each other that are not based on me cookin' and you doin' whatever you do in the street. I mean, there's no economic basis for those old relationships. The reality of the modern world is that men and women both have to work in most societies because of economic necessity, because of the objective conditions. Therefore, there must be new relationships between men and women based on equality. And that's gonna be a struggle because men are not going to give up those privileges without a fight. And right now men are privileged. Women have to struggle to take away those privileges, and say, I'm not gonna deal with oppression, I'm not going to deal with working two jobs, one in the home and one in the street. That's crazy. The only human way that people can relate is as equals. That has an aesthetic, that has a beauty that no other kind of relationship can offer. The stereotypical, cartoon-type relationships people see repeatedly on television and at the movies and read about in books, that kind of stereotypical, narrow relationship is an impoverished relationship. The only way people can have rich relationships is to have relationships where exploitation is absent. And the only way exploitation is absent is when people say, well, we'll change this. Women have to be at the vanguard of that process, at the head of that process, because we are the most victimized. And men have to work, too. I mean, it's a two-way street. Sexism is something that people must work at. In terms of African American women and men, our situation is one of oppression, serious oppression. The only kind of sane relationships we can have are relationships of partners, partnerships in struggle. Any human relationship with any kind of beauty, has to involve changing the definition of what relationships are and change the reality of what we're dealing with in the context of the United States. So, we need to form a new aesthetic on how we relate to each other. We need to go to a new dimension in how we relate to each other out of necessity. Out of pure necessity. Because if we don't, we will be systematically wiped out. That's the reality. And the women question, the issue of the oppression of women, is key to the oppression of our people as a whole. No kind of movement can be built with a sexist model, because that model is destructive to us as a people, it's destructive in all senses. In our movement, the issue of women is even more important. And the issue of struggling against sexism is even more important because we need a model of family, we need a model of relationships, of organizations, that is anti-sexist. We need that just on pure survival. Base those thoughts on Cuba regarding those questions. Any models from Cuba? Asida, I think Cuba has done a lot in terms of creating institutions that form the material base for sexism to be totally abolished. In terms of child care centers, in terms of laws that protect women's rights, in terms of laws that protect children's rights, in terms of the family code that all men are supposed to adhere to when they get married, etc. However, there's a lot of machismo that exists in Cuban society. The family code exists, but many men just ignore it. The people who must be at the forefront of this struggle are women. You can't look at Cuba through the eyes of the United States. In the beginning of the revolution, it was a big struggle for the FMC, the Federation of Cuban Women, just to have women work outside of the home. They had to wage a tremendous struggle because the situation was one where many families could just not conceive of women doing anything but working inside of the home. They had to almost start from scratch. They couldn't talk about equality in the beginning between women and men, or women and men sharing the household chores. They had to first talk about men helping women because that was the only way in which it could be conceived. You cannot leap and step, just make drastic changes that the people don't understand cause the people are what it's about. So they had to go from one step to the next step, and now men are able to talk about sharing work. They're able to talk about total equality between men and women. But that was, and is, a process, one that still needs a whole lot of work. But, in terms of the government, and in terms of the revolution's commitment to the equality of women and women's participation, I think Fidel has demanded that the number of women in leadership reflect the population of women in the country, that women play an important role in all aspects of the society and in the leadership of the society. But again, that's a process. And again, it's still something that men struggle against and still try to frustrate. We want to hear a little about how the crisis in socialism has affected Cuba and some of the tasks for solidarity in terms of North Americans and people in the U.S. Asida, well, at the present time, there are virtually very few socialist countries left. As you know, most of Cuba's trade was with the Soviet Union and with the Eastern European countries. In terms of Cuba, the changes economically have meant the majority of the Eastern European countries have not honored any, or most, of the contract agreements and economic treaties that they had with Cuba. So the goods that Cuba was expecting, were planning on, never arrived, haven't arrived, etc. In terms of the Soviet Union, some goods have arrived, but the number is around 30% of what was promised, what was agreed on. In different instances, 30%, or less, has arrived. The Soviet Union is so unstable that it changes daily, so Cuba cannot really depend on the Soviet Union for anything at this moment. There's an extreme shortage of fuel, wheat, rice, beans, everything that Cuba needs right now is in shortage. So Cuba's in an extremely difficult situation, between a rock and a hard place. On one hand, Cuba is still suffering the effects of the U.S. blockade, economic embargo, etc. On the other hand, there's a kind of unofficial blockade by the Soviet Union and Eastern European countries. Whether that's intentional or unintentional, the result is very real. The reality is that Cuba is, in effect, suffering a double blockade, suffering all kinds of political attacks by the United States in the media, etc. constantly. So now, more than any other time in Cuba's history, it's important to support Cuba. This is a crucial time economically, and because of the ideological changes that have swept the world, Cuba cannot be uninfluenced by this. So politically, it is a very sensitive time for Cuba. It's a time where Cuba is analyzing its history to rid itself of the mistakes inherited from Europe and the Soviet Union and trying to outline its own path. This is a very difficult thing for an underdeveloped country to do, especially a country that is suffering the kind of blockade that Cuba is suffering. Right now, Cuba needs people, too. It needs all the solidarity that it can get. It needs people who have appreciated the revolution, who have appreciated the achievements of the revolution, to come out and actively organize on whatever level, to help the revolution to sustain itself, and to go on to a higher level and struggle within the United States to overturn the blockade. There was never any logical reason for the blockade, but even the pretenses are no longer valid. Not at all. No one can be duped at this point into saying that Cuba is a satellite of the Soviet Union. Nobody can be duped anymore into saying that Cuba is a strategic military launching point for the Soviet planes or whatever. If anybody might have been duped in the past, all of that is completely exposed and pure fiction. So there is no reason for the blockade to be maintained. People in the United States have to point this out and struggle around the issue that Cuba has a right to self-determination. People who believe in self-determination, who believe that a country has the right to determine what kind of government it has and what kind of system it wants, have to struggle to lift the blockade. The blockade is there for one reason, and one reason only, to prevent Cuban people from determining their own destiny. I think that has to be a focus of the movement, the left, or anybody else concerned about self-determination and a people's right to freedom, liberty, and justice for all. You've spoken about the need for a whole new work style on the left, and that presently there are no recipes to follow. Given these two dynamics, what are your thoughts about future work in general? How do we go through the process of figuring out what to do in that we need to rehaul and there are no recipes to follow? Asida, well, I don't think there were ever any recipes to follow. There was an idea and many people went around acting like they had the recipe, acting like socialism was something like red paint. You can just paint on anything and it will come out socialist. Each specific country, each specific situation, each specific people has its own specific needs, requirements, desires, aspirations, etc. that fit into a movement. That's the kind of dialectic between the national reality of people and the international reality of a world revolutionary movement and the need to struggle against imperialism. I really don't think there was ever a recipe. It's not like you took 2 cups of Marx and a cup of Engels, throw in 3 drops of Lenin, and you've got freedom forever. That's silly. The reality of struggle is that you have to think, invent, and create. You have to work and learn from experience what works and what doesn't, what makes sense and what doesn't. You have to learn to get along. I mean to get along in terms of progressive people working together whether you agree on everything or not. You have to learn that it's not a luxury to form working unity, it's a necessity. People need to find ways of working around common issues that they share. That's an absolute necessity and simple logic. It's like, if there were 8 monsters attacking me and 20 people in the room. Now, if my attitude is that I'm just gonna fight against these monsters by myself and I'm not gonna try to deal with these 20 other people to help me fight these monsters, then I am not dealing with a sane and rational mind. Then, if I do deal with these 20 other people and I say, you just do what I say, you listen to me, that is also irrational. Those 20 people might have some very good ideas about how we can deal with these monsters. Let's get together, y'all. Let's exchange ideas, let's deal with the monsters. As long as we keep the focus on the monsters, we'll be alright. But I think we've got to get away from the idea that one party is going to be the vanguard to lead us to some salvation. I mean, that does not fit with the reality of the 1990s. It might fit in some places. I don't want to absolutize or apply one experience to everybody. There may be places where one party might lead a people to liberation, but in the majority of situations, especially in multinational places like the United States, that's very unrealistic. So, forming the leadership has to be thought of in collective terms. In order to do this, we have to develop the skills necessary to deal collectively. We have to develop the respect to deal collectively. We have to learn by doing. We're in an electronic age. We have to find new ways of organizing people, new ways of educating people, creative ways. It could be revolutionary folk operas, I don't know. We have to find and deal with people where they are not where we think they should be. I think a lot of the young rap artists are setting a great example. I think they're more in touch with people and more actively involved in changing people's way of thinking than many of the so-called revolutionaries with long histories, who just talk to themselves. We have to deal with that fact. It's okay to talk to yourself, and it's okay to talk among yourselves, but when you start doing that exclusively, then you start acting crazy. When all you do is talk to yourself, then you have got a problem. And many revolutionaries have got a problem. They are not only talking to each other, to themselves, but when they deal with people who have nothing to do with their movement, they talk at them. They don't listen to what the people are saying, they don't learn from them. So, it's a problem when you just talk to yourself and talk at people. That, you know, is a category of mental illness. I think that the movement has got to deal with being sane, being logical, being concrete, and setting priorities, realistic priorities, not fantasizing, not trying to apply the experiences of other people mechanically. We really have to analyze what damage has been done and make a sincere effort not to repeat those same kind of mistakes. Speaking of future work, you've spoken on the role of guns as almost the least important piece of struggle. Can you share your reflections on this? Asida, the 1960s were very important in terms of the world liberation movement. In Africa, in Asia, and in Latin America, there were many processes and people struggling for political independence. They were struggling against colonialism and imperialism. Many of those processes had elements of armed struggle. But in many cases, people romanticized the aspect of armed struggle without understanding that at the same time Vietnam was involved in armed struggle, there was also political struggle, diplomatic struggle, a struggle of the unions. There was a whole process of struggle that was going on. Many people conceived of the Cuban Revolution, for example, as Fidel, Che, and Raúl going to the mountains. But they did not understand that there was a whole political struggle that had been going on, that continued to go on, all the way back from before Cuba received its independence. The July 26 movement was a political movement that was waged on campuses, had links with the unions and other leftist movements, and was able to forge unity, a political unity. It wasn't just a simplistic matter of going off into the mountains. In the 1960s, the whole idea of armed struggle was a romantic one, was prevalent because of the objective conditions during that time. In many countries, whether it was in Brazil, or Uruguay with the Tupamaros, wherever, the revolutionaries were dealing with the idea of urban guerrilla warfare and rural guerrilla warfare. In most cases, there was an emphasis on armed struggle and not on other aspects of the struggle. In most of those cases, there was a failure of people on the left to unify. In the majority of those cases, those movements were destroyed and defeated. I think the reason for the defeat was a lack of unity on the left, and many of those movements failed to analyze the objective conditions in their specific countries. In relation to the United States, obviously revolutionaries in the 60s and early 70s were very much affected by what was going on in Africa, Asia, and Vietnam. Those were very inspiring revolutionary struggles that we were all affected by. In some instances, we tried to apply the experiences of other people mechanically to our struggle. In the specific case of the Black liberation movement in the United States, the question of armed struggle had a very specific and a very important significance. The question of armed struggle took on added significance because all during the civil rights movement, because of direct action and nonviolence, many people interpreted nonviolence as the only framework Africans in the United States could struggle in, morally, realistically, etc. Instead of being dealt with as a tactic, direct action and nonviolence were dealt with as an ideology. There was a need to combat on different levels, on the level that Africans in the United States have the right to self-defense, and that right was an absolute, whether we defended ourselves or not, in a given situation, depended on what we decided what our tactics were, what our strategy was. That was important for us to deal with as a people. So, the question of armed struggle within our movement was even more important because there was a whole national media that was saying, look, you don't have any right to defend yourself and you must struggle under these terms and the terms we dictate. If you go outside of these terms, that framework, then you're crazy, you're terrorists. So it was important, in terms of the 1960s and 70s, to say we have the right to self-defense, and that we have the right, as Malcolm X said, to struggle by any means necessary. Those were key ideas that we had to struggle around during that period. And in the course of that struggle, there was an emphasis on armed struggle, an emphasis on self-defense that may have, in some instances, minimized other aspects of the struggle. But that was a necessary time, it was a necessary experience, and it was necessary for African people to realize that we, as a people, are going to have to free ourselves. That's a reality. That's an objective reality. Hopefully we will not have to do it alone. It does not make sense for us to try to do it alone. For example, the experiences of the Soviet Union clearly shows what happens when different people work together to bring a huge country to a halt. Within that process, there were different people with different goals, different ideas of what self-determination is, but only by bringing the monster down is self-determination possible. Now, I'm not equating bringing down the United States monster with the bringing down of the Soviet Union. One would be a revolutionary process, as in the context of the United States. In the context of the Soviet Union, I don't know what the hell that is. I mean, there were people who sincerely wanted to reform socialism, who wanted to make it better, more human. There were other people who wanted to destroy it. Within the whole process of glasnost and perestroika, you have people who were interested in making socialism better, others who were purely interested in personal power. That's my analysis. And it remains to be seen whose ends those changes are going to serve. Right now, it looks like the workers are the people who are going to suffer the most. I think it's a shame that the conditions of Stalinism and the kind of model that was constructed by Stalin were so negative that many people are manipulated by it today. But there is a lesson to be learned for anybody in what looks like a huge, great power, in that huge, great power can be broken down to obtain self-determination not by one people, but by many people who are struggling within that structure to gain self-determination. It would be very difficult for us to determine our destiny without bringing the United States down, without a true revolution, and it doesn't have to be a violent revolution, it just has to be a change, a total change by a variety of people, because revolutionary change now can happen in any way. There's no formula for it, and the reality is our politics have to say that we don't like violence. Anybody whose politics say, I love violence, I like to kill, that's a crazy person. Our politics have to be, I hate violence, I don't want to deal with it. If I am forced to deal with it, if there's no other way around it, I will be violent against those who are violent against me. But clearly, the question of armed struggle, the question of, can it be an isolated thing, there cannot be any such thing as a narrow arrow type of struggle that is just armed struggle. In every political process, there must be struggle on all fronts, whether it's in the electoral arena, on a community grassroots level, in a union level, political parties, whatever. There must be coordinated political struggle on all levels involving different groups of people, students, workers, farmers, what have you. You have to deal with all kinds of elements of society that are experiencing oppression. And that's a lesson that just has to be learned. MS, what do you think about the over 100 political prisoners and prisoners of war held in the United States? What do you think the left should be doing about their cases right now? Asida, what do I think about? The first tribunal, the first tribunal. Asida, I think it's a damn shame, that's what I think about it. I think it's horrendous. The fundamental reason there are so many political prisoners in the United States is because the United States government's policy is to destroy anybody who poses a threat to the policies of its government. There's a secondary reason why those political prisoners are still in prison, why so many political prisoners are still in prison. There are a lot of people in the United States who are brainwashed. There are a lot of people on the left who are brainwashed and who claim to understand that COINTELPRO was real and that COINTELPRO under another name, whatever they call it now, is still real. Even though people claim that they understand the history of the United States, that they understand McCarthyism, the problem of AIDS, the repressive role of the FBI, the police agencies, etc., there still seems to be a kind of mind warp in terms of supporting and freeing political prisoners. Because a lot of people, even though they claim to understand all that, they claim to see all that, but they are not actively supporting political prisoners. There's this kind of double psychology. They must have done something. I think it has to do with the way that many of us are not conscious to the extent that the media shapes and forms the way we conceive of a given event. So you have 100, and I don't know how many, political prisoners, some of whom have been in prison for more than 20 years, and you have a left that claims to be opposed to government repression, but has not done the job it should have been doing to free political prisoners. You have the case of Doraba Binwahad who, after 19 years in prison, the government finally admitted that they played with the evidence, withheld evidence that would have served to free him and proved his innocence. And after 19 years, the government said, yeah, well, you know, can we deal with the reality where those who are victimized by the government are going to have to go to the government files to prove that the government victimized them? And when that same government, through the Freedom of Information Act, sends blank pages, half or 3/4 of all of the pages blank, now how can you prove, how can political prisoners be forced to prove their innocence? How can they prove that their acts are political acts made in the valid struggle for self-determination and the liberation of their people? I think that the only way we can principally deal with the question of political prisoners and prisoners of war in the United States is to demand amnesty for all political prisoners and struggle around that. It's important to work in defense committees, but as a movement, we have got to make decisions. We have to agree on certain basic things, that oppressed people have the right to struggle for their liberation, to struggle to end their oppression, and they need to be supported whether we agree with their particular line, organization, whatever, and that it is in fact true that the United States government frames people, sends them to prison, kills people, etc., and we have to be conscious that anybody who poses a threat, imagined or real, is subject to that kind of repression. So it is key to not deal with the specifics of the cases, but to demand amnesty for all political prisoners, period. And also to realize, as political activists, if I do not struggle to liberate those who have been in prison for so long, then I am creating a situation where the government feels freer and freer to come after me. If we do not struggle to liberate those political prisoners who have been in prison since the 60s, since the beginning of 1970, then what are we saying to our youth? Are we saying, all right, you struggle, if the FBI frames you, well, it's your problem. We're not going to defend you, we're not going to fight for your liberation. We accept the propaganda. We accept the right of the poor to be used as a repressive instrument, we accept that. We accept the position of the government, we accept the accusations of the government. Is that what our movement is truly about? Whose definitions are we willing to accept? And, the facts in the particular cases, say in the case of Geronimo Pratt, the New York 3, the Queens 2, I mean, the facts are overwhelming. The government actively conspired, is actively conspiring, to imprison activists. So, I mean, it's a question of unbrainwashing ourselves, and unracicizing ourselves. Because part of the reason, I think, so many Africans and third world people have been in prison so many years is also due to racism on the left. If white people want to know what they can do in terms of struggling, one of the things they can do is struggle on a much more intense level to liberate political prisoners. 9.2. What the corporate media didn't tell you, an interview with Ramona Africa. Hans Bennett. 2003. Ramona Africa is the sole adult survivor of the May 13, 1985, massacre of 11 members of the MOVE organization. The FBI and the city of Philadelphia dropped a C4 bomb on MOVE's 6221 Osage Avenue home in West Philadelphia. Carrying the young birdie Africa with her, Ramona dodged gunfire and escaped from the fire with permanent scarring from the burns. After surviving the bombing, she was charged with conspiracy, riot, and multiple counts of simple and aggravated assault. Subsequently, Ramona served 7 years in prison. If she had chosen to sever her ties with MOVE, she could have been released far earlier. Even in the face of this, she held true to her revolutionary beliefs and was uncompromising in the face of state terror. Since her release from prison, Ramona has tirelessly worked as the MOVE Minister of Communication on behalf of the MOVE 9, Mumia Abu Jamal, and all political prisoners and prisoners of war. The May 13 assault was the culmination of many years of political repression faced by the mostly black revolutionary and Back to Nature organization at the hands of Philadelphia authorities. In the 1970s, MOVE took up arms in response to extensive police brutality that included the murder of the young Life Africa as well as the provocation of several miscarriages. On August 8, 1978, the police attacked their Powelton Village home, and in the process, police officer James Ramp was shot by a bullet, traveling in a downward trajectory, as he was laying down facing the MOVE home. Despite the physical impossibility of MOVE firing the bullet at that angle from their position in the basement, 9 MOVE members were convicted for his murder and were given 30 to 100-year sentences still being carried out today. In 1985, organizing to free the MOVE 9 was at the forefront of MOVE political activities. A few months ago, I rode my bike out to see 6221 Osage Avenue for the first time since I moved to Philadelphia. Upon arrival, I was shocked to find permit parking for Philadelphia. Police civil affairs posted directly in front of the 6221 lot. I later verified that 6221 Osage is now an actual police station. Particularly striking is the presence of civil affairs, Philly's political police. As Ramona Africa talks about in the interview, civil affairs played a key role on May 13 as the official diplomats. This article was published in Dissident Voice, May 24, 2003. This May, I spoke with Ramona about 6221 today. Ever since they rebuilt the houses out there, they never intended to sell 6221. They made it a police station with police present around the clock, 24/7. Ramona does feel insulted by the police station there, but says that it is indicative of the system. On May 13, 1995, Councilwoman Jamie Blackwell introduced a resolution to make May 13 Kiss a Cop Day. Why May 13 of all possible days? That is the mentality of these people, and we don't expect anything different from them. Things were tense when last September, New Jersey Judge Shelley Robbins New reversed an earlier decision granting supervised visits to John Gilbride for his son Zachary Africa, who was under the full-time custody of his mother, Alberta Africa. Because of past psychological and physical abuse, Zachary Africa had told the previous judge that while he loved his father, he was afraid to be alone with him and, subsequently, only wanted to be with his father if his mother was with him also. Seeing Judge New's decision as illegitimate, Alberta and MOVE said that they would not hand Zachary over for unsupervised visits and boarded up the windows of their King Sessing headquarters in West Philadelphia because of the threat of a police assault. While the Philadelphia PD officially stated that they were giving MOVE their space and did not want any confrontations, their actions showed otherwise. During the nights that I spent with MOVE, late at night while they were on 24-hour watch at their front gate, I observed an unusually large number of police cars passing by. Besides this harassment, there were two major incidents at this point. On the night of September 11, 2002, the police made an aggressive act in front of MOVE's King Sessing home. As a group of MOVE supporters was backing their car out the driveway following their visit, a police car drove up and blocked them. The MOVE supporters were suspicious of the police motives, and when the cops demanded they leave their car without giving any reason for it, the driver hit the horn to alert MOVE inside the house. When Ramona Africa and others came out of the house and confronted the police, the cops claimed to not have known that it was the MOVE home. The police claimed that the MOVE supporters' car with Virginia plates fit the profile of a vehicle suspected of kidnapping a young child nearby. During a September 20 press conference at MOVE's house, I asked Civil Affairs Captain Fisher about the September 11 incident, and he denied that it ever happened, despite the numerous neighbors that witnessed the police cars there that night. On September 13, 4 cops came to the MOVE house to get Zach, even though the court order specified that the first unsupervised visit would be the upcoming Friday. According to MOVE, the police claimed to have a court order saying that Gilbride would have custody, but when MOVE demanded to see it, they explained that Gilbride himself had it, so they could not show them. This supposed court order is also suspect because if he had one, Alberta Africa should have been given one also. However, Alberta and MOVE said they hadn't gotten anything of the sort. On September 27, Gilbride was shot dead in his car by what looked to be a professional hit. While there was an initial fear that the police would blame MOVE for the murder, the police officially didn't suspect MOVE and the murder remained unsolved. Last month when 7-year-old Zachary Africa and a friend were in Alberta Africa's backyard in Cherry Hill, New Jersey, they spotted a man wearing all black with dark paint on his face. Given the recent events with Alberta and Zachary Africa, it appeared as if this may have been related. While concerned about who was in their backyard and why, Ramona was unsure about it. We really don't know whether it was the government, grandparents, or some nut. We just keep a close eye on our kids. That's all we can do. Underscore 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 on. Hans, can you please talk about the weeks leading up to May 13, 1985? Ramona Africa, things were relatively quiet. The biggest thing that happened was on April 29. We heard our dogs barking and upon checking it out, we saw cops out back that were counting the dogs or something. We knew they were up to something sneaky, so we turned on our loudspeaker. Note that we didn't have our speaker on 24/7 like the media attempts to portray. With the loudspeaker, we let the neighborhood know that there were cops in the back of our house, and we didn't know what they were up to, but we knew it was no good and we didn't trust them. We weren't going to let them sneak in and attack MOVE people without the neighborhood knowing what was going on. Civil affairs cops like George Draper, Ted Vaughn, and others came to our home that day and knocked on the front door. My sister Teresa Africa and I came out and talked to them at length with them standing right on the steps of our house for at least a half hour. We explained to them why we turned on the loudspeaker. That's all that happened that day. 2 weeks later, on Saturday, May 11th, Ed Rendell got Officer Ted Vaughn to charge us with terroristic threats, disorderly conduct, and nonsense like that stemming from April 29th. Rendell then had the arrest warrants approved by Judge Lynn Abraham, who was acting as the emergency judge for that Saturday. Based on the events of April 29th, Abraham signed warrants for myself and 3 others. People need to understand that this incident happened 2 weeks prior. How in the hell can it be an emergency if it waited 2 weeks? Second, if we were guilty of terroristic threats and officers Vaughn and Draper felt threatened by us, why would they talk to us on our steps for over a half hour? It's nonsense, but that's the excuse they used for the warrants, because they had absolutely nothing else to use. The city of Philadelphia tells people that there were complaints from neighbors about us. That may very well be true, but they've never been able to verify for us who complained and what they specifically complained about. Even if this is true, you explain to me when this government ever cared about black people's neighborhood complaints. Since when is it such an issue that the FBI and the Justice Department get involved in something like that? If the government is saying that their solution to a neighborhood dispute is to bomb the neighborhood and burn it down, then there wouldn't be a single neighborhood standing. All neighborhoods have disputes, but they aren't bombed. Look at 8th and Butler here in Philadelphia, a known drug area. The residents of that area have demonstrated, sat out in the middle of the street, and stormed city council representatives' offices demanding some kind of relief from the drug trafficking. It is so bad that if you pull up at a red light in that area, people will come up to your car to try and sell you drugs. Parents say that they're upset because in the summer they can't even let their kids play outside because they're afraid of a shooting. You don't see any bombings in that neighborhood. You don't see cops en masse coming out to that neighborhood. In our case, they claim that the bombing was a response to a handful of black people's complaints. Anybody with half a brain cell has to know there's something wrong with that. People also need to understand that when I went to court after the bombing, every charge listed on Rendell and Abraham's May 11 warrant was dismissed. During the pretrial motion, trial judge Michael Stiles was forced to dismiss every single charge. This means that they had no valid reason to even be out there. They did not dismiss the charges placed on me as a result of what happened after they came out. This is illegal, and an inconsistency, because if the police had no valid reason to be out there, that should mean that anything coming after that would also be invalid. They wouldn't drop the other charges because I would have been released. People's emotions were so high at that time after May 13th, they were not about to put me back out in the streets. You can see how this was nothing but a setup. Meanwhile, the media sat back and did everything possible to justify what this government did. They had warrants for 4 adults, but they knew there were many children in the house. On the morning of Sunday, May 12th, one of our supporters went to the Italian market for us and took a couple of our children with her. By the time she came back, they had cordoned off the street. But when Gloria pulled her car up, the civil affairs cops looked in the car and let them through the barricade to return to Move's home. They let the children back into the house knowing what they were getting ready to do. All that nonsense about looking for every opportunity to remove the children from the situation is a bold-faced lie. Their aim was to kill everybody in that house, particularly the children. According to Police Commissioner Somber at the time, they saw Move children as being as much, if not more, of a threat than the adults. So, we understand why they let the children back into the house. In terms of what led up to May 13th, we feel it was simply a matter of the government looking for an excuse to attack Move again. For over a year they tried to come up with a plan of action to do it. On August 8, 1984, they sent hundreds of cops out to Osage without actually doing anything. This was just a drill while they were putting together a plan. All of this came out in the commission that Wilson Goode put together. Anybody can see that their aim, very simply, was to kill Move people, not to arrest anybody. They had overwhelming opportunity to arrest Move people if that's what they wanted to do. They knew our schedule as well as we did. They would follow us around when we left the house. I walked the streets by myself and would often stop and speak to the civil affairs cops. They could have snatched me up anytime. Hans, could you please give your personal account about what happened inside 6221 Osage on May 13th? Ramona, Africa. There's unfortunately not a whole lot I can say because I was in the basement with the children the whole time. When it had begun to get dark at around 8 or 9 Sunday night, we saw cops in houses across the street, and we knew they were set to attack us. In response, we took the kids to the basement, and after a while down there water started pouring in from the hoses. Then the tear gas came. They said that they used explosives to blow 3-inch diameter holes in the wall to insert tear gas. but photos show that the whole front of the house was blown off. The police estimate shooting over 10,000 rounds of bullets into the house during the first 90 minutes. They said they used all of the ammunition they had brought and had to get more from the armory. I did hear a lot of gunfire. Then for a pretty long time things were pretty quiet. It was then that they dropped the bomb without any warning. At first, those of us in the basement didn't realize that the house was on fire because there was so much tear gas that it was hard to recognize smoke. After a while it seemed to be getting hotter and the smoke was thickening and choking us. That's when we started realizing that it was more than just tear gas. Conrad opened the door and we started to yell that we were coming out with the kids. The kids were hollering, too. We know they heard us, but the instant we were visible in the doorway, they opened fire. You could hear the bullets hitting all around the garage area. They deliberately took aim and shot at us. I personally tried to get out with some of the kids at least twice before the last time when it was so hot with the flames everywhere. After I escaped with Bertie, they immediately took both of us into custody. I didn't realize how badly I was burned when they threw me onto the ground and handcuffed me. On the 13-minute police video given to us in court, they were across from us on Osage and you could hear the cops talking in the background. There was a shot where you could see the house fully engulfed in flames and you can hear the cops talking and laughing in the background. You can hear them say, "That's the last time they'll call the commissioner a dot." It shows you their mentality. This wasn't about an arrest. Hans, in their coverage of the May 13th bombing, the A&E television show American Justice argued that Mayor Good's physical safety was threatened by a letter signed by you. What did this letter say? Ramona Africa, first, as I explained at court, I didn't write that letter. Someone from another chapter probably wrote the letter and signed my name to it, as was usually done because I was the Minister of Communications. Second, after reading the letter in court after it was entered in as evidence, I didn't see anything threatening Wilson. I did see the tone of the letter being, if you come at us, you can expect us to defend ourselves. This government blames the victim. They are brutal and vicious towards you and then accuse you of being vicious and violent. They're saying that a letter was sent to Good, but he dropped a bomb on us. That went past words, didn't it? If we wanted to attack Good, we knew where he worked every day and could have done it. That's not how we do things and this government knows that. Cops have trampled a 3-week-old MOVE baby to death. Police have beat, stomped, and kicked pregnant MOVE women into miscarriage. They've beaten MOVE men and locked up innocent MOVE people. When did you ever see us go out and try and shoot a cop? Absolutely never. If we didn't do it, then why all of a sudden would we want to go and attack Good? It doesn't make any sense. Showing who Good was really afraid of, he wrote in his later book that he didn't come out to 62nd and Osage because police had threatened his life and subsequently he felt that his life was in danger. Hans, the corporate press often reports that MOVE was shooting guns at the fire department as well as the police. What evidence was presented in court in regards to MOVE firing weapons from their house? Ramona Africa, I don't recall them presenting anything other than saying that MOVE shot at them with automatic weapons and that they heard it. But then they got messed up because after digging through all of the rubble, they couldn't find a single automatic weapon. Then they said they found a handgun and some type of shotgun or something. I've never seen a gun in a MOVE house. Not in the Osage house or any other. That's all I can say about that. After digging through the rubble with those big claws, who knows where that came from? Even if those were our weapons, that couldn't have created automatic weapon fire. During the later civil trial, 2 or 3 firefighters said they never heard or saw MOVE people shooting at them at all. They said they did hear automatic weapon fire but that it was from the police. The fire commissioner tried to say that he didn't fight the fire out of fear of putting firemen in danger. Meanwhile, when the whole thing started, he had 4 huge hoses on our home for over an hour. If they weren't in danger then, why couldn't they do it later when the house and block was on fire? By their own admission, they're saying that MOVE gunfire was a response to the use of explosives to blow holes through the walls of our house. Even if that were true, you're blowing up a house and then you have a problem when someone defends their home. They will wreak havoc all over the world. They will beat you, kill you, lock you up, shoot at you, bomb you, and do all this crazy stuff to you, but they want to be seen as respectable and righteous. They will say that what they do is in defense of freedom, justice, or national security. Meanwhile, the right of self-defense is lost when cops attack an individual like they did to Amadou Diallo or Abner Louama in New York, or that brother Thomas Jones here in Philadelphia. We're just supposed to accept whatever this government and the kill-crazy, bloodthirsty cops do. You're supposed to accept that as necessary and righteous. In other words, it's acceptable for the government to turn guns on people, but it's never acceptable to turn guns on this government. Move is saying that the instinct of self-defense is just that, it's instinctive. It's God-given and comes from Mother Nature. There is not a species alive walking this earth that doesn't defend itself when attacked. Humans are no different. This government cannot explain how you are wrong to defend yourself. In fact, you are wrong if you refuse to defend yourself, because that is violent because it endorses and encourages violence. It makes you suicidal. Move is not suicidal or masochistic. We do believe in defending ourselves, no question. This government is never going to take that away from us and will never convince us that we are criminal and wrong for that. What the hell do they say this country was founded on? Every 4th of July these motherfuckers celebrate the so-called American Revolution. They say that these founding fathers were courageous and brave men who defied legality and went to war against cops called redcoats and the government of King George. They said give me liberty or give me death and went to war. Every day these people are celebrated and applauded in 2nd and 3rd grade history classes and beyond. What makes Nathan Hale a freedom fighter for defying legality in favor of what is right but makes Mumia Abu Jamal, Leonard Peltier, or Delbert Africa or any other Move prisoner a criminal? I've heard that Police Commissioner Somber made an announcement before the May 13th assault saying attention Move. This is America. If this was 1776 and he was a British soldier saying to Nathan Hale or Patrick Henry, attention. This is an English colony and you have to abide by the laws of England, what do you think would have happened to him? He'd be a dead man right about now and the person who killed him would be celebrated as a hero for over 200 years. But he's going to stand in front of our house and say that. Hans, it seems that some are willing to support Mumia, Leonard Peltier, and the Move 9 because the evidence available strongly suggests that they are innocent of the crime they are accused of. Unfortunately there seems to be less support for political prisoners and prisoners of war like Ruchel Sink McGee, Asada Shakur, or Russell Maroon Shoatz, who were forced to break the law in order to protect themselves from their oppressor. Ramona Africa, there is no way in the world that this government, with the blood of Leonard Peltier's ancestors on their hands, is going to convince us to see him as a murderer. We don't care what happened on the Pine Ridge Reservation because it isn't the issue. The very people that dropped a bomb on my family and burned babies alive are going to convince me to see Leonard or Mumia as a murderer. To make it clear, I do believe that both Leonard and Mumia are innocent, but people are confused and misled by the system. With issues like Mumia, Leonard, or Move, the government tries to convince people that the issue is whether or not they actually pulled the trigger and killed somebody. Mumia and Leonard are not in prison for the accusation of murder, but rather because of who they are and because they dared to stand up. If murder was truly the issue, it would be applied across the board. If it was about murder, they'd have to charge with murder and imprison those who murdered my family, who murdered Thomas Jones, Amadou Diallo, and Winston Hood back in the 60s. Why aren't they, if murder is the true issue? Anytime you don't apply the same principle across the board, you're not talking about equality and justice. Hans, what do you think were the facts presented in the later civil trial that most convinced the jury to decide in your favor? Ramona Africa, the point that we made in that civil suit was that, first of all, this was not an accident that got out of control. This was a planned murder and wasn't an isolated incident. I had to go to war with the attorneys representing me on this case. I told them that we had to deal with August 8, 1978, and with the unjust imprisonment of our family because it was the root of our protest prior to May 13. The lawyers didn't want to deal with it because a police officer had been shot and they didn't want to prejudice the jury by bringing that up. I said, the hell with that. They attacked my family that day. They destroyed the house, the evidence, they know my family is innocent, and that is what we were protesting. They wanted to stop the protest and shut us up permanently. Also, this isn't an isolated incident, but an ongoing problem of police attacking MOVE and killing their babies. I felt that the jury needed to get the clear picture and entire history. We showed a video of the August 8, 1978, beating of Delbert, Africa, and the city just went crazy. They did not want that in. When I testified, I talked about the history of MOVE with this system, and I think the jury didn't have a choice because we made clear that all of the charges justifying the May 11 warrants had been dismissed. There was nothing the city could say to justify the assault. That jury did not want to find in my favor. Besides an Asian man and a black woman on the jury, the rest were white suburbanites. It took them about 5 days to come to a verdict. They were in there battling. In fact, a white man got discharged during the deliberations. He just couldn't take it. We know they didn't want to find in my favor, because they just ordered Police Commissioner Somber and Fire Commissioner Richmond to each pay me $1 a week for 11 years. That was their penalty. The jury decided the city of Philadelphia had to pay me $500,000. Especially after paying my legal fees, that wasn't much money. A woman got a $1 million award for spilling hot coffee on herself at McDonald's. To add insult to injury, the judge comes back after the jury arrived at their verdict and overrules them in regards to Somber and Richmond. The judge never expected the jury to find Somber and Richmond liable, even for that insulting fine. He was willing to take the chance of finding the city liable. The city of Philadelphia is a faceless entity. They had already given Wilson Good and many others in the city immunity. This judge was an old white man. He didn't relate to me, but rather to Somber and Richmond, and he never expected the jury to find them individually liable, but they did. In justifying his move, the judge said that he believed Commissioner Somber's statement that he had never given the order to let the fire burn. Hans, is there anything else you'd like to add? Ramona, Africa, people had better wake up for their own protection, because where this government is heading and what it's involving itself in is very dangerous and a threat to all of us. People need to wake up and start taking charge of their own lives and make their own decisions, because that's the only way all of this insanity can be stopped. Those running this country are completely out of control. Taking control isn't easy. It takes a lot of commitment and hard work, but when you look at the alternative, there is no choice, and that's the bottom line. 9.3. Adding insult to injury, media bias against Doroba bin Wahad and other political prisoners. Bob Lederer. 1992. While the corporate media often renders people of color either invisible or criminal, the coverage of imprisoned political activists of color intensifies these distortions. Were such people jailed in any other country, the U.S. media would correctly consider them convicted on either fabricated allegations or criminal charges for clearly political acts to be political prisoners. According to the New York-based Center for Constitutional Rights, there are currently more than 100 U.S. political prisoners, the majority Black, Puerto Rican, and Native American. Only occasionally are their cases covered even minimally, and the rare, hard-hitting investigative stories face strong right-wing attacks. Consider, for example, the case of Doroba bin Wahad, a black activist imprisoned in New York from 1971 to 1990. A vitriolic Wall Street Journal editorial endorsed several Republican senators' attack on the public broadcasting system for its stream of left-wing documentaries, with such suggestive and compelling titles as An Act of War, The Overthrow of the Hawaiian Nation, or Warrior, The Case of Leonard Peltier. Exhibit A, excoriated no less than 3 times in the editorial, was Citizen Doroba, which the journal labeled a documentary extolling the virtues of a former Black Panther convicted of shooting two New York policemen. A similar PBS bashing column by the Heritage Foundation's Lawrence Jarvik, also citing citizen Doroba, appeared in the Los Angeles Times. In reality, this documentary, not even completed yet, will tell the story of how bin Wahad's 1973 conviction was based on perjury by government witnesses, prosecution coercion of an unbalanced associate of bin Wahad's, and withholding of major evidence from the defense. Underscore 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 underscore. This is a longer version of an article published under the title U.S. Political Prisoners Face Media Silence in the September 1992 issue of Extra, the magazine of fairness and accuracy in reporting. Research assistance was provided by FAIR associate Sam Husseini. The latter fact uncovered through Relentless Freedom of Information Act litigation by bin Wahad, while serving 19 years of a 25 years to life sentence, together with his pro bono attorneys, persuaded a New York State judge to overturn the conviction and release bin Wahad in March 1990. The documentary also places the government's manhunt and arrest of bin Wahad in the context of the FBI's massive, illegal campaign called COINTELPRO to destroy radical political groups, especially the Black Panther Party. FBI documents list bin Wahad as a key COINTELPRO target. The 1970s criminal trials of bin Wahad and other Panthers still imprisoned on similar charges all got massive, pro-prosecution publicity. But their 2 decades of struggle for vindication and release cases that have drawn substantial community support and that have been likened to that of South Africa's Nelson Mandela have hardly merited a word from the corporate media. On December 19, 1991, the New York State Court of Appeals, by a 4-3 vote, reinstated bin Wahad's conviction, insisting that to void his conviction, he must prove that the evidence withheld by the prosecution was crucial. The New York Times article the next day, State Appeals Court narrows right to a new trial when evidence is withheld, covered the decision almost exclusively in terms of the narrow legal issue involved, indisputably important and precedent-setting, with no reference to COINTELPRO's involvement in the case. But after that decision, nearly all mainstream coverage of the case ceased. While bin Wahad continued seeking legal redress as prescribed by the appeals court, the Manhattan District Attorney sought bin Wahad's reincarceration, despite 2 years of law-abiding behavior and appearance at his hearings. On February 6, 1992, a lower court judge scheduled a hearing on this request, over the objections of bin Wahad and his lawyer, who had a schedule conflict that day. Over 80 supporters packed the court, and at the last minute the judge postponed the hearing for a week. The only media coverage of this was a tiny article in New York Newsday, highlighting bin Wahad's non-appearance without explaining that he would have been forced to proceed without a lawyer. The report sensationally declared, bin Wahad's absence prompted speculation that he intends to flee the country and will not appear for a newly scheduled date in Manhattan Criminal Court next week. A brief letter to the editor published February 12, 92 attempted to correct the record, noting that nowhere in your 3-sentence account is it mentioned that Doroba is challenging his conviction as a political frame-up, and adding, recall that none other than Nelson Mandela, on his 1990 visit to New York City, embraced on the dais as a political prisoner of the U.S. But neither Newsday nor any other corporate media covered bin Wahad's appearance in court the following week, in which the judge rejected the prosecutor's request and allowed bin Wahad to remain free without bail, as 300 supporters rallied in front of the court. Only alternative Pacifica radio station WBAI and the Black Weekly Amsterdam News covered the story. Contrast this mainstream media boycott to the front-page New York Daily News story, Rally Round the Dawn, 700 demand new Gotti trial, about a demonstration supporting a more well-connected prisoner, Mafia leader John Gotti. On March 25, 1992, the New York Times, ABC's Nightline, and other major media gave prominent coverage to the case of 2 black men in California who had been released after spending long terms in prison, falsely convicted of murder. While referring several times to the frequency of such incidents of police frame UPS, there was no mention, much less separate coverage, of the almost identical cases of bin Wahad and other former Black Panthers accused of shooting police. Among these are Geronimo G. Jagaprat, the New York Three, and Mumia Abu Jamal. The corporate media's exclusion of black political prisoners, and more generally, grassroots African American voices, became especially glaring in the coverage of the Los Angeles and other urban uprisings after the Rodney King police beating verdict. On May 1, 1992, The Phil Donahue Show had a panel discussion on the verdict's aftermath. Bin Wahad, one of several black community spokespeople on the panel, cogently explained the basis for Black Rage. Yet never in any of the other numerous TV panel discussions or news programs was bin Wahad or anyone else with his radical, grassroots perspective asked to appear. Whatever critique of media narrowness can be made in normal times takes on much greater urgency when cities are burning. The public deserves and needs to hear the voices of those who can personally explain the origins of the rage that spawned one of the largest U.S. uprisings in this century. 9.4. Life, a political prisoner's journey in the U.S. prison system. Jalil Muntakim. 2005. After the illegal NYC no-kill conviction of killing 2 police officers in 1975, I was transferred back to San Quentin Prison in California to complete the sentence for which I was originally captured on August 28, 1971, in a shootout with San Francisco police. Once again held in the infamous SQ Adjustment Center, locked in a cell between Brother Rochelle McGee and Charles Manson, I received a leaflet from Sister Yuri Kochiyama of the National Committee in Defense of Political Prisoners informing me of an initiative to build international support for U.S. political prisoners. In response, I wrote an outline to petition the United Nations in support of U.S. political prisoners. I gave the outline to Rochelle, who thought it was very good, and then passed it along to Geronimo G. Jaga, who also approved. I then rewrote the outline into a proposal and sent it to Yuri for consideration. Unfortunately, NCDPP did not act on the proposal. Then, in late 1976, I met a white guy named Kami Mike, and he introduced me to the United Prisoners Union. He explained that UPU may be willing to implement my proposal to petition the UN in support of U.S. political prisoners. A young UPU activist white woman named Pat Singer came to visit me and brought my proposal to the group, which eventually agreed to support this national campaign. The campaign in early 1977 had grown beyond what UPU could handle alone, and the Prairie Fire Organizing Committee joined in the campaign, which was facilitated by China Brodsky. A young lawyer from Amnesty International was recruited to represent the petition at the United Nations, while at the same time, UPU and PFOC organized a signature petition gathering 2,500 signatures from prisoners across the country. In fact, we had affiliate cadres in state and federal prisons in 25 U.S. states, with communications with prisoners in parts of Europe. In 1977, the attorney presented our petition to a special subcommittee of the United Nations in Geneva, Switzerland. This was the very first time U.S. political prisoners had a petition submitted and recorded at a United Nations subcommittee pertaining to racism and the conditions of political prisoners in the U.S. penal system. As the petition campaign was being organized, Comrade Sundiata Akalai in New Jersey agreed to assist with organizing a march in support of the petition to the United Nations. The march and demonstration was held in front of the Harlem State Office building, an initiative that Sister Bibi Angola ensured would be successful. This campaign was responsible for former UN Ambassador Andrew Young being fired from his post at the UN by then President Jimmy Carter. What happened was that PFOC informed me that they knew a reporter that would be in Paris, France, when Andrew Young would be visiting, and asked what he could do in support of our campaign. I suggested the reporter ask Ambassador Andrew Young the single question: are there political prisoners in the United States? When Andrew Young answered, perhaps thousands, right-wing political forces and the media had a field day rebuking and attacking him, resulting in him being fired from his UN post. This campaign was so successful that UPU and PFOC had communications in prisons across the country. We organized the first demonstration in front of San Quintin on August 21, 1977, initiating the first of what would become a Black August tradition. By September 19, 1977, I was paroled and transferred from San Quintin back to New York City and held in isolation at Rikers Island for 58 days. I was held in isolation because I was supposed to have been transferred to federal authorities in accordance with the stipulations for parole from San Quintin, but instead I was taken to New York City. When New York City and state officials recognized their error, they decided to keep me in New York State, or otherwise possibly lose future custody of me. Eventually, I was transferred to Sing Sing, en route to Clinton Correctional Facility for orientation. I stayed at Clinton until December 29, 1977, and was then transferred to Attica. In the 11 months I stayed at Attica, I eventually inherited the position of chairman of the Lifers Committee, an inmate organization working to win lifers good time off the minimum sentence for good behavior as is given to all other classes of prisoners in New York State. At a community forum sponsored by the Attica Lifers Committee, former U.S. Attorney General Ramsey Clark attended and made a presentation. I originally met Ramsey Clark when waiting on trial in the Tombs Correctional Facility. He and his father came on a tour, and I made it a point to speak to both of them. One of the things I said to Mr. Clark was to be sure to tell the people the truth about what is happening in this government. At any rate, at the forum in Attica, he remembered that brief conversation and told people attending that he would help me get out of prison. Unfortunately, that has not happened, but he has been a staunch advocate of human rights around the world. After the 1971 insurrection in Attica, prison guards were still treating prisoners abusively, as they do now, and eventually I was accused of organizing what had been called the Attica Brigade, a group of prisoners allegedly prepared to retaliate against prison guards' brutality. I was held for 60 days in the Special Housing Unit, accused of being the leader of the Attica Brigade. The Attica prison administrators sought to keep me in administrative segregation after the 60 days was terminated, but when that failed, I was transferred to Auburn. My 9-month stay at Auburn in 1979 was uneventful until there was a fight between two prisoners in the mosque. The prison authorities decided to take the mosque from the Muslims and make them conduct their Friday prayer in the Christian chapel. The Muslims rebelled and decided to conduct their Friday prayers in the exercise yard. At the time, praying in the yard was against the rules, and for that act several prisoners were transferred out of Auburn. Again, I was accused of being a ringleader of the Muslims, but was not officially charged with a disciplinary report. I was transferred to Green Haven Correctional Facility from Auburn in July 1980. Green Haven was found to be one of the most corrupt prisons in New York State. At Green Haven, I became the executive director of the inmate organization Creative Communications Committee. Essentially, the CCC operated as a lifers group seeking to influence and change state penal and prison laws. Initiatives were being organized to win lifers good time. Also, under my direction, CCC sponsored a class action lawsuit challenging the clause in the 13th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution that held prisoners are slaves of the state. The lawsuit was supported by a petition that was submitted to the United Nations arguing that the 13th Amendment was in violation of international laws governing human rights. The CCC sponsored community forums inviting New York State legislators, community representatives, and other notables to discuss issues of penal reform. However, in the 3-year period from 1977 to 1980, there had been 3 escapes from Green Haven. Drugs, prisoner rapes, and extortion were rampant in the prison. Members of CCC sought to curtail a number of these activities, especially in terms of preventing gang violence due to drugs and extortions. There was a growing base of support and respect from the prisoners for CCC commitment and work. This was noted in Albany, when the chairman of the CCC, Ralph Ratton Hall, was permitted to give a presentation to a legislative assembly committee. When the last escape occurred from the visiting room at Green Haven, the authorities decided to revamp and restrict visiting. The series of new regulations were implemented to restrict visiting and prisoners' movement in the prison. In response, the various prisoners' organizations, including the Inmate Liaison Committee and Inmate Grievance Resolution Committee, which had been officially created as a result of the demands from the 1971 Attica insurrection, met to discuss a prisoner response. At the meeting, it was decided to gauge the extent of prisoners' support for any future action by conducting a one-day hunger strike. If the prison population supported the strike, then other decisions would be made to ensure prisoners' concerns were heard and considered by the prison authorities. When 98% of the entire prison population did not attend any meals in the mess hall, the next day prisoners met to discuss what issues would be brought to the prison administrators and how they would be delivered. The prison administration and commissioners from Albany wanted to meet with the prison representatives, first calling the ILC and IGRC reps to discuss the problems. However, the ILC and IGRC members informed the prison administrators that they did not represent the population in the hunger strike, claiming that the various inmate organizations must meet and elect representatives to discuss the issues with the prison administrators. Of course, the ILC and IGRC members had been previously instructed on what to say when called by the administrators, several of them being CCC members. The prison administrators permitted the leaders of the inmate organizations to meet, and it was decided that 40 prisoners would meet with the prison authorities, and I would be the spokesperson for the group. The 40 prisoners met with the Green Haven executive team and commissioners from Albany, and I presented the prisoners' grievances. Essentially, I informed them that corruption in the prison administration was the cause for the trouble in the prison, and the restrictions being implemented would cause further upheaval. When the meeting began, we asked that it be recorded and that the tape be played on the institutional radio so the entire population could hear what happened and know they had been adequately represented. At first the prison administrators refused to record the meeting. I then turned to face the prisoners who were seated behind me. They stood in unison, prepared to exit the meeting. At that point, the administrators relented and recorded the entire meeting. It was played back that evening on the institutional radio. At the conclusion of the meeting, it was negotiated and agreed that there would be no retaliation or transfers for those prisoners who had attended the meeting, especially since the prison administrators had asked for the meeting in the first place. The next day, the superintendent of Green Haven was transferred, the prison was placed on total lockdown for a general shakedown search, and they began transferring prisoners. 3 days after transfers began, guards came to my cell claiming I was being transferred. However, I was assaulted by the 6 guards after I had been stripped naked. After a struggle, I was handcuffed, and they put my pants on. Barefooted and bare-chested, I was moved to another housing block and beaten along the way. Then I was transferred to Downstate Correctional Facility where I was placed in the SHU and given a disciplinary report that I assaulted one of the guards who came to escort me to be transferred. At the preliminary disciplinary hearing conducted at Downstate, I refuted the charges, and the lieutenant conducting the hearing changed the charges in order to defeat my defense against the bogus charge of assault. The next day, I was handcuffed and transferred to Comstock Correctional Facility, roughed up, and placed in the SHU. There I was put in a cell that was completely enclosed with a 1/4-inch sheet of plexiglass covering the front bars. The sheet of plexiglass has small holes drilled at the bottom to permit air inside the cell. I was kept in that cell for nearly 2 weeks. In the daytime, the temperature in the cell reached 100 degrees in the middle of July. I would have to lie on the ground for hours to get fresh air and breathe. Today plexiglass-covered cells are being used throughout New York State SHUs. In Comstock, they completed the disciplinary hearing, in violation of all their rules governing such hearings, and gave me 6 months in the SHU, losing all privileges. I appealed the decision to the director of SHU in Albany, who summarily affirmed all charges and sanctions. I then filed an Article 78 petition with the courts, and within a month of filing the petition, Albany reversed all charges, making the petition before the court a moot point, and I was released into the general population at Comstock. However, prior to being released to the general population, I was taken out of the plexiglass cell in the SHU and placed in a regular cell in the SHU. Many of the prisoners were being abused in the SHU, and the guards permitted a snitch trustee to spray a high-powered fire hose on several prisoners. One in particular was a close friend who was crippled as a result of a stab wound he'd suffered in Green Haven. To protest the abuse, several prisoners decided to go on a hunger strike. After the 5th day, only 5 of us stood strong, and on the 7th day we were escorted to the hospital. In the hospital, guards tried to intimidate one of the younger hunger strikers, and a more seasoned prisoner, the only white guy in the group, jumped in the officer's face and took the beat down for this young black kid. We were then placed in isolation cells in the hospital, and after the 11th day living on nothing but water, the prison administrators relented, got rid of the trustee, and assured us changes would be made in the SHU. We were then escorted back to the SHU and given a meal with no disciplinary report for the protest. I had spent nearly 4 months in the SHU for having been assaulted by Green Haven prison guards and having been lied to by prison administrators that there would be no retaliation for meeting with them. Subsequently, the 40 prisoners that were transferred filed and won a lawsuit against Green Haven and New York State Department of Correctional Services, a suit called the Green Haven 40. During the Green Haven lawsuit, then DOC's Commissioner Thomas A. Coughlin testified that I was the leader of a prison takeover at Green Haven, that CCC had become a Black Liberation Army front operation, and that I had established Black Hodders throughout the prison engaged in drug sales, extortion, and intimidation to control the prison. Of course, the jury in the Green Haven 40 lawsuit refuted the Commissioner's allegations, especially after the tape from the meeting, which we had prisoners in the radio room make a copy of and send to a lawyer in the streets for safekeeping, was brought to court and played. This happened right after the Commissioner testified he knew nothing about a tape having ever been made. While in Comstock, I was able to prevent a riot in the mess hall and was given a commendation. But within the 4 months in Comstock general population, I saw that prisoners were regularly being brutalized by prison guards. This eventually led to a sit-down strike in the prison yard, and, once again, I was accused of being the organizer and ringleader. I was then transferred back to Auburn, placed in the SHU, and charges with various rule violations. Again, after 4 months in SHU, all charges were dismissed after filing an Article 78 petition in the court. I was then released to the general population at Auburn, where I stayed for 3 years without incident until transferred in the middle of the day to Clinton Correctional Facility general population. Subsequently, it was later learned that I was transferred because someone claimed I was planning an escape from Auburn, which proved untrue. After a 3-year stay at Clinton without incident, I was transferred back to Green Haven, where I stayed for 4 years, becoming the chairman of Project Build Prisoners organization. During this time at Green Haven, I received another commendation for preventing a riot in the auditorium and received awards from various prisoners' organizations for my participation and leadership in programs. Also during the period, I drafted a legislative bill to win lifers good time. The bill was submitted by New York State Assembly representatives, and was adopted by then Assemblyman Arthur O. Eve, and submitted to the Committee on Corrections. I taught Black history, trained boxers in the gym, and initiated research for the filing of a lawsuit to win prisoners the right to vote. After 4 years in Green Haven, and before I could complete my research for the lawsuit, I was transferred to Eastern Correctional Facility. But I only stayed 8 months because my co-defendant, Herman Bell, wanted to enter the college master's program at Eastern, and docs would not permit us to be held in the same prison. So, docs made a switch, and he was brought to Eastern from Shawangunk, and I was taken to Shawangunk. At Shawangunk, I continued to teach Black/African studies, as I had done while at Green Haven. I also established the first men's group in a prison in the entire country. I completed a double major degree, receiving a Bachelor of Science in Psychology and Bachelor of Arts in Sociology, summa cum laude. At the same time, I completed the research on the prisoner's right to vote, and in 1994, I filed the lawsuit in the Federal Northern District Court. Yet Shawangunk also proved to be a prison where guards rigidly exercised their authority, regularly abusing prisoners. Originally, Shawangunk was constructed to be a maxi-max prison to hold the most incorrigible New York State prisoners. Many of the guards maintained that kind of attitude despite the prison operating as a regular maximum security institution. While there, I worked as the clerk in the grievance office and was able to get a good feel of the atmosphere and sentiments of the prison population. Again, unrest eventually reached a nodal point, and prisoners started a work strike in response to a number of restrictions being arbitrarily implemented after an attempted escape. Once again, I was transferred, this time back to Attica and held in the SHU for 11 days, when charges of leading the strike were downgraded to simply participating in the strike. While at Attica in 1996, I became the imam of the Muslim community. Soon into my 6-month stay, docs began to implement a statewide policy of double bunking a number of prisoners due to overcrowding in the situm. Across New York State, prisoners protested this policy, and in Attica, prisoners locked themselves in their cells on a work strike. The work strike, in my opinion, was poorly organized. Because Attica is divided into 4 sections, with little interaction between prisoners in the different housing areas, it was difficult to organize the strike. Unfortunately, due to the lack of proper communications, some members of gangs supporting the strike would retaliate against prisoners who went to the mess hall to eat, not staying in their cells. This was not a hunger strike, and it could not be expected that prisoners without food in their cells would stay in their cells and not eat. As the imam of the Muslims, I asked for several representatives of groups to come to the yard to resolve this problem, essentially to stop the prisoner-on-prisoner violence. The position of the Muslims were that we would support anything that the majority of prisoners decided to do to protest the double bunking policy, but we were not going to engage in prisoner-on-prisoner violence to enforce the strike. In the prison yard, with a number of prisoners, I explained that no one could prevent a prisoner from going to the mess hall to eat, unless they intend to feed those hungry prisoners. Because I was vocal and adamant about this position, prison guards in the gun towers took it upon themselves to interpret that I was instructing prisoners on how to conduct the strike. Once again, I was taken to the SHU and given a disciplinary report of leading a prison strike. At the hearing, I was found guilty, and given 2 years in the SHU. I appealed the sanctions to Albany, which modified them to 9 months, and I was transferred to Elmira Correctional Facility SHU. Elmira SHU is essentially a sensory deprivation cell block, where for 23 hours a day a prisoner is held in a cell completely enclosed by concrete walls for the exception of a small door opening facing a wall. The only time a prisoner sees another person is when he is going to 1-hour recreation or to and back from a shower 3 times a week. Food is served through a tray opening in the door. Speaking to another prisoner has to be through a crack at the bottom of the door, however yelling to other prisoners is not permitted, and if caught doing so it could result in additional time in the SHU. During the 9 months spent in SHU, I was able to complete the editing of my book, We Are Our Own Liberators, with the assistance of Bonnie Kernis. I also worked with Herman Ferguson and the New African Liberation Front lobbying the Congressional Black Caucus to reopen COINTELPRO hearings. After 9 months in SHU, the Deputy Superintendent of Security personally gave me an ultimatum: either go into a double bunk cell in the general population or remain in the SHU. I laughed at him, but he told me to give him my answer the next day. After consulting a very close friend of mine who was in the SHU, I was advised that the policy had been fully implemented, and many prisoners were asking to go into double bunk with their friends. He explained that I needed to get back in direct communications with family and friends on the streets, and that my own isolation in SHU would be for nothing. I agreed to be released, and after 1 week in Elmira general population, one morning at 3 a.m. I was awakened by guards and transferred back to Eastern Correctional Facility. Flyer for Jericho 98 March on the White House, initiated by Jalil Muntakim, with help from Saifi Yabakari and Herman Ferguson, in 1997. I stayed at Eastern this time for 3 years, teaching prisoners computer literacy, and in 1997, with the support of Herman Ferguson and my dear comrade sister Saifi Yabakari, founded and initiated the Jericho '98 March on the White House. This campaign brought over 6,000 activists and supporters of U.S. political prisoners to Washington, D.C., of which forged into existence the Jericho Amnesty Movement. The time spent in Eastern was without incident, and on May 6, 1999, at 4 a.m., I was awakened and transferred back to Auburn. No reason was given, but within 6 months at Auburn I was placed in the SHU subject to confidential informants' statements that I was organizing a strike. Originally, I was being held in administrative segregation pending charges, and when the confidential informant's statements proved unreliable, my personal property was searched. Hence, they found some literature pertaining to explosives that had been sent to me in the mail while I was in Eastern and was permitted to receive. In fact, the cell has been searched 2 other times and the literature was not seized. But this time I was charged with having contraband literature and kept in SHU for 90 days. While in the SHU, prisoners throughout New York State were protesting the implementation of the death penalty without providing good time for lifers. These were called the Y2K strikes, allegedly being organized from Sing Sing prison with the assistance of outside activists. As a preemptive measure, I was taken out of the population by Auburn prison administrators to prevent the possibility of a strike at the premier prison where prisoners' labor produces license plates. After 90 days in the SHU, I was released back into the general population and continued to be confronted with harassment by prison guards. Ironically, the deputy superintendent of security who gave me the ultimatum at Elimira was promoted and is now the superintendent at this prison, so you can imagine. Saifi Yabakari and Paulette Dowtuil with the author, Prisoner of War Jalil Muntakim. I have now been in Auburn for 6 years, and for 3 of those years I was the chairman of the Lifers Committee. In that position, I facilitated the teaching of a sociology class, and submitted several proposals to the prison administration including raising funds for the victims of 9/11, the establishing of a parenting class for young fathers, and a pre-release program to prepare prisoners for parole. Presently I am facilitating a poetry class and a legal research and discussion class. Having twice been denied release on parole, although scheduled to appear before the parole board in July 06, I am challenging the parole denial in the court via an Article 78 petition. Also, I continue to litigate the prisoner's right to vote lawsuit that is on appeal in the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit, with oral arguments calendared for June 22, 2005. Plus, I have 2 other legal matters pending in the court, while at the same time, I continue to seek the means to build progressive support for U.S. political prisoners through the Jericho Amnesty Movement. This is an abbreviated history of my 3-decade experience in the U.S. prison system. To be more detailed would result in a voluminous biographical journey that I am not now prepared to write. However, I sincerely hope what is here elucidated offers insights as to what this political prisoner has suffered and endured. I am certain many others have more horrendous experience indicting inhuman prison conditions, abuse, and brutality, underscoring what happened in Abu Ghraib by American prison personnel in Iraq. 9.5. Human Rights in the U.S., the unfinished story of political prisoners and victims of COINTELPRO. Human Rights Research Fund. 2000. The FBI kept its COINTELPRO program, which served to disrupt and destroy the Black liberation movement and many progressive organizations in the U.S., a secret, but Senate investigations exposed it during 1975. Conducted by the Church Committee, as the Senate Select Committee to study governmental operations with respect to intelligence activities became known, the hearings led to a final report that was published in 1976. Despite widespread recognition of the limitations of the Church Committee, attempts to have the congressional investigations reopened have been frustrated for decades. However, on September 14, 2000, Representative Cynthia McKinney, who sits on the Human Rights Subcommittee of the House International Affairs Committee, convened a forum to examine these issues. It was held during the Congressional Black Caucus's Legislative Conference, an annual event that hosts workshops, panel discussions, and other social events to highlight significant concerns among the constituents. The title of the panel McKinney convened was Human Rights in the United States, the Unfinished Story of Political Prisoners/Victims of COINTELPRO. 6 panelists, all deeply engaged in seeking the release of unfairly imprisoned freedom fighters, presented information on COINTELPRO and its relevance to the cases of the approximately 100+ political prisoners in U.S. custody at this moment. Some of these men and women have been imprisoned for more than 30 years, all have served excessively long sentences. While the U.S. government denies that it holds any political prisoners, the role COINTELPRO operations have played in the arrests, trials, and convictions of these prisoners indicates otherwise. Several current and past political prisoners, most notably Jalil Muntaqim, Dr. Muchala Shakur, and released political prisoner Herman Ferguson have consistently urged that the illegalities committed under COINTELPRO be examined further and that compensation be made to the victims of these acts. The panel presentations excerpted below all point to the necessity of such an examination and of releasing all of the U.S. held political prisoners in order to redress the crimes committed against progressive political movements under the aegis of COINTELPRO and other FBI counterintelligence programs. Underscore 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 underscore. This text was adapted from the transcript of the September 14, 2000, forum that Rep. Cynthia McKinney hosted during the Congressional Black Caucus's legislative weekend in Washington, D.C. It was initially published in pamphlet form in 2001 by the Human Rights Research Fund in collaboration with Release 2001. The forum was held in room 2200 of the Rayburn House office building, a room where committee hearings are held. The tremendous crowd that gathered and participated in the discussion following the presentations demonstrated the significance of this human rights problem to the Black community. Below, the presentations given at the 3-hour-long program are excerpted. Rep. Cynthia McKinney introduced the panel by saying, "This discussion of COINTELPRO and political prisoners in the U.S. is our initial contribution to a long-standing struggle that we will be a part of for as long as we are in Congress. This is not going to be a one-time thing. When we began to plan this panel, I didn't realize the full extent of how important this issue is to individuals, to our community as a whole. Trying to give relevance to my tenure in Congress, I originally chose to dedicate my service to human rights issues around the world. But it became patently clear to me that there is a big, gaping hole in our human rights approach, because we dare not mention human rights at home. And once we begin to talk about this issue, human rights in the United States, a whole lot of folks become uncomfortable. We intend to broaden the definition of human rights to include human rights at home, and this panel discussion is our opening shot. Underscore 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 on. Nkechi Tefa, I am going to give a very brief sketch of what COINTELPRO was and how it worked. In the FBI's own words, the purpose of this new counterintelligence endeavor is to expose, disrupt, misdirect, discredit, and otherwise neutralize the activities of Black nationalist organizations and groupings and their leadership, spokesmen, membership, and supporters. Never meant to be disseminated to the public, millions of pages of FBI internal documents reveal a coordinated national program of war against the movement. An FBI memorandum described the goals of COINTELPRO. First, to prevent the coalition of militant Black nationalist groups. FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover wrote, "An effective coalition of Black nationalist groups might be the first step toward a real Mau Mau in America." The second goal was to prevent the rise of a messiah who could unify and electrify the militant Black nationalist movement. On this point, Hoover said, "Malcolm X might have been such a messiah. Martin Luther King could be a very real contender for this position, should he abandon his supposed obedience to white liberal doctrines, nonviolence, and embrace Black nationalism. Stokely Carmichael has the necessary charisma to be a real threat in this way." Goal 3 was to prevent violence on the part of Black nationalist groups, And I'll just stop right there, because we have to remember that it was actually the FBI who was fomenting the violence. Number 4, prevent militant black nationalist groups and leaders from gaining respectability. The FBI was very specific. They said, you must discredit these groups and individuals to, first, the responsible Negro community. Second, they must be discredited to the white community, both the responsible white community and to the liberals, political, religious and civics groups and individuals who have vestiges of sympathy for militant black nationalist groups simply because they are Negroes. Third, these groups are to be discredited in the eyes of the Negro radicals, the followers of the movement. Another goal was to prevent the long-range growth of militant black nationalist organizations among the youth. The FBI said that specific tactics were needed for this. And as we look at the drug trade, crack and heroin, I think that they have been very successful with respect to some of these tactics. According to the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, which investigated activities of the FBI in the 70s, COINTELPRO was an illegal and unconstitutional abuse of power by the FBI. Now, that is not Kathleen or Geronimo saying this. This was the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, chaired by Frank Church, in the 70s that said it was an illegal and unconstitutional abuse of power by the FBI. The committee said, COINTELPRO is the FBI acronym for a series of covert programs directed against domestic groups. Many of these techniques would be intolerable in a democratic society even if all the targets had been engaged in violent activity, but COINTELPRO, the senators said, went far beyond that. The Bureau conducted a sophisticated vigilante operation aimed squarely at preventing the exercise of First Amendment rights of speech and association, allegedly to protect the national security and deter violence. One word that comes up again and again in the FBI documents is neutralization. That is a military term, a war term. They were talking about war against people who were simply trying to exercise rights and stand up for justice. The targets included such groups as the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, the Revolutionary Action Movement, the Deacons for Defense, the Black Panther Party, Students for a Democratic Society, the Nation of Islam, the Republic of New Africa, and the National Lawyers Guild. The FBI organized a vast network of political spies who infiltrated thousands of organizations and trained and coordinated similar operations by other law enforcement agencies at every level of government. The information gathered by informants was augmented by illegal wiretaps, letter openings, burglaries of homes and offices, secret examination of bank records, physical surveillance, and arranged murders. By 1969 the Black Panther Party had become a primary focus of the program and was ultimately the target of 233 of the total 295 authorized black nationalist COINTELPRO operations. Although the claimed purpose of the Bureau's COINTELPRO action was to prevent violence, many of the FBI's tactics were clearly intended to foster violence. Some of these were assassinations, false imprisonment, and provocateur activities. Such actions demonstrate that the chief investigative branch of the federal government, which was charged by law with investigating crimes and criminal conduct, itself engaged in lawless tactics and responded to deep-seated social problems by fomenting violence and unrest. Many organizations and individuals did not survive the FBI neutralization program. Some were destroyed, some, seriously weakened and destabilized. Many people were unjustly imprisoned, others were driven underground. Some were outright murdered. The only two FBI officials ever convicted for COINTELPRO abuses, Mark Felt and Edward Miller, were pardoned by Ronald Reagan before they even began to serve their sentences. We need to reopen the Church Committee hearings of the 1970s. Although that congressional committee rightly condemned the FBI's counterintelligence program as an illegal and unconstitutional abuse of power by the FBI, they failed to establish remedies for those who were victims of COINTELPRO. Kathleen Neal Cleaver, much of what we are talking about today, the United States human rights record, COINTELPRO, political prisoners, has roots in the social uprisings that racked this country in the wake of the Vietnam War. Most of us were students at that time, and we began to understand how intolerant this country is toward human rights. That is when we formed our commitment to the human rights struggle. 1967 was the year of uprisings. The government called them riots, we called them rebellions. There were 150 across the country, most notably in Detroit and Newark. The United States government convened the National Advisory Commission on Civil Disorders to study this phenomenon, determine its causes, and decide how to prevent future disorders. The commission stated that the cause of these disturbances was white racism and its attendant ills of unemployment and distress. But when it came to what should be done, one clear conclusion was a call for more sophisticated police tactics to suppress the disorders. One of the report's recommendations was a training program for intelligence officers, to use undercover police and more reliable informants. And so you can see the genesis of COINTELPRO in this very liberal and supposedly enlightened report on how this country can handle civil disorder. When it came out, I wasn't reading the Kerner report. In 1967 I went out to California to join the Black Panther Party. We were reading things like Fanon's The Wretched of the Earth and Malcolm X texts that would help us understand and further what we saw as the revolutionary opportunity to transform this country. That same summer of 1967, J. Edgar Hoover was articulating his counterintelligence program and identifying his targets. Stokely Carmichael, the head of the organization I had been a part of, SNCC, Southern Christian Leadership Conference, led by Martin Luther King, Elijah Muhammad, Revolutionary Action Movement, led by Max Stanford, and many others, all parts of the upheaval, the challenge. As we thought, this is our chance, we will transform this country, we will make a difference. We all were targets of COINTELPRO. When I first arrived in California, a man named Earl Anthony came with Eldridge Cleaver, whose car was in the shop, to pick me up at the airport. Earl Anthony was a COINTELPRO agent. Of course, I didn't know that at the time. But from the beginning of my connection with the Black Panther Party in California, COINTELPRO was there. I moved to California and joined the BPP full-time because Eldridge called me and said, "You've got to come back out and help us. Huey Newton has been arrested. He's charged with murder. He's facing the gas chamber." Usually in that time we would hear reports, black man killed by police. Justifiable homicide. No one ever heard a report that said, policeman killed by black man. That we never heard. When we did, it was a murder charge. So my full-time involvement with the Black Panther Party began with working around a prisoner, working around a case. And what we saw in this charge of murder was an effort to destroy our movement, to destroy our leader. In those years, we saw an enormous number of cases arising out of battles in which members of the Black Panther Party became political prisoners. It is my pleasure to be here today with my brother Geronimo. The last time I was at the Congressional Black Caucus Legislative Weekend, I was on a panel talking about his case and how he was set up by the FBI and how to free him. Now he is here. There are others, like Romaine Fitzgerald, who after 30 years is still serving time in California for killing a policeman, and it is known that he did not do the shooting. He is very ill. We have Mumia Abu-Jamal. We have Eddie Conway in Baltimore. This government says there are no political prisoners, that these are all criminals. But when you look at what the people did, what Mumia, Marilyn Buck, and Mutulu Shakur did, you will know that there was a revolutionary movement. These are people who dedicated their lives to the transformation of this country, who put the benefit of their communities ahead of themselves, who believed that transformation was not only possible but was worth dying for, to end brutality, racism, economic discrimination, imperialism, war. And when you hear their stories and know who they are, then you know that the sanitized version of the civil rights movement is not the whole story. Fabrication of evidence, perjury, the deceit that was used to put people away, that is another story that you have to know. This country stands in violation of international treaties that the United States has signed, but when we raise the issue of human rights, we are told, you are criminals. Your issues are criminal. It has to be handled by the criminal courts. Mumia Abu Jamal had absolutely nothing that even begins to resemble a fair trial. When you challenge his conviction and say he was framed and given the death penalty because of his earlier membership in the Black Panther Party, the government comes back with he's a criminal. If you go back through black history, back to Marcus Garvey or even as far as Nat Turner, you see our history progressing through similar trials. I remember in my own history when we would say, free Angela, free Bobby, free all political prisoners. We are still trying to free all political prisoners. Our fight for human rights continues today. This is what was starting back in Alabama, continuing with the Black Panther Party, continuing into the Black Liberation Movement. The issue was always human rights. The government tried to redefine our struggle for us, to minimize the international, broad concept of human rights that motivated us and turn it into something smaller and less threatening. We have to get the story told, have a clear understanding of where we are, who we are, know our own human rights struggle, and move to bring these prisoners and these freedom fighters out of the dungeons. Michael Tariff Warren, the counterintelligence program involves institutions that interact and relate to each other for one purpose, to oppress communities of color and poor communities in this country and to make sure that a vanguard never succeeds in liberating those people. A number of institutions carry out counterintelligence. I'm going to talk mostly about the role of courts. The courts take political activists and fighters for justice and criminalize them. They take freedom fighters from our communities and call them criminals. But in many ways the most important institution that carries out this process is the so-called private really state-controlled media. The media function as a propaganda organ of the state, coloring the political prisoners as criminals, when in fact they are valiant revolutionary soldiers fighting on behalf of oppressed people. It is necessary for the media to paint these people as criminals because political prisoners have the ability to tell the truth and expose the system. It is in the state's interest to silence political prisoners, to prevent the public from listening to their words and understanding their actions. The political prisoner, once arrested, is treated unlike any other prisoner, because the political prisoner is more dangerous to the system than any other type of prisoner. Many of them, even those with no prior arrest record, receive no bail and are held in preventive detention. In many cases, this means that political prisoners who have no prior arrest record are held without bail. Many political prisoners are thrown into isolation, thrown into the hole right away. Often they stay there for long periods of time with the ultimate purpose of attempting to break their spirits. Dr. Mutulu Shakur is a political prisoner who is housed in the federal prison in Atlanta, Georgia. Dr. Shakur is a brilliant acupuncturist, studied in China, very dedicated to his community. He worked at Lincoln Hospital in the Bronx where he helped to develop the use of acupuncture to treat drug addiction. Later he operated a community acupuncture center in Harlem. But once he was arrested and charged with expropriation of funds for revolutionary purposes, as well as participation in the liberation of Assata Shakur from prison, all of Dr. Shakur's activities were portrayed in the media and the court as part of a criminal enterprise. People involved with the clinic were swooped up, put in jail, and stigmatized for months in the media to ensure that prospective jurors remember these people not as individuals who struggled on behalf of their community but as criminals. So, by the time they reached the trial stage, they didn't have a snowball's chance in hell. And that is the anticipated outcome of the counterintelligence program. Consequently, Dr. Shakur, who was arrested in California back in 1986, stood trial in 1987, and was basically convicted on the testimony of one confidential informant. That is all the government really had, one confidential informant. In the case of Dr. Shakur and the others charged in this case, his co-defendant Marilyn Buck, as well as Sikau Odinga and Sylvia Beraldini, much of the counterinsurgency program was implemented by the Joint Terrorism Task Force. The JTTF consists of federal and local law enforcement agents. One of their primary objectives is to entrap people who struggled on behalf of their communities and to make sure they are isolated, arrested, prosecuted to the fullest extent, and imprisoned for a very long time. The Joint Terrorist Task Force has repeatedly, in numerous cases, employed all the techniques developed through COINTELPRO. After Dr. Shakur was sentenced, he was sent immediately to an underground maximum security prison in Marion, Illinois, where the prisoners have very little contact with each other. They are kept in a cell for 23 hours a day, only getting out 1 hour for exercise. So the judiciary becomes a fifth column in this counterintelligence program. It's not just the FBI and the Joint Terrorist Task Force. They are merely the front lines. One other judicial aspect of counterintelligence is the grand jury system. The government uses the grand jury as a tool of oppression. And I know because I have represented people who were arrested in sweeps. For example, in Dr. Shakur's case, Fulani Sunni Ali, who is here today, was arrested and separated from her children on a subpoena to a federal grand jury. The government used that grand jury to fact gather, based on their need for more evidence against Dr. Shakur, C. Cow Odinga, Marilyn Buck, and Sylvia Beraldini. All they had was the word of a snitch, they needed more. The grand jury serves another purpose, too. It criminalizes all the friends and associates of the people who are on trial in the case in question. Many grand jury resistors are required to spend up to 18 months in prison for contempt, based on their refusal to obey a grand jury subpoena. Consequently, the state legitimizes these individuals as well and destroys their political organizations. Underscore 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 on. Bruce Ellison, I will share with you today my continued efforts to expose what the FBI has done out in my part of the country. I was raised to believe in the importance of justice for all people, in the importance of our democracy and our fundamental rights to free speech, freedom of association, and freedom to seek redress of grievances. From what I have seen over the last 25 years, Native Americans have many legitimate grievances, as do others in this country, that are never redressed. Educated as a lawyer, I was taught that our courts exist to promote and preserve justice, our Congress to enact responsible legislation, and our executive branch to enforce the laws of our country. What I have experienced in representing Leonard Peltier and other Native Americans has shocked, amazed, and terrified me as a citizen of this country. FBI documents and court records in the thousands, together with eyewitness accounts, show clearly that beginning in the late 1960s the FBI began a campaign of disruption of the American Indian movement. FBI operations were directed toward the destruction of AIM and its grassroots supporters in the urban and reservation communities. Operations began with surveillance of peaceful demonstrations calling for the enforcement of treaty rights, for human rights, for equal opportunities for jobs and housing and medical care, and for justice in America's courts. It soon led to the infiltration of agents provocateurs, to the manipulation of our criminal justice system, and ultimately to state-sponsored terrorism in Indian communities. Particular emphasis was directed toward the descendants of the Lakota, who stopped General George Armstrong Custer and who now reside on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation. During the anti-war days, we used to talk about bringing the war home. I think the FBI thought that was a good idea and tried out many of the tactics they used in Indochina and Central America on the Pine Ridge Reservation. Claiming that AIM members were engaging in acts of sedition, the Bureau sought to arrest hundreds after the 71-day siege at Wounded Knee in 1973. It soon concluded that this approach was insufficient. The FBI then began to fund and arm a group of more Western-oriented Lakota who called themselves the Guardians of the Oglala Nation, or the Goon Squad. As many as 60 men, women, and children, out of a population of 11,000, were killed in the political violence that followed. These were mostly members of AIM, their families, and supporters. I remember staying in homes in Pine Ridge during this period where men felt compelled to keep loaded weapons nearby while they and their families, including children and elders, slept, fearful of the real and immediate danger of an attack by the Goon Squad in the night. Leonard Peltier when he was held at the Marion Control Unit. One instance I personally witnessed involved FBI agents and a Bureau of Indian Affairs SWAT team escorting carloads of goon squad members and their weapons out of the community after a day and night of armed attacks on the community. This resulted in the ambush murder of a young AIM member, and the burning and shooting up of several homes. The FBI acted as if making bridges across barriers of color and ethnicity was terrifying. Many of the documents we obtained under the Freedom of Information Act talk about Wounded Knee, and the firefight in Oglala, of the connections between the American Indian Movement and the Black Panther Party. I represented a young mother and AIM member named Anna Mapiktu Akwash on weapons charges. She told me after her arrest that the FBI threatened to see her dead within a year unless she cooperated against AIM in an operation previously used against the Black Panther Party. The FBI began a rumor that she was an informant. 6 months later her body was found on the reservation. The FBI said she died of exposure. They cut off her hands, claiming this was necessary to identify her, and buried her under the name of Jane Doe. A second, independent autopsy revealed that someone had placed a pistol to the back of her head and pulled the trigger. When I asked for her hands after the second autopsy, because she was originally not buried with her hands, an FBI agent handed me a box, and with a big smile on his face he said, "You want her hands? Here." The firefight near Oglala was preceded by FBI documents declaring AIM to be one of the most dangerous organizations in the country and a threat to national security. It followed by 2 months the issuing of a position paper entitled FBI Paramilitary Operations in Indian Country, a how-to plan of dealing with AIM on the battlefield. It used such terms as neutralization, which it defined as shooting to kill. Leonard Peltier and other AIM members from outside the reservation had come to join local AIM members because the violence on the reservation had gotten so intense. 3 young men lost their lives that day, 2 FBI agents and 1 AIM member. The FBI considered that only 2 men died, their own agents. No one has ever been prosecuted for the killing of AIM member Joe Stuntz. The FBI eventually charged 4 AIM members, including Leonard Peltier, with the killing of the agents. 2 of Peltier's co-defendants were acquitted on self-defense grounds by an all-white jury in the conservative town of Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Truly a remarkable thing. The FBI analyzed why these long-haired, militant men were acquitted and at a meeting in Washington, D.C., decided to put the full prosecutive weight of the federal government against Leonard Peltier. The government argued that Peltier personally shot the agents. The U.S. Attorney's Office has now admitted in court that it had no credible evidence Leonard Peltier killed the agents and speciously claimed it never tried to prove it did. The FBI still withholds thousands of pages in this case, claiming that disclosure would compromise national security. In the absence of such disclosure, no further efforts toward a new trial are possible. Citing the case of Leonard Peltier as an example, Amnesty International has called for an independent inquiry into the use of our criminal justice system for political purposes by the FBI and other intelligence agencies in this country. Amnesty cited similar concerns for other members of AIM and other victims of COINTELPRO-type operations by the FBI. Under our system, if there is a reasonable doubt, then Leonard Peltier is not guilty. Yet he has been in prison for nearly 25 years for a crime he did not commit. On behalf of Leonard Peltier, I urge a full congressional investigation and the granting of executive clemency to those activists from the 70s, 80s, and 90s who have yet to gain their freedom. Underscore 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 on. Geronimo G. Jaga. This panel has established important truths already today, but there is one thing that has been omitted: the activists of the 60s who were killed by COINTELPRO. What it boils down to is murder. That is something that we have been trying to get established since I have been out of prison. We are trying to get hearings into actual murder cases. And here's how it would work. When you would have everyone together, like we are all together, right? Heard, we all say, okay, we are all going to not disrespect each other, and everybody agrees. But then the FBI sends someone in who stirs things up, tells lies and causes us to begin to disrespect each other. So one may begin to disrespect another one, and then another one stabs him and he is dead, and then you have the murderers in the background boasting and bragging about it. COINTELPRO came in so many forms. But the first thing I would think of is these murders. When you have beautiful sisters and brothers such as Fred Hampton, who was shot and killed, you have Robert Wells, put in a sleeping bag and thrown off a freeway, killed in New York City, still unsolved. All of these cases I am talking about are clear COINTELPRO murders. Fred Bennett, who was killed in San Francisco. Franco Diggs. John Huggins. Bunchy Carter. Poster from Free Geronimo campaign. They were victims. They were murdered. All of the names I have mentioned are victims of COINTELPRO. They were murdered. Their murderers have never been brought to justice. So this is where we need to begin. We are dealing with straight-up murderers who turn around and call me a murderer and put me in prison for 27 years, when I murdered no one. These murderers are running around. They still are practicing their art of murder, outright murder. John Clark. What a tour pope. These brothers and sisters were murdered. Mark Clark. Twyman Myers. John Africa. Combora. Combos. Tracy. Kayada. Ralph Featherstone. That's very true. There is Malik El-Shabazz. And we can continue to call names. This is how important and serious this is to us. These brothers and sisters we have mentioned, they were family members. They were mothers, they were fathers, they were sisters, they were brothers. And they are dead. They were murdered. It was done by the US government. They have admitted it. You have brothers like Muchalu and myself when I was in, and others who call ourselves prisoners of war. We say political prisoners, okay. And you try to understand, what are you talking about? This war continues. It is an actual war against our people. And it should be handled just as they handled the trials in Nuremberg. So I want to urge everyone to support and put muscle behind this effort that will expose the true murderers and let the victims out. What is Sundiata Acoli doing in prison? Ruchel McGee. Yogi Pinnell. Chip Fitzgerald. There are so many. We can't allow that to happen. These hearings will make it very clear, and then these brothers and sisters will be released out of these prisons. COINTELPRO didn't stop at the Black Liberation Movement. We all should study this, but it went into every movement that was involved in liberation. This is why Laura Whitehorn spent so much time in prison, why Marilyn Buck and Susan Rosenberg and so many who are victims of COINTELPRO continue to languish. Underscore 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 on. Laura Whitehorn, I think these hearings are significant because COINTELPRO continues. Even though that particular FBI program with that particular name was supposedly stopped in '72, it continues in other forms. Until all the political prisoners are out, COINTELPRO continues. About a week ago, the Bureau of Indian Affairs apologized for the genocide against the Native American people, but Leonard Peltier is still in prison. The UN definition of genocide includes the destruction of political movements and leadership. So genocide including COINTELPRO continues against the Native American peoples. I was a political prisoner for a little over 14 years, in a case called the Resistance Conspiracy case. The US government said we were guilty of conspiring to protest, change and oppose policies and practices of the United States government in domestic and international affairs through violent and illegal means. And we said the domestic and international policies and practices of the United States government were violent and illegal. For example, the overthrow of the democratically elected government of Grenada, in this hemisphere, not coincidentally the first socialist African government in this hemisphere. And the shelling of the people of Beirut, Lebanon, at the same time. And the use of low-intensity counterinsurgency warfare against the liberation struggles in Central America. Most political prisoners were born around the same time as me, in the 40s and 50s, and we grew up in the era of national liberation and struggles for human rights. It was going to be the era of international law. Nazi Germany wasn't going to happen again. As a child, I was taught that there were human rights that were so important that if your government stopped those rights, you had a responsibility to take action against that government. And I believe that to this day. That is what every political prisoner, I believe, stands for. As a child I was moved by the civil rights movement. The courage of the people who were standing up was inspiring to me and, I think, to a whole generation. I moved to Chicago in 1968 and worked to support the Black Panther Party and got to know Fred Hampton. He was the chairman of the Illinois chapter of the Black Panther Party. He was about 20 years old and a danger to the United States government, if the United States government was afraid of the rise of a black messiah, because Fred had the ability, like Malcolm X, to articulate the aspirations of an entire people. Anyone who was in Chicago in those days remembers people of all ages coming out to hear Fred. In 1969 he was murdered, along with another Black Panther Party member, Mark Clark. The Chicago police, who carried out the assassination, claimed there had been a shootout. It took a long time, but it was proven that not a single shot was fired from inside Fred's apartment, every bullet was fired by the police. Eventually it came out that the murder had been well planned by the Illinois State Attorney's Office, the Chicago Police, and the FBI. An FBI informant named William O'Neill was infiltrated into the Panther environment, and he gave the police a map of Fred's apartment, drugged the food of Fred and the rest of the Panthers that night, and then the murder could take place. That told me that we could not be confined by the laws of this country, because it was a war. It was a war declared by the FBI and the law enforcement agencies, and backed by the U.S. government, against the Black nation, Native American nations, and the colonized nation of Puerto Rico. And if there was going to be justice, we would have to fight for it. I wasn't a victim of COINTELPRO. But I took those actions, and did time in prison for them, because COINTELPRO convinced me we had to fight. Eventually, I ended up with 23 years, which was a fortunate sentence. That might sound like a terrible thing to say, but when you look at Marilyn Buck with 80 years and Mutulu Shakur with 60 years, and Sundiata Acoli having already served nearly 30 years, you realize that 23 years is a very fortunate sentence. The day I got out of prison was the happiest day of my life and the saddest, because I left behind Marilyn Buck, Linda Evans, Carmen Valentin, Lucy, and Alicia Rodriguez, and Dulcia Pagan. They were in the prison I was in. I have no choice but to fight for their freedom and for the freedom of all political prisoners. A month after my release, Carmen, Lucy, Alicia, and Dulcia were released when President Clinton gave the 11 Puerto Rican political prisoners clemency. I watched from the beginning the campaign for the freedom of the independentistas. When they were arrested in 1980, the slogan was, "They are freedom fighters, not terrorists." And the nation of Puerto Rico took up that slogan and said, "They are our freedom fighters. They are not terrorists." We need to wage a campaign like that for all of the political prisoners. Otherwise, they will not be free. And that is simply unacceptable. It is a matter of human rights and justice. Conclusion. To close the discussion, Rep. McKinney commented, "The testimony here today has deepened my commitment to making sure that we get to the bottom and go all the way up to the top, in order to make sure that we get justice, justice for our people and justice for the survivors of COINTELPRO. We need to support her efforts and organize many more federal, state, and local legislators and politicians to do the same." Since the panel discussion last September, one more political prisoner has died in prison. Teddy Yaheath died of cancer in New York State's Coxsackie prison on January 21, 2001. Ya was a member of the Black Panther Party in New York City in the 1970s, and he never stopped struggling for human rights. His arrest in 1973 stemmed from his attempt to stop the influx of drugs into the black community. He had been turned down for parole in 1998, despite a perfect prison record and despite having served 28 years for a case in which there was no injury to any person. His name joins the long list of those whose lives have been taken as a result of COINTELPRO and political repression. 9.6. Call for COINTELPRO congressional/CBC and TRC hearings. National Jericho Amnesty Movement. 2007. Dear Sisters and Brothers. In January 2007, Congressman John Conyers will become the new chair of the United States House of Representatives Committee on the Judiciary. The House Committee on the Judiciary jurisdiction includes the following areas: the judiciary and judicial proceedings, civil and criminal, civil liberties, claims against the United States, national penitentiaries, and revision and codification of the statutes of the United States. Herman Ferguson, on behalf of the Jericho movement, has written a letter to Congressman Conyers requesting that he schedule hearings on COINTELPRO, its legacy and continuing impact. A copy of Herman's letter is below. It is our hope that these hearings, if held, will not only further expose the FBI and local law enforcement crimes against the Black liberation movement and many of those involved in it, but also result in legislation addressing some of these injustices. Of particular concern to the Jericho movement is the release and treatment of our political prisoners. Though the United States steadfastly denies it, presently there are many political prisoners in the United States, the majority of them Black/New Africans who were targets of the COINTELPRO Black nationalist hate groups program. Many of these brothers and sisters have been incarcerated for decades. For example, Jalil Abdul Muntakim has been incarcerated since 1971, Sundiata Akalai and Herman Bell, since 1973. It is critical that the human rights and constitutional violations surrounding their arrests, trials, sentencing, conditions of their confinement and continuing incarceration because of their political histories, all were members of the Black Panther Party, and continuing commitment to the liberation of Black/New African people be brought to the wider attention of the public. Sundiata Akalai, now 70 and with a near exemplary record, has twice been denied parole. If nothing else, congressional hearings on COINTELPRO, its legacy and continuing impact would go a long way toward achieving this result. To this end, we are calling on all supporters of political prisoners' defense committees, revolutionary nationalist, radical, and progressive organizations, elected officials, community, religious, spiritual leaders, etc. to write, fax, or call Congressman Conyers to urge that he schedule hearings on COINTELPRO. Your support of Jericho's call will help ensure that it becomes a reality. Forward, download, copy, and distribute this letter and Jericho's call to as many people as possible. Please mail or email copies of your letters to Herman Ferguson, care of National Jericho Movement. Thank you in advance for your support of this effort. Please also do not hesitate to contact Herman or us if you have any questions about this campaign. In solidarity. Joan P. Gibbs, ESQ. Monty Gilliard. Chair, Malcolm X Commemoration Committee. 9.6.a. Dear Congressman Conyers. Herman Ferguson. National Jericho Amnesty Movement. 2007. Dear Congressman Conyers. Congratulations on your pending ascendancy to the chair of the House Committee on the Judiciary. We write to request that you schedule hearings on COINTELPRO, its legacy and continuing impact. For more than a decade, many of us have been requesting hearings on COINTELPRO and, hopefully, legislation that begins to address some of the injustices committed against the Black movement and activists as a result of COINTELPRO. We hope that one of your acts as the new chair of the Judiciary Committee will be to schedule these hearings. As I am sure you are aware, COINTELPRO is an acronym for a series of FBI counterintelligence programs against, inter alia, the Communist Party and so-called Black nationalist hate groups. The August 1967 FBI memorandum announcing the Black Nationalist Hate Group program describes its goals as 1. Prevent a coalition of militant black nationalist groups. 2. Prevent the rise of a messiah who could unify and electrify the militant nationalist movement. 3. Prevent violence on the part of the black nationalist groups. 4. Prevent militant black nationalist groups and leaders from gaining respectability by discrediting them. 5. Prevent the long-range growth of militant black nationalist organizations, especially among youth. The targets of the Black Nationalist Hate Group program included a wide array of black organizations and individuals, among them the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, the Revolutionary Action Movement, the Republic of New Africa, Reverend Martin Luther King, Jr., Kwame Ture, formerly known as Stokely Carmichael, and countless others. Though the Black Panther Party was not among the original targets of the program, in September 1968, then FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover labeled the BPP the greatest threat to the internal security of the country. Thereafter, the BPP became the primary focus of the program and was ultimately the target of 233 of the believed total authorized black nationalist COINTELPRO actions. As the final report of the 1976 Select Committee to Study Government Operations with respect to intelligence activists states, although the claimed purpose of the Bureau's COINTELPRO tactics was to prevent violence, some of the FBI's tactics against the BPP were clearly intended to foster violence, and many others could reasonably have been expected to cause violence. In its pursuit of the BPP, the FBI, often together with local law enforcement officials, knew no bounds. BPP members and supporters were not only spied on and harassed but, in blatant violation of both the United States Constitution and international law, falsely accused of crimes that they had not committed. Many were wounded and murdered by police and FBI. December 4, 2006, marked the 38th anniversary of the assassination of Fred Hampton, one of the leaders of the Chicago chapter of the BPP, by local Chicago police thanks to information from an FBI informant, while he slept in his bed. Hampton was shot twice in the head, once in the arm and shoulder, while 3 other people sleeping in the same bed escaped unharmed. Mark Clark, sleeping in a living room chair, was also murdered while asleep. Hampton's wife, who was 8 months pregnant, was also shot but survived. 4 Panthers sleeping in the apartment were also wounded, while 1 escaped injury. Fred Hampton was 21 years old when he was assassinated. Mark Clark was 17. While the true impact of the COINTELPRO Black Nationalist Hate Group program on the Black Liberation Movement will probably never be known because the FBI never recorded all of its activities, has destroyed many of its files, and many of the architects and participants are now deceased, it is crucial that the impact and continuing legacy of this program be investigated and remedies developed to repair the damage it has done. This is particularly true with respect to the many members of the Black Panther Party, the Republic of New Africa, and other organizations who today languish in jail as a result of their having been targeted by the FBI and local law enforcement officials as part of the counterintelligence programs. We urgently request that you schedule hearings on COINTELPRO, its legacy and continuing impact in the near future. Thank you in advance for your prompt attention to this matter. We expect that you will give our request the serious attention that it deserves. Section X. The struggle continues. It is clear from all that has come before that La Lucha Continua is more than just a rhetorical rallying cry. While the majority of political prisoners and prisoners of war buried in the government's dungeons have been locked away for decades, political internment continues to hang like a sword of Damocles over the heads of activists from yesterday and today. No collection of documents regarding political prisoners could be complete or acceptable without mention of the watershed case of the current period, that of the framed San Francisco 8, former members and associates of the Black Panther Party rounded up after 30 years to send a message that no new movements should even think about rising up. Along with some basic information on that case, this section includes a look at these issues post-September 11, 2001. In addition, the cases of Chicano/Mexicano activist Alvaro Luna Hernandez, the Cuban 5, the Green Scare environmental/animal rights prisoners, black activists Kamau Sadiki and Imam Jamil Al-Amin, Arab and Muslim activists such as Sami Al-Arian, and the Iraq Veterans Against the War military resistors are noted to remind us that political prisoners don't just come out of any one or two movements, nations, or communities. As the imperial government tries to destroy any effort potentially threatening to its global domination plans, political imprisonment will continue. People's movements, if we are to present a real challenge to the machine, must reach through the walls, break the chains, and build resistance. There must be many forms, but one, united struggle. Rebuild. X.1. A moment of silence. Emmanuel Ortiz. 2002. Before I begin this poem, I'd like to ask you to join me in a moment of silence in honor of those who died in the World Trade Center and the Pentagon on September 11, 2001. I would also like to ask you to offer up a moment of silence for all of those who have been harassed, imprisoned, disappeared, tortured, raped, or killed in retaliation for those strikes, for the victims in Afghanistan, Iraq, in the US, and throughout the world. And if I could just add one more thing. A full day of silence, for the tens of thousands of Palestinians who have died at the hands of US-backed Israeli forces over decades of occupation. 6 months of silence, for the 1.5 million Iraqi people, mostly children, who have died of malnourishment or starvation as a result of a 12-year US embargo against the country. And now, the drums of war beat again. Before I begin this poem, 2 months of silence, for the blacks under apartheid in South Africa, where Homeland Security made them aliens in their own country. 9 months of silence, for the dead in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, where death rained down and peeled back every layer of concrete, steel, earth, and skin, and the survivors went on as if alive. A year of silence, for the millions of dead in Vietnam, a people, not a war, for those who know a thing or two about the scent of burning fuel, their relatives' bones buried in it, their babies born of it. 2 months of silence, for the decades of dead in Colombia, whose names, like the corpses they once represented, have piled up and slipped off our tongues. Before I begin this poem. 7 days of silence, for El Salvador. A day of silence, for Nicaragua. 5 days of silence, for the Guatemaltecos. None of whom ever knew a moment of peace in their living years. 45 seconds of silence, for the 45 dead at Octal, Chiapas. 1,933 miles of silence, for every desperate body that burns in the desert sun, drowned in swollen rivers at the pearly gates to the empire's underbelly. A gaping wound sutured shut by razor wire and corrugated steel. 25 years of silence, for the millions of Africans who found their graves far deeper in the ocean than any building could poke into the sky. For those who were strung and swung from the heights of sycamore trees. In the south, the north, the east, the west. There will be no DNA testing or dental records to identify their remains. 100 years of silence, for the hundreds of millions of indigenous people. From this half of right here, whose land and lives were stolen. In postcard-perfect plots like Pine Ridge, Wounded Knee, Sand Creek, Fallen Timbers, or the Trail of Tears. Names now reduced to innocuous magnetic poetry on the refrigerator of our consciousness. From somewhere within the pillars of power, you open your mouths to invoke a moment of our silence. And we are all left speechless. Our tongues snatched from our mouths. Our eyes stapled shut. A moment of silence. And the poets are laid to rest. The drums disintegrate into dust. Before I begin this poem. You want a moment of silence. You mourn now as if the world will never be the same. And the rest of us hope to hell it won't be. Not like it always has been. Because this is not a 9-1-1 poem. This is a 9/10 poem. It is a 9/9 poem. A 9/8 poem. A 9/7 poem. This is a 1492 poem. This is a poem about what causes poems like this to be written. And if this is a 9/11 poem, then this is a September 11, 1973 poem for Chile. This is a September 12, 1977 poem for Stephen Biko in South Africa. This is a September 13, 1971 poem for the brothers at Attica Prison, New York. This is a September 14, 1992 poem for the people of Somalia. This is a poem for every date that falls to the ground amidst the ashes of amnesia. This is a poem for the 110 stories that were never told. The 110 stories that history uprooted from its textbooks. The 110 stories that CNN, BBC, The New York Times, and Newsweek ignored. This is a poem for interrupting this program. This is not a peace poem. Not a poem for forgiveness. This is a justice poem. A poem for never forgetting. This is a poem to remind us that all that glitters might just be broken glass. And still you want a moment of silence for the dead? We could give you lifetimes of empty. The unmarked graves. The lost languages. The uprooted trees and histories. The dead stares on the faces of nameless children. Before I start this poem we could be silent forever. Or just long enough to hunger for the dust to bury us. And you would still ask us for more of our silence. So if you want a moment of silence, then stop the oil pumps. Turn off the engines, the televisions. Sink the cruise ships. Crash the stock markets. Unplug the marquee lights. Delete the emails and instant messages. Derail the trains, ground the planes. If you want a moment of silence, put a brick through the window of Taco Bell. And pay the workers for wages lost. Tear down the liquor stores. The townhouses, the White Houses, the jailhouses, the penthouses, and the Playboys. If you want a moment of silence, then take it. On Super Bowl Sunday, the 4th of July. During Dayton's 13-hour sale. The next time your white guilt fills the room where my beautiful brown people have gathered. You want a moment of silence. Then take it. Now. Before this poem begins. Here, in the echo of my voice. In the pause between goose steps of the second hand. In the space between bodies in embrace. Here is your silence. Take it. Take it all. But don't cut in line. Let your silence begin at the beginning of crime. And we, tonight, we will keep right on singing. For our dead. X.2. We will rise again. Alvaro Luna Hernandez. 1997. If you believe that there exists true justice in this country for Chicanos/Mexicanos, this pamphlet is not intended for your eyes. It is aimed at those willing to shake off the yoke of mental conditioning and recognize that inherent injustices of the current system, who consider themselves oppressed, treated as second-class citizens, and victims of the brutal legacy of white power rule. It is for those who have experienced the pain, the humiliation, the suffering, and who understand the necessity of struggle to change their condition, for a fair redistribution of wealth, justice, and power. The present hypocritical and unjust system which oppresses us cannot continue. This writing is for the eyes and hearts of the poor, the voiceless, the dispossessed, the imprisoned, the real victims. I am not a historian, scientist, nor writer. I have no formal education, nor degree. My education is self-taught. My thoughts come from the heart, from a prophecy to be fulfilled. My recent trial in Odessa, Texas, June 2 to 9, 1997, on 2 counts of aggravated assault on a sheriff and a city police officer must be placed in its proper perspective. The historical foundation, the police conspiracy and the system's web of lies and contradictions must be exposed. This pamphlet is but the start of a series of writings to be consolidated into a future book. It is my sincerest wish that my testimonial experiences and confrontations with the system will serve to awaken and inspire Rasa, not only in Alpine, Texas, where I lived and was arrested, but throughout the Southwest, to stand up, to assert their humanity, and to struggle against the gross injustices occurring daily to Rasa, from the police house to the courthouse, to the White House. No choices. Some of us have no choices. We are born into a life of poverty and oppression, unable to escape the cycle because of many social factors. Conditions of life are even worse in rural areas such as in West Texas. Common in oppressed barrios throughout the Southwest, in my native hometown of Alpine, are racist, corrupt and brutal police who continue to rule with an iron fist. From a notorious murderous, anti-Mexicano sheriff who ruled Alpine with terror for more than 30 consecutive years, to a racist judicial system to hate groups who committed unpunished crimes against Rasa, to an economy controlled by the gringo elite, to a community which today still suffers the vestiges of a segregated society. This is the order of things in Alpine today. It is humiliating. It is painful. It is unjust. It is criminal. Those are daily realities for Mexicanos in Alpine, who ironically constitute approximately 50% of the county's population. Despite overwhelming numbers, Mexicanos have no voice and are excluded in the management decisions of daily government, civic and economic affairs, yet their sweat, blood, and labor build the physical buildings that house the institutions now oppressing them. In the truest sense of the term, they are victims of taxation without representation. Economic development monies are always destined for dregs north of the Southern Pacific Railroad tracks, but never to the south where Rasa is concentrated, but forced to remain silent to outright injustices, otherwise they will find themselves without a job in the gringo-controlled economy. The stark differences can be seen in the quality of community life and development, the public parks, public streets, and in the social services that only trickle down to the barrio as miserable crumbs after the fat cats. The gringo power structure has eaten up all of the tax revenues of the social and economic development pie to better the lives of their own. The Mexicano populace, in particular youth, are caught up in the never-ending cycle of white economic power servitude, dire poverty, institutionalized racism, violence, crime, oppression, and death. From the womb to the tomb of its segregated cemeteries, Rasa pass away not knowing true freedom and justice. Hispanic vendido politicians are content with only crumbs, and defend the status quo. Mexicano traditional institutions such as the Catholic Church ignore these injustices and contradictions. Consciousness. There is no genuine grassroots community-based organizations promoting justice or the betterment of poor Rasa. The time has arrived to come to terms with these realities. Despite civil rights laws, we are the most discriminated against, exploited, marginalized and oppressed sector of United States society. The media daily reports another police murder, or brutality, another Mexicano maimed or killed by La Migra or the U.S. military on the border, another anti-Mexicano government law or policy, another city curfew to harass our youth, and on and on. Historical, sociological myths that have served to degrade, to condition us, to make us feel inferior before the gringo, must be challenged. Those myths have served the interests or our oppressors, lazy, mesquin, gardeners, maids, wetbacks, gangbangers, treacherous and criminals are but a few stereotypes. It is only when our rich culture, heritage, customs, and traditions serve the commercial interests of the mighty white American dollar that it is acceptable to our oppressors. Universal consciousness will help us to liberate ourselves from such sociological, psychological slavery and genocide. We must control the politics of our barrio. Our traditional institutions must promote human rights and justice for our Rasa and be accountable to our people and not to the status quo. We must enrich and empower our souls and our families with true awareness and knowledge. Knowledge is power and power is knowledge. The racist educational systems must be replaced with our own cultured institutions for a higher learning. It is only through such an empowerment that we can become truly independent, become self-sufficient, achieve true happiness and social justice for our people. A crossroads. We are at a crossroads in history. We either choose to accept our present misery, or we chart a new path of unity, reconciliation, healing, justice, liberation, and self-determination. Power has never yielded to anything without a demand. The seasons, the moon, the sun, the skies are all signaling the fulfillment of our prophecy. Let future generations look at our generation through the eyes of pride, respect, and glory, and not through the eyes of shame and cowardice. We owe it to our elders, our daughters, and sons. We must create a united voice, a united political movement, a barrio force to be reckoned with. Let our oppressors tremble in fear at the thought of waking up tomorrow without their class privileges of white ruling power and feeling the sting of our rage and retribution in their behinds and heels. Our oppressor needs to be freed from his greed, arrogance, and sickness. His sickness has condemned poor people to a life of slavery, oppression, and death not only within the internal colonies of the United States, but throughout the world. Their imperialism is the enemy of the human species. It must be overthrown. Raza, we are fulfilling a prophecy. Let us learn from our past historical movements, Crystal City, Texas, Brown Berets, and other formations for political self-determination that spread like prairie fires throughout our barrios in the occupied territories of our homeland, Aztlan, from Tejas to Califas, from Denver to Chiapas. History will repeat itself. But this time we will master history and not allow our oppressor to make it his story of falsehoods and trickery to justify their genocide war against our raza. Ethics, morals, and righteousness are on our side. Our nationalism will unify us, our indigenous blood, our Mexicanidad, our Chicanismo, our carnalismo, our spiritualism, our zapatismo. Let us reignite in the hearts of our barrio warriors, our soldiers, the burning flames of raza pride, courage, spiritual rebirth, and liberation, of our righteous duty to rebel against tyranny, to make revolution. We are becoming a majority in the occupied territories. The recent passing of a bright flame in the night sky is the signal that the prophecy written in the codices of our ancestors in Tenochtitlan will be fulfilled in the 21st century. We will rise again. Uprising. If my message, my testimony, will have served to reach and touch even one lost soul, I will have considered my mission accomplished. Although totally innocent of the false charges, I was unjustly sentenced to prison for 50 years for defending myself against a police conspiracy and for resisting armed attacks by a racist, corrupt, and arrogant policy army who initially set out to outlaw me from Alpine or to kill me. They won a battle, but will not win the war. I will rise again. White police critic Fred Voigt recently wrote a letter published in the local newspaper complaining about the Alpine Police Department. Will people be thrown in jail falsely? Searched without a warrant? Harassed? It's been happening to Mexicanos in Alpine for years, Mr. Voigt. Open your eyes and ears and look to the south, across the railroad tracks that have always divided and excluded Mexicanos in Alpine. Mexicanos do exist and live to the south of your narrow tunnel vision, your white privileged world. It is not human, not wise to live in a glass house, in a glass world. A special heartfelt thanks to all the Linda Raza that supported me during my trial, my family, my friends, especially our youth, our future. From the ashes of the birth cradle of Tenochtitlan, we will fulfill our prophecy. We will rise again. Viva la raza. Tierra y libertad. El barrio unido, llama Ciro vencido. X.3. Please accept our appeal. Release 2000 campaign. 2000. Dear President Clinton, please accept our appeal to you on behalf of 12 imprisoned women and men serving exceptionally long sentences that arose from their politically motivated actions. As attorneys, we have devoted years of pro bono service to human rights and politically charged cases. We have volunteered our expertise to these prisoners who are jointly applying for executive clemency. A brief profile of each prisoner is attached to this letter. Around the world, the dawning of a new millennium traditionally leads to grants of amnesty or clemency to people whose imprisonment resulted from conflicts with their government. In Northern Ireland, Israel, and Palestine, pardons in the cause of peace have led to the release of many prisoners whose actions were motivated by larger social and political objectives or responses to broader civil strife. In Italy, a pardon was extended to the Turkish national, Mehmet Ali Agca, by Italian President Carlo Azeglio Cianipi after he was convicted of attempting to assassinate the Pope. In South Africa, Nelson Mandela's ascendance to the presidency came after his release from a prison sentence imposed for revolutionary actions in support of African self-determination. Today, South Africa's Truth and Reconciliation process has provided an ongoing opportunity for healing by making honest dialogue and leniency a central part of that nation's new course. America stands in dire need of a process of healing that would enable us to benefit from talented people working together for the future instead of remaining behind prison walls. We ask that you formally extend the olive branch of forgiveness to these men and women as we set out on a new millennium. Like those fighters pardoned in other lands, these prisoners were also highly committed to movements that sought justice during an era marked by war, racial violence, and political assassinations. In an act of courage and compassion, you granted the release of the Puerto Rican political activists last year. In this same spirit, we ask that you examine the plight of these petitioners and grant their release. In some instances, their illegal actions were taken in response to severe legalized repression and government misconduct. Some convictions arose directly from the targeting of activists under secret, illegal government counterintelligence actions committed under the infamous COINTELPRO program, and similar initiatives. COINTELPRO was investigated by the Senate Select Committee to study governmental operations with respect to intelligence activities, which submitted a final report in 1976. The origin of COINTELPRO demonstrated that the Bureau adopted extra-legal methods to counter perceived threats to national security and public order because ordinary legal process was believed to be insufficient to do the job. There were innocent people who were victimized by COINTELPRO. In essence, the Bureau took the law into its own hands, conducting a sophisticated vigilante operation against domestic enemies. This is a wrong that must be condemned and corrected. The Church Subcommittee concluded that many of the actions carried out by the government against these social activists could only be described as abhorrent in a free society. Release 2000 was an attempt, at the end of the Clinton administration, to increase pressure for general amnesty of all long-held political prisoners in federal custody. Other individuals fell victim to a justice system that failed to keep its promise of fairness and due process. Still others sought to defend themselves or their communities from continued attack or otherwise responded to a unique period of civil strife that engulfed our nation during the 1960s, 1970s, and beyond. The United States stands virtually alone in its growing imposition of sentences in excess of 20 years, regardless of the offenses involved. These prisoners, whose convictions reflect ongoing and unresolved justice issues affecting all of us, have served longer sentences than they would have in any other industrialized nations. Many sentences were improperly motivated by political factors, either because prosecutors were permitted to multiply charges growing out of one set of actions, or because the defendant's militant trial stance led judges to impose terms that were grossly disproportionate to those given for comparable crimes under different circumstances. Some of these prisoners received lengthy prison terms that would not be permitted under the new law establishing strict federal guidelines to eliminate sentencing disparities, while others have been denied parole based on their political views or the politically motivated nature of their offenses, despite meeting traditional parole criteria. By now, many of these applicants for clemency are aging behind prison walls. They face the future without adequate medical care or other minimal human rights guarantees given to prisoners in most other civilized countries and required by international law and treaties. Many of the prisoners have been subjected to inhumane conditions, including long years in solitary confinement or maximum control units, and harsh separation from family and loved ones. In some cases, permanent mental and/or physical harm has resulted from these conditions of confinement. All of these men and women have served substantial prison time. All of them can make significant contributions to their communities upon release, as documented by many of their efforts behind bars to lead, teach, and serve others despite their difficult circumstances. The people whose imprisonment arose from similar convictions who have already gained their release have made significant contributions to society. For example, the contributions made by the petitioner's co-defendants, spouses, and comrades include the following. Dr. Alan Berkman is the medical director of Highbridge Woody Crest Center, a long-term care facility for adults and children with AIDS, located in the Bronx, New York. He is also an assistant professor of clinical psychiatry at Columbia University and a medical specialist for the HIV Center for Clinical and Behavioral Studies at the New York State Psychiatric Institute and Columbia University. Jamal Joseph, now known for his extraordinary work with youth arts programs and as a filmmaker, teaches screenwriting at the film division of Columbia University's Graduate School of the Arts. His script credits include television and feature films, and he has won numerous awards, including a Director's Fellowship at Sundance. After many years as the artistic director of City Kids, Joseph, and veteran theater producer Vosa Rivers founded Impact Repertory Theater in Harlem. Joseph, as artistic director, serves as mentor, counselor, and teacher in the creative and leadership training for young people, including his own 3 children in addition to his full schedule of writing and teaching. Barbara Kurtzy Lahman is employed by a law firm in Boston. Patricia Levasseur is currently employed as a paralegal at a law firm in New York City. Prior to this she worked for 5 years for the Center for Constitutional Rights. She has 3 daughters who are attending college. Carol Manning lives in Maine and is employed as a supervisor in a local electronics manufacturing firm. She also works as a personal trainer. Donna Wilmot lives with her family in San Francisco. She has worked for 4 years at Legal Services for Prisoners with Children as an advocate for women prisoners, where she is now litigation coordinator. Dr. Imari Abubakari Obadil earned his PhD at Temple University in 1985, and is today an associate professor at Prairie View A&M University located in Texas. Laura Whitehorn, released 1 year ago, is now an assistant editor at POZ Magazine, a national monthly magazine about HIV and AIDS. Saifi Yabukari is the Director of Administration at Brooklyn Legal Services Corp. The prisoners who seek your grant of clemency would similarly devote their talent to socially creative work upon returning to their families and loved ones. We call upon you as a man of power and a man of faith to continue to honor the democratic ideal and promise of this troubled nation. As you so eloquently stated during the recent Democratic National Convention, we're not just better off, we're also a better country, more decent, more humane, more united. We agree and believe that this truth can best be demonstrated by granting clemency to Sylvia Beraldini, Hanif Shabazbeh, Veronza Bowers, Marilyn Jean Buck, Bill Dunn, Larry Giddings, Ray Luke Levasseur, John Carl Lahman, Tom Manning, Jalil Abdul Muntakim, C. Kao Odinga, and Mutulu Shakur, as well as Linda Evans, Leonard Peltier, and Susan Rosenberg, who have pending executive clemency petitions. Respectfully yours. Robert Boyle, ESQ. Kathleen Cleaver, ESQ. L. King Downing, ESQ. J. Safiyat Elijah, ESQ. Charles J. Ogletree, ESQ. Nkechi Tafat, ESQ. Michael Tariff Warren, ESQ. X.4. Political prisoners and 9/11, the reality of political prisoners in the United States, what September 11 taught us about defending them. J. Safiyat Elijah. 2002. Prior to September 11, 2001, there were nearly 100 political prisoners and prisoners of war incarcerated in the United States. Political prisoners are men and women who have been incarcerated for their political views and actions. They have consciously fought against social injustice, colonialism, and/or imperialism and have been incarcerated as a result of their political commitments. Even while in prison, these men and women continue to adhere to their principles. This definition of the term political prisoner is accepted throughout the international community. Political prisoners have always been an especially vulnerable and abused subset of the American prison population. Now, in the wake of September 11, these prisoners and their lawyers have been targeted for renewed abuse. A. Political prisoners in the United States, a brief history. Many of today's political prisoners were victims of an FBI counterintelligence program called COINTELPRO. COINTELPRO consisted of a series of covert actions directed against domestic dissident groups, targeting 5 perceived threats to domestic tranquility. These included the Communist Party USA, the Socialist Workers' Party, white hate groups, black nationalist hate groups, and the New Left. People viewed as dissidents, communists, or anti-establishment were at risk of prosecution, persecution, or both. Underscore 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 underscore. Originally published in Harvard Black Letter Law Journal, Volume 18, 2002. In these programs, the Bureau went beyond the collection of intelligence to secret action designed to disrupt and neutralize target groups and individuals. The techniques were adopted wholesale from wartime counterintelligence, and ranged from the trivial to the degrading and the dangerous. In response to pressure from a broad spectrum of the American public, a congressional subcommittee, popularly known as the Church Committee, was formed to investigate and study the FBI's covert action programs. In its report, the Church Committee concluded that the FBI had conducted a sophisticated vigilante operation aimed squarely at preventing the exercise of First Amendment rights of speech and association, on the theory that preventing the growth of dangerous groups and the propagation of dangerous ideas would protect the national security and deter violence. It went on to report that any of the techniques used would be intolerable in a democratic society even if all of the targets had been involved in violent activity. In fact, before COINTELPRO was laid to rest, it was responsible for maiming, murdering, false prosecutions and frame UPS, destruction, and mayhem throughout the country. It had infiltrated every organization and association that aspired to bring about social change in America, whether through peaceful or violent means. Hundreds of members of the Puerto Rican independence movement, the Black Panther Party, the Young Lords, the Weather Underground, Students for a Democratic Society, the Republic of New Africa, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, members of the American Indian Movement, the Chicano Movement, the Black Liberation Army, environmentalists, the Revolutionary Action Movement, peace activists, and everyone in between were targeted by COINTELPRO for neutralization. In 1969, the FBI and local Chicago police agents were responsible for the pre-dawn assassination of Fred Hampton and Mark Clark as they lay asleep in their beds. Hampton and Clark were the leaders of the Chicago office of the Black Panther Party. Among Hoover's other targets were Leonard Peltier of AIM, the Rev. Dr. Martin Luther King of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, El Hajj Malik Shabazz, Kwame Ture of SNCC, Huey Newton, and Rev. Philip Berrigan and his brother Rev. Daniel Berrigan, peace activists who challenged the Vietnam War and the U.S. military-industrial complex. Prosecutors' offices and the courts were complicit in the destruction meted out by the FBI. Prosecutors routinely withheld exculpatory evidence, as was evidenced in the cases of Geronimo G. Jaga Pratt, Doraba bin Wahad, and Mumia Abu Jamal. Although Pratt and bin Wahad were eventually exonerated after serving 27 and 19 years respectively for crimes they did not commit, requests by Peltier and Abu Jamal for new trials have been frustrated at every turn by law enforcement and the prosecution. Many of today's political prisoners were incarcerated as a direct result of COINTELPRO's activities. They were targeted because of their political beliefs and/or actions. Unlike those convicted and sentenced for similar crimes, they were given much harsher sentences and routinely denied parole. Black Panther Party member, Sundiata Acoli, the co-defendant of Assata Shakur, was sentenced to life plus 30 years for the death of a New Jersey state trooper. He was eligible for parole after 20 years. After serving 22 years, however, the New Jersey Parole Board denied him parole and gave him an unprecedented 20-year set-off. Susan Rosenberg was sentenced to 58 years for possession of explosives and denied parole despite her exemplary prison record. Geronimo G. Jagaprat was denied parole at least 7 times, although he was innocent of the charges for which he was serving time. B. Facing renewed abuse. The post-September 11 treatment of political prisoners. In concluding its review of COINTELPRO, the Church Committee wrote, "The American people need to be assured that never again will an agency of the government be permitted to conduct a secret war against those citizens it considers threats to the established order." Just over 25 years later, the American people are again in need of such assurance. In the wake of the attacks on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon on September 11, 2001, the use of the nation's jails and prisons for political repression was renewed. Within hours of the attacks, several of the political prisoners were rounded up and put in administrative segregation, generically known as the hole. No charges or allegations were levied against them. Some of them were told that they were being placed in the hole for their own safety. They were held in solitary confinement and restricted to their cells 23 or 24 hours a day. Some, like Marilyn Buck, Sundiata Acoli, and Richard Williams, were held incommunicado for weeks without access to legal counsel. Other prisoners were told that they were to have no contact of any kind with Marilyn Buck once she was thrown in administrative segregation for her own safety. Numerous requests to arrange for legal visits and phone calls with these prisoners were flatly refused by administrators of the Bureau of Prisons. All legal mail was suspended, no letters were allowed out of the prison, and legal mail that was mailed in was neither given to the prisoners nor returned to the attorneys. From September 11 to October 24, 2001, Sundiata Acoli was not allowed any access to his lawyers. Social visiting, mail, and phone calls were suspended for many of these prisoners. The actions of the Bureau of Prisons were so unusual that initially the BOP General Counsel denied that any prisoners were being refused access to their lawyers. The Bureau continued to put forward this position as late as February of this year, yet on September 26, 2001, the warden of USP Allenwood, where Mr. Acoli was being held, wrote to the author to inform her that he was denying her request to allow inmates acquire a legal telephone call. Between September 11 and 17, 2001, the restrictions placed on the prisoners were in flux, and it seemed clear that the individual prison authorities were trying to determine exactly what the directions from Washington contemplated. But on or about September 17, Attorney General John Ashcroft issued a memorandum to the Bureau of Prisons directing them to terminate all communications, both social and legal, for certain prisoners. Some have posited that the memo left the discretion to the prison wardens. Others believe that Ashcroft determined who should be held incommunicado no matter who had the final discretion. The result was the same for the prisoners, they were in the hole and some had no access to the outside world. See the War on Terrorism, Targeting Attorneys. Political prisoners have not suffered alone, their attorneys have proven equally vulnerable to political abuse. Defending the unpopular client, the client who has been targeted by the government as a terrorist, a cop killer, a bank robber, a revolutionary, or the sole white member of the Black Liberation Army does not get you nominated to the list of Americans' 100 most influential lawyers. Such professional endeavors usually find the lawyer on the receiving end of constant harassment from prison and jail officials, federal marshals, court personnel and prosecutors. Nonetheless, the Constitution and accepted ethical and criminal procedure norms guarantee that every defendant is entitled to legal counsel and zealous advocacy. That's what is taught in law school, but is that what is meant? Recent legislation has raised serious doubts as to whether we can continue to take these principles for granted. How else can we explain the recent unprecedented arrest and indictment of New York lawyer Lynn Stewart, a zealous advocate well respected amongst members of the bar and the bench? Ms. Stewart has represented numerous unpopular clients, some of whom have clear political ideologies, such as David Gilbert, who was charged as a former member of the Weather Underground with the 1981 Brinks armored car robbery in Nyack, New York, Bilal Sunni, a member of the Republic of New Africa also charged in the 1981 Brinks case in a federal prosecution, and Richard Williams, who was alleged to have conspired with members of the Ohio 7 to blow up several military buildings and offices of major corporations. Ms. Stewart has been a thorn in the side of prosecutors for over 2 decades. It seems that the time for revenge has arrived. The U.S. Attorney General boldly announced at a press conference following her arraignment that the federal government had been monitoring conversations between Stewart and her client, Sheikh Omar Abdelrahman, from at least as far back as May of 2000. Even the most conservative observer would concede that the USA Patriot Act was not signed into law until October 26, 2001. Even had it been operational at the time Ms. Stewart's communications were monitored, a scrupulous review of its provisions will reveal no specific reference to monitoring of attorney-client communications. Upon what authority did the government rely in determining that it could monitor undisputed attorney-client communications in May of 2000? Prior to October 30, 2001, the Bureau of Prisons Regulations on Institutional Management authorized the Bureau to impose special administrative measures, including the monitoring of certain inmate communications, with respect to specified inmates. The imposition of these administrative measures had to be based on information provided by senior intelligence or law enforcement officials, where it was determined to be necessary to prevent the dissemination of either classified information or that could endanger the national security or other information that could lead to acts of violence and terrorism. It was not contemplated by these regulations, however, that the privileged communications between an inmate and his or her attorney were to be subject to such monitoring. On October 30, the Department of Justice instituted new regulations amending certain key provisions. In addition to extending the time during which a prisoner could be subjected to special administrative measures from 120 days to up to 1 year, the new regulations provide, in any case where the Attorney General specifically so orders, based on information from the head of a federal law enforcement or intelligence agency that reasonable suspicion exists to believe that a particular inmate may use communications with attorneys or their agents to further or facilitate acts of terrorism, the Director, Bureau of Prisons, shall, in addition to the special administrative measures imposed under paragraph of this section, provide appropriate procedures for the monitoring or review of communications between that inmate and attorneys or attorneys' agents who are traditionally covered by the attorney-client privilege, for the purpose of deterring future acts that could result in death or serious bodily injury to persons, or substantial damage to property that would entail the risk of death or serious bodily injury to persons. It is alleged inter alia in Ms. Stewart's federal indictment that she violated the special administrative measures that have been in place since 1997 with respect to Sheikh Omar Abdelrahman by facilitating communications between him and members of the so-called Islamic group. The Islamic group is described in the indictment as an international terrorist group dedicated to opposing nations, governments, institutions, and individuals that did not share its radical interpretation of Islamic law. The government's indictment of Ms. Stewart is based on the monitoring of communications between lawyer and client. This monitoring appears to have been illegal at the time it took place. Although the October 2001 amendments to the Bureau of Prisons regulations may permit the government's conduct under limited conditions now, there appears to have been no authority for their actions prior to that date. As the nation begins to accept greater infringements on civil liberties, it seems that lawyers are amongst the first to feel the effects on their profession. Indeed, Ms. Stewart believes that she is being used as an example to deter others from representing controversial figures and causes. If she is right, hers is a case of over-deterrence if ever there was one. How do we explain the fact that the Arabic-speaking court-certified interpreter was also indicted along with Ms. Stewart? What was his crime? Interpreting documents into English for Ms. Stewart and her client? If the interpreter's prosecution is allowed to go forward, it will be nearly impossible for attorneys representing unpopular clients to hire someone to translate for them during prison visits and phone calls. There seem to be no limits to the possible abuses. The net has been cast far too wide. Many would argue that the net should not have been cast at all. So the message is clear. Attorneys who believe that they are obligated to follow the code of professional responsibility and not decline representation because a client or cause is unpopular or community reaction is adverse are at risk of being targeted for character assassination and prosecuted to the full extent of, and in some instances beyond, the law. Conclusion. The full ramifications of the political climate that followed September 11 remain to be seen. It is clear that the post-September 11 rollback on civil liberties did not stop at the restrictions placed upon political prisoners and their attorneys. On October 12, Attorney General Ashcroft issued another memorandum, this time urging all federal agencies to resist requests filed pursuant to the Freedom of Information Act seeking information and documents. There was very little media attention given to this maneuver, but the ramifications for the American public were substantial. Daniel J. Metcalf, co-director of the Justice Department's Office of Information and Privacy, explained that the Ashcroft Memorandum places more emphasis on an agency being careful, on giving full and careful consideration of the interests that are being protected under the FOIA exemptions. That's its primary focus. This is small consolation to most Americans. Because of the Freedom of Information Act, we eventually learned the truth behind the Bay of Pigs invasion, Watergate, Contract Agate, and so many other questionable government operations. In the years to come, we must rely upon the Freedom of Information Act to ascertain the truth about the government's targeting and persecution of politically unpopular prisoners and their lawyers. The increasing numbers of FOIA-related lawsuits regarding the withholding of previously available government information testify to the fact that our civil liberties are under attack. In New York and around the country, defense lawyers watch apprehensively as the wheels of justice turn slowly over Lynn Stewart and her co-defendants. And from California to Massachusetts, from behind prison bars, prisoners are watching to see if the days of confidential communications with their counsel are gone forever. X.5. Who are the Cuban Five? National Committee to Free the Cuban Five. 2007. The Cuban Five are 5 Cuban men who are in U.S. prison, serving 4 life sentences and 75 years collectively, after being wrongly convicted in U.S. federal court in Miami, on June 8, 2001. They are Gerardo Hernandez, Ramon Labanino, Antonio Guerrero, Fernando Gonzalez and René Gonzalez. The 5 were falsely accused by the U.S. government of committing espionage conspiracy against the United States, and other related charges. But the 5 pointed out vigorously in their defense that they were involved in monitoring the actions of Miami-based terrorist groups, in order to prevent terrorist attacks on their country of Cuba. The 5's actions were never directed at the U.S. government. They never harmed anyone nor ever possessed nor used any weapons while in the United States. For more than 40 years, anti-Cuba terrorist organizations based in Miami have engaged in countless terrorist activities against Cuba, and against anyone who advocates a normalization of relations between the U.S. and Cuba. More than 3,000 Cubans have died as a result of these terrorist attacks. Terrorist Miami groups like Comandos F4 and Brothers to the Rescue operate with complete impunity from within the United States to attack Cuba with the knowledge and support of the FBI and CIA. Therefore, Cuba made the careful and necessary decision to send the 5 Cubans to Miami to monitor the terrorists. The Cuban Five infiltrated the terrorist organizations in Miami to inform Cuba of imminent attacks. The aim of such a clandestine operation by the Cuban Five at great personal risk was to prevent criminal acts, and thus protect the lives of Cubans and other people. But instead of arresting the terrorists, the FBI arrested the Cuban Five anti-terrorists on September 12, 1998. The 5 were illegally held in solitary confinement for 17 months in Miami jail. The trial began in November 2000. With the 7-month trial based in Miami, a virtual witch hunt atmosphere existed. Defense attorneys' motions for a change of venue were denied 5 times by the judge, although it was obvious that a fair trial was impossible in that city. In a blow to justice, the Cuban Five were convicted June 8, 2001 and sentenced to 4 life terms and 75 years in December 2001. underscore 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 underscore. This is edited from an article on the National Committee's website, www.freethe5.org, followed by a June 2008 update compiled from various sources. On August 9, 2005, after 7 years of unjust imprisonment, the Cuban Five won an unprecedented victory on appeal. A 3-judge panel of the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals overturned the convictions of the Cuban Five and ordered a new trial outside of Miami. However, in an unexpected reversal on October 31, 2005, the 11th Circuit Court vacated the 3-judge panel's ruling and granted an en banc hearing before the full panel of 12 judges. Exactly 1 year after the victory that granted the Five a new trial, in August 2006, the panel voted 10-2 to deny the Five heroes a new trial, and instead affirmed the trial court. 9 remaining issues of appeal before the 3-judge panel. This case is a political case and the Cuban Five are political prisoners. Their freedom will depend not only on the arduous work of the defense team but just as importantly on the public support that can be organized. Over 250 committees have been established in the United States and around the world, demanding immediate freedom for Gerardo, Ramon, Antonio, Fernando, and René. Important declarations have been made by hundreds of parliamentarians in Britain, Italy, and the European and Latin American parliaments. The UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detentions, with 5 judges, ruled that there were irregularities in the Five's trial and arrest, effectively denying them a fair trial and calls on the U.S. government to remedy this injustice. In the United States, the National Committee to Free the Cuban Five is working very hard to build broad support for these anti-terrorist heroes, with forums and video showings, media and publicity work, and a march that was held on September 23, 2006 in front of the White House. Case of Cuban Five takes stage in Nairobi. Nairobi, Jan 23. The case of the imprisoned Cuban Five, which has held space for 8 years in world social forums, was again defended Wednesday by solidarity organizations at the 7th World Social Forum in Nairobi, Kenya. Organizations in favor of freeing the 5 anti-terrorists made a call to other progressives to join the fight for their release, and denounced the treatment Washington gives the topic. At the initiative of the Kenya-Cuba Friendship Association, an activity was held to denounce the terrorist acts against the Cuban people and their leaders, as well as to obtain support for release of the Cuban Five. Antonio Guerrero, Fernando Gonzalez, Gerardo Hernandez, Ramon Labanino and René Gonzalez were sentenced to long terms in prison for fighting terrorism. Kenyan Pro-Liberation Committee Chairman Rajan highlighted that his organization held several press conferences, meetings, and festivals with Cuban music and films before the WSF in order to sensitize local public. Underscore 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 on. World Forum supports Cuban Five. Nairobi, Jan 25. The Cuban crusade for the release of 5 Cuban anti-terrorist fighters imprisoned in the U.S. over 8 years ago was openly backed by the 7th World Social Forum, concluding in this capital Thursday. The support was revealed in a proposal presented by Cubans Lord Cervantes and José Miguel Hernández, as one of the 21 issues of the meeting. Cervantes, an official from the Organization of Solidarity with the Peoples of Africa, Asia, and Latin America, told Prensa Latina that the motion was entitled Release for the 5 Cubans imprisoned in the United States. That was part of the map of proposals and actions by participants in the 7th WSF, stated Cervantes. The 5, as Antonio Guerrero, Fernando Gonzalez, Gerardo Hernandez, Ramon Labanino and René Gonzalez are universally known, are serving harsh sentences for defending their country from violent actions by anti-Cuban groups settled in that northern nation. Prensa Latina is the official Cuban international press agency, which maintains a large English-language section, including a web page with in-depth coverage of the Cuban Five case. These two articles are reprinted from dispatches dated January 23 and January 25, 2007 editions respectively. They are merely a tiny sample of the vast international campaign that has won broad support for the freedom of the Cuban Five. X.5.A. Response to court ruling on Cuban Five appeal. International Committee for the Freedom of the Cuban Five. 2008. On Wednesday, June 4, 2008, the 11th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals announced its ruling in the appeal case for the Cuban Five. In the 99-page opinion, the three-judge panel unanimously upheld the convictions against the 5 Cuban patriots. The court also upheld the sentences given to René González and Gerardo Hernández. The court's ruling on Gerardo's sentence, however, was not unanimous, 2-1. On page 16 of the written opinion, Judge Phyllis Kravich states that the government did not present sufficient evidence to convict Gerardo of conspiracy to commit murder. The sentences of Ramon Labanino, Fernando González and Antonio Guerrero were returned to Judge Joan Leonard's Florida court for resentencing. Leonard will need to call for a hearing to issue the new ruling. This is the same judge who imposed the excessive and unjust sentences in 2001. The Atlanta Appeals Court's written opinion, which employs startling political rhetoric, states that the defense's arguments lacked merit and clearly favors the government. The court's ruling exposes various contradictions between the opinions of two of the justices and the author of the opinion, Judge William H. Pryor, an ultra-conservative appointed to the bench with the help of Republican John McCain despite opposition from the Senate. The defense attorneys, Weinglass, McKenna, and Horowitz, ensured they will continue the legal battle that began in December 2001 when they were unjustly sentenced. There are still some legal avenues open. Given the United States government's legal ploys to expand the sentences of our 5 brothers, we are not surprised by the judicial ruling. On the contrary, it reaffirms our need to continue fighting tirelessly to denounce this colossal injustice. Exposed once again is the contempt of the United States government, which yesterday, in another U.S. city, defended the criminal Luis Posada Carriles. A man who, rather than fittingly declaring him a terrorist for his crimes against humanity and underscore 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 underscore. This statement by the Cuba-based International Committee is reprinted from Daily Granma, the Cuban Communist Party newspaper, of June 5, 2008. In the days that followed, protest demonstrations were held in 11 U.S. cities, as well as in Canada, Argentina, Peru, Britain, Scotland, Spain, Belgium, Ukraine, and New Zealand. Extraditing him to Venezuela, where the government has declared Carriles a fugitive and repeatedly demanded his extradition, the U.S. government has granted him full liberty. Gerardo is not surprised by the ruling. This is the same system that has unjustly incarcerated Mumia for more than 20 years along with Leonard Peltier and the Puerto Rican political prisoners, he said today. We will endure as many years as necessary, 30, 40, whatever it takes. As long as one of you is resisting, we will also resist until there is justice. Gerardo has asked that we communicate his confidence to all of you. For anyone who asks, tell them I am fine, strong, and always looking forward. Along with all of our friends around the world, we call for mobilizations beginning on the morning of June 6, in front of all headquarters of the terrorist U.S. government in Europe, Latin America, and the U.S. which holds our 5 brothers imprisoned. Only solidarity, constant condemnation, and international mobilization will secure freedom for the 5. X.5.B. Nobel Prize winners and world intellectuals sign new call for the release of the 5. Granma Internacional. 2007. The Cuban chapter of the Defense of Humanity Network announced in Havana a new call for the release of the 5 anti-terrorist Cubans incarcerated for 9 years with heavy sentences hanging over them. Poet and novelist Roberto Fernández Redamar, president of Casa de las Americas, presented the document to the national and foreign press. It has already been signed by more than 245 public figures, including Nobel Literature Prize winners Wole Soyinka of Nigeria and Nadine Gordimer of South Africa, Nobel Peace Prize winner Adolfo Perez Esquivel of Argentina, and Nobel Physics Prize winner Jares Alfurov of Russia, as well as artists and intellectuals, including 20 who are outstanding in U.S. political and cultural life. The 5, states the document, have remained isolated in maximum security prisons under cruel conditions of imprisonment, in violation of their human rights and U.S. law itself. We add our voices to those of all people in the world who are demanding an immediate end to this enormous injustice. We must not give up our undertaking until the truth is heard and these men return to their country and their families, it concludes. It should be recalled that a panel of 3 judges from the Court of Appeals in Atlanta unanimously declared invalid the rigged trial to which they were subjected in Miami and stated that the sentences should be revoked. Subsequently, that ruling was overturned in a divided vote by the full court, and the result of the appeal on that decision is awaited. The detention of the 5, who helped to monitor acts of terrorism organized against Cuba by ultra-right Cuban groups in Florida, was described as unjust by the UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention. Relatives of the 5 present at the meeting urged the international press to circulate the call. Maria Eugenia, the sister of Antonio Guerrero, affirmed that the wall of silence surrounding them is an additional sentence. Underscore 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 underscore. Granma Internacional is the weekly edition of the daily Granma newspaper, published in English, French, Portuguese, German and Italian. The English language website is www.granma.cu/inglés. This article appeared in the October 13, 2007 edition. X.5.c. Freedom for the 5 Cubans imprisoned in the United States. 2007. For more than 9 years now, 5 Cubans have remained imprisoned in the United States. On their shoulders rest lengthy convictions, resulting from a politicized trial held in the city of Miami. The 5 were helping monitor the terrorist plans orchestrated against Cuba from Florida by far right-wing Cuban groups. The Working Group on Arbitrary Detentions, attached to the U.N.'s former Commission on Human Rights, declared their detention to be arbitrary, and a 3-judge panel, tasked with examining the case at the Atlanta Appeals Court, unanimously agreed to nullify the trial and instructed that the sentences delivered in Miami be repealed. Afterwards, in a split vote, the court dismissed that decision, and the case is still going through the appeal process. The 5 have remained in isolation in maximum security prisons, under ruthless conditions of seclusion, in violation of their human rights and of the very laws of the United States. 2 of them have been deprived of the right to be visited by their wives. We join our voices to all those in the world that call for the immediate end to this enormous injustice. We must not give up on this endeavor until truth prevails and these men return to their homeland and to their families. Initial signatures: Mumia Abu Jamal, U.S. Jares Alfurov, Russia. Tariq Ali, Pakistan. Alicia Alonso, Cuba. Medea Benjamin, U.S. Roy Brown, Puerto Rico. Rafael Cancel Miranda, Puerto Rico. Manu Chao, France. Noam Chomsky, U.S. Ramsey Clark, U.S. Miguel Descoto, Nicaragua. James Early, U.S. Roberto Fernandez Redamar, Cuba. Danny Glover, U.S. Nadine Gordimer, South Africa. Eduardo Galeano, Uruguay. Marta Harnecker, Chile. Gloria Lariva, U.S. Juan Mari Braz, Puerto Rico. Istvan Mazaros, Hungary/United Kingdom. Danielle Mitterrand, France. Evo Morales, Bolivia. Adolfo Perez Esquivel, Argentina. Silvio Rodriguez, Cuba. Cindy Sheehan, U.S. Wole Soyinka, Nigeria. Alice Walker, U.S. Lucius Walker, Jr., U.S. Howard Zinn, U.S. X.6. The Green Scare and Eco-Prisoners, a brief synopsis. Brendan Story and Margie Linsida. 2008. The future of life on Earth is in danger. Human activities, including industrial development and the consequences thereof, have already driven countless species to extinction. Tragic destruction of the ecological balance and sustainable indigenous cultures is found all over the globe, and the process is only accelerating. This increasingly dire ecological crisis became more apparent to people both in the US and around the world, as global capitalism and industrialization continued to advance and expand into the 1980s and 1990s. This realization, coupled with the growing awareness of violence and torture perpetuated against animals in captivity, gave rise to increased political activity in the United States. As above-ground political action increased, but continued to fail to stop the dangers and consequences of increasing ecological destruction and cruelty, an underground movement developed to sabotage the businesses and industries perpetuating the issues. For decades, the Earth Liberation Front and the Animal Liberation Front have employed tactics, including liberations, property destruction, and arson, to seriously disrupt businesses engaged in the decimation of ancient forests, habitat infringements, and genetic engineering as well as animal testing and captivity. The ALF and ELF were founded in 76 and 92, respectively. The ELF guidelines define the actions as economic sabotage to educate the public, while taking all necessary precautions against harming any animal, human and non-human. This organizing strategy, common to both the ALF and the ELF, codifies an anarchist ethic. The name provides only a framework for conducting actions, rather than constituting a formal clandestine organization. Any act consistent with the guidelines can be claimed in the name of the ALF or the ELF. The similar guidelines and complementary politics have led to several acts of arson and vandalism being claimed as joint ALF/ELF attacks. The decentralized nature of ALF and ELF structure brought about a new response from the above ground, the formation of press offices. Serving in these self-appointed roles, public activists with no connection to the underground publicize, contextualize, and vocally support the clandestine work. While underground groups have always publicized their actions, and above-ground supporters have amplified their publicity, the respective ALF and ELF press offices have formalized this process through established representatives. As a result, these activists have found themselves facing repression in the form of routine police raids on their homes, surveillance, and being subpoenaed to testify in front of grand juries. Government repression, the eco-terrorism label and the Green Scare. Predictably, companies that profit from ecological destruction and animal cruelty, along with the legislators they support, have been a powerful influence on the U.S. government, particularly in the Pacific Northwest. Especially noteworthy is the development of legislation meant to empower the FBI, as well as the judicial system, to deliver harsh retribution on the radical environmental and animal rights movements. As the confrontation between radical environmentalists and timber companies over old-growth logging intensified in the Pacific Northwest through the 1980s and 1990s, a new threat to national security emerged: eco-terrorism. Executive Vice President of the Center for the Defense of Free Enterprise and author of Eco-Terror Ron Arnold claims he coined the term eco-terrorism in 1982. In 1990, Rep. Denny Smith deployed the term in a stage-managed White House meeting to lobby against stricter environmental legislation in the Pacific Northwest. Industry advocates and critics of the environmental movement clamored not only for the imprisonment of activists carrying out these actions but also for an aggressive campaign of disruption and repression to eradicate movements and intimidate those who might be inspired by their legacy. Ron Arnold was quoted in a 1991 article saying, "Our goal is to destroy, to eradicate the environmental movement. We're mad as hell. We're not going to take it anymore. We're dead serious, we're going to destroy them." By May 2001, then FBI Director Louis Freeh told Congress that the ELF and the ALF represented the most active extremist elements in the United States. With CIA Director George Tenet sitting by his side, Freeh noted that some special interest extremists, most notably within the animal rights and environmental movements, were turning increasingly toward vandalism and terrorist activity in attempts to further their causes. Industries and government agencies incensed by radical activity, gained great momentum soon after the Al-Qaeda terrorist attacks of September 11, 2001. Ramifications of this attack on U.S. state and economic power included a huge shift in the political climate of the United States, which enabled legislation granting the FBI and local law enforcement generous funding and liberties in combating terrorism. The Earth and animal liberation movements, despite their activity having virtually nothing in common with the events of September 11, were included in the targets. Simultaneously, similar U.S. government offensives were launched against the legacy of the Black Liberation Movement and the Puerto Rican Independence Movement, as well as the rights of immigrants and the right to dissent and speak freely in America. In 2005, FBI Deputy Assistant Director John Lewis would tell Congress that the number one domestic terrorism threat is the eco-terrorism, animal rights movement. The Green Scare is a term popularized by environmental activists to refer to the ongoing period of backlash and repression on the part of the U.S. government against the radical earth and animal liberation movements. The spring 2002 edition of the Prisoner Support newsletter, Spirit of Freedom, defined the term as the tactics that the U.S. government and all their tentacles are using to attack the ELF/ALF and specifically those who publicly support them. The term alludes to a similarity between the government's recent response to these movements and their response in the Red Scares of the early half of the 20th century, which were periods of backlash and repression of communist, anarchist, labor, and class struggle agitation in U.S. society. Movements targeted by the Green Scare include Earth Liberation, Animal Liberation, and Green Anarchism, as well as the campaign against Huntington Life Sciences' use of animal testing. The initial cases. In September 1998, a federal grand jury indicted Peter Young and Justin Samuel each on 4 charges of extortion by interfering with interstate commerce and 2 charges of animal enterprise terrorism. While Samuel was arrested and agreed to cooperate with the government by implicating Young in exchange for a reduced sentence in 1999, it was not until March of 2005 that Young was apprehended. Many of his initial charges were dropped, and he pleaded guilty to conspiracy to release mink from 6 fur farms in South Dakota, Wisconsin, and Iowa, and the actual release of 2,400 mink from a farm in Wisconsin. He was sentenced to 2 years in federal prison, 360 hours of community service at a charity to benefit humans and no other species, $254,000 in restitution, and 1 year probation. He was released from prison on February 1, 2007. Noteworthy aspects of this case are the use of the Animal Enterprise Terrorism Act and the pressure exerted on Young to provide information about people he knew. In June 2001, 23-year-old forest defense activist Jeffrey Free Luers was convicted by a judge and sentenced to 22 years and 8 months for the burning of 3 sport utility vehicles at a dealership in Eugene, Oregon, and another attempted arson at Tyree Oil. Luers and his co-defendant in the SUV arson case, Craig Critter Marshall, had done the arson to raise awareness about global warming and the role that SUVs play in that process. An arson specialist at trial confirmed that the action did not pose any threat to people based on its size and distance from any fuel source. However, Luers' sentence was considerably longer than those convicted of murder, kidnapping, and rape in Oregon. Marshall was also convicted and sentenced to 4.5 years due to a non-cooperating plea deal that was never offered to Luers because of his involvement in the attempted arson at Tyree Oil. On February 28, 2008, Luers received his long-awaited, appealed sentence of 10 years and could be released in December of 2009. Grant Barnes was arrested in March of 2006 and pleaded guilty to 1 count of using an incendiary device and 1 count of second-degree arson for firebombing SUVs in the Denver area. He is now serving a 12-year sentence. Operation Backfire. On December 7, 2005, federal and local law enforcement began the largest roundup of environmental and animal liberation activists in American history. That day, the FBI arrested 6 people in 4 different states and issued grand jury subpoenas to several others. Over the next few months, the number of arrests, indictments, and subpoenas would mount in what the government called Operation Backfire. On January 20, 2006, Attorney General Alberto R. Gonzales, with FBI Director Robert S. Mueller III, announced a sweeping 65-count indictment, including 2 conspiracy charges, against 11 individuals relating to 17 different incidents in Oregon, Washington, Wyoming, Colorado, and California. The indictment charged various defendants in Oregon and Washington with arson, attempted arson, and using and carrying a destructive device. The destructive device charge carries a 30-year mandatory sentence, with a mandatory life sentence for a second conviction of this charge. The government used this charge, and the conspiracy charge, to coerce individuals to become informants by threatening them with multiple life sentences for acts of property destruction that caused no injuries. 9 dishonorable people sided with the government and cooperated in the prosecution of others, and 4 people who were indicted have yet to be arrested and are considered fugitives. Bill Rogers committed suicide in his jail cell on winter solstice 2005. Political prisoners who took non-cooperating plea deals in the Oregon case are Nathan Exile Block, Daniel McGowan, Jonathan Paul, and Joyanna Sadie Zacher. Despite the strong arguments of defense lawyers, Judge N. Aiken ruled on May 21, 2007, that the terrorism enhancement was applicable in each case except for Paul's, and that a federal crime of terrorism does not require a substantial risk of injury, gravely expanding the existing scope of this terrorist label. In Washington on March 6, 2008, a federal jury found Breonna Waters guilty of 2 counts of arson relating to ELF actions that took place in 2001. Waters is a mother and known for directing a documentary in 2001 entitled Watch, which tells the story of a peaceful campaign that built a coalition between environmentalists, loggers, and the residents of Randall, Washington, to save the old-growth forest on Watch Mountain. She maintains her innocence. Sentencing had been postponed indefinitely because of concerns over the credibility of one of the cooperating witnesses. She faced a mandatory 5-year minimum prison term, subject to an enhancement of up to 20 years, and was sentenced to 6 years. Civil liberties at stake. In a case against free speech and association with a campaign against animal testing, the Stop Huntington Animal Cruelty 7 were found guilty of multiple federal felonies on March 2, 2006, for advocating the closure of the notorious animal testing lab Huntington Life Sciences. Political prisoners include Jacob Conroy, Darius Fulmer, Lauren Gotsola, Joshua Harper, Kevin K. Jonas, and Andrew Stepanian. All of the defendants were charged with conspiracy to violate the Animal Enterprise Protection Act, a never-before-applied 1992 statute. K. Jonas, Gotsola, Conroy, and Harper were also charged with conspiracy to harass using a telecommunications device. K. Jonas, Gotsola, Conroy, and SHAC USA were charged with conspiracy to commit interstate stalking and 3 counts of interstate stalking via the Internet. The defendants are not actually accused of having personally engaged in terrorist or threatening acts. Instead, the government's case centers around the idea that above-ground organizers of a campaign are responsible for any and all acts that anyone engages in while furthering the goals of the organizers. In this case, the claim is that the defendants should be imprisoned because they were alleged to have been connected to the SHAC website or to have known people who were underground activists who took illegal actions against companies with ties to Huntington Life Sciences. Eric McDavid was arrested in Auburn, California, on January 13, 2006, along with Zachary Jensen and Lauren Weiner, and all 3 were charged with conspiracy to destroy property by means of fire or explosives. Both Jensen and Weiner testified against McDavid and were promised shorter sentences in return. The government's case against McDavid was largely based on the word of a single FBI informant who was paid over $75,000 to fabricate a crime and implicate a group of activists. The group never made more than vague plans to target anything in particular, but the FBI did provide funds to purchase materials that the group understood would be sufficient to manufacture an explosive device. This case is considered to be an alarming development in the erosion of civil liberties in the Green Scare, as it allows the FBI to use entrapment and the courts to convict on alleged conspiracies for political actions that never actually took place. McDavid was sentenced to 19 years and 7 months and is currently appealing the ruling. Rod Coronado, a Yaqui Indian eco-anarchist, animal rights activist, and father, was arrested in February of 2006 on a felony charge of demonstrating the use of an incendiary device at a public gathering in San Diego. An advocate and former activist for the ALF and a spokesperson for the ALF, he now supports nonviolent direct action. Coronado was jailed in 1995 in connection with an ALF arson attack on research facilities at Michigan State University. Some alternative media sources say Coronado was simply exercising his constitutional right to freedom of speech at the event in San Diego when he responded to a question from an audience member, and explained how he had constructed a non-explosive, incendiary device out of a plastic jug filled with gasoline to commit a past arson for which he had long since been sentenced and done his time. Coronado pleaded guilty to one count of distribution of information related to the assembly of explosives and weapons of mass destruction and is now serving a 1-year sentence. Currently unfolding. 3 concrete trucks owned by Ross Island Sand and Gravel were destroyed by fire in April of 2001. Less than 2 months later, 2 Scopert logging trucks were also destroyed by fire. Jacob Sherman, a 21-year-old university student, was subsequently arrested by the FBI and interrogated on 4 separate occasions. Sherman was under a great deal of FBI pressure. This, in addition to his knowledge of the case of Jeffrey Freelures, who received over 22 years for burning 3 SUVs, led Sherman to name others who had participated in the crimes and later offer the name of an individual whom he said was the mastermind behind these arsons, Trey Arrow. Arrow was a well-known and high-profile environmental activist involved in a number of tree sit campaigns and ran for Congress as a member of the Pacific Green Party, receiving over 15,000 votes. Environmental journalist Tim Ream wrote in reference to Arrow's case, "If you garner increasing popular support, you are a threat to everything the state stands for. You must be stopped." After his indictment was made public, Arrow headed to Canada for asylum. On March 13, 2004, he was arrested in Victoria, BC, held for being in the country illegally, and awaited a possible extradition to the United States. Arrow was extradited in March of 2008, and his trial is set for July 8. Arrow cites the recent convictions of Eric McDavid and Brianna Waters, as well as the risk of potentially being convicted and spending the rest of my life in prison as reasons why he decided to accept a non-cooperation plea agreement that will see him spend no more than 6.5 years in prison, including the time he already spent detained in Canada. On March 10, 2008, 4 people were indicted on charges relating to actions claimed by the ALF in Michigan in 1999 and 2000. The charges could result in up to 20 years in prison. Stephanie Foltz, Aaron Berthwick, and Frank Ambrose of Detroit and Marie Mason of Cincinnati were each charged with 1 count of arson and 1 count of conspiracy to commit arson. Ambrose and Mason were also charged with 2 additional counts of arson. Almost immediately, Ambrose signed an unconditional plea agreement to fully cooperate with the government in this and any other investigation, in exchange for the dismissal of the 3 arson charges against him and a reduced sentence. Berthwick and Foltz were released on bail, and Mason is currently under house arrest and awaiting her trial, which is tentatively set for August 12, 2008. Mason is a longtime environmental and social justice activist and mother of 2. The Midwest case has several similarities to Operation Backfire, the investigation of an ALF action, the intimidation and persecution of above-ground environmental activists and communities, a clear intention to prosecute the actions as terrorism, a press conference politicizing the arrests before the national media, and a defendant assisting the government's investigation. On March 16, 2008, 17-year-old Michael Sykes was arrested for allegedly torching 2 newly constructed homes in order to call attention to the problem of urban sprawl. Sykes was charged as an adult, has pled not guilty, and may be considering a plea deal. he is being held in Monroe County Jail in lieu of $1 million bond. While it may be the government's most dramatic and heavy-handed use of repression to date against the countercultural, anarchist milieu that came of age over the past 10 years, the Green Scare is neither something new, nor is it something that has run its course. Rather, it represents the same kind of intimidation, dirty tricks, and political imprisonment that have long been used against liberation movements in the United States, most notably those of Black, Chicano, Puerto Rican, and indigenous people. Indeed, the experiences of other liberation movements show that the government is easily able and willing to go to great lengths if it feels that becomes necessary in its struggle to maintain its power and prerogatives. What's new about the Green Scare is the sheer volume of tax-financed legislation, surveillance, grand juries, joint terrorism task forces, and other mechanisms that have come down quite openly and legally against a marginal community within U.S. borders. Without a threat of popular insurrection that existed during the Red Scares or during the 1960s, the state has nonetheless taken harsh and aggressive action against dissent, and it has done so openly, without needing a secret operation like COINTELPRO. Though this round of activity may have only affected the radical environmental, earth and animal liberation, and anarchist communities directly, the offensive occurred in tandem with similar renewed activity against immigrant communities and against the legacies of Black and Puerto Rican liberation struggles. All signs indicate that this is not something that has run its course, that without a large and effective showing of unity and solidarity across movements to defend our right to resist and exist, this era of repression will continue to seek out new targets in its endeavor to bury dissent. Ongoing as it is, the Green Scare serves as a bitter reminder of the relevance of organizing against political repression, COINTELPRO, and its spawn, not simply as a matter of justice to those who struggle today or who struggled yesterday, but also as a matter of protection and security for those who will struggle tomorrow. X.7. Analysis of Green Scare repression, for those who came in late. Crime Ethic. Workers Collective. 2008. At the end of 2005, the FBI opened a new phase of its assault on earth and animal liberation movements with the arrests and indictments of several current and former activists. This offensive, dubbed Operation Backfire, was intended to obtain convictions for many of the unsolved Earth Liberation Front arsons of the preceding 10 years. Of those subpoenaed and charged, 8 ultimately cooperated with the government and informed on others in hopes of reduced sentences: Stanislaus Meyerhoff, Kevin Tubbs, Chelsea Dawn Gerlach, Suzanne Savoy, Kendall Tankersley, Jennifer Kolar, Lacey Philibom, and Darren Thurston. 4 held out through a terrifying year, during which it seemed certain they would end up serving decades in prison, until they were able to broker plea deals in which they could claim responsibility for their actions without providing information about others: Daniel McGowan, Jonathan Paul, Exile, and Sadie. Brianna Waters is standing trial as this goes to print, while Joseph Dybee, Josephine Overacre, Rebecca Rubin, and Justin Solons have been charged but not found. One more defendant, William Rogers, tragically passed away in an alleged suicide while in custody shortly after his arrest. The months following the launch of Operation Backfire saw an unprecedented increase in government repression of anarchist environmental activists, which came to be known as the Green Scare. Longtime animal liberation activist Rod Coronado was charged with a felony for answering a question during a speaking appearance and faced potentially decades in prison. 6 animal rights activists associated with SHAC, the Campaign Against Animal Testing Corporation Huntington Life Sciences, were sentenced to several years in prison, essentially for running a website. Animal liberationist Peter Young, who had spent 7 years on the run from the FBI, had finally been captured and was being threatened with double jeopardy. Trey Arrow, famous for surviving a 100-foot fall when police and loggers forced him out of a forest occupation, was fighting extradition from Canada to the United States to face arson charges. Innumerable people were subpoenaed to grand juries, and some did jail time for refusing to cooperate. Perhaps most ominously of all, 3 young people were set up by an agent provocateur and arrested on conspiracy charges without having actually done anything at all. 2 of them, Zachary Jensen and Lauren Weiner, pled guilty and became government informants. The third, Eric McDavid, who has contracted life-threatening health problems as a consequence of being denied vegan food by his jailers, was recently found guilty and awaits sentencing. Underscore 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 underscore. This text first appeared in Rolling Thunder No. 5 Spring 2008. It is available online at http://www.crimethinc.com/text/rolling thunder/greenscared.php. This phase of the Green Scare seems to be drawing to a close. Most of those apprehended in Operation Backfire are now serving their sentences. The first of the SHAC defendants has been released from prison. Peter Young has been out of prison for a year and is doing speaking tours. Rod Coronado's trial ended in a deadlock, and he took a plea in return for a short sentence when the government threatened to bring further charges against him. It's been months now since a new high-profile felony case was brought against an environmental activist, though federal agents have been poking around in the Midwest. It's time to begin deriving lessons from the past 2 years of government repression, to equip the next generation that will take the front lines in the struggle to defend life on Earth. Distinguishing between perceived and real threats. In some anarchist circles, the initial onset of the Green Scare was met with a panic that rivaled the response to the September 11th attacks. This, of course, was exactly what the government wanted. Quite apart from bringing individual activists to justice, they hope to intimidate all who see direct action as the most effective means of social change. Rather than aiding the government by making exaggerated assumptions about how dangerous it is to be an anarchist today, we must sort out what these cases show about the current capabilities and limits of government repression. The purpose of this inquiry is not to advocate or sensationalize any particular tactic or approach. We should be careful not to glorify illegal activity. It's important to note that most of even the staunchest non-cooperating defendants have expressed regrets about their choices, though this must be understood in the context of their court cases. At the same time, federal repression affects everyone involved in resistance, not just those who participate in illegal direct action. The Green Scare offers case studies of the situation we are all in, like it or not. Case study in repression, Eugene, Oregon. Operation Backfire took place against a backdrop of government investigation, harassment, and profiling of presumed anarchists in the Pacific Northwest. It is no coincidence that Eugene, Oregon was a major focus of the Operation Backfire cases, as it has been a hotbed of dissent and radicalism over the past decade and a half, although repression and other problems have taken a toll in recent years. We can't offer a definitive analysis of the internal dynamics of the Eugene anarchist community, but we can look at how the authorities went about repressing it. One useful resource for this inquiry is Anarchist Direct Actions, a challenge for law enforcement, an article that appeared in Studies in Conflict and Terrorism in 2005, authored by Randy Borum of the University of South Florida and Chuck Tilby of the Eugene Police Department. According to Jeffrey Luers, Tilby was one of the cops who surveilled Free and his co-defendant, Critter, on the night of their arrest in June 2000. Tilby has given presentations on the criminal anarchist movement to law enforcement groups and was intimately involved in the Operation Backfire cases, even making statements to the media and providing a quote to the FBI press release at the end of the Oregon federal prosecution. Surprisingly, the article does not explicitly reference Eugene, Oregon, at all. Besides Tilby's byline at the beginning, there's no indication that the paper was co-written from Eugene. All the same, the article provides several important clues about how the government proceeded against the Oregon defendants and those who were perceived to support them. The authors centralize the importance of intelligence and informants for repressing criminal anarchists, while acknowledging the difficulty of obtaining them. In the case of grand jury subpoenas, anarchists regularly fail to comply, and support groups are often set up for those targeted. One of the more recent examples of this was Jeff Hogg, who received a grand jury subpoena while the Backfire prosecutions were underway and was jailed for nearly 6 months in 2006 as a result. The authors warn that investigators and law enforcement officers should be cautious during questioning not to divulge more to the subject about the case than is learned through their testimony. Indeed, questions asked by grand juries turned up more than once in the pages of the Earth First Journal, which was edited from Eugene for a time. It is extremely important to support those under investigation and keep abreast of investigators' efforts. Some believe that the backfire investigation only arrived at a position of real strength once such support started to weaken in Oregon. Regarding infiltration, Anarchist Direct Actions advises that infiltration is made more difficult by the communal nature of the lifestyle and the extensive knowledge held by many anarchists, which require a considerable amount of study and time to acquire. Other strategies for infiltration have been explored, but so far have not been successful. Discussion of these theories in an open paper is not advisable. What we know of the early backfire investigation points to a strategy of generalized monitoring and infiltration. While investigators used increasingly focused tools and strategies as the investigation gained steam, for example, sending cooperating witnesses wearing body wires to talk to specific targets, they started out by sifting through a whole demographic of countercultural types. Activist and punk houses as well as gathering spots such as bars were placed under surveillance. Anarchists who drink should be careful about the way alcohol can loosen lips. Infiltrators and informants targeted not only the most visibly committed anarchists, but also bohemians who inhabited similar cultural and social spheres. Police accumulated tremendous amounts of background information even while failing to penetrate the circles in which direct action was organized. The approximately 30,000 pages of discovery in the Oregon cases contain a vast amount of gossip and background information on quite a few from the Eugene community. A similar profiling methodology appears to have been used in nearby Portland, Oregon. In March 2001, for example, a large-scale police raid was carried out on a house party attended by Portland punk rockers. The attendees were photographed and questioned about the Earth and Animal Liberation fronts. Some were arrested and charged with kidnapping and assault on an officer, a standard overcharging which eventually led to plea deals. The defendants from the raid were videotaped at their court appearances by officers later identified as Gang Enforcement Unit members. In the aftermath of this raid, cops routinely harassed punks on the street, demanding to be told whether they were anarchists. In retrospect, it seems likely that such efforts were not meant simply to intimidate Portland's punks, but to uncover information relevant to the anarchist and ALF/ELF cases of the time. This may have been a wrong step in the backfire investigation. Right now there's no way to know. We do know, however, that wide net approaches by the state can be effective at stifling socially aware subcultures, even when they uncover no real links to radical action. Fortunately, in Portland those affected by the raid came together in response, aiding each other, limiting the damage done, and taking advantage of the situation to draw attention to police activity. Another point of speculation is the degree to which authorities fostered division and infighting within radical circles in Eugene. This was a common COINTELPRO tactic and is probably still in use. Borum and Tilby hint at this in the final section of their paper, Law Enforcement Strategies/Implications. Internal conflicts are another major source of vulnerability within the movement. The debate has already been addressed, but the movement also is struggling with a perceived lack of power among women, and the lack of inclusion of ethnic minorities. This kind of conflict occurred 3 decades ago within the leftist revolutionary movement in the United States. For those familiar with Eugene radical circles, this brings to mind the heated conflicts over gender and feminism within that community. There is no concrete evidence that government operatives were involved in escalating such debates, and we should be careful not to jump to conclusions. Such speculation can only assist the state by propagating paranoia. However, law enforcement from local to federal levels must have been aware of the vulnerabilities that opened up when real debates turned to groupthink and factionalism in Eugene. Tilby and his cohorts must have used such insights to their advantage as they devised anti-anarchist strategies. By the time Operation Backfire grand juries began following up on real leads in Eugene, Many who could have come together to oppose them were no longer on speaking terms. While this does not justify the lack of integrity shown by those who assisted grand juries, it does offer some context for why the grand juries weren't resisted more effectively. Borum and Tilby closed their paper by urging investigators to display patience and persistence, and indeed, patience and persistence ultimately paid off in Operation Backfire. This is not to lend credibility to the notion that the FBI always gets their man. The investigation was riddled with errors and missteps. Plenty of other actions will never be prosecuted, as the authorities got neither lucky breaks nor useful cooperation. But we must understand that repression, and resistance to it, are both long-term projects, stretching across years and decades. According to some accounts, one of the most significant leads in Operation Backfire came from a naive request for police reports at a Eugene police station. According to this version, the police deduced from this request that they should pay attention to Jacob Ferguson. Ferguson later became the major informant in these cases. It is less frequently mentioned that the police were accusing Ferguson of an arson he did not participate in. With Ferguson, the unlikely happened, and it paid off for the authorities to be wrong. Later on, when agents made their first arrests and presented grand jury subpoenas on December 7, 2005, 2 of those subpoenaed were wrongly assumed to have been involved in attacks. Their subpoenas were eventually dropped, as the authorities gained the cooperation of more informants and eventually made moves to arrest Exile and Sadie instead. The investigation was not as unstoppable and dynamic as the government would like us to think, although the prosecution gathered force as more individuals rolled on others. The authorities spent years stumbling around, and they continued to falter even when prosecution efforts were underway, but they were tenacious and kept at their efforts. Meanwhile, radical momentum was less consistent. Let's review the arc of radical activity in Eugene over the past decade. The anti-capitalist riot of June 18, 1999 in Eugene led to jubilation on the part of anarchists, even if one participant spent 7 years in prison as a result. The participants in the June 18th day of action had put up a fight and fucked up some symbols of misery in the town, catching the police unprepared. The pitched battles on the streets of Seattle later that year at the WDO meeting only reinforced the feeling that the whole world was up for grabs. Most of the active anarchists in Eugene had never lived through such a period before. Despite the paltry demands and muddled analysis of much of the official anti-globalization movement, there was a sense that deeper change could be fought for and won. Being an anarchist seemed like the coolest thing you could be, and this perception was magnified by the media attention that followed. The ELF was setting fires all over the region at the time. A series of reversals followed. In June 2001, Free received his initial sentence of 22 years and 8 months. The following month, Carlo Giuliani was murdered on the streets of Genoa during protests against the G8 summit in Italy. While both of these tragedies illustrated the risks of confronting the capitalist system, Free's sentence hit home especially hard in Eugene. In the changed atmosphere, some began dropping away and getting on with their lives, not necessarily betraying their earlier principles, but shifting their focus and priorities. This attrition intensified when American flags appeared everywhere in the aftermath of September 11, 2001. Anarchist efforts did not cease, but a period of relative disorientation followed. A year and a half later, the invasion of Iraq provided another opportunity for radicals to mobilize, but some consistency had been lost in the Eugene area. And all the while, FBI employees and police kept their regular hours, day in and day out. Law enforcement received its most significant breakthrough in the backfire cases, even though it started as an incorrect hypothesis just before Free's sentencing, in the period between anarchist jubilation and the shift to the defensive. The same fires that were incorrectly linked to Ferguson were used to justify Free's stiff sentence, which intimidated some anarchists out of action. There was not enough re-evaluation, learning, and sharpening of skills, nor enough efforts at conflict resolution. The retreat occurred by default. What would have happened if the backfire investigation had continued under different circumstances, while radicals maintained their momentum? That would be another story. Its conclusion is unknown. Putting up a fight. Repression will exist as long as there are states and people who oppose them. Complete invulnerability is impossible, for governments as well as their opponents. All the infiltrators and informants of the Tsarist secret police were powerless to prevent the Russian Revolution of 1917, just as the East German Stasi were unable to prevent the fall of the Berlin Wall even though they had files on 6 million people. Revolutionary struggles can succeed even in the face of massive repression. For our part, we can minimize the effects of that repression by preparing in advance. For many years now, anarchists have focused on developing security culture, but security consciousness alone is not enough. There are some points one can never emphasize too much. Don't gossip about sensitive matters, share delicate information on a need-to-know basis, don't surrender your rights if detained or arrested, don't cooperate with grand juries, don't sell other people out. But one can abide by all these dictums and still make crucial mistakes. If anti-repression strategies center only on what we should not talk about, we lose sight of the necessity of clear communication for communities in struggle. State disruption of radical movements can be interpreted as a kind of armed critique, in the way that someone throwing a brick through a Starbucks window is a critique in action. That is to say, a successful use of force against us demonstrates that we had pre-existing vulnerabilities. This is not to argue that we should blame the victim in situations of repression, but we need to learn how and why efforts to destabilize our activities succeed. Our response should not start with jail support once someone has been arrested. Of course this is important, along with longer-term support of those serving sentences, but our efforts must begin long before, countering the small vulnerabilities that our enemy can exploit. Open discussion of problems, for example, gender roles being imposed in nominally radical spaces, can protect against unhealthy resentments and schisms. This is not to say that every split is unwarranted. Sometimes the best thing is for people to go their separate ways, but that even if that is necessary, they should try to maintain mutual respect or at least a willingness to communicate when it counts. Risk is relative. In some cases, it may indeed be a good idea to lay low. In other cases, maintaining public visibility is viewed as too risky, when in fact nothing could be more dangerous than withdrawing from the public eye and letting momentum die. When we think about risk, we often picture security cameras and prison cells, but there are many, more insidious threats. The operation backfire. Defendants ended up with much shorter sentences than expected. As it turned out, the most serious risk they faced was not prison time, after all, but recantation and betrayal, a risk that proved all too real. Likewise, we can imagine Eric McDavid, who currently awaits sentencing on conspiracy charges, idly discussing the risk factor of a hypothetical action with his supposed friends who turned out to be two potential informants and a federal agent provocateur. Unfortunately, the really risky thing was having those discussions with those people in the first place. Preparing for the worst. Conventional activist wisdom dictates that one must not mix public and clandestine activity, but Daniel McGowan's case seems to contradict this. McGowan was not brought to trial as a result of investigations based on his public organizing, but rather because he had worked with Jacob Ferguson, who turned snitch under police pressure. Though the government was especially eager to convict him on account of his extensive prisoner support work and organizing against the Republican National Convention, McGowan received tremendous public support precisely because he had been so visible. Had he simply hidden in obscurity, he might have ended up in the same situation without the support that enabled him to weather it as successfully as he did and without making as many important contributions to the anarchist movement. Considering how many years it took the FBI to put together Operation Backfire and the prominent role of informants in so many Green Scare cases, it seems like it is possible to get away with a lot, provided you are careful and make intelligent decisions about who to trust. McGowan's direct action resume, as it appears in the government arguments at his sentencing, reads like something out of an adventure novel. One can't help but think just 7 years, for all that. The other side of this coin is that, despite all their precautions, the Green Scare defendants did get caught. No matter how careful and intelligent you are, It doesn't pay to count on not getting caught, you have to be prepared for the worst. Those who are considering risky direct action should start from the assumption that they will be caught and prosecuted. Before doing anything, before even talking about it, they should ask themselves whether they could accept the worst possible consequences. At the same time, as the government may target anyone at any time regardless of what they have actually done, it is important for even the most law-abiding activists, not to mention their friends and relatives, to think through how to handle being investigated, subpoenaed, or charged. The Green Scare cases show that cooperating with the government is never in a defendant's best interest. On average, the non-cooperating defendants in Operation Backfire are actually serving less time in proportion to their original threatened sentences than the informants, despite the government engaging the entire repressive apparatus of the United States to make an example of them. Exile and Sadie were threatened with over 1,000 years in prison apiece and are serving less than 8. If every arrestee understood the difference between what the state threatens and what it can actually do, far fewer would give up without a fight. In the United States legal system, a court case is essentially a game of chicken. The state starts by threatening the worst penalties it possibly can, in hope of intimidating the defendant into pleading guilty and informing. It is easier if the defendant pleads guilty immediately. This saves the state immense quantities of time and money, not to mention the potential embarrassment of losing a well-publicized trial. Defendants should not be intimidated by the initial charges brought against them. It often turns out that many of these will not hold up and are only being pressed to give the state more bargaining power. Even if a defendant fears he won't have a leg to stand on in court, he can obtain some bargaining power of his own by threatening to put the state through a costly, challenging, and unpredictable trial. To that end, it is essential to acquire the best possible legal representation. When a defendant agrees to cooperate, he loses all that leverage, throwing himself at the mercy of forces that don't have an ounce of mercy to offer.